Chapter 1. Transmigration into a novel, seizing the space. Yi Qing rubbed her head and opened her eyes. After years of being a killer, it took her only a fleeting moment of confusion to regain her composure. Struggling to sit up, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that she found herself in a tidy room. With floral curtains and immaculate decor, the space was both clean and cozy. Once she assured herself of the safety of her environment, she began to contemplate other matters. She remembered. She was dead. Yi Qing vividly recalled that she had been eliminated by her adversary while on a mission not due to any conspiracy, but simply because her opponent was stronger than she was. She was gone. Yi Qing harbored no resentment. As a killer, such an end was inevitable. But where exactly was she now? You are currently within a novel, and I am your system, 2202. The electronic voice that echoed in her ears aptly answered Yi Qing's unspoken question. Transmigrated into a book? A system? A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Qing's eyes, yet her expression remained as calm as ever. Does my presence here have anything to do with you? Yi Qing blinked, subtly probing for information. No matter the circumstances, she was still alive, wasn't she? Indeed. 2202 seemed quite pleased with her composure. At the moment of the explosion, you were chosen by me and brought here. Please transmit the original memories of this body to me. Yi Qing was satisfied to receive the answer she desired. Since the system had brought her here, it indicated that she held value to it. With value, she could negotiate with the system after grasping the situation. It appeared 2202 had not anticipated this host to be so astute, unlike its previous hosts who required lengthy explanations upon their first encounter. It efficiently transmitted the original owner's memories, which included the content of the book, to Yi Qing. At the instant the memories flooded in, Yi Qing felt as though a multitude of needles pierced her mind. She gritted her teeth, absorbing the torrent of memories. When she opened her eyes again, she was drenched in sweat, and the depths of her dark, feline-like eyes concealed an unfathomable killing intent. She, Yi Qing, a gold medal killer of the organization, had now transmigrated into a novel titled The Little Pet in the Apocalypse. The story revolved around the female protagonist, Xiao Wanxing, who was adopted by the male lead, Shunli. Upon turning 18, she discovered her affection for her older brother, Shunli. The two became entangled due to their identities before the apocalypse, ultimately finding happiness together after a series of events unfolded. The body she had entered was neither that of the female lead, Xiao Wanxing, nor the malicious female antagonist. The original owner also bore the name Yi Qing, a former heiress of the Yi family. After the original owner's mother passed away, the head of the Yi family remarried, leading her to live alone. The original owner was also the childhood friend of the male supporting character, Shun Xingzhou, and served as a mere pawn in the story, providing Xiao Wanxing with a golden finger space. The original owner met her demise in the apocalypse due to Xiao Wanxing's naivety, as she assisted those who should not have been helped, ultimately being sacrificed to shield others from disaster. The original owner's untimely death led to her rebirth. She had no desire to endure the apocalypse, sacrificing her soul in a transaction with the system before departing. The system, in turn, brought her freshly deceased here to fulfill the original owner's wishes. How ironic. Upon absorbing the contents of the novel, Yi Qing's first instinct was to rise. "What are you doing?" 2202 inquired nervously, sensing her silence. It had truly never encountered such a composed host before. It seemed that no matter what transpired, this host remained unfazed. 2202, can you scan? Yi Qing approached her jewelry box and asked, her voice icy enough to startle the system. Yes. 2202 stammered, intimidated by Yi Qing's commanding presence. Without hesitation, it initiated the scan. Host, the contents of this box are the space you are to deliver tomorrow. Realizing it had misspoken, 2202 added, Host, how do you know which node we are currently at? It had yet to disclose any information to the host. I possess intelligence. Yi Qing pointed her head. The original owner's wish was for her to live well in her stead, to care for Shun Xingzhou, ensuring he would not perish at the hands of zombies, and if possible, to avenge her. The primary desire of the original owner was to experience life in the apocalypse vicariously. The system, provided it was not completely foolish, would transport her to the story's inception. Her gaze swept across the table, casually picking up a brooch. Using the pin, she pricked her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the gemstone pendant originally intended for Xiao Wanqing. 1 second, 1 minute passed. The space remained utterly unresponsive. Yi Qing narrowed her eyes. If this world adhered strictly to the narrative, wherein only Xiao Wanqing could unlock the space, she would destroy it. Just as Yi Qing prepared to dismantle the space, the scene shifted. Chapter 2. Dual abilities. Yi Qing found herself falling from her original room onto a stretch of land. As she raised her gaze, she beheld a quaint villa situated at the opposite end. She lifted her leg and walked over, pushing open the door, her mind synchronizing with the spatial information within. It was a space akin to a farming estate, boasting 4 to 5 acres of cultivated land, an area for raising poultry, and a pond for breeding fish and shrimp. The villa comprised 2 floors. The first was for habitation, while the second served as an infinite preservation warehouse. Beyond the preservation warehouse, the environment mirrored the outside world, requiring her to toil for the plants and animals. The only solace for Yi Qing was that this space was well established, endowed with a spiritual spring located in a well beside the villa. Drinking from it could strengthen her physique. Regardless of whether an apocalypse was looming, power remained the best assurance for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing drew up water from the well and took a couple of sips. She swiftly exited the space, made her way to the bathroom, turned on the water, and waited for the agonizing sensation within her body to subside, as if her flesh were being torn apart and reforged. Once the ordeal passed, she expressionlessly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, a result of her biting down in distress, and began to wash herself, repulsed by the foul odor emanating from her body. 2202. Destruction awaits. This host can manage everything independently. A system. It felt deeply frustrated. After washing herself 2 or 3 times, Yi Qing finally had the opportunity to scrutinize her physical form in the mirror. With her signature cat-like eyes and a height of 1.60 meters, it was undeniable that her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to her original self, strikingly beautiful. She noticed a teardrop-shaped mole beneath her eyes. While absorbing the memories of her former self, Yi Qing distinctly recalled that this mole had not existed before. Is this truly my body? She pondered. No, it belongs to the Yi Qing from the book. However, the host's spiritual force is too potent, having transformed the original's body. Nevertheless, the original and the host look identical, so there is no need for the host to worry. 2202 hastened to explain, having forgotten its previous aloof demeanor as a system. And what of the original's soul? Yi Qing inquired with curiosity. It has dissipated into spiritual energy, the system replied, fearing that this host might feel guilty for usurping another's body, and it added dryly, this is merely part of our transaction. Yi Qing felt little guilt towards the original, as it was, as the system had stated, a transaction. She would live well on her behalf and fulfill her wishes. Even seeking vengeance for her, the two were effectively separate entities. Yi Qing did not dwell on this matter. She began to assess her newfound abilities. In the book, the character Yi Qing was depicted as a kind-hearted and peaceful girl who awakened wood-type powers. This time, she not only inherited the wood-type abilities, but also gained the power of mental control, likely linked to her cerebral domain. Yi Qing's physical condition and manual dexterity were only average within her organization. Her status as a top assassin relied on her intellect. She surmised that the awakening of abilities in this world was closely tied to one's personality and profession. After confirming her abilities, she methodically began to inventory her existing assets. The Yi family was not as affluent as the male lead and the Shin family, yet they were still a wealthy household. The original's neglectful father, concerned with appearances, provided her with a substantial monthly allowance, allowing the young girl to amass quite a bit of savings. Upon reviewing her bank accounts, aside from her real estate holdings, she discovered over 8 million in liquid cash. With approximately 3 months remaining until the apocalypse, she realized that time was ample, but money was insufficient. Chapter 3. Success at hand. Being a cautious individual fond of planning, Yi Qing understood that survival necessitated provisions for clothing, food, shelter, and eventually weapons during the impending apocalypse. Although she could gather some supplies amidst the chaos, Only those stored in her space would be truly secure. The prices in this realm were comparable to those in her previous world. She needed to stockpile enough resources to feel at ease. 8 million was indeed inadequate. Yi Qing tapped her fingers on the table and stood up to retrieve the original's laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. 2202, intrigued by the host's actions, watched in astonishment. "Host, are you hacking into a computer?" It exclaimed. "No, I'm making money," Yi Qing replied confidently. Within 3 hours, her phone vibrated multiple times, notifying her of incoming funds. Some transactions amounted to tens of millions, while the largest was 200 million, obtained by hacking her negligent father's computer and issuing threats. "Host, are you not concerned that they might discover your identity?" 2202 cautioned, its tone a mix of astonishment and concern. "This money is deposited directly into your bank account. It can be traced back to you." Yi Qing closed the laptop and assured, "Not at all. That I used the identity of the original stepmother and her 2 children. The funds were transferred to their accounts before I moved them out. I have erased all traces. No one will be able to trace it back to me. If you doubt me, please assist in ensuring everything is clean. Your technology surpasses anything in this world. No one can match you. You could rule." Moreover, she had targeted only the wicked individuals. "I have harmed no innocent. To ensure her safety." Yi Qing, uncharacteristically, lavished praise on 2202. Although their time together had been brief, Yi Qing's prowess was undeniable, leaving little for the system to do. 2202, flattered by her compliment, diligently double-checked to ensure that no one could trace anything back to Yi Qing. It also took the extra step of concealing the funds in her account. Yi Qing contemplated the turmoil she had stirred. The original's family of scoundrels would be too preoccupied to trouble her until the apocalypse arrived. The original's father, stepmother, and those 2 children had primarily bullied her for the stocks and money left by her mother. 200 million was roughly the amount they had extorted from her. And with 3 months of trouble, Yi Qing had avenged the original against the Yi family. After the apocalypse, their fates would be in their own hands. With wealth came the ability to handle matters with ease. She dedicated the day to thoroughly investigating the origins of high-quality rice and flour, particularly from abroad. She intended to exploit the situation only after securing her own supplies. She initially planned to go directly the next day. But 2202 fervently urged her to engage with the storyline. "Host, I implore you. Tomorrow marks a crucial moment in the narrative when the female lead acquires her golden finger. Even if you do not grant her this boon, you must participate in the plot." There is a scene where Xia Wanxing accidentally pushes a pregnant woman at a banquet, intending to make the original take the blame. This pregnant woman will later become the wife of a formidable ability user. How intriguing! As 2202 continued to prattle on, Yi Qing made her decision that if her interpretation of the plot was accurate, that ability user would eventually become a valuable ally for the female lead. The system's insistence on her engaging with the storyline indicated that it held significant implications for the world. The fact that she could acquire space suggested that the narrative could be altered by human intervention. What were the prerequisites for such modifications? Yi Qing resolved to investigate further. The original had been wronged by the female lead, and she sought vengeance. Xia Wanxing must die. She also needed to validate her suspicions. "Host, you are truly remarkable." Unbeknownst to 2202, it was oblivious to Yi Qing's dark intentions toward the female lead, showering her with sweet praise. Chapter 4. Obediently comply. The Shun family wielded considerable influence in City A. Xia Wanxing's 18th birthday celebration was an extravagant affair, attracting numerous prominent figures from the city. Yi Qing donned a classical qipao and gracefully entered the banquet, her high heels clicking softly against the floor. Approaching her was Shun Xingzhou, the male lead and the original's childhood friend. The Shin family's fortune had been built by the patriarch, who had established the family business, and his wife had borne 2 sons. Shin Xingzhou, the elder, and Shun Li, the father of the male lead. Yi Qing squinted her cat-like eyes, appraising Shin Xingzhou, who stood beside her at a height of 1.85 meters. He was tall and slender, clad in a tailored black suit with fashionable silver-rimmed glasses. His demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance, and his handsome features were striking. When conversing, his long, fair fingers would often adjust his glasses when discussing topics of interest. The charming rogue. This was the first impression Yi Qing formed after her brief interaction with Shin Xingzhou. His appearance was certainly to her taste, but that was all. Yi Qing licked her rosy lips, stealing a glance before diverting her gaze. delicately lifting a glass of red wine to take a sip. Shen Xingzhou, rarely seeing her in such a languid state, leaned against a nearby wall and remarked with a smirk, "I wonder what the Yi family has done to attract so many troubles. Since yesterday afternoon, countless individuals have been seeking to create discord with them. I have long distanced myself from the Yi family," Yi Qing replied, clinking her wine glass against the one in Shen Xingzhou's hand, her cat-like eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. The original was a naive and gentle girl at heart, a stark contrast to Yi Qing's true nature. She had no intention of revealing her true self to others just yet. One reason was for her own safety. An individual's personality and behavior are shaped by their long-term environment. For instance, if one is born into an ordinary family and consistently performs at an average level in school, it is unlikely for them to suddenly become a genius. Is that realistic? Surrounded by individuals endowed with both intellect and perception, they may initially remain oblivious to the transformation occurring within you. But as time progresses, will they not begin to notice? What if there are others like themselves who have traversed the pages of a story? If she could be transported here by 2202, what of the others? As the apocalypse looms, Yi Qing seeks to stockpile resources, determined to avoid any semblance of trouble. Furthermore, the original persona's traits may serve as her shield, facilitating her covert maneuvers. After all, who would suspect a seemingly innocent and naive young girl of committing murder, right? Yi Qing, dear sister, you have finally arrived. I feared you might not show up, exclaimed Xiao Wanqing, intertwining her hand with Shun Li's. She embodied the quintessential charm of a heroine from a traditional romance, her demeanor adorably sweet and soft. Upon spotting Yi Qing, she pouted slightly, lamenting, "I envy you so much. You get to quietly celebrate your 18th birthday while I am utterly exhausted by this tedious banquet. My parents insisted I meet a host of strangers I barely know." Yi Qing, having distanced herself from the Yi family, had her 18th birthday celebrated by Shen Xingzhou instead. The younger Yi Qing might have felt a twinge of sadness upon realizing that Xiao Wanqing's complaints were, in fact, veiled boasts. But Yi Qing would not allow herself to be affected. Casting a discerning glance at Xiao Wanqing, who clung to the male lead's arm, Yi Qing solemnly advised, "Xingxing, there is something you may not wish to hear. But as your elder sister, I must say it for your own good. You are now 18, a young woman in your own right. There is no blood relation between you and Brother Shun. And such intimate postures will not reflect well on either of your reputations. You do not harbor feelings for Brother Shun, do you?" she added, feigning shock as she covered her mouth, as if she had uttered something utterly inappropriate. At this juncture, the romance between the protagonists was still in its infancy, with Shunli oblivious to the budding feelings, perceiving Xiao Wanqing merely as a younger sister. Yet, Xiao Wanqing was not content with that. She envisioned a gradual process of winning Shunli's affection, for the seeds of love require sunlight to flourish, lest they wither into mere sprouts. Yi Qing relished the thought of hastening their budding romance into the light. "Yi Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? He is simply my brother," protested Xiao Wanqing, her youthful heart exposed and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The experienced observer could easily discern her inner turmoil. Just then, the second couple from the Shun family approached, fortuitously witnessing Xiao Wanqing's youthful discomposure. One could only wonder if, under the relentless sun, this budding affection would indeed blossom. Unlike before, when Xiao Wanqing had been met with Yi Qing's wistful envy, she now felt a pang of discontent, reluctant to continue holding Shun Li's hand. Traditionally, she would have pulled Yi Qing along to enjoy themselves, but being a ward of the Shen family, she felt the weight of societal judgment. While she could not afford to offend others, her original persona's good-natured disposition allowed her to bask in the spotlight at Yi Qing's expense. Today, Yi Qing's dismissal left Xiao Wanqing feeling slighted, leading her to naturally refrain from inviting Yi Qing to join her. Yi Qing held her wine glass and conversed with Shen Xingzhou. She silently counted point 1, point 2, point 3. Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing stumbled forward, colliding with a heavily pregnant woman and causing her to fall. The woman let out a piercing scream as blood began to seep from beneath her. Startled, Xiao Wanqing scrambled away, sitting dazed on the ground. Yi Qing, who had been observing closely, noticed wisps of white smoke rising from Xiao Wanqing's head. Surveying her surroundings, Yi Qing was relieved to find that no one else seemed to notice this anomaly. 2202. Could it be that the aura emanating from Xiao Wanqing signifies the heroine's fortune? With 2202 present, Yiqing need not speculate. 2202 promptly provided her with a precise answer, confirming her earlier suspicions. In order to eliminate the heroine, one must first deplete her fortune, perhaps in due time. They could consider nurturing a new heroine to prevent the world from collapsing as it did in the novels upon the heroine's demise. That Yiqing mentally noted this revelation. Quickly, call for an ambulance. The banquet descended into chaos, and amidst the turmoil, Yiqing discreetly retrieved a small pearl that lay nearby. Rubbing the pearl between her fingers, a sly smile crept across her lips. Host, did you place this pearl here? 2202 was taken aback by her unexpected adherence to the plot. As long as the attendees witnessed Xia Wanqing's misstep, she could avoid taking the blame, could she not? With the heroine's fortune surrounding Xia Wanqing, it was imperative that she remain inconspicuous. That Yiqing had no intention of showing mercy. Rest assured, I added a couple of drops of elixir to that woman's drink. She may suffer a bit, but the child will be safe. Though Yiqing was an assassin, she did not revel in bloodshed. Sometimes, to fulfill her missions, she had to employ all means possible. However, she held firm principles. She would never harm the innocent, especially children. In the narrative, the pregnant woman ultimately lost her child, and Yiqing faced significant backlash for it. She had expedited the plot, causing the woman distress, yet the elixir would ensure the child's survival. In essence, they were now at odds. 2202. Sweep the area for cameras and ensure I leave no traces behind. Exercising caution, Yiqing scanned for surveillance devices, instructing 2202 to eliminate any potential evidence linking back to her. Upon receiving the command, 2202 swiftly set to work. Yiqing, placing the pearl into her bag, actually transferring it to her spatial storage, understood that such incriminating evidence ought not to see the light of day. Having prepared meticulously, she turned to return, only to be met with Shun Xingzhou's piercing gaze. Yiqing blinked innocently, lifting her index finger to her rosy lips, signaling him to remain silent. The threat in her cat-like eyes was unmistakable. Be good and obedient, or I shall eliminate you. In an instant, she reverted to her previously demure demeanor, as if the threat had been an illusion conjured by Shun Xingzhou himself. Chapter 5. Gathering supplies on the way back. 2202 could not contain its curiosity. Host, when did you add those drops of elixir? I didn't see you do it. Yiqing, feeling no need to conceal the truth from the system, replied, while I was pouring the wine. I noticed one of the cups contained a drink. As she had anticipated, the system probed further. How did you know that drink belonged to the pregnant woman? The servers at the banquet were moving in her direction, and the novel had mentioned a pregnant woman. It was not difficult to deduce the connection. Yiqing callously informed the system. Even if I were mistaken, it bears no consequence to me. That child was destined to be lost. If the elixir can save them, that is merely their fate. Yiqing would not allow herself to be burdened by guilt. Since being selected from the orphanage into the organization, her compassion had long since evaporated. After a moment of silence, 2202 resumed. Host, one last question. When did you sweep the cameras? After its earlier scan, it had found no traces of Yiqing's presence. While we were parked out, Yiqing, having parked in a shopping mall, displayed the laptop she had stored in her spatial area. 2202 was once again left speechless by Yiqing's meticulousness. Thankfully, the plot had progressed smoothly. Yiqing had not come to the mall merely to gather supplies. She had purchased 3 wigs, various outfits for different ages, and a selection of cosmetics before finally returning home. The next day, under the pretext of a high school graduation trip, Yiqing boarded a flight abroad. Her first destination was a country renowned for its fragrant rice, a place that was both intriguing and paradoxical, flourishing in faith while simultaneously nurturing darkness. In this apocalyptic era, aside from the unexpected necessity of resources, the most fundamental means of survival was weaponry. The novel transmitted to Yiqing by 2202 had been meticulously studied by her twice the previous night, featuring a segment where, shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, Xia Wanqing discovered a plethora of weapons in an underground trading post, all of which were sourced from the rice-exporting nation. Yiqing had come here primarily for 2 reasons: to procure fragrant rice and to intercept weapons. She was determined to undermine the female protagonist's fortunes in any way possible. Upon arriving at her hotel, she did not act impulsively. Instead, she discreetly offered a small tip to the local staff in exchange for information about rice suppliers. Most travelers returning from this country would take some rice with them, and the staff, unfazed, communicated in broken phrases, recommending several trustworthy vendors and enthusiastically suggesting a few entertaining locales, under the allure of her tip. They arranged a taxi for her. Yi Ching expressed her gratitude sincerely. Once she disembarked from the taxi, Yi Ching refrained from rushing to the suppliers. Instead, she sought a concealed corner, using her mental prowess to ensure there were no surveillance cameras nearby. After confirming her safety, she entered her spatial realm, transforming into an unremarkable middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s to enhance her disguise. She added a rounded beer belly and patted her shoulders. When she emerged from her space, she appeared as an utterly ordinary middle-aged gentleman. After double-checking her transformation, she proceeded to find the supplier. "What can I do for you?" the supplier inquired, noticing the glimmer of a gold chain peeking from Yi Ching's collar. In the organization, mastering the art of impersonation was an essential lesson, and Yi Ching understood its life-saving potential. Lowering her voice to adopt a coarse, deep tone typical of a middle-aged man, she stated, "I am in the fragrant rice business and wish to purchase all your available stock. Money is no object." She gave him a knowing glance, upon realizing a lucrative deal was at hand. The supplier's smile widened, and he eagerly presented all the varieties of fragrant rice in his warehouse. Without hesitation, Yi Ching agreed to acquire them all. The warehouse contained several thousand tons of rice. And after settling the payment, she arranged to collect it that evening. The supplier, having received the money, willingly handed over the keys to the warehouse, instructing her to leave the keys beneath a potted plant after retrieving the goods. Once the supplier departed, Yi Ching waved her hand and swiftly cleared the warehouse of its thousands of tons of rice. As she left, she instructed 2202 to add a disturbing visual of a truck transporting rice to the surveillance cameras for the night. In this manner, she visited all the suppliers recommended by the staff. Some had hundreds of tons, while others possessed slightly more. After her rounds, her spatial warehouse was filled with tens of thousands of tons of rice, sufficient to sustain her even without cultivation, not to mention her plans to acquire other varieties. By the time she finished with the last warehouse, darkness had fallen. As shadows began to deepen, Yi Ching transformed from her middle-aged guise into a striking young man. It was time to seek out weaponry. In the underground trading world, Yi Ching navigated with an ease that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She knew precisely where to find the right people and how to avoid raising suspicion. First, she trailed someone who bore the unmistakable demeanor of a weapons dealer to a heavily guarded location. Concealed in the shadows, she held her breath, eavesdropping on their conversations. Keywords like Chen family, weapons, and transaction were enough for Yi Ching to ascertain that this was indeed the batch of weaponry that Xia Wanqing would later acquire. She quickly retreated to her space to enjoy a pre-prepared dinner, leisurely awaiting the conclusion of their negotiations. 2 hours later, she emerged from her space. The warehouse guarding the weapons was heavily fortified. But fortunately, during her rest in the space, she had replenished her mental energy with spiritual water, which had been depleted from her incessant rice collection. Moreover, she discovered that frequent use of her mental power could enhance its growth. And although she was currently at the 0 level, Yi Ching was confident that she would reach its pinnacle before the apocalypse fully commenced. Once the cataclysm unfolded, with abilities surging in the air, she would seize the opportunity to break through to the 1st level. Now, this body was not as conditioned as her previous one, and she realized that taking on 2 guards alone would be a challenge, especially since they were armed. Yi Ching bided her time, waiting for the late hours when fatigue would set in. The guard at the forefront, resembling a squad leader, approached her hiding place while yawning. And Yi Ching knew her opportunity had come. She stealthily moved closer to the yawning guard, activating her mental power to seize control over him. "Tell me the password for the warehouse door, and then lead me away," she commanded succinctly, deftly relieving him of his weapon. Under her influence, the guard, with glazed eyes, nodded in agreement. He turned back, following Yi Ching's orders, and in a state of panic, distracted most of the personnel nearby. With only 2 or 3 remaining, Yi Ching capitalized on her agility to launch a surprise attack, swiftly incapacitating them and expertly unlocking the code. Upon entering the warehouse, she scanned the interior thoroughly, unapologetically collecting all the concealed weaponry within. Not even a single bullet or shell was left behind. "Host, do you need assistance in clearing the surveillance footage?" 2202 inquired, having grown accustomed to his role. Noticing Yi Ching's lack of action, having already exited the warehouse and entered her space in a secluded corner to revert to her original appearance, Yi Qing strolled confidently out of the bar above. Responding to 2202's inquiry as she ran her fingers through her hair, she replied, "No need, my objectives here have been accomplished, and that disguise will not resurface. After taking someone else's belongings, one must provide an explanation." After all, she truly considered herself a good person. 2202 remarked, "Host, do you have a misunderstanding about good people?" 15 minutes later, the guard under Yi Qing's control regained his senses, realizing the dire straits as he saw himself and others standing there. As they turned to flee back, they were met with the sight of the warehouse door wide open and completely empty inside. "Quick, inform the boss," while chaos erupted in the underground trading post as everyone scrambled to find the middle-aged man Yi Qing had impersonated. She had already boarded a taxi, returning to her hotel, where she leisurely enjoyed a hot shower. In the ensuing days, she amassed several thousand tons of flour, alongside hundreds to thousands of tons of staple foods, including noodles, sweet potato flour, red beans, yellow beans, and green beans, in various countries. She also stocked up on meats such as Australian beef, black pork, chicken, duck, and goose, each in the hundreds of tons, and even secured entire farms for duck and chicken eggs. As for live poultry, Yi Qing favored sourcing chicks from her home country's northern regions, particularly relishing the local breed. She also gathered substantial quantities of seafood, ensuring her favorites were well stocked, while also raising a good number of live specimens. Daily essentials, like salt and various cooking oils, were amassed in dozens of tons. Particularly regarding medications, she acquired every type she could purchase, even managing to obtain limited domestic oil supplies. Additionally, she bulk ordered 500 boxes of assorted instant noodles, 500 boxes of various flavors of compressed biscuits, and an uncounted amount of assorted breads, alongside 500 boxes each of canned meats and fish. These provisions were intended for her to discreetly consume during her activities in the apocalypse. After all, if one displayed lavish meals while others munched on instant noodles, it would blatantly signal to everyone that they were a well-stocked target for robbery. Even a tiger has its moments of slumber. Despite her confidence in her abilities, Yi Qing did not wish to endanger herself due to a momentary lapse in judgment. She did not overlook daily necessities either, directly wholesaling them abroad, especially tissues and sanitary products. Stocking enough for 200 people that could last 200 to 300 years. Who could predict when this apocalypse might conclude? She also took the opportunity to acquire clothing and footwear. Yi Qing spent nearly a month and a half abroad, dedicating each day either to stockpiling supplies or traveling for that purpose. Throughout, she remained committed to her charade, having 2,202 post pictures to her social media, creating the illusion that she was on a continuous vacation. On the eve of her return home, Yi Qing meticulously reviewed her stockpiles in her spatial realm, noting the remaining items yet to be accumulated. Upon exiting her warehouse, the entire space had transformed. She had secretly rented an excavator to convert 2 acres of land into a pond, filling 1 acre with seawater smuggled from the ocean to sustain her seafood. The space only allowed for freshwater farming, but she dedicated another acre to raising live shrimp and large crabs, as she preferred fresh seafood over dead, with the remaining 2 to 3 acres. She planted various vegetables, as the space could produce them, thus requiring minimal stockpiling. There are still 2 acres of land, one of which is intended for cultivating various medicinal herbs, while the other has temporarily been sown with forage and fruits to nourish the poultry within the breeding pen. She has no plans to plant staples, as her reserves are ample enough to sustain her. Why should she exert herself in that regard? Nevertheless, she has stockpiled seeds, for in the event of an apocalypse. She, as a wood element ability user, must engage in agriculture. The remaining nooks and crannies of land have been filled by Yi Qing with an assortment of fruit trees she has gathered from around the world, planting 3 cherry trees, 2 durian trees, 1 lemon tree, 2 kiwi trees, 1 grapefruit tree, and 2 apple trees, among others. On the other side, the breeding pen is fully stocked with common poultry, freshwater fish, and seafood, including both male and female younglings. Ensuring sustainable development, this wretched sense of security, content, she exited her space, only to find her phone on the table, vibrating incessantly. Yi Qing approached and opened it to see that it was a call from Xiao Wanqing, who had dialed her 15 times in succession. 2202. What has happened with the protagonist? Chapter 7. Xiao Wanqing's prophetic dream. Yi Qing did not rush to answer the call, given the events at the banquet. It was unlikely that Xiao Wanqing would be so eager to seek her out unless something was amiss. While gathering supplies, She had also instructed 2,202 to keep an eye on Xiao Wanqing and Xunli back in the country, alerting her of any developments. Host, since the incident where the protagonist knocked someone down, the Shin family has been forbidding her from going out. She has remained in her room without any unusual circumstances. You've worked hard. After a month and a half of collaboration, Yi Qing had come to understand 2,202's tendencies. Their teamwork was remarkably seamless. Yi Qing had even spent over $1 million to purchase a robotic dog body for 2202, allowing it to roam and play within her ecological farm space. Consequently, 2202 had become increasingly devoted to Yi Qing. Ultimately, she answered the call just as Xiao Wanqing was about to hang up. Star, what is the matter? Yi Qing deliberately lowered her voice to sound slightly hoarse, pretending to have just awakened. Yi Qing Jia, my mother gifted me a bracelet, and I remember you have a pendant that would match it perfectly. You re the best. Can you give me that pendant, or I can offer something else in exchange? Xiao Wanqing's soft, sweet voice came through the phone, causing Yi Qing to involuntarily shiver. Yi Qing Jia, did you injure your tongue? Yi Qing inquired with concern. Xiao Wanqing, taken aback by this unexpected care, shook her head. Realizing Yi Qing couldn't see her, I didn't. No. Then speak clearly and straighten your tongue. Xiao Wanqing, what does she mean? Is she implying my voice sounds affected? That is merely my natural tone. Xiao Wanqing fumed, yet she had to suppress her anger due to her request from Yi Qing. Clearing her throat to normalize her voice. Yi Qing Jia, I'm just a few days younger than you. Yi Qing pointedly replied. Just because you are the protagonist, I must accept you as my sister? Calling me sister all the time. She felt her fists clenched. Yi Qing, is this satisfactory now? Xiao Wanqing also grew irate, her voice becoming markedly firmer. Now that you're normal, what do you want from me? I want to exchange for a pendant. Not happening. Yi Qing rejected her without hesitation. Xiao Wanqing's heart sank at Yi Qing's resolute refusal, and she began to speculate. Could Yi Qing be aware of the secret behind that pendant? Cautiously, she probed, why won't you trade with me? I won't let you suffer a loss, not exchanging. I bought those pendants because I like them. Yi Qing was also testing Xiao Wanqing. 2202. Can you determine whether the girl has been reborn or traversed to another world? Based on Xiao Wanqing's tone, she seemed to be aware of the secret of the space. Host, rest assured. Both rebirth and traversal require specific conditions and sacrifices, which are exceedingly stringent to maintain the stability of the world. Typically, there can only be one instance of rebirth or traversal per world. 2202 was also puzzled as to why Xiao Wanqing suddenly seemed to know that Yi Qing had by now grasped the situation. She had diminished the protagonist's fortune, and the dogged plot could no longer remain stagnant, granting the protagonist a golden opportunity. Damn, it's a description of plants. Yi Qing's cat-like eyes glinted with malice. Yi Qing, are you still listening? Xiao Wanqing, hearing only Yi Qing's breathing, inquired anxiously. Last night, she had dreamt that on her birthday, Yi Qing gifted her a pendant. While unwrapping the gift, she accidentally cut her finger, and blood dripped onto the pendant, revealing a legendary space within. The setting of her dream then shifted, resembling a cinematic portrayal of an apocalyptic world. She awoke in fright, her heart racing. Xiao Wanqing's instincts had always been remarkably accurate, allowing her to be adopted by the Shun family ahead of others. She sensed that this dream was a portent. Could it be that Yi Qing had also experienced it? No, that's impossible. If Yi Qing had indeed dreamt of it, she would have already gathered supplies and stored them within that space. Why would she be flaunting her travels on social media? Chapter 8. Buried Thorns. I am still here. The mere thought of this ludicrous plot sent a chill through Yi Qing's tone. Why are you so fierce? Xiao Wanqing complained. Yi Qing's tone grew even sharper. You call me in the middle of the night, frantically suggesting a pendant exchange. What do you expect? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing sighed in relief. Oh, it was she who had disturbed Yi Qing's slumber, unaware that Yi Qing was still in a grumpy mood. What must I do to exchange pendants with you? Xiao Wanqing's voice softened. Let us discuss it when I return. Yi Qing was still unaware of the golden opportunity the plot had presented Xiao Wanqing. This would be a good chance to test the waters during the pendant exchange. Thus, she replied, wait until I return to the country, then we shall talk. Before hanging up, she had nearly completed her collection of supplies. Only a few scattered items remained before she could head back. Yi Qing promptly purchased a ticket for her return the following day. Instead of heading directly to City A, she took a detour up north, ultimately purchasing her favorite wuchang rice from the north, along with 1,000 pre-slaughtered chickens and 15 silly chicklings from a breeding farm. She also gathered a substantial amount of dried goods such as hazelnuts, camellia mushrooms, and lioness mane mushrooms. Furthermore, she procured 30 pounds of tofu and various sun-dried vegetables from a rural area. After a week of meandering and collecting, she then ventured to a coastal city, spending nearly 10 billion and leaving herself with only 50-some thousand before stopping in the country. Each time she gathered supplies, she meticulously erased all traces she left behind, while 2202 ensured that the data monitoring systems could not track her activities. When Yiqing returned to City A, there were roughly 20 days remaining until the apocalypse. As she arrived at her doorstep with her luggage, she spotted Shen Xingzhou, Xiao Wanqing, and Shunli waiting for her. Yiqing Jia, Xiao Wanqing had been calling Yiqing incessantly, and after receiving a few sharp retorts, she instinctively coughed twice, straightened her posture, and feigned annoyance. Why did you return only now? I have money and time. Am I not allowed to enjoy myself? Yiqing rolled her eyes dismissively. People are not static. Having traveled so extensively, her perspective had undoubtedly broadened, and her tone was entirely justified at why Yiqing could not tolerate feigning camaraderie with the protagonist for the sake of a mission. That was not her character. Xiao Wanqing choked on her words. You promised to exchange pendants with me. The pendant had become an obsession for her, and she had been relentlessly calling Yiqing every day. Yiqing recalled the pendant's design. Before boarding the plane, she had commissioned a master craftsman to create an identical replica. After arranging everything, she had managed to negotiate an entire set of jewelry in exchange for the pendant, which is why she ultimately acquiesced that it wasn't greed. Rather, this approach ensured that no suspicions would arise from Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing had brought Shen Xingzhou and Shunli along, fearing that Yiqing might change her mind. With these two present, Yiqing was unlikely to back out. Neither Shen Xingzhou nor Shunli understood the intricacies of female friendships. Point one had been reluctantly dragged along, while the other simply wished to check on Yiqing. Curious if she had lost any weight during her travels, as Yiqing opened the door, Xiao Wanqing could no longer contain herself and rushed inside. Shen Xingzhou and Shunli followed closely behind. Yiqing sensed an unusual tension between the two protagonists in the past. Xiao Wanqing would cling to Shunli's arm, almost as if she were a leech. Now, there seemed to be a palpable distance between them. It appeared that the budding affection had withered under the sun. Yiqing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Her mood considerably lifted, and she softened her attitude towards Xiao Wanqing, seizing the opportunity to fetch the pendant. She retrieved it from her space, placing it in a jewelry box, and emerged with the box, puzzled as she inquired, "What is it about this pendant that is so crucial? You even gifted me the diamond set your mother gave you for your 18th birthday. My pendants do not hold such high value." She spoke intentionally, on one hand to sow discord between Xiao Wanqing and Shunli, to create a greater distance in their relationship, and on the other hand, both Shunli and Shen Xingzhou are exceptionally intelligent individuals. They would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, planting seeds of doubt within their hearts. Can you imagine, when the apocalypse arrives, how disheartening it would be to realize that the Shen family had treated you with utmost sincerity, yet you remained silent? Chapter 9. The relationship between Shen Xingzhou and Xiao Yiqing after Xiao Wanqing retrieved all her pendants. A sense of hollowness enveloped her, an instinctive feeling nagged at her. Had she missed something? Upon closer inspection, she found the pendant in her hand to be identical to the one from her dream, even down to the smallest flaw. There was no doubt about it. Yiqing observed Xiao Wanqing's expressions and actions with a discreet intensity. Noticing that Xiao Wanqing was alternating between confusion and seeming determination while examining the pendant, Yiqing deduced that the plot was providing her with prophetic hints akin to dreams. Speaking of which, we haven't truly gathered together for a while. Now that the opportunity has arisen, why not enjoy a get-together? During that banquet, there was still one thought she wished to verify, and Yiqing was never one to procrastinate. Today was an excellent chance. Eager to return and confirm her suspicions, Xiao Wanqing instinctively sought to decline Yiqing's proposition. However, Shen Xingzhou interjected first, expressing his curiosity about her recent outings. The bond between the two brothers, Shen Xingzhou and Shunli, was strong, and with Shen Xingzhou's invitation, Shunli readily acquiesced. Having always harbored a slight fear of Shen Xingzhou since childhood, Xiao Wanqing found herself reluctantly staying, especially after witnessing her brother's agreement, from the memories she had received. As long as it was Yiqing who proposed something, Shen Xingzhou had never refused. After leaving the Yi family, Yeqing had thrived largely due to Shun Xingzhou's influence, though Yeqing's emotional intelligence did not match her intellect. She could still sense that Shun Xingzhou did not harbor romantic feelings for the original protagonist, treating her more like a caring older brother would a younger sister. However, even a biological brother might not extend the same level of care as Shun Xingzhou did towards Yeqing. Such kindness must have its reasons. The narratives presented to Yeqing by the system were focused on the male and female leads, concealing many details that she would have to uncover herself. "Wait a moment, I'll check," she said, and the system, eager to fulfill its tasks, was highly cooperative. "Let us have hot pot. I brought back a variety of dried mushrooms from my travels," Yeqing suggested, pulling out the carefully prepared delicacies from her suitcase. "These are a gift for you. I remember Aunt Shin loves them. To protect Shun Xingzhou, she knew she had to build a rapport with his family. Such social exchanges were unavoidable." "All right," Shun Xingzhou replied, accepting the dried goods with a gentle smile. Yeqing was taken aback to discover that he had dimples and a slight canine tooth, dressed casually in a white t-shirt and black cropped pants. Revealing his slender ankles, his hair was down, with soft bangs framing his face. This smile radiated warmth and charm, making her want to poke at his dimples, though she refrained, hiding her hand behind her back. Rubbing her fingers together in disappointment, while the system was busy gathering information, Yeqing took the opportunity to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the kitchen, presenting it with excitement. "Xingxing and I have finally turned 18 and passed our university entrance exams. We should celebrate. This wine was bought for my 18th birthday, so it's on me." She cast a playful glance at Shun Xingzhou, resembling a child who had long been under adult supervision, now relishing her newfound freedom, infused with the unique charm of youth. Both Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li found her demeanor amusing. Upon seeing their smiles, Xiao Wanqing felt a surge of jealousy. Previously, when she was with Yeqing, all eyes were on her. Lost in thought, she failed to maintain her usual composed expression, her delicate features twisting slightly. Noticing Shun Li's furrowed brow, Yeqing acknowledged the moment and focused on preparing the hot pot. The ingredients were readily available. Vegetables and meat rolls were ordered, and soon a tomato broth was set up. Yeqing poured everyone a glass of wine, raising her glass with a cheerful cheers as the four clinked glasses. Yeqing beamed at the three while weaving tales of amusing adventures during her travels. With Shun Xingzhou's encouragement and Shun Li occasionally chiming in, the atmosphere at the table was delightful. After a hearty meal, three of them collapsed onto the table, while Yeqing remained upright. "Host, I found out that Xiao Yeqing's mother once saved Shun Xingzhou's life, and before passing, entrusted him with her care," the system excitedly revealed, just as it noticed its host brandishing a dagger towards the female lead. "Host, you cannot harm the female lead," the system shouted in distress, its circuits buzzing chaotically, the noise becoming a headache for Yeqing. Having put the dagger away, Yeqing returned to her previous position, massaging her temples as she coldly stated, "I didn't kill her. Just calm down." She merely wished to validate her suspicions as expected when she attempted to stab Xiao Wanqing. An invisible barrier prevented her from doing so. The female lead's fortune remained intact for the time being. Currently, she understood that the only ways to deplete Xiao Wanqing's fortune were to disrupt her opportunities, create distance between her and Shun Li, and tarnish her image in the eyes of others. After all, the female lead in a novel should be generally well-liked. "Host, if the female lead were to die, it would have dire consequences for this world that it took a while for the system to stabilize," seriously conveying this information to Yeqing while emphasizing it repeatedly. "As long as this world has a female lead and follows the plot trajectory to yield reasonable outcomes, it will only improve, won't it?" Yeqing cleverly steered the conversation. The system, oblivious to the trap in her words, affirmed, pleased that its host was attentive. "You've understood well," it confirmed. Yeqing obtained the information she desired, no longer fixating on that line of thought, and redirected the conversation back to Shun Xingzhou and Xiao Yiqing. Shun Xingzhou caring for Xiao Yeqing out of gratitude for her mother's life-saving grace. "Indeed, that's a hidden plotline I've put a lot of effort into uncovering," the system proudly stated. Yeqing, not one to let the moment pass, praised, "You're amazing, 2202. You truly are my best partner. Without you, completing these tasks would be far more challenging." The system, once again lost in her flattery, wiggled its tail joyfully, responding, No, it's all part of my duty. That you're the one who is truly outstanding." Having accomplished her goals, Yeching estimated that the effects of her medication were waning. She downed her glass of red wine in one go. Leaning on the table, closing her eyes, pretending to be drunk. Before long, Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li opened their eyes, surveying the disarray on the table, then glancing at the two individuals slumped over it. Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li exchanged knowing looks. Shun Li picked up a bottle of wine from the table, observing it with a click of his tongue. Next time, keep an eye on what she buys. I was wondering why the two of us, with our decent alcohol tolerance, are both out cold after one glass. How could she, as a young girl, dare to buy this, in a world where the weather oscillated between scorching heat and biting cold? Yeching had prepared high-proof beverages to avoid suspicion while drugging them. She had deliberately selected the strongest wine, a blended variety that indeed intoxicated easily. Shun Li and Shun Xingzhou dismissed their doubts. Shun Li led Xia Wanqing away, leaving Shen Xingzhou to tend to Yeching. Approaching her, he gently called her name, but she did not respond. With a sigh, Shen Xingzhou picked Yeching up in a horizontal embrace. She nestled her head against his neck. Her warm breath mingled with the rich scent of red wine enveloping him. The faint aroma of a young girl wafted through the air. Shen Xingzhou's heart raced. Despite this, he carefully laid Yeching on the bed, meticulously removing her shoes and socks. Tucking her in gently as his fingers brushed over his own chest, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had indeed drunk too much. How peculiar it was to feel this way towards a young girl. Ignoring the telltale blush creeping up his ears, he shook his head. Chapter 11. Directly knocked out and taken away as the door closed. Yeching, lying comfortably in bed, opened her eyes, clarity in her gaze, showing no trace of the drunkenness she had feigned moments earlier. Host. The male supporting character was standing by the bed, watching you for quite a while. In the year 2202. Excitement filled the air as one darted about in the vastness of space. Yiqing rolled her eyes in disdain, remarking, "You are a system. Refrain from being so gossipy." In the days that followed, Yiqing remained industrious, persuading Shen Xingzhou to recommend a shooting club, laying the groundwork for her future survival in the impending apocalypse. When he inquired about her sudden interest, she feigned nonchalance, claiming she found it impressive to see others engage in such activities. At 18, it was hardly surprising that the young Yiqing was intrigued by these pursuits. Shen Xingzhou suggested a club he frequently visited. During the day, Yiqing drove to scout for housing, and in the afternoons, she trained at the club. Upon returning home, she busied herself with kneading and steaming buns, preparing for future meals. After half a month of this routine, 2202 could no longer contain its curiosity and inquired, "Host, could you perhaps engage in other activities? There are dumplings and such to consider." Yiqing's expression tightened at this, and she coolly retorted, "Do you not think my buns are particularly uniform and delightful? Have you ever encountered a notorious assassin who cooks for themselves?" 2202 truly possesses no discernment. If she were adept in cooking, she wouldn't still be kneading buns for half a month, hustling to pack meals that on the final night before the apocalypse. Yiqing cunningly invited Shen Xingzhou to celebrate her moving into a new house. Drawing him closer to her side, one of her stipulations was to ensure Shen Xingzhou's safety. Aware that in the narrative he survived and became an extraordinary being, she was meticulous in her approach. Should misfortune befall him and he turn into a zombie, the male lead Shun Li would undoubtedly be forced to eliminate him in her domain. If he became a zombie, she could bind him back to her space, waiting until the zombies possessed cores, which she could use to nurture him, elevating him to a higher-grade zombie devoid of human consciousness. Thus, she would fulfill her mission. "Why are you moving?" Shen Xingzhou regarded Yiqing's gaze with a hint of wariness. Sensing an odd disdain, clearing his throat, he inquired, "Is it the Yi family causing you trouble again?" Unbeknownst to him, his words were rife with concern for her. Since the banquet, he perceived that Yiqing's demeanor differed from what he had previously known. Reflecting on the Yi family's actions, he found her concealment of her true self entirely understandable. "No, it is quite serene here," she replied succinctly. Shen Xingzhou, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, had a calm disposition, allowing for a more natural rapport between them in each other's company. Yiqing felt slightly more at ease. While the surroundings were indeed tranquil, the distance to the city was considerable. Shen Xingzhou, like a conscientious caretaker, asked, "Are you short on funds?" "Not at all," Yiqing responded tersely. This location had been meticulously chosen. The novel depicted a memory of Xia Wanqing recalling a port in City A, teeming with resources. particularly during the bustling fish market hours when the apocalypse erupted in the morning. At that pivotal moment, it was the peak time for fish sellers, thus the zombies in that vicinity were plentiful. By the time they gained the strength to explore the port, most of the consumables would have been ravaged by the undead. Yi Qing's chosen residence was conveniently close to the port, allowing her to collect resources while others lay in a stupor during the onset of the apocalypse. Unlike him, Shen Xingzhou had family. Once he awoke, he would undoubtedly seek out his kin, just as depicted in the novel. There was a somewhat secluded route, sparsely populated, allowing for a 30-minute drive to the Shen family home. After considerable deliberation, it was this house that she had ultimately decided upon. Why aren't you drinking? Yi Qing employed the same tactic as before, slipping a drug into the wine, ensuring that once Shen Xingzhou imbibed, he would awaken to find the apocalypse upon them. Shen Xingzhou remained steadfast, not partaking, which left Yi Qing feeling vexed at his lack of cooperation. His heightened sensitivity detected the agitation radiating from the girl across from him. That I drove myself. One cannot drink while driving, he stated. Under normal circumstances, Yi Qing would have praised him for his excellent traffic awareness, but now she felt exasperated, realizing her oversight amidst her recent busyness. With no alternative, she blinked and exerted her mental prowess to compel Shen Xingzhou to drink. His attractive eyes glazed over momentarily, but it lasted only a fleeting instant. Sensing the situation was amiss, Yi Qing quickly approached and deftly struck the side of his neck, causing Shen Xingzhou to slump into her embrace. Unconscious. Chapter 12. The Apocalypse. I am prepared. Yi Qing hoisted him up and gently laid him on the bed. From her space, she retrieved pre-diluted spiritual spring water and administered it to Shen Xingzhou. If he were to become a zombie after this, she could hardly be held accountable. Following the water, she produced a soft cloth twisted into a rope, binding Shen Xingzhou to the bed to ensure he remained secure while she gathered supplies. She placed a diaper beneath him and stocked the bedside with provisions and 3 bottles of mineral water, ensuring he could access sustenance even while restrained. Once Shen Xingzhou was settled, Yi Qing resolved to venture towards the port under the cover of night. As she reached the door, she noticed the bottle of wine on the table and retraced her steps, pouring some onto Shen Xingzhou's collar and clothing, simulating the appearance of a drunken man. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she departed. Upon arriving at the port, Yi Qing utilized her mental acuity to survey the placement of surveillance cameras and sought an unmonitored corner to slip into her space. The second floor of her small villa was already prepared with 3 resting chambers. Observing her intentions, 2202 scuttled in with its short mechanical legs, exclaiming, "Host, do you not plan to enter? The apocalypse has yet to commence." These resources still belong to others. Yi Qing had her own principles and boundaries. Otherwise, she could have easily pillaged the nearby supermarkets and warehouses with her space and psychic abilities during the past 20 days. No one would have been capable of apprehending her. However, she was not an unequivocal paragon of virtue. Had she been, she would have disseminated the impending apocalypse's information like the protagonists in novels. She was selfish and wary of complications. This, however, did not warrant extensive explanation. To 2202 with a yawn, she languidly stated, 2202, I shall rest for a while to regain my energy. Wake me when the apocalypse begins. 2202 wagged its tail joyfully in response, at 4:30 in the morning. While most remained ensconced in slumber, the starless sky suddenly contorted. Humanity seemed frozen, as if a mystical hand had pressed the pause button. The air crackled with the impending chaos of abilities. Joyfully chasing chickens and ducks in the breeding circle, 2202 detected the surge of energy in the atmosphere and hurried to rouse the still sleeping Yi Qing. Ever vigilant, she opened her eyes as soon as 2202 reached the door, the mist in her gaze dissipating in an instant. Host, the energy is beginning to surge, they both declared simultaneously. Yi Qing then inquired. 2202, is the energy beneficial to you? Thank you. Host. I possess autonomous awareness. Abilities are of little use to me. 2202 felt a warmth in its mechanical heart at Yi Qing's concern. Its host was truly wonderful, treating it as a companion. Host, quickly go out and absorb the energy, and do remember to bring some spiritual spring water. Understanding that abilities held no advantage for 2202, Yi Qing did not hesitate. Grabbing the prepared bottle of spiritual spring water, she ventured out to find a safe location to absorb the bubbling energy in the AI. That moment, the world was engaged in a brutal culling. Those fortunate enough to endure would become extraordinary beings, while the majority remained as they were, and the unfortunate would transform into zombies. The chaotic energy surged into Yi Qing's body, and she diligently guided it. Taming the wild forces. Should anyone open their eyes at that moment, they would witness the air around her swirling like a vortex. With her eyes closed, she gritted her teeth, firmly restraining the rebellious energy that sought to escape. Her body resembled a shaken can of soda, the gas within expanding and colliding until it finally located the cap. With a twist, the cap flew off with a pop, and the energy erupted forth. Yi Qing's psychic ability surged past the peak of level 0 and into mid-level 1, while her wood-based ability reached the pinnacle of level 0. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she opened her eyes to the once sunny sky, now shrouded in gray. Observing the individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness around her, she spoke resolutely. The apocalypse. I am prepared. Chapter 13. This engine oil is customized. The port of City A, while not particularly large compared to other cities, is divided into 4 distinct zones. The barn, the cold storage, and the oil depot are the key areas that Yi Qing aims to visit. She retrieves a port distribution map she had prepared earlier from her space, setting her first destination as the oil depot. Among all the resources, oil is the one she finds most lacking. Conveniently, the oil depot is located at the easternmost point, allowing her to visit it first. The oil depot serves as a facility for storing crude oil and refined products, constituting an essential part of the oil port. It primarily consists of storage tanks for various oils, a pumping station, oil pipelines, heating equipment, fire safety systems, and metering systems. Yi Qing meticulously collects everything within her sight. Upon reaching the cold storage, she is pleasantly surprised to find her favorite type of ham, packaged in individual sealed bags, something she used to enjoy frequently. Overjoyed, she gathers them all into her space. Imported meat floss, ham, imported salmon, collected, imported chocolate, exported soybeans, exported cabbage, collected, a vast warehouse filled with frozen seafood, shrimp, collected. Everything is swept into her space. There's even a small warehouse stacked with imported instant noodles, making Yi Qing feel elated. By the time she finishes collecting from the cold storage, it is already afternoon. Exhausted, she feels her mental energy waning, and as she drinks the spring water to replenish her abilities, she heads toward the barn. Her eyes gleam with an unprecedented brightness. The thrill of frantically gathering supplies is simply exhilarating. 2202 seems to sense Yi Qing's joy in collecting resources, happily bounding in circles within her space. Host, there are still some ships docked outside. You might as well collect a few. 2202 kindly suggests, activating its scanning function to thoroughly scan the entire port, marking all locations with usable resources for Yi Qing. With 2202's assistance, Yi Qing completes her collection at the port even faster than she had anticipated. Before leaving, she does not forget to gather some mechanical equipment that 2202 desires. With her mission target, Shun Xingzhou, still at home, Yi Qing does not linger. 2202, still reveling in the joy of gathering supplies, expresses its reluctance as Yi Qing heads home. Host, there is still plenty of time, and many supermarkets in City A. Let us collect a few more. Yi Qing coldly declines 2202's suggestion, stating, the supplies in my space should be sufficient for the survival base in City A to last a decade. Besides, it's just me. Even if I were to eat 70 or 80 meals a day, I would never finish it all. Why should I gather more resources? It's not that she lacks compassion. In the midst of the apocalypse, where zombies roam freely, the greater the number of survivors, the greater the hope of ending this calamity. Yi Qing understands that the supplies at the port would ultimately fall into the hands of zombies, which is why she hurried to collect them. She has gathered enough to sustain her survival. There is no need to seize resources from others. Those supplies can remain there. They will eventually save some lives. Yi Qing knows that 2202 doesn't understand, so she painstakingly explains her reasoning. Rather than merely a system, 2202 feels more like a companion to Yi Qing. In a world where human hearts are perilous, often more terrifying than the zombies themselves, she trusts no one but 2202, even towards Shun Xingzhou, who treats her wonderfully. She harbors a degree of suspicion. Therefore, Yi Qing wishes to ensure that 2202 comprehends these nuances better. 2202 has had many hosts. Some treat it as a golden finger, treating it with utmost respect yet remaining guarded, while others view it merely as a tool, speaking down to it. Typically, such hosts would maintain their aloofness, quickly terminating their contract once the mission concludes. Never has there been a host like Yi Qing, who regards it as a companion, with oil-like tears in its canine eyes. 2202 emotionally exclaims, "Host, you are so kind. I assure you with the main system's database that as long as I am by your side, I will treat you well. If I fail to do so, let the main system's database be formatted." Main system. Thank you very much. Yi Qing. Stop crying. 2202. Woo-woo. Host, you are truly too good to me. Even seeing me cry makes you feel pained. Of course, Yi Qing feels distressed. This mechanical dog is customized, and its oil is specially formulated. If 2202 were to be ruined, where would she find another? Chapter 14. The scene of social death. When Yi Qing returned home, it was already deep into the night. Before going to bed, she peeked into Shun Xingzhou's room. He was still unconscious, his handsome face flushed, his restrained body twisting about on the bed. Yi Qing reached out to check his temperature. Shun Xingzhou was burning with fever. This time, she did not give him any more spring water. Instead, she fed him a bottle of mineral water she had prepared earlier and wiped his body with alcohol from the home medicine cabinet until his frown eased a bit. Only then did she stretch her body, wash up, and roll into bed. The next morning, Yi Qing was awakened by a sharp cry. She opened her eyes, took a few seconds to gather herself, and quickly got out of bed, changing into simple casual attire and practical Martin boots. Host, the mission target has awakened. 2202 reminded her that Shun Xingzhou was now awake. Upon waking, Shun Xingzhou discovered that he was bound to the bed. He felt sticky all over and struggled for a while, only to find that the more he fought, the tighter the ropes became. The originally soft fabric twisted into thin cords, despite his efforts. He remained utterly ineffective. Resigned, Shun Xingzhou lay back down that he had been sweating profusely from the fever. Even though Yi Qing had given him a bottle of mineral water the previous night, he was parched. Last night, after feeding Shun Xingzhou the mineral water, Yi Qing realized she had made a foolish mistake. He was bound. How could he drink it? Fearing he would wake up thirsty in the night. She found a clean basin, filled it with mineral water, placed it beside his pillow, and inserted a straw, ensuring the other end was positioned toward his mouth. Shun Xingzhou noticed the water and straw beside his pillow and guessed that the mineral water was meant for him. He opened his mouth to bite the straw, but unfortunately, it slipped to the other side, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't reach it. Looking around the room, he saw no one, and with great difficulty, he lifted his head to extend his tongue to lap at the mineral water in the basin. Though it was not much, it somewhat alleviated his dry lips and tongue. When Yi Qing entered, she caught Shun Xingzhou in this comical and pitiful state. Feeling unusually guilty, she scratched her head, planning to pretend she hadn't come in. Just as she took a step back, Shun Xingzhou, having quenched his thirst, returned to his original position, and they collided face to face. In that moment, Shun Xingzhou froze. His ears turned a shameful shade of red, and his handsome face burned like fire, the embarrassment creeping down to his neck. Yi Qing blinked in surprise. When did you arrive? His usually gentle and pleasant voice trembled slightly. Yi Qing hesitated, tentatively responding, "Would you believe me if I told you?" Shun Xingzhou appeared to lose his very soul, painfully closing his eyes. "Let us not say anything. I already know." Yi Qing thought to first untie Shun Xingzhou before explaining why she had bound him. As she approached the bed and reached out to touch the ropes binding him, Shun Xingzhou flinched as if electrocuted. "What are you doing?" Despite his usual maturity and composure, at just 22 years old, encountering such an embarrassing situation inevitably led him to feel flustered, trying to curl up as much as possible. Yi Qing thought to herself that this scenario made her appear as a domineering woman forcing a good man against his will. Chapter 15. Yi Qing, she has endured too much. I'm here to untie you, Yi Qing said with a serious face, explaining to Shun Xingzhou. "You drank a few sips of alcohol the night before and suddenly fainted. That I also fainted afterward. I woke up a little earlier than you and saw that our neighbors had turned into zombies like in an apocalyptic film. I sensed something was off, and since you had a fever, I feared you might end up like our neighbors, so I had no choice but to tie you up." Initially, Yi Qing had planned to untie Shun Xingzhou last night. But then she thought about it. As a young girl, seeing the neighbors turn into zombies while Shun Xingzhou was burning with fever, her fear and instinct to bind him seemed a normal reaction. Yi Qing constantly maintained her caution and rationality. Ignoring Yi Qing's stiff tone, Shun Xingzhou's embarrassment lessened slightly, and he softly praised, What you did was very good. As Yi Qing reached out again, Shen Xingzhou no longer flinched. The knots had become so tight that they dug into his flesh, and even Yi Qing couldn't cut them with scissors. She bowed her head, struggling to untie the knot, but it did not budge an inch. Her patience was wearing thin. Yi Qing raised her head, seriously discussing with Shen Xingzhou. How about you endure a bit of pain while I use scissors to cut it? It might just break the skin a little. Shen Xingzhou harbors a secret. His pain receptors are innately more sensitive than those of the average person. Even a slight cut on his hand sends beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. To maintain his pride, Shen Xingzhou has never confided in anyone that he perceives the seriousness etched on Yi Qing's face and shakes his head frantically, instinctively writhing against his bonds. With each struggle, the tightly wound rope digs deeper into his flesh. Yi Qing, unwilling to speak, gazes at him with her deep, lustrous cat-like eyes. Meeting her gaze, Shen Xingzhou feels an inexplicable twinge of guilt. He swallows hard and manages to say, "Take your time. I'm not in a rush." Yi Qing inhales deeply, closes her eyes, and repeatedly reassures herself. This is the mission objective. This is the mission objective. This is the mission objective. She must protect him. He cannot perish. With this vital reminder thrice echoed in her mind, Yi Qing suppresses her tumultuous emotions and patiently works to untie Shen Xingzhou. Half an hour later, Shen Xingzhou calls out to Yi Qing, "Why now?" She has loosened one of the stubborn knots and is nearly finished. Hearing his voice, she replies curtly, "What?" Without lifting her head, "I'm thirsty," he responds, his voice hoarse from dehydration, tinged with a hint of grievance. The mere 2 sips of water had only slightly alleviated his thirst, which quickly returned as he remained bound with nothing to occupy his mind. It is a testament to Shen Xingzhou's determination that he has refrained from calling out to Yi Qing until now. Yi Qing detects the underlying grievance in his tone, halting her hands to look up at him. His lips are indeed parched. This moment, Shen Xingzhou's tousled bangs frame his striking features. His eyes, unlike the stern phoenix-eyed male lead Shenli, possess a round inner corner and a larger dark iris than Scara, with slightly downturned outer corners that impart an innocent, youthful demeanor. Perhaps it is because he is accustomed to wearing glasses. For now, without them, his gaze appears misty. When he meets Yi Qing's clear cat-like pupils, he nervously extends a delicate pink tongue to moisten his cracked lips. Yi Qing thinks to herself, "So adorable. I want to pinch his cheeks." Though her mind races with these thoughts, her exterior remains composed. She rises to fetch Shen Xingzhou a fresh bottle of mineral water, inserting a straw into the basin and presenting it to his lips. To maintain authenticity, she has bound him securely, allowing him only to sip slowly. As Yi Qing holds up the bottle, fatigue sets in, prompting her to lean closer to Shen Xingzhou for ease, startled by her sudden proximity. He accidentally chokes on a mouthful of water, coughing violently, his neck visibly straining and his handsome face flushed, concerned that her mission target might perish from choking rather than a zombie bite. Yi Qing hurriedly reaches out to pat his back. In her haste, half the bottle spills on his Shen Xingzhou. That moment, neither of them has the luxury to dwell on the mishap. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qing has inadvertently knelt atop Shen Xingzhou. When Shenli arrives to retrieve Shen Xingzhou, he knocks on the door, but the sound of Shen Xingzhou's coughing goes unheard, assuming the two are still asleep. He kicks the door open. Yi Qing, hearing the door slam, prepares to rise and investigate, only to find Shen Li and his companions entering. "Elder brother, you." Shen Li could hardly anticipate the scene that awaited him, one that surpassed any description he could conjure. The two stare at each other in stunned silence for a few moments. Shen Li quickly regains his composure, ushering his companions out with great urgency, even kindly shutting the door behind him. Yi Qing is left in shock. Has her innocence been tainted by an undeserved misunderstanding? Fortunately, she remains oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the male lead's mind. As Shenli exits the room, he feels as though he has uncovered a truth. No wonder his elder brother dotes on Yi Qing so. She is, after all, his beloved a devoted younger brother. He feels a newfound respect. His elder brother has raised his future wife right beside him since childhood. Chapter 16. Seize the opportunity while the enemy is vulnerable. I will explain everything to Shenli shortly. Shen Xingzhou says, suppressing the heat rising to his ears while attempting to comfort Yi Qing. The room falls silent, save for the sound of Shen Xingzhou's racing heartbeat. He cannot deny that his feelings for Yi Qing have evolved beyond that of a brotherly affection. They now resemble those of a man for a woman. Shun Xingzhou realizes that he has developed special feelings for Yi Qing, a notion that seems almost magical. He recalls that he had not felt any stirrings of attraction for this young girl previously. When did this transformation occur? Reflecting back, it seems to have begun 3 months ago at the birthday banquet of Xiao Wanqing, where Yi Qing, clad in an elegant, vintage chi pao, sipped her drink languidly before him. He remembers how she had tilted her head and threatened him with mischief. How had he perceived her then? She was different. It was as if she had shattered her previous fragility and learned to retaliate. Shun Xingzhou gazes down at Yi Qing, who is wholly engrossed in untying his ropes, aware that she remains oblivious to her own awakening. The situation outside remains precarious and unsettled. He cannot allow his burgeoning feelings to disrupt her focus. Yi Qing, as you said, the apocalypse is upon us. Do you wish to seek out Uncle Yi? Or shall you accompany me? The fluttering of his heart is merely the beginning of affection, and while he cannot intrude upon her feelings, it does not mean he will not remain by her side. In truth, whether or not he had recognized his feelings for her, he would have posed the same question. The only difference now is a hint of anticipation. I will go with you, Yi Qing replies without hesitation, having just loosened his bindings. Shun Xingzhou's heart swells with a secret joy upon hearing her response. You can untie your own feet, he says. After the recent debacle, Yi Qing feels utterly drained. Without a backward glance, she stands and exits, offering no further acknowledgement. The happiness that had begun to bloom in Shun Xingzhou's heart evaporates in an instant. As she steps out the door, 2202 stares in disbelief at their host, who wears a slightly annoyed expression that belies her innate shyness and embarrassment, as though she has donned a different face entirely. Host, your acting skills are impressive. Next time I venture into the entertainment world, I shall bring you along. Shun Li and his companions, all sturdy men, observe Yi Qing's flushed cheeks and her unwillingness to meet their gazes, rendering them hesitant to tease her. Have the people outside changed so drastically? Earlier that morning, he had witnessed Yi Qing showing a glimpse of her true self in front of Shun Xingzhou, likely due to the latter's unwavering protection. Moreover, she had exercised a degree of restraint before others. Yi Qing remains an 18-year-old girl. It is perfectly normal for a young girl to feel fear as the apocalypse unfolds. Indeed, the apocalypse has arrived. The streets are filled with such individuals that we are unable to reach our elder brother by phone. I have come to find him. Under ordinary circumstances, Xinli would not have felt the need to explain to Yi Qing. But her identity has shifted. She is now his future sister-in-law. After speaking these words, silence descends once more. Xinli, sensing Yi Qing's discomfort, introduces the individuals accompanying him. The tall one in red is named Chen Yonghui. You may call him Kale. Yi Qing offers a gentle smile towards Shun Li's gesture, acknowledging the introduction, while Chen Yonghui merely turns away in disdain. Shun Li scowls at Chen Yonghui's rudeness. I am Liang Dong. Everyone calls me Xiao Pang. Greetings, Yi Qing, Liang Dong interjects, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Yi Qing is not surprised by Chen Yonghui's unfriendly demeanor. After all, he and Liang Dong are not mere background characters in the narrative. Chen Yonghui is a wind element ability user, infatuated with the female lead, Xiao Wanqing. Even after Xiao Wanqing becomes involved with Xinli, he continues to protect her, performing many acts on her behalf, especially as the apocalypse unfolds years later. His wind abilities ascend to level 7, allowing him to discreetly assist the female lead in fending off many admirers of Xinli. Consequently, it is no wonder that he harbors ill will towards the young Yi Qing. And his actions have even contributed to her demise in the narrative. Yi Qing smiles softly at Liang Dong before lowering her gaze. 2202. Is there a possibility that Chen Yonghui could meet with an accident? Yi Qing queries in her mind, concerned about the potential impact of Chen Yonghui's strong narrative presence on their world. 2202. Equally incensed by Chen Yonghui's disrespect towards their host, reassures her, do not worry. As long as you do not kill the male and female leads, all will be well. I understand. Yi Qing's mind races with plans to eliminate Chen Yonghui while simultaneously draining Xiao Wanqing's fortune as the female lead. She is astute enough not to allow Chen Yonghui to grow into a formidable adversary. Seize the opportunity while he is weak. Chapter 17. Scheming against Chen Yonghui. Before long, Shun Xingzhou emerges. Having freed himself from his bonds. Yi Qing, gather your belongings. We must leave at once. Having overheard Shun Li's words, Shen Xingzhou is acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside. The sooner they return, the better prepared they will be. Shen Xingzhou's intention to depart with Yi Qing meets no objection from Shunli. However, Qin Yonghui expresses his discontent, remarking, Star said that Yi Qing has been relying on Shen Xingzhou to bully her. I have heard that Yi Qing is from the Yi family. With the apocalypse upon us, is she not waiting for her family to come find her? His tone carries a hint of malice. Qin Yonghui, if Shen Xingzhou has instructed Yi Qing to gather her things, it is clear that he has already communicated with her. Shunli interjects, attempting to diffuse the tension. Liang Dong's grandmother was healed by Shen Xingzhou. And he, much like Shunli, holds great admiration for Shen Xingzhou. Yi Qing is Shen Xingzhou's girlfriend, which makes her Liang Dong's sister-in-law. How could this brat Qin Yonghui dare to bully her? Brother Xingzhou, am I a burden to you? The group had not discussed their abilities, and Yi Qing could not simply declare, I possess powers, I am formidable. Yet, she certainly had ways to make Qin Yonghui uncomfortable. Her beautiful cat-like eyes dimmed considerably. Brother Xingzhou, please don't hold it against him that I understand that in this apocalyptic world, someone like me is indeed a liability. It's only natural that he would not want to carry such a burden. As she spoke, Yi Qing felt a chill run down her spine. That it's all right, I can still be more resilient. She blinked a few times, and to her surprise, not a single tear fell. To enhance the effect. She discreetly pinched the soft flesh at her waist. Ouch, that hurts. Instantly, tears began to pool in her eyes. Her petite and delicate appearance evoked a strong sense of protection in others, and with her expression of wanting to cry, yet maintaining her strength. Both Shun Li and Liang Dong, as normal men, felt that Qin Yonghui was being rather excessive. This sentiment was further amplified in Shen Xingzhou, who had just begun to realize his feelings for Yi Qing. Qin Yonghui, I will definitely take Yi Qing with me. If you find it inappropriate, you are free to leave. Shen Xingzhou positioned Yi Qing protectively behind him, showing no inclination to spare Qin Yonghui's feelings simply because he was Shun Li's friend at the expense of Yi Qing's dignity. Well done on the task. 2202 praised Shen Xingzhou within the confines of their space. Yi Qing was also quite satisfied with Shen Xingzhou's actions. Shen Xinghui scoffed disdainfully and remarked, I possess wind abilities. If it weren't for Xingzhou's concern that you might encounter danger on the road, do you think I would bother to protect you? Xingzhou and I are good friends. How could you treat me this way? I will definitely complain to him when I see him. Yi Qing feigned the demeanor of a petty person who had found a powerful ally, echoing Chen Xinghui's haughty demeanor with a scoff of her own. I have never even met you, nor have I offended you. Why do you treat me with such hostility for no reason? 2202 presented her with an epilogue concerning Qin Yonghui after revealing the conclusion of a novel. The final passage conveyed the inner thoughts of Xiao Wanqing. Before the apocalypse, she had realized her feelings for Shen Li, yet she was uncertain whether he would reciprocate. Each day was filled with anxiety. And during that time, Qin Yonghui had often been by her side. Xiao Wanqing had even harbored feelings for Qin Yonghui. During that period, she had taught him much about discerning manipulative women. Qin Yonghui had learned quite well, as evidenced by his assistance to Xiao Wanqing in dealing with many girls who fancied Shun Li after the apocalypse. Yi Qing was aware of this. Hence her performance was both convincing and easy for Qin Yonghui to see through her fade. In his eyes, Xiao Wanqing was viewed through a lens of affection. How could she not be a source of torment for Xiao Wanqing? Yi Qing, I am not as naive and kind-hearted as Xingzhou. Do you think I am unaware of how you have bullied her behind her back? Qin Yonghui exceeded Yi Qing's expectations, even going a step further. Do you think you can hide everything from everyone? Let me tell you, the person you pushed at Xingzhou's birthday party, who almost miscarried, is my sister. You placed this blame on Xingzhou, causing her to be reproached by the Shen family. Qin Yonghui's gaze towards Shun Li was tinged with reproach, as if blaming him for his folly. Did Xingzhou tell you about this? Shun Li's expression darkened. Oh, splendid. Yi Qing imagined wisps of white smoke emanating from Xiao Wanqing's head. Chapter 18. Only 70 fortune remaining. What do you mean? Shun Li, Xingxing is your sister. Heaven knows how jealous Qin Yonghui was that Shun Li had garnered Xiao Wanqing's affection. In his view, Shun Li was betraying Xiao Wanqing's feelings. At the banquet, everyone had witnessed Xiao Wanqing colliding with your sister, leading to her fall and near miscarriage. This incident had nothing to do with Yi Qing. If you don't believe it, you can ask your brother-in-law when you return. Shen Xingzhou calmly revealed the truth. He turned and gently ruffled Yi Qing's hair, signaling her to gather her belongings. Qin Yanghui's expression soured. I don't believe it. He could not accept that the usually innocent and kind Xingxing would deceive him. I have no reason to lie to you. Shun Xingzhou patted Shun Li's shoulder. Always skeptical of the daughter raised by his aunt, though the family appeared aloof, they were, in fact, quite tender-hearted. His own cousin truly cherished Xiao Wanqing as a sister. As Xiao Wanqing's true nature was revealed, Shun Li felt a pang of sorrow. Qin Yanghui was unable to find a counter-argument against Shun Xingzhou's claims, dejectedly sitting aside. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wanqing, her lies had been thoroughly exposed after Qin Yanghui's outburst. Yi Qing had long prepared her farewell gifts. After lingering in her room for a while, she loaded a large backpack and retrieved the provisions from the kitchen. A 5-pound bag of rice, a 5-pound bag of flour, and about 10 packs of instant noodles, along with roughly 5 pounds of frozen pork in the refrigerator. Living alone, it was not unusual for her to gather such supplies. City A is a major city, and in 3 days, one of the 5 future bases of the apocalypse, the Sunshine Base, will be established here. These supplies would suffice for her stay at the Shun residence until she made her way to the base. She harbored the enormous secret of having space. Once at the base, she would certainly live alone as long as Shun Xingzhou left. She would follow is that all? Shun Xingzhou inquired, ensuring Yi Qing was ready. She nodded in affirmation, deliberately displaying a hint of uncertainty about the future. She thought it wise to carry some useful items as the apocalypse loomed. Shun Li and Liang Dong regarded Yi Qing's preparations with appreciation. The group stepped outside, where the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and beside the vehicle lay a female zombie in pajamas, brutally hacked to pieces. Yi Qing recognized her as the mistress of the neighboring household, likely having attacked when Shun Li and the others arrived. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle, the roar of the engine drawing the zombies closer. The sound of decaying nails scraping against the car sent chills down their spines. Buckle up, Liang Dong pressed the accelerator, the SUV crashing into the zombies ahead, and Yi Qing could hear the sickening crunch of bones beneath the tires, though she had mentally prepared herself, having come from a peaceful world. Witnessing this bloody scene made her stomach churn. Unable to suppress it, she covered her mouth and retched. Thankfully, she had anticipated her potential discomfort and skipped breakfast, preventing her from vomiting. Are you all right? Shun Xingzhou did not cover her eyes to shield her from the sight. He understood that in this new world, only by adapting could Yi Qing thrive. The most he could do was stay by her side. Shun Xingzhou gently patted Yi Qing's back, waiting for her to regain her composure. Then retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and handed it to her. Yi Qing accepted the water, her voice hoarse as she muttered a thanks as calculated by Yi Qing. The journey back to the Shun residence was quite short. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered low-level zombies, moving sluggishly. Either they were left behind by the car or were run over. The group arrived at the Shun residence without incident. Upon hearing the car pull up, the elders peered out of the windows, their expressions lightening upon seeing Shun Li and Shun Xingzhou alight from the vehicle. Brother, Xingzhou, are you both all right? Xiao Wanqing, still oblivious to the fact that her lies had been fully unraveled by Yi Qing, greeted the group as usual. Upon noticing Yi Qing following behind Shun Xingzhou, she felt a sense of foreboding that her prophetic dreams held truth. The apocalypse had arrived, and Yi Qing had returned with Shun Xingzhou. But why was there no space within the pendant? Was it not this pendant? It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to test Yi Qing further. With her eyes darting, Xiao Wanqing was unaware that her overly serious thoughts were being observed by many. Shun Li's mother frowned, about to reprimand Xiao Wanqing, but was restrained by her husband. Shun Mama's lips moved, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. Yi Qing noticed wisps of white smoke emanating from Xiao Wanqing's head once more. Ding! The system alerted. The heroine's fortune is down to 70. After Xiao Wanqing had released several waves of fortune, 2202 finally indicated the remaining fortune of the heroine. Host, the heroine of this world is failing. My superiors wish to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 19. Be cautious of the rod, not the heart. What matter? If it's not too urgent, let us discuss it after I settle in. Yi Qing negotiated with 2202. As the current situation was not suitable for serious discussions, understood, in the midst of the unfolding drama, 2202 displayed a commendable demeanor. Unacknowledged, Xiao Wanqing cast a resentful glare at Yi Qing, her eyes reddening as she fled to her room, with none from the Shin family offering her solace. Qin Yanghui hesitated for a moment before following her. The Shin family appeared oblivious to the situation. During the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Wanqing had relied entirely on the affection and protection of the male protagonist's family, which had enabled her to thrive using her spatial abilities. Now, however, both her powers and the Shun family's affection were gone. Yi Qing was curious to see if Xia Wanqing would still behave as she once did. The suffering that little Yi Qing endured deserved to be repaid in kind. Did it not? Aunt Shun, Uncle Shun, Yi Qing greeted Shun Xingzhou's parents with utmost politeness. They were quite considerate towards little Yi Qing as well. It was worth noting that, in the storyline, Shun's mother had sacrificed herself to protect little Yi Qing, ultimately succumbing to an infection caused by a second-level zombie. Yi Qing had inherited little Yi Qing's body and, with it, her responsibilities, both her grievances and her debts of gratitude. Her intention to accompany Shun Xingzhou was partly motivated by a desire to repay this debt. Yi Qing, you seem startled. Shun's mother beckoned with a gentle wave. Yi Qing blinked and approached her. Shun's mother tenderly grasped Yi Qing's hand, assuring her, rest assured, stay with us, and we shall protect you. Thank you, Aunt, Yi Qing replied, feeling the warmth of Shun's mother's hand, reminiscent of the nurturing embrace of the orphanage's matron. Alas, too much time had passed, nearly erasing that comforting sensation from her memory. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a female elder before and found herself instinctively stepping back. Shun Xingzhou, noticing Yi Qing's discomfort, intervened. Mom, neither Yi Qing nor I have had breakfast. Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? He deftly freed Yi Qing's hand from Shun's mother's grasp and led her away a couple of steps. Shun's mother glanced at the two, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Shun Xingzhou holding Yi Qing's hand. She had been worried that her son would not find a partner during his university years. It seemed that perhaps he had found someone after all. With her back turned to Yi Qing, she made a fist and silently cheered him on. Son, if you can't win over the young lady, your mother will have to find you a female zombie instead. After Shun's grandfather entrusted the company to his two sons, he had taken his wife to live in a suburban villa for peace and quiet. When the apocalypse struck, they had just come to have a meal with their two sons. The elderly couple, in relatively good health, managed to endure the initial chaos. However, they had struggled to accept the reality of the apocalypse when they awakened, remaining awake for an extended period until finally being persuaded by their sons and daughters-in-law to rest. Upon hearing that the two elders had fallen asleep, Yi Qing felt it inappropriate to disturb them and quietly followed Shun Xingzhou. Suddenly, Shun Xingzhou halted, prompting Yi Qing to stop as well, puzzled. What is it? Shun Xingzhou had expected Yi Qing to bump into him like in the television dramas, unaware of her intense focus as she walked. Yi Qing looked at him, slightly confused. Nothing. Shun Xingzhou felt embarrassed by his childish assumption. Yi Qing noticed the tips of his ears turning red again. You didn't think I would bump into you, did you? Yi Qing asked, amused. How foolish would I have to be to walk into you? Shun Xingzhou, caught in his moment of embarrassment, resembled a startled creature. I didn't. He retorted, don't step back too much. Watch out for the pole. Yi Qing feared that Shun Xingzhou might inadvertently collide with the decorative pole serving as a light fixture. Shun Xingzhou's heart raced at her warning, instinctively ignoring the last word. Isn't this a bit too fast? He thought, his face flushing anew. This bashful demeanor starkly contrasted with his previously composed appearance, leaving Yi Qing utterly perplexed, nearly displaying a giant question mark on her face. 2202. Can you scan and determine whether the task target has been affected by the apocalypse virus, resulting in cognitive impairment? Yi Qing called upon 2202, her anxiety palpable. Host, I will scan immediately. 2202 responded, promptly initiating the scan. The results were revealing. Host, the task target's mind is intact. He has awakened two rare abilities. 2202 reported dutifully. Relieved by this news, Yi Qing took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Shun Xingzhou had composed himself, concerned that Yi Qing's unease stemmed from a lack of safety in the apocalypse, leading to her misinterpretation of the situation. He felt a mix of anticipation and hesitation. Knowing Shun Xingzhou was fine, Yi Qing decided to move past him and return to her room, intending to avoid using her spatial abilities in front of others. Her backpack was laden with numerous items, quite heavy. She had just taken a couple of steps forward when Shun Xingzhou instinctively stepped back. Watch out for the pole. Yi Qing reminded him once again. This time, Shun Xingzhou comprehended her warning, but he nonetheless collided painfully with the pole. The impact caused him to stumble, and he fell unceremoniously to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the living room. They turned to witness Yi Qing, her expression composed, effortlessly scooping up the still-dazed Shen Xingzhou in a princess carry, despite the large backpack on her back. Shen Xingzhou. Everyone. Chapter 20. Unraveling hidden plot lines. The two elders of the Shen family were also roused by the noise. They emerged from their room to find their grandson, blushing profusely, being carried horizontally by a petite and charming young lady. The scene was quite the spectacle. "Hello, grandfather and grandmother Shen," Yi Qing greeted the elders. Still holding Shen Xingzhou Dado. "It's little Yi Qing," grandfather Shen replied, somewhat dazed at Yi. "Yi Qing, put me down," he implored, unable to withstand the embarrassment under the watchful eyes of so many elders. That Yi Qing shot Shen Xingzhou a disdainful glance. "If I let you down, won't you just get hurt again? Where is your room?" It was no wonder little Yi Qing had included such a condition. The task target was indeed rather fragile. Having endured both physical and psychological blows, Shen Xingzhou numbly pointed to one of the rooms. That Yi Qing promptly carried him over with grace and lightness. Shen's mother nearly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, my future daughter-in-law is quite impressive." Luckily, Shen's father was quick to cover her mouth. After depositing Shen Xingzhou in his room, Yi Qing inquired about her own accommodation before taking her leave, knowing that with so many people around, she would not lack for care. Moreover, she had learned from 2202 that Shen Xingzhou possessed an exceedingly rare light-based healing and purification ability. That in the apocalypse, many healing abilities existed, including mutated wood and water abilities. But these could only heal wounds. That if one were to be injured by zombies or mutated creatures, it was not guaranteed that they would survive the transformation. The light-based healing ability was the only one capable of curing and purifying the zombie virus, underscoring its immense value in the apocalypse. She pondered what Shen Xingzhou's other ability might be as she entered her room, her brows furrowed in concentration. Space. The spatial ability, while not particularly rare, was still considered precious compared to other elemental abilities. "I suspect the task target's demise may be linked to his abilities." Shen Xingzhou was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent. He would not perish so easily. The circumstances surrounding his death were likely more complex. Identifying the cause would facilitate matters. Yi Qing reviewed the novel once more, ultimately pausing at a segment describing the aftermath of the apocalypse. Following the outbreak, the leaders of Huagua swiftly established 5 major bases, with the Sunshine Base and City of being one of them. Due to their prompt actions, the base quickly restored some functionality. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. The Sunshine Base, too, was home to various factions, each backed by a research institute. Notably, one institute's director bore the surname Xia, previously engaged in biological research. Now he was intrigued by the abilities of those with powers. Xia? Yi Qing quickly caught on to this detail. Flipping swiftly to the following pages, she discovered a chapter titled "Dawn is Approaching," which detailed how Director Xia had developed a serum capable of purifying the apocalypse virus. If Director Xia was related to Xia Wanqing, perhaps even her kin, she could manipulate events to erode the protagonist's fortune. Conversely, the protagonist's luck might increase, making her more endearing to the Shen family, who would be unsuspecting of her intentions. She would have ample opportunity to uncover Shen Xingzhou's rare abilities. Collaborating with Director Xia to eliminate Shen Xingzhou seemed an advantageous plan. They would study Shen Xingzhou's ability core to develop the serum against the apocalypse virus. Yi Qing had unraveled the crucial elements of her scheme. "Host, you are truly remarkable," 2202 exclaimed, nearly bowing in admiration at Yi Qing's strategic insight. Xia Wanqing cannot remain for long. A complete plan began to take shape in Yi Qing's mind. She would orchestrate Chen Yanghui's demise, ensuring the Shen family would be utterly disillusioned with Xia Wanqing. Chapter 21. The first step of the plan is successful. During lunch, the eyes of the crowd flitted back and forth between Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou, the latter's ears still flushed with heat. In contrast, Yi Qing maintained an air of composure, her hand holding the chopstick steady without a hint of tremor. Shen Mu shot a frustrated glare at Shen Xingzhou's father, blaming him for passing on such unfortunate genes that resulted in their son's apparent lack of intelligence. After all these years of companionship, it seemed he only awakened to his potential at the brink of the apocalypse, appearing as feeble as a plucked chicken, utterly unlike her. Shen Ba, bewildered and somewhat aggrieved by the glare, remained speechless. Dai Ti was Shun Yezi who, unable to bear the tension, cleared his throat twice, prompting Shen Mu and Shun Ba to tone down their expressions. Once lunch concluded, the group gathered in the living room to deliberate future plans. The apocalypse had arrived, yet I firmly believe that those in higher authority would not abandon us. Our primary focus must be to ensure our survival and gather provisions. Awaiting further instructions, Shun Lazizi, a man who had built the Shun family empire from the ground up, spoke with clarity and wisdom. Shun Li then proceeded to showcase his abilities, revealing that he could summon lightning from his palms. As he raised his hand, a small orb of electricity crackled in his grasp. Following his demonstration, Liang Dong and Xin Yanghui also showcased their abilities to Yi Qing's surprise. Shen Xingzhou's father, who appeared stern and formidable, manifested water-based powers, while his mother, seemingly gentle, revealed a fire-based ability. Shen Li's father exhibited wind-based powers, while his mother shared the same water affinity as Shen Xingzhou's father. After this exhibition, only Yi Qing, Shen Xingzhou, and Xiao Wanqing remained without revealed powers. It was no wonder that this family, aside from Shun Yezi and Shen Nainai, was filled with capable individuals. With Xiao Wanqing present, Yi Qing was determined to prevent Shen Xingzhou from revealing his light-based abilities. As she sought out plans to demonstrate her own powers, Xiao Wanqing spoke up, assuming that Yi Qing, like herself, lacked any abilities. Sister Yi Qing, if you don't have powers, it's all right. Brother Xingzhou has always cared for you and will surely protect you in this apocalypse. She concluded with a playful wink. Yi Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment as she scratched her face, timidly admitting, I possess wood-based powers, which allow me to stimulate plant growth, though I doubt they can be used to combat zombies. She found a non-mutated pothose plant and used her abilities to encourage its growth, then looked at Xiao Wanqing with envy, teasingly commenting, Xingxing, you're so impressive. Your powers must be extraordinary. Xiao Wanqing's smile faltered as she struggled to respond, almost choking on her words. I haven't awakened any powers yet. How infuriating. Why hadn't Yi Qing mentioned her abilities sooner? It left Xiao Wanqing feeling misled, especially after she had tried to defend her. Yi Qing mused that the current apocalypse resembled the novels she had read, filled with abilities and zombies, echoing the descriptions found within those pages. Typically, the male protagonists, like Shun Li, possessed lightning abilities, while female leads often had rare healing powers, drawing the attention of antagonists who sought to study them, leading to a desperate escape. Before Shen Xingzhou could confess his powers, Yi Qing cleverly used the novels as a segue to suggest that his abilities were unique. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingzhou's pupils briefly contracted. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way, but the novels often include spatial abilities. Liang Dong chimed in, sharing a sense of camaraderie. Yi Qing tilted her head, feigning confusion. It's curious that in the novels, there are numerous spatial ability users, yet we seem to have none here. Perhaps Shen Li's future girlfriend will possess spatial abilities. After all, they are essential for female leads in novels. Along with healing powers, Shen Xingzhou quipped, so am I the female lead in this story. Brother Xingzhou, you haven't mentioned whether you possess abilities, Liang Dong exclaimed, oblivious to the subtle discomfort on Shen Xingzhou's face. Everyone's attention turned to him in unison. With an expression that resembled one wearing a mask of pain, Shen Xingzhou declared, I am a spatial ability user. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a cup from the table, only to return it, as if performing a magic trick. Yi Qing felt a surge of satisfaction at Shen Xingzhou's cleverness. Liang Dong burst into laughter. So it turns out Brother Xingzhou is the real lead. The room erupted in laughter, save for Xiao Wanqing, who felt discontent, believing she was the true user of spatial abilities, with Shen Xingzhou's spatial powers revealed. The group began discussing plans for collecting supplies the following day. Yi Qing expressed her desire to join them, stating, in this apocalypse, I must be capable of protecting myself to survive. Gathering supplies is something I must eventually confront. Her declaration garnered appreciative glances from the 6 elders of the Shen family. Yi Qing had deliberately made her statement in front of everyone, ensuring Xiao Wanqing could accompany them the next day. As expected, Xiao Wanqing, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, Sister Yi Qing is right. I want to go too. Even if I haven't awakened any powers, I must learn how to protect myself in this apocalypse. She shot a glance at Yi Qing as she spoke. With her objective achieved, Yi Qing chose not to dwell on Xiao Wanqing's comments and retreated to her room. The next day promised to be eventful. Chapter 22. Xiao Wanqing attracts zombies. Upon returning to her room, Yi Qing hurried to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She instructed 2202 to keep an eye on the outside while she entered her space. After surveying her surroundings, she noted that several varieties of vegetables had already sprouted. The fruit trees were thriving as well in the breeding area. A few hens and ducks had even begun to lay eggs. Yi Qing bent down to collect the eggs, relishing the sense of accomplishment. After tidying up her space, she reviewed her supplies. Following the unraveling of hidden plots, her worst-case scenario had been to leave with Shun Xingzhou to establish a base in the remote southwestern regions. But she still had much to gather if they passed by a car dealership tomorrow. She planned to acquire a vehicle if they encountered a library. She intended to collect books. Steel and concrete were also necessities. She would gather anything useful along the way. The next morning, the group assembled at the entrance, ready to depart. Yi Qing donned a sleek black and white outfit, complete with black high-top, flat-soled combat boots to protect her ankles from zombie attacks, and tied her hair into a tidy bun. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Shun Xingzhou finally arrived. Shunli cast a perplexed glance at his older brother, who was now dressed in black and white casual attire. Remembering that he had been in gray moments before, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ignoring Shun Li's gaze, Shun Xingzhou walked around Yi Qing with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Qing found his behavior puzzling. Host, he likely wishes for your protection, 2202 speculated, believing that Shun Xingzhou recognized Yi Qing as the strongest among them, even surpassing the male leads. This observation pleased Yi Qing, who harbored a touch of vanity and a hint of dominance. Her gaze toward Shun Xingzhou shifted to one of admiration. Upon receiving her acknowledgement, Shun Xingzhou beamed, his dimples deepening. 2202. I've noticed you've become increasingly human-like lately. Even reading the thoughts of the task target, Yi Qing remarked, recognizing the accuracy of 2202's observations, that I'm currently studying the novels here. 2202 replied, happily adding the Ice Mountain CEO's beloved wife to its reading list. Meanwhile, Shunli observed, did he eat too much for breakfast? He seems a bit bloated. However, this light-hearted mood faded as they entered the city. The streets were littered with severed limbs and gruesome remnants of flesh. Their destination was a shopping mall in the city center, which consisted of 5 floors, with the basement housing a large supermarket. Exactly where they aimed to go. After a challenging drive, they finally parked the car. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the vehicle, and a grotesque, decaying face appeared at the window, its half-lipped mouth twitching as blood and flesh oozed from its corners. Its eyes were a ghastly gray, emitting a raspy breath. Xia Wanqing let out a piercing scream. Shut up! Do you want to attract more zombies? Shunli coldly reprimanded. In the narrative, Xia Wanqing possessed spatial abilities, maintained a favorable image among the Shin family. And Yi Qing had not exposed their budding feelings to this moment. Their relationship had already improved significantly. During the initial resource collection, Shunli had comforted her in his embrace instead of chastising her with a cold voice as he did now. Xia Wanqing felt both fear and grievance, her cries growing louder, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies to the entrance of the mall. Chapter 23. Chunyanghui offline zombies surged forth in a dense mass. The putrid stench permeated the vehicle, despite the doors being tightly shut, invading the nostrils of everyone inside. The zombies, oblivious to pain, were solely driven by the instinct that food lay within the car, relentlessly crashing against it, producing a cacophony of banging sounds. Xia Wanqing dared not weep any longer. She wished to explain to Shun Li that she had been unaware that her cries would lure the zombies. Meeting Shun Li's taut and handsome visage, his icy gaze extinguished her courage, leaving her to sit in silence, sobbing softly, occasionally glancing at Qin Yanghui beside her, hoping he might offer her some comfort. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed to console her, but now he was consumed by agitation, pretending not to see her distress. No-one came to comfort Xia Wanqing, which only deepened her sense of injustice. Her tears flowing like a bursting dam. We must jump from the car, Shun Xingzhou declared calmly, issuing orders. Liang Dong, when I open the door, use your earth powers to create spikes, as many as you can. Ali, you will wield lightning, and Qin Yanghui, you will take the rear. Shun Li and Liang Dong nodded in agreement. Facing life and death, Qin Yanghui had no objections. After receiving affirmation from everyone, Shun Xingzhou boldly squeezed Yi Qing's small hand, reassuring her, I will protect you. Do not be afraid. Yi Qing tightened her grip on the bowling pin in her hand and nodded in response. I'm opening the door now, Shun Xingzhou inquired one last time. Are you ready? Ready, came the collective breath holding from within the vehicle. In the split second that the door swung open, Liang Dong hurled 3 earth spikes, propelling the zombies away from the door. Xinli's lightning followed closely behind. Clearing a path, Shen Xingzhou seized Yi Qing's hand and hastily exited the car, with Xia Wanqing disregarding her tears to follow closely behind. Qin Yanghui trailed, conjuring a small dagger with his golden powers to fend off the zombies approaching from behind. Truly, the main characters demonstrated resilience, their newly awakened abilities sustaining them remarkably. The mall was now within reach. Just as they were about to enter through the main entrance, several zombies suddenly emerged from the left, one of which lunged unexpectedly at Shen Xingzhou. In a moment of desperation, Yi Qing swiftly wrapped her small hand around his waist, pulling him into her embrace and wielding the bowling pin to shatter the zombie's skull with impressive flair. The splattered remains coated Shen Xingzhou and Yi Qing. Understanding the situation, Shen Xingzhou refrained from struggling, knowing that his movements would hinder Yi Qing. That he leaned against her, relying on her strength. Liang Dong and Xinli, who had already entered the mall, observed Yi Qing, a petite girl, valiantly holding Shen Xingzhou while smashing the zombies' heads as if they were watermelons. Liang Dong swallowed hard, cautiously remarking, "Xinli, you must constantly remind Xingzhou not to anger Yi Qing. I fear she might strike him as she does the zombies if she becomes upset." Xinli nodded gravely. Perhaps intimidated by Yi Qing's explosive vigor, the surrounding zombies gradually dispersed. While Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou were nearing the mall entrance. At that moment, the very zombie that had frightened Xia Wanqing earlier suddenly leaped forth, reaching for her. Instinctively, Xia Wanqing attempted to grasp Yi Qing's hand, but this zombie was under Yi Qing's mental control, and she had already distanced herself from Xia Wanqing with Shen Xingzhou. Indeed, the zombie that had terrified Xia Wanqing into tears was orchestrated by Yi Qing, and Xia Wanqing's cries had not attracted such a multitude of zombies. It was all part of Yi Qing's plan. Without her acting as a decoy, how could Liang Dong and Xinli safely reach the mall entrance? Xia Wanqing had no choice but to push Qin Yanghui, who shielded her, away, scrambling towards the mall entrance. "Xia Wanqing, how blind am I?" Qin Yanghui roared in fury, disbelief lingering in his eyes as the zombie bit into his neck. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of the girl he cherished. Just moments before, he had been contemplating how to slay the zombies and save her. How absurd! Qin Yanghui was indeed our comrade. His death could not be at the hands of the zombies. Yi Qing glanced at Xia Wanqing, who sat helplessly on the ground, exclaiming, "I couldn't do anything. I truly didn't mean to." The white smoke surrounding her dissipated rapidly. 2202. How much luck does the female lead possess now? Yi Qing utilized her mental powers to drive away the zombies drawn by the scent of blood, swiftly crushing the skull of the zombie that had killed Qin Yanghui with her bowling pin. Then, she proceeded to ensure Qin Yanghui would not rise again by shattering his skull and gathered gasoline from the vehicle, dousing his corpse to prevent any supernatural occurrences. Yi Qing feared that if Qin Yanghui did not turn to ash, the world's narrative might transform him into a zombie king, thereby aiding Xia Wanqing, the female lead. Dream on. Yi Qing was always one to root out problems at their source. Not only did she eliminate threats, but she also managed to maintain her image as a good person. Liang Dong expressed his gratitude to Yi Qing, trembling as he retrieved a lighter from his pocket to ignite Qin Yanghui's remains. As the flames consumed the corpse before her, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The first hurdle cleared. Host. Qin Yanghui was a significant ally for the female lead. With his death, her luck has diminished to 50.2202. Had been conversing with the main system and returned a bit late, impressed by its host's capabilities. Host. The main god wishes to collaborate with you to cultivate another female lead in this world. Chapter 24. The characterization must not collapse. Was this the matter you mentioned earlier? Yi Qing recalled that 2202 had previously mentioned its main god seeking her out. Indeed, host, you are truly remarkable. 2202 replied proudly. This is the first time I have seen the main god seek collaboration with a host. Typically, after traversing into a new world, hosts either become arrogant, believing themselves to be the protagonist, only to be eliminated by the true main character, or they are captured as heretics and dissected. Alternatively, they merely survive, fading into obscurity. You are not like that, Yi Qing. You maintain a fade of survival while subtly manipulating events to your advantage. Most importantly, You are always aware of your objectives. Very well. Inform me of any requirements your main god has. After returning, I will contemplate what I desire. Since this is a partnership, the terms must satisfy both parties. Yi Qing had never been one to concede easily. Understood. Host point 2202 joyfully relayed the message to the main god. Before departing, it noticed Yi Qing's condition and anxiously inquired, "Host, would you like me to secretly provide you with some spiritual spring water?" Having dealt with Chun Yanghui's remains, Yi Qing felt utterly drained. This body, with the assistance of spiritual spring water, had only undergone a month of training, and its physical capabilities had not been fully developed. Having exerted her mental powers and struck the zombies repeatedly, it was no wonder she felt fatigued and no need. Yi Qing declined, having confirmed through her mental abilities that no danger lurked nearby, allowing her body to succumb to fatigue and collapse backward. Shun Xingzhou, who had been observing Yi Qing closely, rushed over to catch her as she fell. She felt warmth against her back, though the accompanying stench was less than pleasant. She wrinkled her nose, striving to ignore the odor emanating from him, and feigned weakness, stating, "I am exhausted and need to rest. Safety at the base is imminent." That I end the narrative. The vast data had not been obliterated upon the advent of the apocalypse, but rather had quickly resumed operations. Within one base, there was not merely a single leader. Yi Qing could not afford to reveal too much. The saying held true. During the apocalypse, not all intelligent individuals transformed into zombies. That a drastic change in her behavior would arouse suspicion, especially with her knowledge of Xiao Wanqing's connection to the research institute. She needed to maintain her persona. When faced with life-and-death situations, individuals could unleash tremendous potential for harm. Yi Qing harbored no concerns regarding others suspecting her ferocity in combating zombies. This was also why she refrained from utilizing spiritual spring water for recovery. She needed to appear weak. Observing Yi Qing, pale and powerless against Shun Xingzhou, and contrasting her with Xiao Wanqing, who sat helplessly on the ground. Having pushed her teammate away, the disparity between the two girls of the same age became starkly apparent. With this comparison, Shun Li's disdain for Xiao Wanqing intensified, even bordering on disgust. After all, no one relished a teammate who would betray them from behind. Shun Li had witnessed the kindness Jin Yanghui had shown Xiao Wanqing all too clearly. It was precisely this that left him feeling utterly disheartened. He had completely lost hope in Xiao Wanqing, and she had emitted a significant amount of white smoke once more. This time, there is no need for 2202 to report, and Yi Qing is well aware that her luck as the female lead is dwindling. She gazes at Xiao Wanqing, her entire demeanor dimming. Chapter 25. Truly the female lead. You need to rest. Shun Xingzhou's eyes are filled with concern for the young girl in his arms. He feels an overwhelming sense of guilt. If it weren't for him, Yi Qing would not be in such a weakened and exhausted state. Yi Qing weakly shakes her head, insisting, "No, I can walk slowly. Let us quickly gather supplies. It will be even more difficult to return once night falls." Shun Xingzhou hesitates. After Yi Qing repeatedly assures him, he finally carries her on his back towards the supermarket on the first floor. The apocalypse erupted in the early morning. The supermarket is nearly deserted, with few zombies around. They are among the first to venture out for supplies, and aside from the fresh produce area, which is no longer fresh and emits a foul odor, the supermarket is brimming with goods. Once Yi Qing's act of feigning weakness has achieved its purpose, she calculates the time and drinks some spring water to restore her strength. Let us split up and regroup at the supermarket entrance. With a bag on her back, Yi Qing takes the lead. She fears that the mission target will start chattering at her again. She cannot fathom why a grown man has so much to say. Shun Xingzhou watches her retreating figure, pursing his lips. "Big brother, did you anger Yi Qing?" Shun Li senses the tension between the two and nudges Liang Dong, who also looks at Shun Li. Shun Li gestures towards Yi Qing's departing figure. Liang Dong understands and scratches his head, saying earnestly, "Xingzhou, she is a girl. Do not provoke her." Shun Li nods vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "The key is, if you anger her, you won't be able to defeat her. We dare not intervene." Shun Xingzhou turns back, casting a cold glance at the two Shun Li and Liang Dong. Xingzhou can be quite fearsome. Shun Xingzhou pays no further attention to the two fools and heads straight for the area where rice and oil are located. His space is now roughly the size of a 50-square-meter studio apartment. Shun Xingzhou is unaware of how other space manipulators fare after hearing Yi Qing's comments in the living room. He remains cautious, Shun Xingzhou chooses not to bring Shun Li and Liang Dong along to gather supplies, opting instead to go alone. The supermarket is relatively large, and the supplies are quite ample. He collects rice, flour, sweet potato flour, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, anything with a long shelf life and capable of filling the stomach in terms of gathering supplies. Shun Xingzhou and Yi Qing have similar thoughts, leaving half for those who come after them. Nonetheless, even with such precautions, after one trip, only 10 square meters remain in his space. Yi Qing, on the other hand, does not gather much. She merely collects a few loaves of bread, instant noodles, and chocolates to stuff into her bag. She seizes the opportunity to grab some hot pot base and pickled fish ingredients while no one is around, after everyone has scoured the supermarket for supplies and is preparing to return. Two groups of people arrive at the entrance point. One group appears to consist of college students from a nearby school, about 10 of them, both male and female, looking disheveled and panting, likely having just encountered zombies. The other group comprises tall individuals with brightly dyed hair, swaggering about, probably former delinquents. Bro, those girls are quite the lookers. One of the delinquents, sporting green hair and resembling a monkey, whistles at the female students among the college crowd, leering suggestively. Before the apocalypse, these individuals were at the bottom of society. After the collapse of order, some of them awakened abilities, leading them to believe they are the rulers of this new world. Among the group of delinquents, for have awakened powers, the college students are no match for them. Soon, several girls are grabbed by the delinquents, while two fiery-tempered ones are knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Bro, there's an even fresher one here. One sharp-eyed delinquent spots Xiao Wanqing, who has been hiding and has yet to collect supplies. Truly the female lead of a novel. Trouble seems to find her wherever she goes. Chapter 26. Why is she running? Xiao Wanqing, having been pampered by the Shun family for over a decade, has fair, delicate skin and a striking presence. She had just tidied herself up, planning to appear pitiful before Shun Li when they emerged. Hoping to apologize, with her tear-red eyes and a grieved expression, she can easily stir unsavory thoughts in their hearts. The powerful awakened individual seizes Xiao Wanqing and brings her before the crowd. I am the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Dare you lay a finger on me? I'll have my brother deal with you. Xiao Wanqing bluffs. Ha ha ha. This is the apocalypse. What does the Shin family matter? The man addressed as bro laughs arrogantly, inappropriately touching Xiao Wanqing's face. TSK, as expected of a rich family's daughter. What a pretty face. You think you can bully me? I know there is someone even prettier. Xiao Wanqing evades the man's coarse hand, her eyes filled with malice. If it weren't for Yi Qing leaving so quickly, she wouldn't have pushed Qin Yanghui in front of Shun Li out of fear, causing him to dislike her. It wasn't her intention. Why is everyone blaming her? Xiao Wanqing naturally attributes all of this to Yi Qing. She is aware that Yi Qing isn't in a good state right now. Xiao Wanqing desires to ruin Yi Qing. She has a strong intuition that once Yi Qing is out of the picture, everything will revert to its original state. And even prettier, that man's hand pauses. Yes, her name is Yi Qing. She should be collecting supplies in the supermarket right now. She is 1,000 times prettier than I am. You should go find her. Xiao Wanqing hisses like a viper, venomous words spilling forth. Yi Qing and the others hear Xiao Wanqing's remarks. Shun Li, this Xiao Wanqing is truly rotten to the core. You should have a serious talk with your second uncle and aunt. Shun Xingzhou adjusts his silver-rimmed glasses, his gentle voice tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Shun Li understands his cousin's nature. He is usually mild-mannered and rarely angry. However, if his bottom line is crossed, he can be far more ruthless than most. Shun Xingzhou's bottom line is Yi Qing. With Xiao Wanqing targeting Yi Qing, it seems she will not return to the Shin family. Shun Li is also relieved that he recognized Xiao Wanqing's true nature at the onset of the apocalypse. Otherwise, just imagining what might have transpired sends chills down his spine. Xiao Wanqing notices Yi Qing and the others emerging. Upon meeting Shun Li's disdainful gaze, the last thread of her rationality snaps. She points at Yi Qing, who is standing there with a backpack as if she has been watching for ages, shouting, "That's Yi Qing. She's practically an orphan. If you touch her, no one will come after you. Besides, they just used up most of their abilities on the zombies. They are no match for you." Fearing that the delinquents would hesitate to act, she even reveals Shun Li and the others' precarious situation. Hearing Xiao Wanqing's words, the group of delinquents stirs restlessly. The green-haired delinquent steps forward but is swiftly slapped back by the leader. "Are you an idiot? This girl clearly has a grudge against that one. Can her words be trusted? The leader takes one look at both Yi Qing and Xia Wanqing, then leads his group of underlings away without hesitation. These little brats may be foolish, but he is not. He has witnessed that girl slay zombies, smashing their heads like watermelons. She is a veritable female killing machine. Is this someone he can provoke? As Yi Qing grips her baseball bat tightly, she thinks, why is he running away? Am I not a woman? Chapter 27. Completely drives Xia Wanqing away from the Shin family. Xia Wanqing never anticipated that those delinquents would be so cowardly. She had informed them that Yi Qing and her group were in poor condition. Yet they still dared not approach the fleeing delinquents. They call this a strategic retreat. For a moment, Xia Wanqing's head buzzes, her mind a blank. Meanwhile, two female students, their faces swollen, manage to rise and bow in gratitude to Yi Qing. Yi Qing sidesteps, saying, "There's no need to thank me. They were the cowards." Even Yi Qing, the formidable one, feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. The next time she encounters such delinquents, she will be sure to teach them a lesson. She is merely a cute little girl. Why do they run away upon seeing her? Am I that frightening? The formidable one feels wronged, wishing to embrace her own frail self. Yi Qing, Shin Xingzhou, and Shunli all share the same thought. None of them wish to engage with survivors. They gather their supplies and prepare to leave. Upon seeing Shun Li and the others about to depart without her, Xia Wanqing rushes out. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't leave me behind. If mom and dad find out, they will be heartbroken." This time, Xia Wanqing's tears are genuine. After all, she is the pampered little sister. Shun Li momentarily feels a pang of sympathy, having finally managed to drive Xia Wanqing away from the Shin family. He hopes to ensure the mission target's safety, and Yi Qing will certainly not allow Xia Wanqing to return. Under the watchful gaze of 2202, Yi Qing was acutely aware of Xia Wanqing's every move. She harnessed her psychic abilities to control a few zombies, drawing them closer. Upon spotting the approaching undead, Xia Wanqing let out a piercing scream and hastily retreated, unhesitatingly shutting the mall's doors behind her. Completely disregarding the fact that Shun Li and the others were still outside and might not be able to enter, Shun Li's heart, momentarily softened by tears, hardened once more. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Fully aware of what kind of person Xia Wanqing was, yet still finding himself capable of compassion, he climbed into the car, vowing never to mention Xia Wanqing again. Upon returning to the Shun family villa, the group discovered that only 4 out of the original 6 had made it back. Shun Li's parents, upon realizing that Xia Wanqing was missing, immediately feared the worst. After listening to Shun Li recount how Xia Wanqing had pushed Qinyang Wei out to shield herself from the zombies, and then shoved Yi Qing aside to fend off thugs, the couple fell into a somber silence. Eventually, it was Shun grandfather's decisive statement that Xia Wanqing would henceforth be considered non-existent to the Shin family. Abandoned by the Shuns, Xia Wanqing spent the night in the mall with a group of college students. The students were only aware that she had quarreled with her previous team and were oblivious to her act of sacrificing her teammates. Furthermore, with her soft and appealing demeanor, complemented by a sweet disposition, the boys quickly accepted her, planning to take her along. Only 2 girls, who had resisted the thugs, were wary of Xia Wanqing. They believed that the girl wielding the baseball bat wouldn't abandon her teammates without reason. Suspecting she had committed some wrongdoings, "I understand my sisters think I lack abilities and cannot protect myself. I will work hard and strive not to burden you." Xia Wanqing sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. Her small face a portrait of grievance. Her lowered gaze was filled with reluctance, humiliation, and resentment. With only the option of following this group to survive, Lin Shuangshuang relented, thinking it was cruel to deny the pitiful girl a chance to accompany them. The other girl, witnessing Xia Wanqing's sorrowful tears, felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Shuangshuang glanced at Xia Wanqing, pursed her lips, and ultimately refrained from voicing any further objections. Chapter 28. Will the daily task of killing the female protagonist be completed? 2202 transmitted the scenes unfolding in the mall to Yi Qing, who had just finished her shower. Yi Qing clicked her tongue in annoyance, frustrated by the incessant glow of the protagonist's halo. It seemed it hadn't been sufficiently dulled. She set an alarm in her space, instructing 2202 to wake her when the time came. Why do those antagonists, who start off so impressively, always end up perishing at the hands of the protagonist? It's because they underestimate her potential, allowing her fortune to flourish unchecked. She could not afford to let Xia Wanqing thrive. If her luck returned, the consequences would be dire. She ensured that Xia Wanqing could not regain her fortune in any circumstance. After making all the necessary preparations, Yi Qing lay down and quickly fell asleep. When the alarm sounded, she swiftly arose, changed her clothes, instructed 2202 to monitor the Shun family's movements, and took out her electric scooter to head to the mall where Xia Wanqing was staying. Following 2202's navigation, Yi Qing stealthily approached the area where Xia Wanqing and the others were resting. Aside from 2 boys on watch, the rest were fast asleep, demonstrating a remarkable level of complacency during this apocalypse. Yi Qing deftly evaded the 2 sentinels and slipped inside. Upon spotting Xia Wanqing, she immediately drew a dagger from her space and tentatively prodded her, noticing that this time the barrier was significantly weaker than before. Though still lethal, would the daily task of killing the female protagonist be completed? She retrieved a bloodied cloth she had prepared earlier and tucked it into Xia Wanqing's clothing pocket, having even gone so far as to slaughter a chicken in her space for tonight's plan. Then, retracing her steps, she mentally controlled a couple of zombies, sending them towards Xia Wanqing. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Qing observed. Her vengeance was directed solely at Xia Wanqing. The college students bore her no ill will. Under certain conditions, Yi Qing preferred not to entangle others in her schemes. She remained to ensure the zombies wouldn't inadvertently harm anyone else. As the zombies approached, the 2 boys on watch quickly roused the others. The group sprang into action, flustered, as the zombies loomed before them. The scent of blood emanating from Xia Wanqing drew the zombies directly to her. Letting out a scream, her reaction mirrored that of her earlier encounter in the mall. She instinctively pushed the nearest person away, coincidentally the girl who had convinced Lin Shuangshuang to accept her. Yi Qing expertly maneuvered the zombies' movements, just before the zombies' claws could reach the girl. Lin Shuangshuang reacted swiftly, striking the zombie's head with a stool. The other zombies were subdued by several of the boys. Once the threat was neutralized, the girl who had been pushed was not one to forgive easily. Once she regained her composure, she slapped Xia Wanqing across the face. I kindly persuaded Shuangshuang to accept you, and you had the audacity to push me out to face the zombies. No wonder your teammates abandoned you. Who would want someone who throws their allies to the wolves? Xia Wanqing had not anticipated the zombie's sudden appearance. Covering her face, she sobbed, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just so frightened. She couldn't fathom why the zombies seemed to target her relentlessly. It was her genuine terror that prompted her to push others away. Why should I be punished? Why hit me? Lin Shuangshuang, who held the least regard for those who played the victim after committing wrongs, declared, Come dawn, either you leave on your own, or we will force you out. In this apocalypse, who could afford to feel pity for her? The boys who had previously defended Xia Wanqing fell silent. Though they found her beautiful and charming, they understood that their own lives took precedence. Realizing there was no turning back, Xia Wanqing lowered her gaze, filled with resentment, and pitifully huddled in a corner. After witnessing the entire scene from her hiding place, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. The task was complete. Time to return and rest. She rode her electric scooter to the vicinity of the Shun family villa. Using her psychic abilities to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was present and that there were no cameras, before stowing the scooter in her space and nimbly scaling the wall, as she passed through the hall. The lights suddenly flickered on. Your back. Shun Xingzhou's voice, still tinged with sleepiness, floated from the sofa. Yi Qing. Chapter 29. Good child, here is your reward. Why is the target of the mission here at this hour? Why isn't he asleep? Yi Qing inhaled deeply, raising her hand and tilting her head in a casual greeting. Shun Xingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on her. He wasn't wearing glasses, and his innocent, droopy dog-like eyes inexplicably evoked a sense of pity within her. Damn, why did she find Shun Xingzhou looking so aggrieved? Who knows how she discerned that you're still awake? Yi Qing inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt. Are you hungry? She probed again. No. Yi Qing, not one for patience, found the atmosphere growing awkward as Shun Xingzhou remained quiet. She crossed her arms and settled onto the sofa opposite him, curious about his intentions. The silence became increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, Shun Xingzhou broke the tension, speaking softly as if negotiating. Next time you go out, could you at least let me know? I'd like to stay back and cover for you. He understood that Yi Qing had her own secrets. It was fine if she didn't share them with him, but at least a heads up before she left would be appreciated. Heaven knows the restraint it took for him to refrain from following her when he saw her sneak out into the night from the balcony. Had Shen Xingzhou confronted her directly, Yi Qing would have met him with equal resistance. Yet, with him speaking in such a soft manner, she found herself unable to retort, meekly responding, "I understand." Shen Xingzhou smiled contentedly at her reply. His grin revealed his dimples, and combined with his innocent eyes, he looked utterly pitiful that a fleeting thought crossed Yi Qing's mind. She stood and approached Shen Xingzhou, bending down to grasp his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Seriously," she asked, "do you like me?" The moment her words left her lips, Shen Xingzhou's ears turned as red as fire, and his handsome face flushed while Yi Qing teasingly touched the overheated tips of his ears. Chuckling, "Looks like that's the case," she then queried, "When did you start liking me? I remember you used to think of me as a little sister." Her soul was that of an adult. There was no need to shy away from matters of the heart. Shen Xingzhou was indeed her type, adorably handsome. Thus, Yi Qing sought clarity. Did he like her, or the childhood version of her that had accompanied him? "It was during Xiao Wanqing's 18th birthday party. That was when I first saw you. And my heart became unsettled," Shen Xingzhou admitted, a hint of shyness in his voice, fearful that avoiding her gaze might lead her to believe he didn't care for her. With eyes averted and lashes downcast, she sought to evade the piercing gaze of those brilliant cat-like eyes. Shen Xingzhou seemed to have uncovered something, offering an explanation. "I had always regarded you as a sister. I can assure you that my heart was stirred only after that banquet. At that moment, I sensed a change in you. Had it been the old you, I would never have found myself drawn to you." Yi Qing observed his long, dark lashes fluttering gently. Yi Qing had found her answer. A soft laugh escaped her lips as she tilted Shen Xingzhou's chin upward, caressing his smooth jawline before leaning down to press her lips against his tightly pursed, crimson ones. "Good child, this is your reward." The moment their lips parted, Yi Qing turned only to find Shen grandfather, Shen grandmother, and Shen Xingzhou's parents peering around the corner, watching them. Upon meeting Yi Qing's gaze, they collectively raised their eyes to the ceiling. Shen Xingzhou. Yi Qing. It seems she and Shen Xingzhou are quite the spectacle, always being caught in the act. Chapter 30. Sweet interactions. "We are merely collectively sleepwalking. Do continue," Shen Xingzhou's mother said politely to Yi Qing. Her gaze upon Yi Qing resembled that of a cat spotting a fish. Shen Xingzhou retorted, "If you wish for us to continue, then by all means, you should take your leave." He cast a knowing glance at his mother. Alas, she was solely focused on Yi Qing, the newly welcomed daughter-in-law, oblivious to her son's silent plea. Thus, newly minted boyfriend Shen Xingzhou found himself watching in dismay as his girlfriend strolled away hand in hand with his mother. Just minutes into their affectionate moment, Shen grandfather and Shen grandmother, satisfied with their entertainment, departed. Only Shen father remained, offering consolation to his son. With a proud smile, he remarked, "You truly are Shen Shu's son, just like your father in his youth. Remember, your father was pursued by your mother. Dad, if you don't hurry back to find Mom, she might just end up spending the night with Yi Qing." Shen Xingzhou interjected, cutting off his father's rambling. Shen father slapped Shen Xingzhou's shoulder, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you not a man? You can't even keep your wife in check. Go find her." Shen Xingzhou. Shen father. The two exchanged glances, each retreating in mutual discontent. After Yi Qing returned with Shen mother, the two engaged in conversation for quite some time, until Yi Qing yawned, prompting Shen mother to finally allow her to rest. Back in the room, Shen father sat adorably with his pillow, pouting as Shen mother entered. There was no trace of the dignified air to the Shen family in his demeanor. Shen mother, in an exceptionally good mood, offered gentle reassurances. Shen father instantly perked up like a dog that had just been given a bone. In stark contrast, Shen Xingzhou, returning to find Yi Qing, faced disappointment. She had already succumbed to sleep. Alas, Shen Xingzhou was the most unfortunate of all in this post-apocalyptic world. To sleep so peacefully was a luxury that would soon become rare. Once Yi Qing had rested, she first inquired about 2202 and the movements of Xiao Wanqing, confirming that she had not encountered any fortunate events before she began to question what transpired the previous night. 2202. "I asked you to keep an eye on the Shen family. Where were you?" 2202 chuckled mischievously. "Host, the main deity summoned me for a matter, and I momentarily lacked the energy to observe. Had I not been momentarily negligent, how could you have managed to capture the task target?" 2202 felt that her host was exceedingly dedicated to fulfill the mission. She had managed to attract the target for close protection. Host, I will also strive to do my best. 2202 declared, filled with enthusiasm. Good luck. Yi Qing offered her customary, perfunctory encouragement to 2202 that after changing her clothes, she opened the door to find Shun Xingzhou seated cross-legged at her doorstep, clad in a deep blue pajamas. His bangs tousled over his eyes. Upon seeing Yi Qing emerge, he lifted his head, puffing out his cheeks in a display of grievance. You sat by my door all night? Yi Qing found Shun Xingzhou's appearance irresistibly cute. Reaching out to pinch his puffed cheeks. Goodness, Shun Xingzhou hadn't washed his face, and it felt slightly oily. Discreetly, she rubbed her hand against his pajamas. Go wash your face. It's a bit greasy, and that isn't very appealing. Yi Qing stated candidly. Shun Xingzhou, already looking forlorn, became even more so. Was this the appropriate moment to mention his oily face? Had he not been cherished once obtained? Chapter 31. A strong spirit ultimately. Shun Xingzhou obediently went to wash his face. Yi Qing had already settled in the living room. By this time, their communication devices were rendered useless, leaving only the radio capable of receiving signals. Shun grandfather had a habit of listening to the radio, and the family had gathered around to hear the news from the Sunshine Base. The Sunshine Base will be completed tomorrow. We should head there earlier rather than later. Shun grandfather stated, his years of wisdom far surpassing that of the younger generation that I in the novel. During the initial construction of the Sunshine Base, few ventured there. Some were too frightened of the zombies lurking near their homes to step outside, while others simply had not received the news. Consequently, those who arrived first secured the least amount of supplies and had the greatest selection of housing. The Sunshine Base was established in a suburban villa district to the east of City A, initially catering to the affluent and celebrities of the city. Thus, the walls were exceptionally high, and the villa windows were fortified against projectiles that as more survivors arrived. The space grew increasingly cramped. The base's leadership had no choice but to expand outward to accommodate the influx. However, survival within the base required an ever-increasing contribution of supplies, while the outside world became increasingly perilous. When a horde of zombies struck, one would be among the first to suffer the consequences. At times, Yi Qing mused that Shun grandfather truly was the one holding the script. After reaching a consensus to head to the base, the family decided not to venture out for supplies that day. Firstly, during their previous outing, Shun Xingzhou's storage space had become nearly full, enough to sustain the family for several months. Secondly, with the move to the base, the abundance of goods would complicate travel and increase risks. Arriving at the base with too much baggage would draw unwanted attention. It would be more prudent to take the day to practice fighting nearby zombies. Apart from Shun grandfather and Shun grandmother, all members of the Shun family mobilized to combat the zombies. As Shun Xingzhou's mother aptly put it, they were not incapable of movement. They could not solely depend on the younger generation to gather provisions for them. The group decided to pair off in twos. Shun Xingzhou naturally took Yi Qing's hand, drawing teasing glances from those around them. The first time he held Yi Qing's hand, Shun Xingzhou felt a surge of excitement. Do not question how Yi Qing knew. It was evident from the clammy sweat on his palms. After the morning's comment about Shun Xingzhou's oily face, he had spent the entire morning feeling dejected. The young man decided it was best not to speak the truth. However, the sweat was indeed uncomfortable. Finally, Yi Qing's keen eyes spotted a swaying zombie approaching. With delight, she released Shun Xingzhou's hand, wiped her palms on her clothing, and eagerly pursued the zombie with her baseball bat. This particular zombie had granted her an escape from her predicament. Yi Qing resolved not to prolong its suffering. With a swift strike to the head, she granted it a peaceful departure. Zombie, thank you. Yi Qing was well aware of her shortcomings. Thus she tirelessly trained herself to minimize her efforts while attempting to dispatch the zombies. The baseball bat, though useful, was not ideal. Once they moved to the base, she would seek more suitable weaponry, perhaps a fine blade, or even procure a few firearms to allow the little creatures in her storage a chance to demonstrate their prowess. Observing his girlfriend growing increasingly animated in her combat, Shun Xingzhou felt compelled to match her energy. Accelerating his pace, he believed she intended to compete with him. The determined young man began to exert himself. Meanwhile, 2202 cheered enthusiastically for Yi Qing. The more Yi Qing fought, the more pressure Shun Xingzhou felt, and he too endeavored to keep up. Onlookers couldn't help but wonder if the two were mad. Chasing after zombies. The outcome of Yi Qing's one-sided competition was that she decimated nearly all the zombies in the vicinity. She cast a triumphant glance at the panting Shen Xingzhou. "See, young man? Your superior is still your superior." Shen Xingzhou was about to explain when a girl, resembling a projectile, barreled into his embrace. In a flurry, he darted behind Yi Qing, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. The girl who had failed to reach Shen Xingzhou glared at him, biting her lip in frustration. "Xingzhou Gidge, why did you dodge away? My parents and I finally found our way here." Chapter 32. Even zombies shake their heads at you. The young girl appeared to be around 16 or 17. Her hair styled in twin ponytails, clad in a pristine Lolita outfit. Her attire was clean and tidy, her bright eyes sparkling, and her cherubic face bore a rosy hue from her run, with doe-like eyes. She gazed reproachfully at Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou immediately turned to Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, I don't know her." The explanation unfolds with a sense of urgency, as if fearing that a mere second's delay might render one unclean. Even more astounding is this fellow's self-taught prowess, perhaps sensing that Yi Qing is fond of his adorably charming demeanor. Though he is 4 years her senior, he shamelessly feigns vulnerability and cuteness in her presence. If he could, he would likely curl up in her embrace. Completely unconcerned about his image, he stands in stark contrast to the cultured scoundrel Yi Qing encountered at the banquet. Yi Qing remarks, "There's really no need for such theatrics." The girl who yearns to leap into Shen Xingzhou's arms is momentarily taken aback by his antics. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she rubs them occasionally to ensure she is not mistaken. "Sister, Mom, Dad, come quick and see if this fellow is indeed Xingzhou Ge," she calls out excitedly. Her voice rises, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Luckily, they are still at the basic level and move rather slowly. The zombie, swaying as it approaches, will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. This does not deter the girl, who begins to scream and hop about, calling for help in a series of frantic exclamations. Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou observe her impassively as she dances in place. Eventually, a girl dressed in black sportswear, with a high ponytail that exudes vigor, disdainfully scoops the girl up as if she were a chick, tossing her over her shoulder and admonishing, "Be quiet." Even zombies would shake their heads at your love-struck foolishness. They won't eat you. "Sister, it's Xingzhou Ge who is the love-struck fool," the lifted girl protests. Flailing her legs in midair and pointing at Shen Xingzhou for proof, "I just saw Xingzhou Ge acting cute with that lady. It was quite an eyesore." "Shut up. We're here to seek refuge with them." "You can't be so blunt," the girl in sportswear retorts, giving the smaller girl a gentle swat on the backside. The smaller girl falls silent, her defiance quelled, the girl carrying her gestures towards Yi Qing. Introducing herself, "I am Han Lu, and this is my sister, Han Luo. Our mothers are close friends, and during this apocalypse, we've come to seek refuge with them." Han Lu is refreshingly straightforward. Yi Qing reciprocates without hesitation. "I am Yi Qing, Shen Xingzhou's girlfriend. I know you. You're Shen Xingzhou's childhood sweetheart." The two girls, of similar ages, share a knowing smile. As guests arrive, Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou refrain from hunting zombies, leading the Han family back to the Shen family's ancestral home. On the way, Han Lu explains that she possesses abilities related to strength and speed, while her sister Han Luo, like Shen Xingzhou, is a space manipulator. The two heads of the Han family, however, have yet to awaken their powers. During their brief interaction, Yi Qing gains insight into the distinct personalities of the two sisters. Han Lu shares a resemblance with Yi Qing's authentic character, both being straightforward and unpretentious. In contrast, Han Luo appears to be a romantic dreamer, not with ill intent. But since middle school, she has approached handsome boys, inquiring if they would date her. Given the open-mindedness abroad, she has indeed had several boyfriends. Rest assured, though I am a romantic dreamer, I abide by my principles. I want to pursue those who are taken, Han Luo assures Yi Qing, patting her chest with pride. "Behave yourself," Han Lu chides, giving her sister a playful smack. Han Luo, TT. The two sisters, akin to the characters in a novel, share a narrative of innocence and misfortune. If Yi Qing is the most innocent cannon fodder in the story, then Han Luo is the most tragic supporting character, her only fault being a simple affection for the handsome Shunli. After Shunli began a relationship with Xiao Wanqing, Han Luo ceased her pursuit. Yet even so, Xiao Wanqing did not spare her. Upon learning of her sister's fate, Han Lu sought vengeance against Xiao Wanqing, only to be sent to a research facility. In the plot, the Shun and Han families meet at a base, yet here they are prior to that encounter. Yi Qing observes the two sisters laughing together, her cat-like eyes flashing with intrigue before returning to their usual demeanor. Her mission is revenge and the protection of Xin Xingzhou, as long as others do not obstruct her. She will not involve herself at this moment. A zombie, momentarily forgotten by everyone, approaches. Could you all show me some respect? Chapter 33, a taste of things to come in line with the original storyline. Upon seeing Shun Li, Han Luo's eyes gleam with excitement. After descending from her sister's embrace, she rushes to the sofa where Shun Li sits, pushing Liang Dong aside. Hey there, do you have a girlfriend? Han Luo asks cheerfully, her eyes sparkling. Shun Li has never encountered such an exuberant girl. He discreetly shifts a few steps closer to Xin Xingzhou, creating distance from Han Luo. Not yet, he replies politely. His tone slightly cool. Han Luo is undeterred by his aloofness. She believes that a handsome boy should behave this way. Noticing Shun Li's attempt to distance himself, she refrains from pressing further, but continues to chatter incessantly. Shun Li glances toward his cousin Xin Xingzhou, seeking assistance. Xin Xingzhou, leaning against Yi Qing, playfully complains, "It's Shun Li who pushed me over here." Shun Li interjects, "If he is to be punished, let him fight zombies instead of being subjected to this." Yi Qing pats Xin Xingzhou's head, signaling him to act normally, as she perceives the male lead approaching a breaking point. Wasn't Xiao Wanqing your sister-in-law's daughter? After lunch, Mrs. Han engages Xin Xingzhou's mother in conversation. Recounting her encounter with Xiao Wanqing, Yi Qing perks up at the mention of Xiao Wanqing. Yes, some issues have arisen, Mrs. Shun replies, avoiding any derogatory comments about Xiao Wanqing. The Han family, prior to the apocalypse, was also engaged in significant business ventures. Mrs. Han, perceptive, mentions only that she saw Xiao Wanqing with the youngest son of the Feng family, Feng Wenyuan. Has the female lead already become involved with another male supporting character? Yi Qing immediately inquires of 2202. I apologize, host. I have been preoccupied and overlooked this detail. 2202, generally a mere assistant due to Yi Qing's prowess, has been managing multiple small worlds, which led to this significant oversight. It is agitated with itself for nearly causing trouble. Realizing it might waste more energy, Yi Qing quickly inquires again, where is Xiao Wanqing now? Tomorrow, the Feng family will also head to the base. 2202 promptly responds that IT intends to inform the main god of its commitment to assist Yi Qing with her tasks. Wait, the female lead's fortune hasn't increased despite her encounter with a male character? 2202 is taken aback. According to the original plot, Feng Wenyuan fell deeply in love with Xiao Wanqing upon meeting her at the base, silently protecting her despite her connection with Xin Li. The Feng family has ties to the base's management, and Feng Wenyuan possesses fire abilities, forming a well-known team within the base. When Xin Li is absent, Feng Wenyuan often supports Xiao Wanqing, helping her confront challenges. Logically, the female lead's fortune should rise upon encountering a male character. So why has it not? 2202 is puzzled. Yet Yi Qing understands that in the novel, the Xiao Wanqing encountered by Feng Wenyuan is a powerful figure. Protected by the Xin family, a princess of sorts, unable to attain what is best. Currently, however, Xiao Wanqing is in a state of disarray and vulnerability. Without abilities, her meeting with Feng Wenyuan positions her as mere supplementary to him. Who would develop feelings for an accessory? It is only natural that Xiao Wanqing's fortune does not increase. Regardless, she cannot be allowed to remain with Feng Wenyuan for long. On their way to the base, Xiao Wanqing comes across a group crying for help. Her compassionate instincts kick in, leading her to rescue them. Among them are two individuals from Yi Qing's high school days, also complicit in her demise. They have often mocked and bullied her for her lack of abilities, as she wished not to burden Xin Xingzhou. Enduring quietly Yi Qing muses that she should encounter them soon. The grievances and sufferings endured by the younger Yi Qing must be repaid to Xiao Wanqing and those two. 1,000-fold. Chapter 34. A daily social disgrace, sweet moments. Tomorrow, they will move to the base. The women of the Xin family are busy preparing provisions, and Han Lu and Han Luo join in to assist. Yi Qing feels compelled to help as well. The matriarch of the Shun family takes charge. With ample rice remaining and the generator still operational, they decide to cook rice and prepare numerous rice balls, storing them in Xingzhou's and Han Luo's spaces for convenience during the journey. Everyone agrees that Mrs. Han and Han Luo exchange glances. Han Luo retrieves a substantial amount of cured meat and salted duck eggs from her space. Mrs. Han smiles, explaining, These have a long shelf life. We've stocked up on them. Even if the two families do not reside together at the base, cooperation is essential. The Shin family does not hesitate to accept the offerings. Mrs. Shun places the cured meat atop the rice to cook together. Yi Qing contemplated that once she arrived at the base, she would reside alone, and learning to cook would be beneficial. Her eyes remained fixed on Shun Li's mother as she resolved to acquire as much knowledge as possible. After finishing the hot meals packed in the space, she hoped to avoid having to eat steamed buns at every meal. The appetite of abilities users surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even a petite girl like Yi Qing required at least 3 bowls of rice per meal. She felt that her rations were insufficient, opting for a moderate meal and waiting until she returned to her room to eat again. The rice balls she crafted were as large as an adult's fist. The space of the abilities user resembled a small house constructed in a different dimensional realm that as Shin Xingzhou continued to explore. He discovered that the flow of time within the space differed slightly from their current temporal pace. Being relatively slower as the level of abilities increased, the time flow might slow even further, extending the shelf life of stored items. The rice balls were shaped while still warm and stored in the space. Ensuring they would be pleasantly warm by morning. It was only when the rice in the villa was sufficient for one evening meal that everyone paused. Yi Qing felt she had learned something. After dinner, she returned to her room and, adhering to her usual routine, went to the restroom before entering the space. She first checked on the vegetables she had planted, noting their growth, then proceeded to the breeding area to collect eggs. Finally, she rummaged through her stockpile of cured meats, salted pork, salted egg yolks, seaweed, and meat floss. In her villa, she had installed solar panels to convert sunlight into electricity. She prepared several pots of rice in one go, chopping the cured and salted meats, and created 50 rice balls even larger than those made by the Shin family. She was eager to make more when 2202 informed her that Shin Xingzhou was at her door. Yi Qing frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a bit disdainful. He was so clingy. She wondered if returning him was an option. Helpless, she could only store the remaining rice, having spent so much time in the kitchen. She wasn't concerned about acquiring the aroma of cured meat. She quickly exited the space and opened the restroom door. Shin Xingzhou was pacing back and forth at her door, upon hearing the door open. His ears perked up, and the moment Yi Qing opened the door, he gazed at her with eager eyes. What's wrong? Yi Qing felt a bit guilty under Shin Xingzhou's scrutiny. However, recalling that she had done nothing wrong, she straightened her posture. I thought you had gone out again. Shin Xingzhou sensed Yi Qing's particular concern for Xiao Wanqing. Earlier that day, Madame Han had mentioned Xiao Wanqing, and he feared Yi Qing might sneak out as she had before, prompting him to come and check. Seeing the worry in Shin Xingzhou's eyes softened Yi Qing's heart. In her past missions, no one had ever expressed such concern for her, and she found the feeling quite pleasant. Her tone softened as she said, I won't be going out today. You should head back and get some sleep. We're leaving early tomorrow. I can't sleep. Shin Xingzhou's gaze frequently darted toward Yi Qing's room. Noticing this, Yi Qing understood his thoughts. She reached out, grasping Shin Xingzhou's wrist, and pulled him towards a wall, hoping to give him a stylish push-up against it. However, due to her shorter stature, her hand failed to reach the wall. Shin Xingzhou, witnessing the girl's predicament, relaxed his brow, his eyes filled with affection, and a smile danced on his lips. Why Yi Qing? Was he mocking her? Yi Qing playfully hooked her arm around Shin Xingzhou's neck, exerting herself to leap onto him, her legs wrapping around his waist. What are you laughing at? She asked, biting his lip in a domineering manner. Shin Xingzhou wasn't foolish when his wife kissed him. He knew to enjoy the moment. He wrapped his arms around Yi Qing, fearing she might fall, closed his eyes, and allowed her to indulge in her whims. Sister, I wasn't wrong, was I? Xingzhou is even more lovesick than I am, Han Luo remarked, observing the two embraced figures inside. Yi Qing and Shin Xingzhou. They truly had a toxic relationship. Each time they shared a tender moment, they were interrupted. Before kissing Shin Xingzhou, she had carefully scanned the surroundings with her mental powers, ensuring no one was present. Where had these people emerged from? Chapter 35. The zombies are about to evolve. Shin Xingzhou, despite his willingness to act cutesy in front of Yi Qing, maintained a demeanor of elegance and composure in front of others. He gently set Yi Qing down and straightened her slightly disheveled clothing. That moment, Yi Qing's eyes glistened with moisture, her porcelain-like cheeks flushed, and her lips reddened, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Shin Xingzhou couldn't resist planting a few affectionate kisses on her forehead, before finally closing the door in the presence of the nosy onlookers. Once he blocked Yi Qing's view, he proudly gestured to his swollen lips, haughtily strutting away. His expression seemed to broadcast, "You single dogs can only envy from afar. Shunli, Liang Dong, Han Lu, and Han Luo. This guy is so infuriating." The night's interlude concluded. The next morning, everyone rose early. Shun Xingzhou and Han Luo gathered all the items they could into the space, leaving only a few supplies visible for others. Old Mr. Shun and Grandma Shun were the last to board the vehicle, casting a lingering glance back at their old home. Old Mr. Shun patted Grandma Shun's hand, saying nonchalantly, "Let us go, my dear. It's better to preserve our lives than to cling to anything else. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps these old bones will live long enough to return." Grandma Shun nodded in agreement. 4 vehicles set off from the Shun family villa in grand procession. Shun Xingzhou's father held a map of City A, marking various locations with symbols. He picked up the walkie-talkie to discuss the route with Shun Li's father. "We'll take the eastern road. There's a food processing facility along the way with several food factories. After leaving that area, we'll continue down this road, passing a paper processing plant, and eventually, we'll go by a gas station. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel astonished at how much old Mr. Shun resembled a seasoned strategist, even preparing a walkie-talkie. Shun Li's father acknowledged this. The two men then selected numerous markets and wholesale venues in City A known for their abundant supplies. Upon reaching the base, they would need to diligently search for resources. Xingzhou and Han Luo, be cautious while gathering supplies. Make sure to use your abilities in less crowded areas, advised Shun Xingzhou's father. They are all seasoned players in the marketplace. During chaotic times, it's wise to remain low-key and avoid conflicts whenever possible. Shun Xingzhou understood. Han Luo, being a young girl, warranted a few extra reminders. Shun's father primarily believed Han Luo appeared somewhat dim-witted. Han Luo earnestly assured him she would be careful. The food processing plant housed employee dormitories, and many workers resided there, so the zombies inside were plentiful. They could not all enter together. After the group concluded their discussions, the older individuals remained vigilant outside while the younger ones ventured in to gather supplies. Upon entering the first factory, a noodle processing facility, they quietly pushed the factory door open, standing back to back with their weapons drawn. Inside the workshop, several workers had transformed into zombies, wandering about. Sensing the fresh scent of food, they excitedly lunged toward the group. Yi Qing keenly noticed that the zombies in the villa area had become more agile. Their once rigid limbs now exhibited some degree of flexibility, and with each staggered step, decaying flesh dropped from their bodies. She also observed one zombie with grayish-white protruding eyeballs that slightly shifted. Was that zombie on the verge of evolving? Chapter 36. Successful guidance. This was undoubtedly not favorable news for humanity. Currently, as the male protagonist, Shun Li's lightning abilities were still at a mid-zero level, let alone those of other abilities users. "Look at that zombie." Yi Qing pointed to the one on the brink of evolution, calculating Shun Xingzhou's position as she took a few steps back and collided into his embrace. Once Shun Xingzhou steadied her trembling form, she exclaimed in fear, "That zombie resembles a human. I just saw its eyeball moved." In the novel, zombies began to evolve after the first month of the apocalypse. Coinciding with the rise of the red moon in the sky, Shun Li and Xia Wanqing's abilities group had taken on a mission at a grain depot, where Xia Wanqing encountered a level 1 strength-type zombie, resulting in numerous casualties among the guard team and abilities users before Shun Li ultimately defeated it. The news of zombies evolving reached the base. The researchers speculated that the red moon was responsible for the zombies' evolution. It seemed everyone had misjudged the situation. Yi Qing believed it would be best for the base to learn this information as soon as possible. Reflecting on the events that transpired en route to the base, she had already devised a comprehensive plan in her mind. Is this zombie a failed evolution? Yi Qing deliberately shifted the topic, mentally calling out to 2202. 2202, can you help me locate Xia Wanqing and the guard team? Please hold on, host. After yesterday's mishap, 2202 had not followed the main deity on missions. As soon as Yi Qing called, it immediately began its task. Host, I can locate the female protagonist, Xia Wanqing, but I cannot pinpoint the guard team as the plot has yet to unfold. Where is Xia Wanqing now? Yi Qing's heart was remarkably calm, yet her delicate face bore an expression of sheer terror. As 2202 positioned itself, it observed its host performing on stage. The female protagonist was currently en route to the base, destined to meet the host at the final gas station. Just as the original plot had foretold that I understand in the original storyline. Once the base was established, the escort team commenced gathering supplies while rescuing survivors. One entire team of the escort was lost in action. Upon learning this, the protagonist, Xiao Wanxing, shed tears and lamented. Had we known, we would have gone as well. Why I Ching speculated that the escort team perished at the hands of a rapidly evolving zombie. It had not merely failed to evolve. It was accelerating in its transformation at a critical moment. Shun Li's protagonist aura did not falter. Yi Qing gracefully withdrew after achieving her objective. Shun Xingzhou cast a thoughtful glance at the young girl in his arms, tightening his embrace slightly. Shun Li, remember to report your findings to the base upon our return. Shun Xingzhou intentionally shifted the focus onto Shun Li, confident that Yi Qing would not jeopardize him. Yi Qing lifted her gaze to meet Shun Xingzhou's deep, dark eyes, her feline eyes curving slightly. Shun Xingzhou squeezed Yi Qing's small hand. The zombie stirred. It stood behind others in the workshop, seemingly commanding them, exhibiting a more organized demeanor than the zombies they had encountered. After Shun Li dispatched the nearest zombie, his handsome face was etched with gravity. It had taken control of the other zombies. Just as Shun Li spoke, the zombie seemed to realize that its minions were no match for the supplies. It elongated its neck and let out a roar. The response of the zombies echoed from all directions. It was summoning more zombies to its side. Let's form a circle and move out, Yi Qing urged, but Shun Xingzhou restrained her. Adjusting his glasses, he forced himself to remain calm and take charge. Chapter 37. Level 1 Psychic Zombie. The group formed a circle, with Han Luo and Shun Xingzhou, both possessing spatial abilities, at the center, fighting while retreating towards the entrance. Zombies continuously emerged from other workshops. By the time the group reached the entrance, a considerable number of zombies had surrounded them, the stench of decay filling their nostrils. We have to fight, Liang Dong shouted. His eyes reddened at the sight of so many zombies. He bent down, placing his hands on the ground, and initiated an earthen spike that sent a wave of zombies flying. Observing this, Shun Li conjured a thunderball in his palm, crackling ominously. Yi Qing coordinated with Han Luo, using her vines to ensnare the zombies' legs. Han Luo utilized her strength and speed, taking down one zombie after another. Shun Xingzhou kept a vigilant eye on Yi Qing, his long fingers gripping his steel pipe tightly. He cautioned Han Luo to remain quiet and find cover before stepping forward to join the fray. The elder stationed outside sensed the unusual commotion. Shen Ma, with a fiery temperament, was about to rush in to assist. But Shen Yi, maintaining his composure, halted her. If you go now, you will only create more trouble for the children. He recognized their systematic approach, that we can't just stand by and watch them struggle against the horde of zombies. Shen Ma's agitation heightened her voice. Wait, in the Shen family. Only Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li were the younger generation, and his concern surpassed all. However, in this apocalyptic world, such peril would only become more frequent. The children of the Shen family were not raised in a greenhouse. Their only option was to avoid being a burden. Shen Yi even instructed others to move their vehicles further away, ensuring they would not hinder the children. Simultaneously, at the other end of the Food Institute, the sounds of weaponry rang out incessantly. Host, we have located the escort team's coordinates. They are to your east. 2202's electronic tail wagged rapidly. As the plot progressed, 2202 successfully pinpointed the location of the team that had perished in the original storyline. Move east. Upon receiving the information, Yi Qing whispered to Shun Xingzhou, behind her. Without hesitation, Shun Xingzhou directed Shun Li and the others to proceed eastward. Team Hu, look over there. Someone is approaching. The escort team spotted Yi Qing and her companions moving toward them. They are abilities users. Quick, provide support. Team Hu's leader immediately issued orders for cooperation. Judging by their direction, they must have come from another side. With Team Hu's armament backing them, the group sighed in relief. They swiftly reached the escort team. Liang Dong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Those who survive great calamities are surely blessed. The others were not faring much better, all except Han Luo, who were completely spent. I am Hu Yang, captain of the second squad of the Sunshine Base. Hu Yang recognized that Shun Xingzhou had been leading this ability user team. He directly introduced himself to Shun Xingzhou. Shun Xingzhou, not using his abilities, was still managing well. He supported Yi Qing with one hand while adjusting his glasses with the other, politely saying, "Hello, Captain Hu. We are survivors heading to the Sunshine Base. I am Shin Xingzhou, the eldest grandson of the Shin family. A pleasure to meet you." Hu Yang was aware of the Shin family. "Young Master Shin, would you be interested in cooperating?" Just their ability to emerge unscathed from the zombie horde was enough for Hu Yang to consider collaboration. In this apocalypse, the Shin family name held little weight. "Just call me by my name." Captain Hu. Yi Qing had brought them here evidently to collaborate with Hu Yang, and Shin Xingzhou conveyed their willingness to cooperate. The two quickly negotiated terms. Upon successful completion of the collaborative mission, rewards would be granted upon returning to the base. While Shin Xingzhou allowed Shun Li and the others to rest, he inquired about the situation at the Sunshine Base from Hu Yang. "Warning, warning, host. That zombie has successfully evolved. It is a level 1 psychic zombie. 2202 exclaimed, its electronic voice crackling chaotically in Yi Qing's mind at the same moment. The zombies grew restless, recklessly charging toward the escort team. Chapter 38. Eliminating the psychic zombie. Yi Qing activated her psychic abilities. Searching for the psychic zombie among the horde. It had gained consciousness and cunningly concealed itself at the rear of the group. It could even sense the presence of a power drawing nearer to capture it. Yi Qing led Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li eastward to join the escort team. On one hand, she deeply admired these individuals. Whether facing floods, earthquakes, fires, or foreign threats, they were always the first to appear, wielding their weapons and bodies to forge a protective barrier. Yi Qing questioned herself. She could not achieve such feats. Thus, she sought to save them. The more individuals like these who survived, the greater humanity's hope for survival. Moreover, the Sunshine Base was fortified with high-ranking personnel, including those who had previously held power in City A and the commander of the escort team, 3 influential figures overseeing the operation. They genuinely worked for the survival of humanity. However, City A was rife with local tyrants, with powerful families wielding significant influence. One such family was the Feng family, previously mentioned, captain who led one of the elite teams of the escort. And their sacrifice had considerably impacted the team, simultaneously weakening the 3 prominent figures' control over the powerful families. Yi Qing aimed to protect Shin Xingzhou, eliminate Xiao Wanqing, and confront the Feng family, by rescuing Captain Hu and his team. They could leave a lasting impression on the 3 powerful figures through Hu Yang, while also allowing Shun Li to convey the news of the zombies' evolution for them, who had just arrived at the base. The benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. These were the considerations Yi Qing had meticulously planned prior to their arrival. She was prepared. Currently, without zombie crystal cores, abilities users could only rely on rest to recuperate their powers. In such a brief time, Shun Li and Liang Dong had only managed to regain a fraction of their abilities. Thankfully, with Captain Hu's weaponry support, no casualties had yet occurred amidst their coordinated efforts. The relentless assault wore on. The psychic zombie grew impatient, letting out a bellow. The zombies twisted and surged forward like a tide. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, it lunged at Hu Yang. The moment had arrived. Yi Qing mobilized her wood-based abilities, ensnaring the psychic zombie's legs with vines, restricting its movements. Hu Yang narrowly escaped disaster. Offering Yi Qing a grateful smile, Yi Qing activated 2 abilities simultaneously, causing her energy to deplete rapidly. "Host, would you like to drink some spirit spring water?" 2202 inquired with concern. No, the space was Yi Qing's trump card, the one thing she must not expose, and this outcome was part of her plan. Which is more memorable, saving someone with your abilities while exhausted or doing so while unscathed? If one were to show kindness, they must ensure the benefactor remembers it. Yi Qing had always preferred to maximize her benefits. She activated her final psychic barrier, creating a brief illusion that the psychic zombie was attacking Hu Yang, whom she desperately protected. Taking advantage of this illusion, she swiftly moved in front of the psychic zombie and severed its head, storing it along with the body in her space. After completing her task, Yi Qing's powers were entirely drained. She bit her lip and, upon confirming her safety in front of Shin Xingzhou, closed her eyes and collapsed. Seeing Yi Qing's pale visage caused his heart to constrict painfully. With the loss of the psychic zombie's control, the remaining zombies became disoriented, lacking their leader, with Shun Li's protagonist aura at play. The group quickly escaped danger. How is she? After escaping danger, Hu Yang gazed intently at the unconscious Yi Qing. Filled with concern, the overuse of her powers had taken a toll. Shin Xingzhou, cradling Yi Qing, responded calmly, though his dark eyes harbored brewing storms beneath their surface. Chapter 39. Acknowledging mistakes with positivity. When Yi Qing finally regained consciousness, she found herself nestled in the warmth of Shun Xingzhou's embrace within the vehicle. A soothing warmth from his powers enveloped her hand, and surprisingly, her head was not as painful as she had anticipated after exhausting her abilities. Host, you have finally awakened. The mission target is currently using healing powers to tend to you. 2202's electronic voice resonated with concern. Yi Qing noted that 2202 was increasingly exhibiting human-like emotions. Host, the mission target is quite worried about you, it continued, interpreting kindness towards Yi Qing as a sign of loyalty. As Yi Qing lay in Shun Xingzhou's arms, her view was limited to the gentle contour of his jawline, which, due to his current displeasure, was tightly set. She noticed the pallor of his lips and feared he had exhausted his powers, prompting her to attempt to extricate herself from his hold. Do not move. Shun Xingzhou had not sensed her awakening at the moment she regained consciousness, but he was undoubtedly the first to notice her open eyes. Yet, he remained silent, his lips pressed firmly together in a frown, revealing his anger. Realizing the reason for his displeasure, Yi Qing gently grasped the hem of his clothing. Shun Xingzhou's downcast gaze met hers, his dark, dog-like eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, their corners tinged with red. I was wrong that I promised to consult you before acting in the future. Yi Qing reflected on her solitary existence in her previous world, where she had always faced challenges alone, whether wounded or near death, or even as a renowned assassin amassing wealth and fame. She had never realized that Shun Xingzhou was now by her side. With mistakes comes the necessity for acknowledgement. Regardless of gender, I apologize. I will certainly take you into account moving forward, she declared, raising her hand as if to swear an oath. Shun Xingzhou, who had initially intended to say more, found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing her sincere remorse. The tenderness in his eyes was unmistakable. You, Shun Xingzhou, did nothing wrong. That it is I who am insufficiently strong to protect you, he murmured, his voice a low rasp. Yi Qing reached out, affectionately stroking Shun Xingzhou's soft hair. Even if your powers are high-level, they remain supportive in nature, she said earnestly. Do not worry, I shall protect you. As the one in a position of power, how could she allow her partner to shield her? Fearing he might doubt her resolve, she clenched her fist and reiterated, rest assured, I will upgrade my abilities to safeguard you. And it will not happen like this again. Her earnest declaration shattered the tender atmosphere. Shun Xingzhou, we shall protect one another, he insisted, determined not to allow the young girl to feel weak. Just as he prepared to speak further, Yi Qing sat upright and planted a quick kiss on his lips. Shun Xingzhou, his ears flushed crimson as he pressed his cool fingertips against the spot she had kissed. Secretly smiling, his earlier tempestuous demeanor fading away. 2202, your advice proved invaluable, Yi Qing sincerely complimented, recalling how it had guided her in soothing Shun Xingzhou. Host, I am glad you found it useful. I shall strive to learn even more. 2202 replied, adding a new book titled The Runaway Little Wife of the CEO to its collection. Shun Xingzhou was perfect in every way. However, as a young man, he was a bit clingy and prone to excessive chatter. To silence a talkative partner, one kiss would suffice. If that were not enough, two would do. There is a gas station ahead. Let us pause there to rest and recuperate before heading to the base, suggested Shin's parents, who had been observing the unfolding drama with satisfaction. Yi Qing. This time, it was not an unwarranted appearance. She had willingly presented herself for scrutiny. Chapter 40. An encounter at the gas station. We have arrived at the gas station. Without waiting for 2202 to protest in her mind, Yi Qing instinctively followed the plotline, which was crucial for her. After all, the two individuals present were the primary architects of her demise, and among her key targets for revenge. Have Xiao Wanqing and the male lead, Feng Wenyuan, already arrived? In the crowded environment, Yi Qing had to be cautious not to reveal Shun Xingzhou's light healing powers, though she was capable of walking. She remained weak, leaning against him as he held her. Host, Xiao Wanqing, and the male lead Feng Wenyuan are currently resting inside the convenience store at the gas station, 2202 informed her. The other two revenge targets are also en route, being pursued by zombies, approximately 2,000 meters away. Great, let me know when we are close. Yi Qing communicated with 2202 before closing her eyes again. In the narrative, Xiao Wanqing had saved them under the pretense of being Yi Qing's classmate. leading to screams from the other two when they encountered zombies, causing significant trouble for Shun Li's team. That Yi Qing's reputation had been tarnished, while Xia Wanqing reaped the benefits. Now, a cruel smile flickered across Yi Qing's face as she nestled closer to Shun Xingzhou. Shun Xingzhou, concerned for her well-being, adjusted her position. The Feng family had taken over the gas station. Shun Li and Hu Yang sought to refuel, but were obstructed by the Feng family, resulting in a standoff that brought Feng Wenyuan and the elder Feng into the fray. Upon spotting Shun Li, Xia Wanqing's previously cheerful expression transformed dramatically. Yi Qing slightly opened her eyes to glance at her, then promptly closed them again. Xia Wanqing's current appearance starkly contrasted with her earlier demeanor at the Shen residence. She wore a short pleated skirt paired with a tight-fitting t-shirt that exposed her flat, pale belly. Although her makeup was not overly heavy, it was enough to obliterate her once innocent charm. Upon recognizing familiar faces, Xia Wanqing instinctively turned away to avoid them. Before the apocalypse, the Feng family had been unwilling to remain in the shadows of the Shen family, frequently engaging in dubious activities. The Shen family dismissed them as mere clowns, disregarding their actions. After the apocalypse, the Feng family swiftly organized a group of ability users and established connections within the base. Upon encountering Elder Shun, the Feng elder wore a triumphant expression. With a beaming smile, Feng Wenyuan approached, holding Xia Wanqing close. "What a surprise to see you here, Elder Shen and Uncle Shun. Wanqing, why not greet your father and mother?" Xia Wanqing hesitated, reluctant to respond. Feng Wenyuan tightened his grip around her waist, causing her discomfort, prompting her to reluctantly greet the Shen family. "Father, mother." Her eyes betrayed unrecognized resentment and bitterness. The Shen family found her reaction amusing. What right did Xia Wanqing have to blame them? Prior to witnessing her current state, Shun Li's parents had harbored some hope for her. If she could learn from her hardships, they would still consider her their daughter. Little did Xia Wanqing realize, today she had completely squandered any goodwill the Shen family had towards her. That a few wisps of white smoke dissipated above her head. Host, the female lead's fortune value has decreased to only 30 points. 2202 reported, "We are nearing the moment when her fortune value reaches 0, which signifies Xia Wanqing's atonement for her wrongdoings against you." Chapter 41. The main perpetrators of Yi Qing's demise assemble. Following the plot, Feng Wenyuan aimed to humiliate the Shen family through Xia Wanqing. However, the Shen family chose not to engage with his provocations. Hu Yang, leveraging his position as the captain of the Sunshine Base's guard team, kept the Feng family at bay while refueling. Elder Feng and Feng Wenyuan seethed with frustration. Feeling powerless against the Shun family's formidable presence, aware of Hu Yang's status, Elder Feng refrained from speaking out in his presence. Despite feeling indignant, the Shen family was truly formidable, having established connections with the guard team as soon as the base was completed. Shun Xingzhou observed the Feng family's demeanor and understood Yi Qing's desperate attempt to save Hu Yang, tightening his hold on the young girl in his arms. Elder Feng exchanged glances with Feng Wenyuan, who released Xia Wanqing and briefly introduced Hu Yang's identity. Upon returning, Feng Wenyuan politely inquired, "Captain Hu, would you like to come inside to rest for a moment?" Hu Yang did not respond immediately, but instead turned to Shun Xingzhou. "Is Comrade Yi Qing feeling better? Should we take her inside to rest?" Yi Qing discreetly pinched Shun Xingzhou's waist, urging him to conceal his alternate ability from others. His clear, handsome face was marked with worry as he shook his head. "She has awakened once, but then fell asleep again. Captain Hu, let us adjust and head to the base early so she can recuperate properly." Yi Qing lay unconscious, unable to witness Shun Xingzhou's acting prowess. The enthusiastic 2202 eagerly relayed the situation to Yi Qing, saying, "Host, if the mission objective is to mingle in the entertainment industry, I would be the first to contest if you don't secure the title of Best Actor. Just look at that worried and pained little gaze. So well executed." Yi Qing secretly gave Shun Xingzhou a playful wink before lying back down. Feng Wenyuan, unfamiliar with Yi Qing and oblivious to her relationship with Hu Yang, still wished to say something to bridge the gap between himself and Hu Yang. Suddenly, a commotion of girls' cries erupted from a distance. "Help! Save us!" Two girls were frantically running towards them, pursued by a swarm of zombies. Upon encountering the survivors, Hu Yang was certain to intervene and provide assistance. He gestured for the nearest guards, who promptly opened fire, swiftly eliminating the horde of zombies. The two girls, panting, reached their location. Upon seeing the handsome faces surrounding them, Their eyes instantly brightened. The often sidelined Xia Wanqing took note of this. She studied the girls' faces for some time before hesitantly asking, "Are you classmates of Yiqing?" Xia Wanqing was aware that these two girls were quite unruly in class, and she deliberately spoke up, hoping to draw them closer to Yiqing. After all, she reasoned, Yiqing could hardly ignore her classmates in such a dire situation. Why Yiqing? The two girls exchanged glances. Finally noticing Yiqing, eyes closed, cradled in Shun Xingzhou's arms. One was named Hong Huihui and the other Yang Xiaoya. When the apocalypse struck, they had just been at a karaoke gathering with their classmates. In the brief days since, they had endured far too much, their clothes filthy and their faces slick with grime. Had it not been for two thugs targeting them, forcing them to flee and be chased by zombies, they would not have arrived here in such a disheveled state. Now, seeing Yiqing nestled in the arms of such a dashing young man, pristine in comparison, they were consumed with envy. Why Yiqing was hardly as popular in class as they were. For the sake of survival, both harbored ulterior motives. Yes, we share a close relationship with Yiqing, Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaoya nodded. Hong Huihui, with a flair for drama, added, "We were quite worried about Yiqing. We didn't expect to see her here. Handsome, what happened to Yiqing?" She deliberately raised her voice in a manner she presumed boys would find appealing, while Yang Xiaoya's gaze drifted to Shunli, who stood behind Shin Xingzhou. The men were extraordinarily handsome. The boys at their school paled in comparison to these two. That you keep claiming to be concerned about Yiqing, yet your eyes are glued to Xingzhou. Han Luo, a romance enthusiast, discerned the girls' intentions to leverage their relationship with Yiqing to catch Shun Xingzhou's attention. She noted how the other girl frequently glanced at Shin Li. Why Yiqing had been right. Shun Li was too attractive, and even before the apocalypse, he had drawn the attention of numerous women. Now, with his newfound strength, even more were captivated. She had finally found a target and was determined to protect him. Such women could not be allowed into their ranks. Why Yiqing had planned her unconsciousness as part of her strategy. According to the script, Xia Wanqing would still push these two towards her. And since she could not speak, she would need a mouthpiece. Thus, on the night Han Luo arrived, Yiqing subtly influenced her thoughts. The time was short, and Han Luo had merely found Shunli handsome without much emotional attachment. So Yiqing employed her mental powers to implant a suggestion. Whenever a girl gazed at Shunli, Han Luo would step in to deter them. Given Han Luo's personality, no one would suspect her intentions. Han Luo believed her sister had a point and nodded in agreement. She glanced at Shun Li and Liang Dong, who nodded in unison like mere tools. Why Yiqing silently applauded Han Luo. She had not misjudged her. Han Luo, with her romantic inclinations, was indeed proving useful. I don't have that. You know, Hong Huihui bit her lip, feigning distress. Can you speak normally? You can't even manage your voice properly. Han Luo scoffed, placing her hands on her hips and mimicking Hong Huihui's tone with an exaggerated lilt. Han Luo's voice, though soft, didn't come off as forced, unlike Hong Huihui's sharper tone. Being 17 or 18, Hong Huihui felt too embarrassed to retort under such scrutiny. Xia Wanqing ground her teeth in frustration. These two were quite capable at school. How have they become so ineffectual now? She recalled having seen them play with Yiqing before and resolved to inquire once Yiqing regained consciousness. Xia Wanqing decided to take matters in her own hands, striving to draw the two girls closer to Yiqing. With her hands on her hips, Han Luo coldly remarked, "Aren't you and Yiqing from the same school? Since you're both alumni, you should look out for them." Upon hearing this, Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaoya turned to Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing, confident in her status as the daughter of the Shin family, often flaunted her position at school and was well known. Both girls recognized her, knowing she was not one to back down from a challenge. Thus, they could only look expectantly at Feng Wenin. Contemplating the possibility that these two women might know Yiqing, saw how Hu Yang was clearly worried about her. Accepting them might facilitate a connection with Yiqing. So he nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Feng Wenin, Yang Xiaoya's father was a formidable member of a powerful ability team within the base. After the apocalypse, many of the workers under Yang Xiaoya's father awakened their abilities, leading him to organize a strong team. Yiqing's intricate plan to align Yang Xiaoya with Feng Wenin was also a strategic move for the future, having rescued Hu Yang to forge a connection. She had analyzed Feng Wenin's character through her readings, and thus far, everything had unfolded according to her design. The revenge plan had one final step: to leave a mark at the convenience store. Among the three major powers of the Sunshine Base, One had abilities akin to hers and was responsible for security management. Once at the base, Yi Qing knew that discreetly eliminating these two would carry a degree of risk. She preferred to avoid risks whenever possible. These two were not the protagonists and did not require the same level of energy depletion before their demise. Would it be wise to spare them for another day? She utilized her mental powers to control the nearby zombies. Encircling the convenience store, the novel had foretold rain for the day, and indeed, the skies began to weep shortly thereafter. The people on site, cautious and wary of unforeseen events, decided to rest within the convenience store until the rain subsided before clearing the zombies and returning to the base. This wait extended into the night, when visibility waned, forcing everyone to remain until dawn. Throughout, Yi Qing kept her eyes closed, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to act. This opportunity soon presented itself. In the current environment, few were genuinely in deep slumber. The rain ceased as dawn broke. Chu Yang, ever vigilant, stood up the moment the rain stopped. He intended to return to the base. The potential upgrade of zombies was a pressing matter. The sooner they communicated this information, the earlier precautions could be established, and more individuals could be dispatched to search for survivors, thus increasing the chances of survival for those remaining. Additionally, they had yet to fully collect supplies from the Food Institute. Chu Yang had only brought 3 space manipulators, and their vehicle was filled to capacity with supplies. This was far from sufficient. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human civilization lay in ruins, and agriculture and industry could not be restored quickly. Gathering more supplies was imperative. He could not afford to waste any resource. Chu Yang was eager to return to the base. Feng Wenin would surely seize the opportunity to forge a rapport with Hu Yang. And Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya would likely rush to keep up with them. Yi Qing was most eager to witness their frantic attempts to follow. The more urgent they were, the easier it would be for her to act. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even on dry days, a veil of mist cloaked the world. Following the rain, the fog thickened ominously as the group emerged to confront this dismal sight. They couldn't help but frown. Hu Yang exchanged a glance with Shen Xingzhou, who still held Yi Qing. Chu Yang inquired of Feng Wenin. The fog is quite dense, increasing the dangers of the journey. Are you planning to accompany us to the base or wait until the mist clears? Xia Wanqing felt a sudden surge of anxiety within her. Her intuition, honed over the years, indicated that now was not the opportune moment to return alongside the others. Alas, in this moment, she found herself bereft of the right to voice her concerns. Even if she dared to speak, Feng Wenin would likely dismiss her, perhaps even with irritation. Xia Wanqing understood all too well that there was no returning to the Shin family without a reliable support. She needed to cling tightly to Feng Wenin. The thought of inciting his annoyance was unbearable. Feng Wenin seemed intent on favoring Hu Yang, and with Captain Hu and the guard team present, it was believed that returning together would be for the best. Chu Yang nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Feng Wenin was reluctant to part with the supplies from the convenience store. He negotiated with Hu Yang and, with great reluctance, decided to allocate half of the supplies to enlist the help of the guard team in transporting them. Chu Yang did not overlook the Shin family. He glanced at Shen Xingzhou in a questioning manner, while Yi Qing subtly urged Shen Xingzhou to acquiesce. She needed a moment to gather herself. Shen Xingzhou, upon receiving Yi Qing's hint, hesitated briefly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Yet he nodded, albeit reluctantly. Both Old Master Feng and Feng Wenin observed Shen Xingzhou's unwillingness, and their vigilance seemed to ease slightly. Feng Wenin still held a modicum of interest in Xia Wanqing, coupled with a hint of sympathy. Thus, she was spared the burden of moving supplies. Unfortunately, Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya were not so fortunate. If they wished to remain in the Feng household, they would have to assist like everyone else in transporting the supplies. Yi Qing noticed Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya struggling to carry 2 boxes of instant noodles toward the vehicle and immediately focused her mental energy to locate the previously scattered zombies. Meanwhile, the weather seemed to be aiding Yi Qing. Following the rain, the zombies became somewhat more agile by the time anyone reacted to shout about the approaching zombies and grab their weapons to defend themselves. Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya were already caught off guard and injured by the zombies. The zombies closed in. The thick fog obscured visibility, prompting Hu Yang to swiftly direct everyone back to the convenience store. They had been injured by the zombies. When Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya attempted to enter the store, they were intercepted by Feng Wenin's cousin. We didn't. Hong Huihui and Yang Xiaya stammered. desperately pulling their clothes down in an attempt to conceal the marks left by the zombie's claws. More zombies amassed around them. They knew that if they did not enter the store, they would be torn apart by the undead. In the past, Xiao Yiqing had also been pushed by Hong Hui and Yang Xiaoya, resulting in her being scratched by a zombie that time. Xiao Yiqing had already awakened her wood-based powers, significantly reducing her chances of becoming a zombie compared to ordinary people. Perhaps if she endured, she might awaken other abilities. The two harbored jealousy towards Yi Qing for receiving Shun Xingzhou's protection. They conspired together to keep Yi Qing outside, leaving her to be devoured piece by piece by the zombies. Yi Qing had always kept her word. How they had treated Xiao Yiqing previously was now reflected in how they would be treated. In fact, Yi Qing might even slightly delay the zombies' advance, allowing them to fully experience the terror of impending death. Chapter 44. This is what you deserve. I witnessed it with my own eyes. One individual forcefully rolled up Yang Xiaoya's sleeve. Everyone present could see the two bloody scratches on her pale arm. The surrounding skin already beginning to darken. It was evident that she had just been clawed by a zombie. Feng Wennin's cousin reveled in revealing the injuries of Hong Hui and Yang Xiaoya. The zombies drew ever closer, with one just a few meters away. Driven by the instinct to survive, Yang Xiaoya, in a moment of desperation, seized the person before her, her voice fierce. If you don't want her to die, let me in. Hong Hui echoed her sentiments. In affluent families, the bonds of blood were often shallower than in ordinary households. They prioritized the worth of the children within the family. The woman Yang Xiaoya held was merely a distant relative from Feng Wennin's mother's side. After the apocalypse began, Feng Wennin's parents had succumbed to the fate of zombies and were no longer alive. Old Master Feng and Feng Wennin would never jeopardize their safety for such a distant relative. The fragility of human connections was starkly illustrated in the face of life and death choices. Aside from the woman's parents, who exhibited a flicker of remorse, the others remained indifferent, with the Feng family silent. Hu Yang and the Shen family would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. To put it bluntly, if even their own kin would not come to their aid. What hope did they have from others? Mom, Dad, save me. The woman's shrill cries attracted even more zombies. Her parents hesitated momentarily before turning their heads to avoid their daughter's gaze. Yi Qing used her mental powers to immobilize the three. To those inside the convenience store, it appeared as though they were paralyzed by fear upon seeing the approaching zombies. The horde surged forward. The three's piercing screams echoed, gradually diminishing in intensity. Yi Qing opened her eyes, tilting her head with a cold indifference, observing the unfolding chaos. Struggle, scream. Wasn't Xiao Yiqing treated this way before? Does it hurt? This is what you deserve. The cries of the three resonated deeply within the hearts of the living. The living were being devoured by zombies, and many covered their mouths, crouching down to dry heave. 5 minutes later, Yi Qing deliberately used her powers to disperse the zombies, exposing the three mangled corpses, reduced to nothing but skeletal remains. Before the horrified audience, the stench of blood and decay permeated the air, assaulting their senses and drawing forth the terror buried in their hearts. This was intentional. Only in this way could the emotional fabric of humanity unravel, wouldn't it? How could one allow Xiao Wanqing to descend into hell otherwise? A sharp clap echoed through the convenience store. Everyone turned towards the sound. Xiao Wanqing had just been slapped across the face by the mother of the woman devoured by the zombies. This is all your fault. You left those two troublemakers behind and caused my daughter's death. I want your life in return. The sight of her daughter being gruesomely consumed before her eyes drove the woman to a frenzy, her eyes red with rage as she viciously gripped Xiao Wanqing's throat, venting all her fury onto her. They would not reflect on their own cowardice and fear that had prevented them from allowing their daughter entry. Instead, they would solely blame Xiao Wanqing for speaking up and leaving behind Hong Hui and Yang Xiaoya. Leading to their daughter's demise, One from the Feng family spoke up for Xiao Wanqing. There was a clear divide. The Feng family. Xiao Wanqing was merely a plaything of Feng Wenning. In fact, many within the Feng family directed their own fears and frustrations towards Xiao Wanqing, pinning her down as they allowed the woman to strike her repeatedly. Xiao Wanqing lacked the strength to resist. Even Feng Wenning felt compelled to act, believing the woman's accusations to be justified. This was all brought upon by Xiao Wanqing. Once the woman had exhausted her rage, Feng Wenning made a token effort to intervene. Xiao Wanqing lay weakly on the ground, her fortune waning significantly. At this moment, Yi Qing's plan reached its fruition. Host, the heroine's fortune has dwindled to 20.2202 swallowed hard, sensing an inexplicable aura of terror emanating from its host. Chapter 45. Unexpectedly accused of defamation, Yi Qing was human, and as such, she experienced a spectrum of emotions that in crafting this atmosphere. She too became susceptible to its influence. For a moment, she struggled to contain the bloodlust and cruelty within her soul. 2202, being closest to Yi Qing's essence, could sense the shift, but it was not surprised. However, Yi Qing quickly regained her composure. She soon adjusted her emotions, suppressing the darker impulses etched into her soul. Reverting to the image of the obedient and gentle person that others perceived, just as she was about to assert her presence, she felt a force at her waist. Shen Xingzhou? Yi Qing looked up in confusion to find him gazing intently at her. A complex mix of emotions in his eyes, questioning, relieved, and, above all, pained. It seemed he had realized something that Yi Qing smiled knowingly. But what of it? She possessed so little in her life. She had already inquired about who Shen Xingzhou favored. He had already stirred her emotions. Yi Qing openly displayed her possessiveness before Shen Xingzhou, silently threatening that if he dared to flee, she would break his legs. Shen Xingzhou felt an inexplicable chill run down his legs. At this juncture, Xiao Wanqing's ordeal was becoming evident, drawing the attention of others. Shen Xingzhou instinctively shielded her from prying eyes. Not wishing for the true Yi Qing to be exposed, he enveloped her in his arms. His mind hazy and heated, pressing his handsome face against hers. Though neither spoke, they understood the unspoken answers reflected in each other's eyes. Shen Xingzhou felt a mix of shock and normalcy. The rapid changes left him unprepared emotionally. And with someone looking on in surprise, his striking features contorted slightly, his silver glasses adding an air of vulnerability as he struggled to control his strength. To onlookers, it appeared as though Shen Xingzhou was taking advantage of the situation. Intruding upon Yi Qing's personal space. Shen Xingzhou, what are you doing? Shen Xingzhou's biological mother rushed over immediately, intent on seizing Yi Qing from his grasp. She had never anticipated that her own son would turn out to be such a person. The expressions of the men present as they looked at Shen Xingzhou were utterly indescribable. They were astonished that the usually gentle and refined heir of the Shen family was capable of such behavior. Feng Wenin suddenly felt that it was quite natural for him to have fallen short compared to Shen Xingzhou all these years. He was genuinely impressed by Shen Xingzhou's recent actions. Feng Wenin straightened up, remarking, young people, they are often overwhelmed by their feelings. We ought to show some understanding. As a concerned father, Shen's father chimed in to defend his son. Shen Xingzhou replied, Father, it would be best if you refrained from explaining. The more you explain, the worse it gets. Yi Qing, nestled in Shen Xingzhou's arms, was soon taken by Shen's mother, who cradled her with tenderness. Yi Qing, with a playful glint in her eye, winked at Shen Xingzhou, and then feigned weakness. Leaning against Shen's mother's embrace. Aunt Shen, Xingzhou didn't do anything to me. He was merely afraid I would be frightened, Yi Qing kindly explained. This only served to complicate the expressions of those watching Shen Xingzhou even further. Child, there is no need for you to explain. You are simply too good to him, Shen's mother remarked, distancing Yi Qing from Shen Xingzhou, observing his expression as if he were a wild boar that had desecrated his family's cabbage. If only she could give him a good beating. Shen Xingzhou was both amused and exasperated, asserting, I really must explain. Mother, I only blocked her view because I was worried she might see the gruesome scene. I was holding her with both arms. Humph, Shen's mother scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Yi Qing shrugged innocently at Shen Xingzhou, indicating that she had already provided her explanation. Shen Xingzhou playfully tapped Yi Qing's forehead from a distance. It seemed the little girl possessed quite the mischievous nature. Chapter 46. Arrival at Sunshine Base. Regardless of Shen Xingzhou's explanations, Shen's mother remained obstinate, choosing to ignore him. Once the mist cleared, the group boarded their vehicles to head to the base. Yet Shen's mother did not relinquish Yi Qing to Shen Xingzhou. He could only watch helplessly as his mother carried the girl away. Shen Li patted his elder brother's shoulder, saying, Brother, Yi Qing is still young. There's no need to rush, Liang Dong chimed in. Next time, I'll keep an eye on her for you. Xingzhou, Shen Xingzhou replied, I appreciate your good intentions. Feng Wenin also attempted to join in, raising his hand only to be met with Shen Xingzhou's icy glare. He pouted, retracting his hand and huffing as he climbed into the vehicle. Throughout the entire ordeal, No one paid any mind to Xiao Wanqing. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wanqing who struggled to rise, stumbling towards the Feng family's vehicle. Feng Wenin disdainfully noted the dirt on Xiao Wanqing and casually pointed to a corner, instructing her to stay there. Xiao Wanqing's heart brimmed with resentment, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. Quietly huddling in the corner, the faint glow of the protagonist's aura made her appear somewhat pitiable. Feng Wenin felt a pang of sympathy. Under the disapproving gaze of old Master Feng, he picked her up once more. Xiao Wanqing nestled against Feng Wenin, tears streaming down her cheeks in silent sobs that evoked further compassion. Feng Wenin felt that the incident could not be blamed on her, and patiently consoled her. "I know you've been wronged. There's nothing we can do about it now. Don't cry. Next time we leave the base, I'll arrange for some clothes you like." Xiao Wanqing pretended to be touched, burying her face in Feng Wenin's embrace to mask the hatred in her eyes. Feng Wenin hesitated, considering whether to push her away, noting how dirty her face was. Once the mist cleared, the journey back was marked by a few waves of zombies, but they were swiftly dealt with by the escort team. The closer they approached the base, the fewer zombies they encountered, likely due to a deliberate cleanup effort. 2 hours later, the group arrived at Sunshine Base. As they disembarked, Shin's mother still wanted to hold Yi Qing, but the latter politely declined, stating that she had recovered somewhat and refused Shin's mother's embrace. Shin's mother felt a twinge of regret, wishing to hold her delicate daughter a little longer. It was all due to her own husband's lack of ambition. She only had Shin Xingzhou as a son. Shin's mother shot an indignant glance at Shin's father, who inexplicably wiped his nose at why Yi Qing found the interaction between Shin's parents amusing and turned her gaze back to the Sunshine Base. The outer perimeter was already secured with electric fencing, and many were busy constructing walls within. A row of armed guards stood at the entrance, where numerous survivors were queuing for registration and inspection. Hu Yang, preoccupied with the matter of zombie upgrades, used his privileges to expedite the checks for the escort team and the Shin family. While registering her abilities, Yi Qing instinctively glanced at Shin Xingzhou, who smiled back, indicating that he was aware. Why Yi Qing registered her wood-type powers. The staff receiving the ability registration noticed that Yi Qing's group comprised numerous ability users and was led by Captain Hu Yang. Thus, they were treated with courtesy. After confirming that they bore no signs of zombie-inflicted injuries, they were allowed entry without the usual 24-hour observation period mandated by the base. Seeing the Shin family treated this way, the Feng family also attempted to take advantage of the opportunity to enter, but were stopped by the guards. The host, Xiao Wanqing, had been discovered by Dean Xia. The plot characters had appeared ahead of schedule. N2202 promptly reported this news to Yi Qing, who was inspecting the premises. Chapter 47. Finding a suitable house, Xiao Wanqing had sustained injuries at the convenience store. The base staff, upon seeing her condition, promptly directed her to a separate room for observation. This room housed others who had been injured outside, and they would be observed for 2 days to ensure they would not turn into zombies before being released. Xiao Wanqing, fearful that someone in the room might become a zombie, looked at Feng Wenin with hopeful eyes, wishing he could leverage his connections at the base to facilitate her release. Feng Wenin held a modicum of interest in Xiao Wanqing, but it was not the obsessive infatuation often depicted in novels that to him. Xiao Wanqing paled in comparison to his career ambitions. Xiao Wanqing hesitated to enter. The base staff grew impatient. The power-type staff member lifted her as if she were a small chick and carried her inside. Just then, Dean Xiao's assistant arrived to check on those injured by zombies. The woman who had struck Xiao Wanqing was aware that Feng Wenin was fond of her looks and had not inflicted serious harm. Her face bore only a swollen handprint, with no other deformities. The assistant quickly recognized Xiao Wanqing's resemblance to Dean Xia from the photographs. She reported this to the dean, confirming her suspicions that Xiao Wanqing was indeed his daughter. After hearing 2202's report, Yi Qing calmly inquired, "So, Xiao Wanqing is now at the Research Institute?" "Yes, she has been taken to the Research Institute by Dean Xia." 2202 confirmed. Host, the protagonist has triggered plot characters early. "You must be cautious." 2202 expressed concern, having followed many hosts, very few of whom had induced early character triggers. "Understood. I will be vigilant," Yi Qing replied. She was not an arrogant person, and 2202's warning made it clear that this matter was significant. She committed it to memory. Xiao Wanqing had 20 luck points remaining. It was time to strategize her downfall. Why Yi Qing added this to her agenda. Currently, the influx of survivors was low, and many houses were still available. Yi Qing selected a small apartment near the Shen family and inquired about the price. Noticing her interest, Shen's mother assumed Yi Qing was bothered by the earlier incident and anxiously urged, "Yi Qing, with me around, I won't let Xingzhou bully you. Why not stay with us? We can look after one another." Yi Qing smiled sweetly, replying, "Aunt Shen, this is the apocalypse. I must learn to take care of myself to survive." She harbored the secret of her spatial abilities, and living long-term with the Shen family felt unsafe. Shen's mother was about to continue persuading Yi Qing when Shen Xingzhou interjected, "Mother, Yi Qing is right. In this apocalypse, no one can guarantee they can care for someone for a lifetime. Only by becoming stronger can she thrive." Shen Xingzhou understood that the young girl was strong-willed and harbored secrets. All he could do was respect and protect her. After all, matters of affection were between the two of them, and with Shen Xingzhou's stance, Shen's mother ceased her persuasion, albeit with a lingering frown. This one will do. Yi Qing finally decided on a small apartment adjacent to a villa area, comprising a bedroom and living room, approximately 40 to 50 square meters. The base did not entertain the concept of purchasing property. All houses belonged to the base, and one could only rent them using supplies. Once crystal cores were discovered, they would become the currency. Such small apartments could not accommodate teams, and individuals struggling alone in the apocalypse would not rent them either, making them relatively inexpensive. Only 10 kilograms of rice or flour per month, or 12 packs of instant noodles. Yi Qing had collected a considerable amount of instant noodles while at the Food Institute. And since Huyang was aware of this, she paid 3 months' rent in one go. Chapter 48. Early layout. Are you truly paying 3 months' rent all at once, young lady? The staff member, a seemingly kind aunt, remarked, "Food is what truly matters right now. Those instant noodles will last you quite a while." She observed that Yi Qing appeared delicate and fragile. It was indeed a challenge for such a young girl to survive in the apocalypse. Hence the well-intentioned reminder. Yi Qing graciously acknowledged the staff member's kindness with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, Annie. I am a wood-type ability user, and tomorrow I will gather seeds to stimulate the growth of vegetables, which I can exchange for other supplies." This arrangement for paying the rent was also a consideration Yi Qing had contemplated. Once they entered the Sunshine Base, they would be living under the watchful eye of the base manager, necessitating caution in every action and word. Her choice to use so many instant noodles to pay the rent was part of her strategic planning for the future in order to confront the Research Institute, which undoubtedly had powerful forces behind it. She needed to investigate it further. The best way to understand the Research Institute and the base was to become a staff member there. Her wood-type ability was the key to gaining access to the base personnel. The fact that the upper echelons could systematically establish various bases just 3 days after the outbreak suggested they had some understanding of abilities. Relying solely on collecting existing food supplies would not suffice for the base's long-term development. They needed to start cultivating crops. However, with the rampant viral energy in the apocalypse, flora and fauna had begun to mutate, making traditional planting methods ineffective. This is precisely why she reiterated her capabilities to the staff member after filling out the ability form. "Do you know that staff member?" Shen Xingzhou inquired after they arrived at the villa jointly rented by the Shun and Han families. He had first taken Yi Qing to her residence before asking her. Yi Qing shook her head, indicating she was unfamiliar with her. She continued, "You must be wondering why I mentioned my abilities in front of her." Shen Xingzhou nodded. Yi Qing explained, "I wish to find a job at the base. The position associated with renting this place is quite advantageous," suggesting that the auntie likely has connections. Her willingness to offer a kind reminder indicates she is a good person. "You are betting that the auntie will inform her contacts about you." Shen Xingzhou realized that it would be somewhat awkward for me to go alone, and given my current low level of ability, I cannot stimulate much plant growth. Therefore, having someone to assist me would be beneficial. Yi Qing refrained from disclosing to Shen Xingzhou that she was not betting on anything in unfamiliar environments. She instinctively observed her surroundings. The staff member in charge of renting had remnants of luxury goods from before the apocalypse, and her hands were soft and delicate, indicating a higher status in her previous life. Moreover, her gentle gaze reflected a lack of hostility, suggesting that she had been well protected both before and after the apocalypse. The most significant discovery came when she had 2,202 investigate the identity of that person, only to find out she was the wife of one of the 3 major powers in the base. Would she share this with Shen Xingzhou? She would not. The two fell into silence as they approached the door of Yi Qing's house. Shen Xingzhou watched as Yi Qing opened the door. His expression slightly sullen. Yi Qing opened the door and pulled him inside. This time, she was more cautious, positioning herself at an appropriate distance, pressing one hand against the door to steady Shen Xingzhou. While she lifted herself on tiptoes and placed her other hand under his chin, teasingly asking, "Are you angry, young man?" Chapter 49. Level Up. Shen Xingzhou kept his eyes downcast, remaining silent, though his ears turned red as before. "Shen Xingzhou, speak." Yi Qing gently pinched the tip of his ear with her cool fingertip. His ears twitched uncomfortably. Yi Qing's voice was a bit hoarse. Her youthful tone, especially when she was being playful, had a childlike quality that was charmingly captivating. It was pure yet tempting, much like Yi Qing herself at that moment. Shen Xingzhou moistened his dry lips, nervously asking, "Can I know why?" He knew she would not easily divulge this information. Yet he still wanted to try, yearning to draw closer. Shen Xingzhou was unsure why he felt this way towards Yi Qing. Perhaps it was the ignorance of the unknown that fueled his curiosity. He wanted to know everything. Thus, he asked that why Yi Qing was new to discussing emotions, yet her theoretical knowledge was ample. The greatest taboo in any relationship was a lack of transparency, aside from the space. 2202. In the plot of the novel, she could adequately share everything else with Shen Xingzhou. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Xingzhou gazed intently at Yi Qing. "I want to understand you. And where did she go?" "I am Yi Qing. She is no longer here." Constantly pretending to be someone else was exhausting for Yi Qing. Shen Xingzhou was to be her future partner, and she did not wish to overly disguise herself before him. One must seek a place of respite, and for Yi Qing, Shen Xingzhou was that haven. Naturally, Yi Qing implanted a subconscious suggestion filled with her spiritual energy within Shen Xingzhou's mind. Should he betray her, they would face ruin together. "Will you leave?" Shen Xingzhou voiced his greatest fear. Ever since learning this secret, he had been terrified that Yi Qing might depart. No. Yi Qing's succinct reply soothed the turmoil within Shen Xingzhou. With the assurance granted, he broke into a wide smile. Yi Qing noticed a green speck among his pearly white teeth. As Yi Qing drew closer, Shen Xingzhou mistakenly believed she was about to kiss him and obediently closed his eyes. Instead of the expected warmth, he felt a cool finger. Confused, he opened his eyes to see Yi Qing lifting the green speck on her finger closer to his gaze, sincerely advising, "Shen Xingzhou, make sure to collect some toothpicks in the future. Remember to floss after meals." Shen Xingzhou was taken aback. "Girlfriend, are you a devil? You should tidy up your place. I will come back tomorrow," he replied, his handsome face flushed, feigning composure as he adjusted his glasses. As he left, he did not forget to take some food supplies from his space to leave at Yi Qing's place. After placing everything down and opening the door, he left in an awkward, synchronized manner. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Yi Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a while, she began to survey her new living space. The house had been specifically constructed for the affluent, and the interior was exquisitely decorated. Yi Qing's chosen residence had never been occupied. It only required a bit of tidying up. She did not linger there for long, heading straight to the bathroom, locking the door before entering her space. This time, she did not follow her previous routine of collecting eggs. Instead, she hurried to the zombie head containing the crystal core. Yi Qing understood that regardless of the environment, the fundamental principle of survival and protecting those she cared about was strength. Level up. She was eager to enhance her ability level. Yi Qing gazed fervently at the zombie head. As the dagger glinted coldly, a transparent crystal core with a hint of milky white, stained by blood and decaying flesh, came into view. Chapter 50. Boys must also learn to protect themselves were it not for the rotting flesh clinging to it. Yi Qing would have wished to hold it and kiss it. After cleaning the crystal core, she instructed 2202 to keep watch outside while she held the crystal core in her space, focusing intently and cautiously extracting the energy contained within it. The energy within the core was quite unruly. As it flowed into her body, the meridians through which her abilities coursed experienced intense pain. She furrowed her brows and exerted her own abilities to suppress and subdue it until the energy obediently converged on her own core. Boom! Yi Qing felt the shackles of her first-level abilities shatter, her entire being infused with energy. She had finally ascended to the second level. Testing her newly upgraded abilities in the space, she found that while her spiritual range had previously extended about 50 meters, it now expanded to approximately 80 meters, allowing her to control zombies and hypnotize humans with greater ease. although still limited to those with lower abilities than her OWNAT this second level. She could not yet shatter the crystal cores of others with her spiritual force. This was precisely why Yi Qing was so desperate to level up. Only upon reaching the third level would her spiritual power become her ultimate weapon. After familiarizing herself with her second-level abilities, Yi Qing proceeded to tidy up her space as usual. She collected 5 or 6 eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, and noticed that the other poultry were thriving. The vegetables she had planted were also flourishing. Excellent. She had ample resources to survive the apocalypse. To celebrate her advancement to the second level, Yi Qing prepared a portion of hot pot she had packed earlier and opened a bottle of chilled Happy Fairy water. Thoughtfully setting aside some high-grade oil for 2202. Cheers. Yi Qing clinked her drink against 2202's premium oil. 2202 used its paw to tap against the oil bottle, wagging its tail excitedly. As an ability user, Yi Qing's appetite had increased significantly. After devouring an entire pot of hot pot, she still felt unsatisfied and grabbed 2 fist-sized steamed buns to dip in the tomato hot pot broth. Finally letting out a contented sigh. At last, she had enjoyed a fulfilling meal since the onset of the apocalypse. Host, the 2 young ladies from the Han family are knocking at the door. The year 2202 was filled with heartfelt reports. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing quickly changed her clothes, tousled her hair, and rinsed her mouth with some water to eliminate any lingering taste. Once she was certain that no trace of hot pot remained on her, she exited her space. Before leaving the restroom, she also remembered to splash a little water around. Are Yi Qing, Shen Li, and Xin Xingzhou in your vicinity? As soon as Yi Qing opened the door, Han Luo's small head peeked in. The modest single apartment allowed her to see everything at a glance. Not spotting the 3 individuals, Han Luo's brows furrowed deeply, her sparkling eyes filled with concern. This was related to Xin Xingzhou. Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. What was happening? She managed to suppress her emotions. Xiao Wanqing could not possibly be aware of Xin Xingzhou's light-based healing evolution ability. So it couldn't be because of that. There was a trading square at the base where Shen Li and the others had intended to familiarize themselves with the area and see what could be exchanged. Yet, now, none of them had returned. Han Luo had initially thought the 3 were there to find Yi Qing, but seeing the situation, they hadn't come to her. Could something have happened? Han Luo's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Aside from Liang Dong, both Xin Xingzhou and Shen Li were exceptionally handsome. Could they have attracted unwanted attention? Liang Dong, feeling excluded, interjected, I appreciate that you all still remember me. Chapter 51. Initial exploration of the Research Institute. A casual remark from Han Luo sparked an idea in Yi Qing's mind. In the narrative, there was indeed a character associated with Director Xia's Research Institute, a civilian staff member responsible for managing the personnel files. This character was mentioned only briefly in the plot. Zhu Cheng, a woman of mysterious background, had a penchant for attractive men. After the apocalypse, when rules had collapsed, she had several charming young men under her wing. During a quarrel between Xiao Wanqing and Shen Li, she had even advised Xiao Wanqing in a very sisterly manner, gathering all her handsome men for Xia to choose from. Shen Li had been quite jealous upon learning this. However, the 2 reconciled swiftly. It seemed that in the story, Shen Li and Xiao Wanqing ended up together, and Zhu Cheng refrained from meddling with Shen Li and Xin Xingzhou due to Director Xia's presence. But things had changed drastically now. Yi Qing suspected that Xin Xingzhou and Shen Li may have indeed fallen into that woman's clutches. Having formed a tentative hypothesis, Yi Qing did not reveal her thoughts outwardly. Instead, she spoke to Han Luo and Han Lu. There are patrols within the Sunshine Base. They should be safe. Perhaps they have simply been delayed for some reason. Let us split up to search. Han Luo, you should return and inform the others at the villa. I will seek Captain Hu's assistance in locating them. Let us avoid unnecessary worry. Yi Qing, concerned that the 2 might encounter more trouble, added, without phones, once you've searched the necessary places, regroup here. Upon hearing that Yi Qing intended to seek Captain Hu's help, both sisters nodded eagerly and set off to follow her instructions. After the 3 parted ways, the usually silent 2202 suddenly spoke up, its tone tinged with a hint of distress. Host, I truly feel inadequate. I cannot pinpoint the task target's location, nor can I provide you with accurate feedback. This situation had not occurred in the original plot, so it was normal that it couldn't locate anything. To eliminate all potential hazards as soon as possible, Yi Qing had devoted her time to studying the narrative, analyzing each character, and unlocking hidden plot lines that To speak frankly. She was on the verge of memorizing the entire novel. It was clear to her that this situation was unprecedented. 2202 was merely a system, a conscious string of data. It was entirely reasonable that it couldn't provide feedback on events that hadn't transpired in the story. From the beginning, Yi Qing regarded 2202 as a companion and task assistant. Her greatest reliance, however, lay in her own abilities. The Sunshine Base was divided into 4 zones, each housing a research institute. The one where Director Xia worked was located in the most secluded corner of the Eastern District. Following the path provided by 2202, it took her half an hour to arrive. Zhu Cheng resided within the research institute, while Yi Qing concealed herself in a corner, cautiously using her mental abilities to survey the surroundings. Ensuring that there were no cameras or detection devices set up before retrieving binoculars from her space to observe the entrance point, 8 armed bodyguards, trained professionals, stood at the door. The entrance was equipped with a technological password lock and precise facial recognition. Unless she possessed the shape-shifting abilities of characters from science fiction films, allowing her to transform into someone she had previously encountered, it would be impossible to gain entry into the research institute. Having ruled out the possibility of entering through the front door, she carefully scrutinized the institute. Upon spotting the cascading green pot hose from a 4th-floor window, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Chapter 52. Successful Infiltration with Nimble Hands and Feet. Yi Qing utilized her plant-based abilities to stimulate the growth of the pot hose, avoiding the guards at the entrance as she climbed through the 4th-floor window into the research institute. Just as her feet touched the ground, the sound of a door opening resonated from the entrance. Without hesitation, she took the stimulated pot hose and concealed herself within her space, taking the opportunity to drink some spiritual spring water to replenish her abilities. After all, her wood-based abilities were still at level 0, lacking even a basic tier. It had nearly drained her entire reserve to stimulate the pot hose to a vine-like length. 2 women in white lab coats and masks entered. One of them grumbled, "This Zhu Cheng is utterly thoughtless. She doesn't seem to realize the current circumstances. It's the apocalypse. People can barely save themselves, and she's worrying about uniforms. Zombies? You know she has connections. Even Director Xia treats her with a bit more courtesy. We should just endure it. Today, she's probably found 2 more handsome men. She won't be stirring up any trouble for the next few days. I wonder who is so unfortunate to catch her eye. Shoo, don't say that. She has a powerful ally. She can hear any disparaging remarks about her. Do you think those men she brought in are without skills? The one from a few days ago had abilities, yet still got subdued by her ally. The other woman, alarmed, hurriedly covered her companion's mouth, lowering her voice. The complaining woman was also startled, nodding vigorously. After finishing the spiritual spring water, Yi Qing swiftly emerged from her space, knocking both women unconscious and bringing them into her space. She then stripped one of them, whose physique closely resembled hers, of her lab coat. Subsequently, she tightly bound both women, blindfolding them with thick cloth and gagging them with more fabric before securing them in a room within her space. Villa. 2202. If they show even the slightest sign of awareness regarding their surroundings, inform me immediately. Why Yi Qing was not fond of unnecessary bloodshed. During her previous missions, she had only eliminated targets as long as others did not jeopardize her plans. She would refrain from intervening. However, should there be any risk of exposure, she would leave no trace behind. Yi Qing's expression was grave. 2202, aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded earnestly, promising to remain vigilant regarding the 2 women. Once she had arranged matters in her space, she donned the lab coat, adjusted her mask, and employed disguise techniques to replicate the appearance of the woman she had just seen, even mimicking a bruise on her left thumb from a heavy object. In the original narrative, Xia Wanqing had visited Zhu Cheng multiple times, so both Zhu Cheng's office and residence were described in detail. On her way to the research institute, Yi Qing had instructed 2202 to retrieve all that information for her. Zhu Cheng's residence was on the 2nd floor of the research institute. With the electricity supply strained, elevators were out of the question. Each entrance and exit on every floor of the institute was guarded by 4 armed bodyguards. Just like the front entrance to Yi Qing reached the staircase leading from the 4th to the 2nd floor. She was intercepted by the guards at the door. Identification. What is your purpose for entering? Yi Qing deliberately extended her left hand, presenting her identification badge to the guard, and mimicked the tone of the woman she had overheard earlier, saying, "Tao Rome, from the materials room." Director Zhu asked us for supplies. I am here to report. The guard hesitated, wanting to ask Yi Qing to remove her mask, but was stopped by another guard behind him, who stepped aside to allow her entry. The initially suspicious guard glared at her, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, brother." The one called Tao Rong previously injured her hand while moving things. I saw that her left thumb was bruised. You know how Director Zhu is. If we're late, we'll be in trouble. Chapter 53. Caution is the key to safety. Yi Qing did not wander far. She listened closely to the conversation between the two guards. She hadn't anticipated that Zhu Cheng would be so uncontested in this research institute. Even instilling fear in the bodyguards, her curiosity about who was backing Zhu Cheng grew even more. Investigating this matter might yield even greater surprises. Why Yi Qing noted this down. Arriving at Zhu Cheng's office, she found it empty, so she proceeded directly to Zhu Cheng's room in search of her. Director Zhu. Yi Qing gently tapped on the password-protected door. Who is it? With the sound of the door creaking open, a sharp female voice pierced through the AI. Why Yi Qing did not enter, but instead, instinctively raised her head to cast a swift glance inside, absorbing the scene within the room, before lowering her gaze once more. Oh dear, Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li had indeed been ensnared by this woman. The two were bound back to their chairs, while Liang Dong lay unconscious, carelessly discarded in a corner of the room. On the surface, they bore no visible signs of injury, yet their tightly furrowed brows and Shun Xingzhou's lips, clenched in pain, along with his drooping eyes, painted a picture of utter desolation. A psychic ability user herself. She could discern that the two had been subjected to psychic attacks. It appeared that the formidable individual mentioned by the two women in connection with Zhu Cheng must be a psychic ability user. To be capable of assaulting others using psychic powers suggested a proficiency at the pinnacle of level 2 or even level 3. This explained why the protagonists Shun Li and Shun Xingzhou had been so easily captured. This research institute held some formidable secrets. She had exerted herself to attain level 2 before the apocalypse, only to discover that the institute housed someone of even greater capability. Indeed, there are always greater forces at play in the world. Fortunately, her cautious nature had prevailed. She did not allow her elevation to level 2 abilities to fill her with arrogance and recklessness. What business do you have with me? Zhu Cheng, accustomed to the apprehensive demeanor of the institute's personnel in her presence, relished the fear and reverence they displayed. Director Zhu, I just checked the supply room, and we are still short on the clothing you requested. Why Yi Qing pondered that with such a psychic user by Zhu Cheng's side, the institute's members likely showed her only superficial respect. Thus, after uttering these words, she took a symbolic step back, retracting her neck in mock fear. Zhu Cheng's focus remained firmly on Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li. Upon witnessing Yi Qing, disguised as Tao Rong, exhibiting such fear, she waved her hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave. All right. Thank you. Why Yi Qing, seemingly incredulous that Zhu Cheng would let her off so easily, looked up in a daze. It was not until her gaze met Zhu Cheng's almond-shaped eyes, accentuated with winged eyeliner, that she came to her senses, fearfully lowering her eyes and turning to depart. 2202, observing Yi Qing's performance, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The host was indeed perfectly suited for the entertainment industry's backdrop. She was quite the actress. In truth, what went unnoticed by everyone was that as Yi Qing left, she subtly beckoned with her finger in front of Shun Xingzhou. Mimicking the earlier gesture of picking food from his teeth, Shun Xingzhou caught the movement, and a flicker of embarrassment mixed with a glimmer of light crossed his eyes. Their gazes met for a mere half-second. She was soothing her loyal companion. After parting ways with Zhu Cheng, Yi Qing swiftly returned to the 4th floor, entering the space where the others were still unconscious. She restored everything to its original state and implanted a mental suggestion, ensuring they believed they were merely asleep. Having completed her tasks, she retraced her steps, heading to find Hu Yang as previously instructed by the Han sisters. The psychic user accompanying Zhu Cheng was beyond her current capacity to confront. She could only leverage her connections to rescue Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li. How could she ensure that no one became suspicious while persuading Hu Yang to mobilize a team to confront Zhu Cheng? Chapter 54. Seeking reinforcements. Yi Qing felt a surge of frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. No chaos. No chaos. On her way to find Hu Yang, Yi Qing quickly devised several excuses, ultimately settling on the most straightforward one. Arriving at the corner of the guard team base, where Hu Yang was stationed, she steeled herself, pinched her leg hard enough to summon tears to her cat-like eyes. She tousled her hair, panting as she rushed to the entrance of the guard team. Hello, I'm looking for Captain Huyang. My name is Yi Qing. As she spoke, she stifled ASOB. Why Yi Qing's appearance was inherently deceiving. Her tear-streaked eyes and reddened nose, combined with a soft, quivering voice, could melt even the hardest of hearts, not to mention the earnest and endearing demeanor of the young guard. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch him right away. The young guard softened his tone, fearing that a raised voice might provoke the pitiful girl before him to burst into tears. That moment, Huyang was concluding a report on the recent zombie upgrades. Base Commander, following our collaboration with the Shin family, I have a suggestion. We should recruit the ability users within the base. This notion had occupied Huyang's mind throughout the return journey. They could still contend with the current zombies using their weapons. But what would happen if the zombies' levels increased? It would soon become a matter of who had more ability users, for they would be the ones to dominate. Seizing the opportunity before the prominent families within the base caught on, it was imperative to integrate the ability users for stability. The base commander listened intently, his expression reflecting deep contemplation as both men considered the feasibility of the proposal. Sounds of conversation emerged from the entrance, prompting Huyang to inquire, "What is going on?" "Report, Captain. A girl named Yi Qing is here to see you." The mention of Yi Qing, Huyang swiftly glanced at the base commander. Though he had not interacted much with the girl, he sensed that she was not one to seek a reward for her past assistance. Otherwise, she would have sought favors upon her arrival at the base. "Is she the one who exhausted her abilities to save you?" "Let her in. I wish to meet this girl who would expend her powers to aid another during the apocalypse." The base commander replaced his previous pensive demeanor with a more mischievous expression. Observing the commander's antics, Huyang understood the old man's thoughts and quickly interjected before Yi Qing arrived. "Just so you know, the girl has a boyfriend, Shin Xingzhou, the heir of the Shin family." Please refrain from any wild assumptions. The hint of disappointment flickered in the base commander's eyes. He lamented, "That heir is only 22 years old, and he already has a girlfriend. Yet you, at 32, remain single." Huyang felt a headache coming on. Eager to convey her urgency, Yi Qing hurried along, and just as the base commander finished his statement, she arrived, her anxious face betraying hints of fear and embarrassment as she regarded the dignified elder. "See Captain Hu," she stammered, casting a nervous glance at the base commander. With determination, she quickly divulged her purpose for seeking him out. Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li have been captured by a woman named Zhu Cheng from the East District Research Institute because they are too handsome. "Captain Hu, you must rescue them." After a moment's thought, she also mentioned, and Liang Dong, he was captured along with them. Chapter 55. The correct way to seek support. Both Huyang and the base commander were familiar with Zhu Cheng's background. However, since her arrival at the base, she had remained within the Research Institute, causing no trouble, and thus everyone had coexisted peacefully. They had even thought that, with the apocalypse upon them, even someone like Zhu Cheng had tempered her demeanor. It seemed that the presence of attractive men in the base had been her undoing. The appearance of Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li had exposed the underlying tensions. As a leader of the base, the commander was naturally more rational and clear-minded than the average person. "Young lady, how did you come to learn that Zhu Cheng from the East District Research Institute captured Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li?" Yi Qing was aware of her debt to Huyang, and he trusted that she would not speak frivolously. Yet, he also recognized the validity of the commander's inquiry. Fearing Yi Qing might misunderstand, he took care to explain, "The research institutes in each district have only a cooperative relationship with the base. As long as they do not violate our regulations, even the base commander cannot interfere. If I am to accompany you to the research institute to find Shin Li and Shin Xingzhou, I will require concrete evidence." Why Yi Qing feigned a troubled expression, her small face displaying a semblance of difficulty. Finally, she gritted her teeth and recounted the truth. "When I first realized Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li were missing, I suspected that the Feng family wanted to take revenge on Xia Wanqing. So they kidnapped Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li. I spent 2 packs of instant noodles to gather information about the Feng family's whereabouts. I intended to sneak in and investigate." The mention of 2 packs of instant noodles shone in her eyes with a hint of sorrow. She produced instant noodles worth 3 months' rent, a detail the base commander had indeed heard mentioned before. Huyang also had a rough idea of how many packs of noodles Yi Qing had left, and seeing her eyes filled with concern diminished their suspicions considerably. Yi Qing observed the subtle shifts in their expressions, noting their easing tension, and continued, "Before I could reach the Feng family, I saw Xia Wanqing walking alongside a person in a white lab coat. So I decided to follow them. Being just a girl who had experienced the apocalypse for a few days, she felt a sense of bashfulness about her actions, prompting her to scratch her head in embarrassment. It must be due to my awakened abilities. As my hearing has become much more acute, I overheard the person in the lab coat tell Xia Wanqing that Shun Li and Xin Xingzhou had caught Zhu Qing's attention and had been taken away, seemingly avenging her. She hesitated. I wanted to go to the research institute, but I was too scared, so I came to find Captain Hu." Upon finishing her words, tears cascaded down Yi Qing's cheeks in large droplets. The sight rendered both the base commander and Hu Yang at a loss for how to console her. Hu Yang exchanged a glance with the base commander, concerned that the influx of survivors from the base might lead to ulterior motives within the research institute. They had intended to reorganize it from the outset. They had been pondering what excuse to fabricate, but now someone had conveniently provided one. He nodded, instructing Hu Yang to gather a sufficient number of people to accompany Yi Qing to the Eastern District Research Institute to rescue Xin Xingzhou and Xin Li. Yi Qing feigned ignorance of the deeper intentions behind the base commander's actions. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her cat-like eyes, swollen from crying, brimming with gratitude. The base commander felt somewhat embarrassed under her pure gaze, a rare flush creeping onto his aged cheeks. "Hurry up," he commanded Hu Yang. Yi Qing gazed at the base commander with even more emotion. "You are truly kind. Once I rescue them, I will seek out various vegetable seeds. I possess wood-type abilities that allow me to sprout these seeds into vegetables. If you do not mind, I would like to repay you with these vegetables." Before following Hu Yang, Yi Qing made sure to establish a connection with the base commander for future endeavors. With such a powerful ally, only a fool would not take advantage of it. Chapter 56. The scene in the room as they neared the Eastern District Research Institute. Yi Qing raised her hand to stop Hu Yang. He halted and looked at her. Yi Qing voiced her concern. "If we go directly to the Research Institute like this, what if Zhu Cheng learns of our arrival and hides Xin Xingzhou?" Hu Yang found her worry amusing, thinking to himself, "The young girl is still so naive." He patiently replied, "We will split into two groups. One will approach through the front door while the other sneaks in. Zhu Cheng has a penchant for handsome faces, so for the time being, there is no immediate threat to their lives." Hu Yang felt relaxed, even joking with Yi Qing. "You only care about Xin Xingzhou. What about Xin Li and Liang Dong, who are also your teammates?" Yi Qing shook her head seriously. "It's different. Xin Xingzhou is my boyfriend." Hu Yang regretted asking that question. The heartbroken single man was left to silently endure the emotional turmoil brought on by this 18-year-old girl. Hu Yang was more familiar with the base than Yi Qing. He quickly located the entrance for a swift entry into the Research Institute, leading Yi Qing and around 10 others inside. "Captain Hu, I heard from Xia Wanqing and the man in the white coat that Zhu Cheng is on the second floor." Yi Qing shifted the blame entirely onto Xia Wanqing. She was unafraid of being found out. Knowing that Xia Wanqing had already contacted Director Xia, and the base commander would uncover the truth. If there was blame to be placed, it could only be on them for not presenting their identities clearly. They could deny it, but no one would listen. This also served to provoke the conflict between Director Xia and the forces behind Zhu Cheng, achieving multiple objectives at once. The guard team led by Hu Yang was highly trained. Within a few coordinated moves, they swiftly subdued the bodyguards stationed on the floor before they even had a chance to arm themselves. Hu Yang seized the opportunity to confiscate all their weapons. Yi Qing's eyes were fixated on the weapons in Hu Yang's hands. She had a stash of them in her space, but had yet to find a suitable moment to retrieve them. "Have you used these?" Hu Yang noticed the covetous look in Yi Qing's eyes. She nodded, explaining her background. "Before the apocalypse, I trained at a design club. Not a typo. It's for preventive measures, and have longed for real weapons." Her small hands instinctively reached out to touch them. Hu Yang chuckled softly, handing her the weapon he held. "Here, it's yours now." "Thank you." Yi Qing accepted it without hesitation, her straightforwardness further endearing her to Hu Yang. Though it was not in a romantic sense that he simply found her to be an ideal teammate. As the group arrived at Zhu Cheng's door, the atmosphere grew serious. Hu Yang glanced at Yi Qing, who nodded, pressing her body against the wall like the others. Hu Yang knocked on the door, and Zhu Cheng's impatient voice echoed from within. "Get lost. Don't bother me today. Director Zhu, there's a satellite phone for you. With communications down, we only use the satellite for emergencies." Upon hearing satellite phone, Zhu Cheng assumed it must be urgent and hastily opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Hu Yang kicked it wide. And just then, Director Xia, having received news of the base guard team's arrival, was descending the stairs and happened upon the scene unfolding inside the room. Chapter 57. What they forgot. Shun Li and Shen Xingzhou were bound in a large shape to the bed, both dressed in black pajamas. When Shen Xingzhou caught sight of Yi Qing emerging from behind Hu Yang, his once dull eyes sparkled with life, muffled whimpers escaping from his gagged mouth, expressing his grievances. Yi Qing quickly scanned Shen Xingzhou's body. He bore no marks, seemingly unharmed by Zhu Cheng, which eased her mind. She found his predicament somewhat amusing, her lips curling into a smile. However, Shen Xingzhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his delicate face marked with a look of deep injustice, as if to say, "If you dare to laugh at me, I'll see her wide out." Yi Qing promptly suppressed her smile, swiftly working to untie both Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li. Hu Yang spoke up. "Yi Qing, take Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li back first." Yi Qing understood that the ensuing events were beyond her capability to participate in. However, as she was about to leave with Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li, she paused in front of Zhu Cheng and, in front of everyone, delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Cheng's face. The sharp sound silenced the crowd. Zhu Cheng had never been struck publicly before. Momentarily stunned, by the time she processed the situation and began to shout threats, Yi Qing had already taken a few steps away with Shen Xingzhou, and Shen Li. Yang blocked Zhu Cheng, rendering her powerless to retaliate, leaving her to impotently curse at Yi Qing. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, Yi Qing provocatively glanced back at Zhu Cheng, as if to challenge her. "Come on, I'm terrified of you." This was her deliberate intention. Yi Qing had not forgotten that Zhu Cheng was accompanied by a peak-level second-tier psychic, and that crystal core was quite enticing. Why provoking Zhu Cheng? Given her volatile nature, it was likely she would enlist that individual to take revenge on Yi Qing. In that case, the crystal core would be hers. Shen Xingzhou misinterpreted Yi Qing's actions as a reaction to his plight. Unable to contain his emotions as he grasped her small hand, his little girl was truly wonderful. Yi Qing, however, had not anticipated that Shen Xingzhou would think so deeply. Being bound was certainly distressing. She gently patted her big dog's head, reassuring him, "This will only happen once. I won't allow them to bind you again. Those who harm you must face the consequences." Yi Qing had already planned to seek out a second-tier crystal core to ascend to the third tier and, on an auspicious day, eliminate Zhu Cheng, framing Director Xia for the act. Shen Xingzhou nuzzled Yi Qing's hand, touched by her words. Watching their tender interaction, Shun Li mused to himself that he, too, wished for a girlfriend. As the three approached Yi Qing's residence, they suddenly halted, exchanging glances. Yi Qing hesitantly spoke. "Have we forgotten someone? Am I no longer worthy of a name?" Just as her words fell, Liang Dong, who had been freed by Hu Yang, appeared with a face full of bruises and an expression of deep resentment, chiming in from behind. Habitually, Yi Qing reached back to swat at whoever was speaking, but upon seeing Liang Dong's pitiful state, she halted mid-motion. "Where were you? Why didn't I see you?" Yi Qing felt somewhat embarrassed, having indeed forgotten about him. Liang Dong grinned through clenched teeth. "Is there anyone in your eyes besides Shen Xingzhou?" He wished to complain further, but was silenced by Shen Xingzhou's piercing gaze. Liang Dong. He felt wronged, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 58. The fish arrives. Han Lu and Han Luo had been waiting at Yi Qing's doorstep for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi Qing approach with her companions, the two girls immediately rushed over. Before Han Lu and Han Luo could ask anything, the overlooked Liang Dong could no longer contain his frustration and, despite the pain, began to recount Zhu Cheng's outrageous behavior. "Isn't this woman too much? Even if I lack the handsome looks of brother Xingzhou and Shun Li, does that justify leaving me in the corner?" He truly felt utterly wronged. Han Lu and Han Luo were at a loss as to whether to sympathize with Liang Dong or find his plight amusing. All of them struggled to stifle their laughter, clearing the previous gloom. Meanwhile, the elders of the Shun family remained worried, while Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li changed into clothes retrieved from Shen Xingzhou's space within Yi Qing's room before bidding farewell and departing. Yi Qing had been busy all day and was indeed exhausted. After seeing the person to the door, she swiftly closed it behind her. Shen Xingzhou, who had hoped to exchange a few more words with Yi Qing, nearly had his nose knocked by the closing door. Liang Dong, witnessing Shen Xingzhou's discomfiture, stifled a laugh. Shen Xingzhou adjusted his glasses and cast a cold, piercing gaze in his direction. Liang Dong remarked, at this rate, he truly might end up crying like a 200-pound baby. Yi Qing, however, paid no heed to the commotion outside. All she longed for was to collapse onto her bed and indulge in a deep slumber. She was utterly fatigued, having not paused for even a moment throughout the day. Moreover, tomorrow would bring yet another arduous battle. Yi Qing was certain that even if Zhu Cheng's misdeeds were laid bare before Hu Yang and the others, the base leader and Hu Yang would exploit this exposure to extract negotiation benefits without taking any real action against Zhu Cheng, at most imposing some restrictions on her decisions. Yi Qing did not blame the base leader or Hu Yang. Were she in their position, she would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Zhu Cheng was clearly not a woman of compassion, and the slap she had received would surely leave a lasting grudge. Within the confines of the base, Zhu Cheng would not come seeking trouble for the next couple of days. However, once outside the base, the situation would be entirely different. After all, with so many zombies lurking beyond the gates, countless individuals had ventured out only to never return. The following day, Yi Qing arrived early at the base's main hall and took on 2 missions before setting off outside the base. Inside the research institute, Zhu Cheng was tapping her leg impatiently as she listened to reports from her subordinates. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "Has that wretched woman truly left the base?" After confirming that Yi Qing had taken 2 missions and departed, Zhu Cheng pointed to a corner of the room and commanded, "You must ensure that woman is eliminated." The shadow flitted across the corner, quickly returning to stillness. The fierce hatred ignited in her eyes. She had not slept a wink since yesterday. With every fleeting moment, she recalled the humiliating slap she had endured. How could Zhu Cheng, of all people, suffer such indignity? She was determined to make that wretched woman pay. The 2 men, Shen Xingzhou and Shen Li, would also belong to her. Host, someone is following. Point 2202 had been on standby since early morning, and upon detecting the fluctuations of abilities, it immediately reported. Yi Qing smirked, deliberately maneuvering into a dilapidated building not far from the base. Isolated and with few zombies around, it was an ideal setting for nefarious deeds. She took her position, and soon enough, a sizable fish swam right in. To her surprise, it was a middle-aged woman, with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance. Her small eyes glistened with a repulsive, snake-like intensity as they fixated on Yi Qing. Chapter 59. The villain falls due to excessive chatter. The middle-aged woman regarded Yi Qing with a sinister grin. Just as Yi Qing lunged forward with a dagger, the woman barely dodged, twisting away, but Yi Qing's blade still grazed her waist, causing blood to gush from the wound and drip onto the ground. Yi Qing keenly noticed that the blood was not the vibrant red of the living. Rather, it resembled that of a corpse that had been left to fester for some time, emanating a foul stench. The middle-aged woman, likely having never encountered such a direct assault, seemed incredulous. "Can't you let me finish speaking?" she exclaimed. Yi Qing was aware that in a contest of abilities, she was no match for this woman. Her only hope lay in catching her off guard and eliminating her swiftly. After all, the villain perishes due to excessive chatter, and she had no intention of becoming a casualty. That fate was reserved for the loquacious. Without waiting for the middle-aged woman to gather herself, Yi Qing struck again, this time only slicing her arm. Provoked by the repeated attacks, the middle-aged woman retaliated, licking the blood from her hand and adopting a combat stance. This time, Yi Qing refrained from following the expected pattern. Halting her assault, she frowned in disdain and remarked, "Oh, licking your own blood is quite unsanitary." The middle-aged woman, taken aback, was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing charged forward. This time focusing all her strength on the wound she had previously inflicted, the force of her kick propelled the woman backward, slamming her against the nearest wall, which cracked upon impact. Blood erupted from the woman's abdominal wound, flowing like a stream, further irritating her vision. Yi Qing observed as the woman rose from the dust, her eyes suddenly widening as her human pupils transformed into slits, and scales began to emerge around her neck. A guttural growl akin to that of a zombie escaped her lips. Clearly, this middle-aged woman had been altered by the research institute. It was no wonder her abilities surpassed Yi Qing's, with this revelation weighing heavily on her mind. Yi Qing narrowed her eyes, her instincts urging her to strike before the transformation completed. Even with her speed, the disparity in their respective abilities was significant. Despite her injuries, the woman's mental prowess remained intact. Realizing Yi Qing posed a threat, she unleashed her mental force to ensnare Yi Qing's ability core. Blood streamed from Yi Qing's eyes, nose, and ears, and within moments, she was on the verge of collapsing from blood loss. She could not die. The will to survive surged within her, compelling her to bite her tongue and remain conscious. Through sheer determination, she retrieved her weapon from her spatial pocket and fired several rounds into the woman's head until her limbs lay still. Only then did Yi Qing allow herself to slump onto the ground, resembling a small bloodied figure. 2202, spiritual spring water. IT reported that outside, there seemed to be no immediate threat from zombies. Nevertheless, Yi Qing could not afford to let down her guard. In her weakened state, even an ordinary person could overpower her. 2202 promptly provided her with a bottle filled with spiritual spring water. Yi Qing, trembling, grasped the bottle and drank greedily. After a moment, she managed to regain some strength and staggered toward the corpse of the middle-aged woman. As she approached, she halted. "Host, do you not wish to obtain her core?" 2202 queried, perplexed. It had witnessed Yi Qing's enthusiasm for cores before. Now, she stood motionless. Was the woman's core somehow inferior to that of a zombie? The deceased middle-aged woman felt a sense of indignation even in death. Chapter 60. The final struggle of the world's narrative. Did you know that a snake can still bite you even after it has been decapitated? Yi Qing's gaze remained fixed on the motionless body. She recalled a past mission where her target had been hidden in a southern village surrounded by dense forests, disguised as a tourist. She had stayed there for several weeks during the summer when snakes and insects were most prevalent. She had witnessed firsthand a farmer slay a snake only to have the severed head cling tightly to his hand. From that moment on, Yi Qing had vowed to remain vigilant, knowing that even a dead snake could pose a threat. As she approached the woman's body, she recalled the woman's eyes transforming into slits and the scales that appeared during her anger. It was likely that the research institute had infused her with genes from a mutated snake. What if she were venomous? To be safe, Yi Qing drew her weapon and fired several shots without hesitation. Sure enough, the woman's slit pupils snapped open once more, filled with malice and resentment, her body convulsing before finally succumbing to death. After surveying her surroundings, Yi Qing picked up a long stick and prodded the body several times to ensure it was truly lifeless. Only then did she approach to sever the woman's head and extract the core. This core was far more lustrous and beautiful than any she had previously obtained from zombies. The milky white substance seemed to flow of its own accord. Using her recently restored mental abilities, Yi Qing scanned the vicinity and detected approaching figures. She quickly retreated with the middle-aged woman's corpse into her spatial pocket. The newcomers were indeed from the research institute, and among them was Xiao Wanqing. "Are you certain you saw Yi Qing and number 1 fighting here?" The leader, clad in a white lab coat and mask, inquired of Xiao Wanqing. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Wanqing nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes." This was the world's narrative consciousness making one last desperate attempt. It had painstakingly led Xiao Wanqing to this location while using its final strength to obscure Yi Qing's presence from her. When Xiao Wanqing arrived, she beheld Yi Qing, seemingly on the verge of death, covered in blood after being assaulted by the middle-aged woman's mental powers. The narrative consciousness had likely intended for Xiao Wanqing to eliminate Yi Qing. This unpredictable variable, however, it could never have anticipated that Xiao Wanqing, wishing to subject Yi Qing to a fate worse than death, would seek to deliver her to the research institute, thus missing the singular opportunity to end Yi Qing's life. What did this signify? It underscored the importance of acting decisively and without delay. The researchers meticulously scoured the vicinity, discovering only traces of a struggle and droplets of blood, with not a soul in sight. Xiao Wanqing shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's impossible. I clearly saw Yi Qing covered in blood, on the verge of death. Where is she?" The leader of the group, visibly irritable, did not treat Xiao Wanqing kindly. Were it not for the fact that this woman was the daughter of Director Xia, he would have seized the opportunity to silence her. It was infuriating to have wasted time on such a fruitless endeavor. After all the effort he put into capturing a test subject, he had no intention of squandering his time here. Xiao Wanqing felt an unsettling sensation creeping over her, and a thought began to form in her mind. Unfortunately, the leader had already grown impatient and led his team away. Within the confines of the space, Yi Qing observed everything through the projection screen of 2202, not missing Xiao Wanqing's frequent glances back. Laden with suspicion, "Excellent. The weather has turned cold. It is time for Xiao Wanqing to log off." Chapter 61. Successfully ascending to level 3, how could she eliminate Xia Wanqing while simultaneously using her demise to secure greater benefits for herself? A complete plan began to take shape within her mind. For the moment, her first course of action was to absorb this crystal core. Only by reaching level 3 could she guarantee her infiltration into the research institute. Eliminate Xu Qing, and then dispose of Xu Qing's corpse in Xia Wanqing's room, igniting internal discord within the institute. In a secluded corner of the space, Yi Qing incinerated the body of experiment subject 1 until nothing remained. Such a corpse could not be left outside. Who knew if it might transform into a zombie king or something even more dreadful? After disposing of the body, she settled cross-legged on the bed in the villa, absorbing the power from the crystal core just as she had done previously. This time, however, the energy was even more unruly and fierce, seemingly unwilling to serve as a mere stepping stone for Yi Qing's success, causing chaos within her body. Yi Qing was drenched in sweat, her face pale as blood oozed from her body, as if it were without cost. She emitted pained cries, while 2202, worried for her, appeared almost frantic, its tail shaking in distress. 15 minutes passed, then half an hour, then an hour. Each tick of time felt like an eternity. Yi Qing's face grew ashen, resembling a desperate struggle against death. At this moment, describing her pain was akin to someone vivisecting her while she was fully conscious. It hurt. It truly hurt. Yet, Yi Qing refused to yield. She had to grow stronger. Only in doing so could she honor the hard-won chance at rebirth. Finally, with a resounding crash, the heavy barriers separating level 2 and level 3 shattered, and the pain flowed away like a receding tide. But Yi Qing opened her eyes, a fleeting brilliance igniting within her cat-like pupils. She once again felt her body brimming with power. 2202. I did it. Overjoyed after overcoming the perilous threshold, Yi Qing stood up, but was momentarily blinded, nearly fainting as she glanced at the bed where she had been sitting. Now soaked with blood, though she had gained power, her body was still suffering from excessive blood loss. Yi Qing sighed. Fortunately, 2202 had leveled up alongside her, becoming increasingly sentient. It brought her a bottle of the spiritual spring water she had prepared earlier. Without hesitation, Yi Qing gulped down the water, draining 2 bottles before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After indulging in 2 large bowls of spicy hot pot, devouring 4 steamed buns, and finishing off half a durian, Yi Qing changed her clothes and took a shower. To her surprise, time was still on her side. Remembering she had a mission to attend to, she retrieved her vehicle from the space and drove toward the city center. On her way, she noticed the zombies were slightly more agile than in the previous days. She even encountered a zombie that could spray water. Had the zombies evolved their abilities? Did this imply that they contained crystal cores? She exited the vehicle, using her mental energy to immobilize the zombie, striking it with a bat. The bat vibrated upon impact with the evolved zombie's skull, not as easily as before when it felt like smashing a watermelon. After several attempts, she finally crushed the zombie's head, uncovering a blue crystal core the size of a fingernail within. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she tucked the crystal core into her space, her expression neutral as she contemplated that tomorrow would be Shun Li's turn to perform. Chapter 62. Quickly soothing her boyfriend in the morning, Yi Qing's tasks consisted of collecting 2 types of vegetable seeds and eliminating 5 zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, paper currency had rapidly lost its value. Within the base, contributions were the currency of the day. 1 contribution point could buy a grain bun and a bowl of clear soup in the cafeteria. For her rented room, she was required to pay 15 contribution points per month, even without food. The tasks she accepted were designed to be long-lasting. Collecting 2 types of vegetable seeds earned her 3 contribution points, while killing 5 zombies garnered 2 points. Each additional 2 types of seeds or 2 zombies would yield an extra contribution point. The base S system encouraged those without abilities to venture out and combat zombies. Before the apocalypse, Yi Qing had purchased every type of seed available on the market, but she didn't wish to draw attention. She retrieved the most common seeds, cabbage and radish, taking 2 small packets of each. While the rest were for her own practice with wood-based abilities, vegetables were in short supply, and she could leverage this to pave her way within the base, after taking down about 10 zombies. Yi Qing recalled the base's equipment for identifying zombies. By collecting a few hairs from a defeated zombie and placing them into the machine, identification could be achieved. She marveled at the base's swift response to the apocalypse. which instilled a sense of security among the inhabitants of this land. Upon returning to the base, she first submitted her tasks at the mission hall, received her contribution points, and leisurely strolled back to her residence. She could clearly sense that the number of survivors within the base was steadily increasing, which lifted her spirits. However, upon spotting her partner, who was waiting at the door with a serious expression while holding a food container, Yi Qing suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "How long have you been waiting here? I went to complete a mission," she said, pointing to the crumpled note in Shun Xingzhou's long fingers. "That I didn't just leave without a word. I left you a message." Remembering her note eased her guilt, and she straightened her posture. She had leveled up to level 3 and had spiritual spring water. Her body had mostly recovered, though she still appeared somewhat pale from blood loss. Many others who ventured out to slay zombies looked similarly unwell, so no one suspected her condition. Shun Xingzhou knew Yi Qing was unafraid of zombies. Seeing her pale face, he immediately deduced that she had once again engaged in dangerous activities without telling him. His heart ached for the young girl before him, and he instinctively adjusted his glasses, opening his mouth to ask, "Have you eaten yet?" Yi Qing recognized this habitual concern would lead to yet another round of admonishments. While someone caring for her was undoubtedly a good thing, Shun Xingzhou's nagging could become quite tiresome. Determined to take the offensive, she asked, "How could you not eat properly?" Shun Xingzhou, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, blinked his dog-like eyes in confusion, replying, "No." Yi Qing feigned anger, her demeanor firm. "You must eat properly." Shun Xingzhou panicked at her displeasure, his initial intent to scold her forgotten. "I just wanted to wait for you to eat together." Yi Qing opened the door, grasping Shun Xingzhou's wrist, pulling him inside, while gently tousling his bangs, using a soothing tone to coax him. "If you don't eat properly, I'll worry. You must eat on time from now on." Shun Xingzhou was utterly captivated by the girl's gentle touches, leaving him dazed. Chapter 63. Let go of me. Having soothed Shun Xingzhou, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. However, as her body relaxed, the effects of the spiritual spring water she had consumed earlier began to set in, causing her stomach to churn. Despite her decisive and formidable demeanor, she was still a girl and felt the need to maintain some poise in front of her partner. Just as she was about to rise and address the situation, a deeply infatuated Shun Xingzhou embraced her tightly. The sensation of being held so forcefully was something only those who experienced it could truly understand. "Shun Xingzhou, please let go of me." Yi Qing took a deep breath, attempting to appear composed. She valued her dignity. Lost in his own thoughts, Shun Xingzhou shook his head, refusing to release her. "Not until you promise me you won't go on missions alone anymore." He tightened his hold on her slender frame. With her stomach being squeezed, Yi Qing thought, "Can I please get rid of this boyfriend?" All right, I promise. Just let go of me." Yi Qing's delicate face was flushed with suppressed emotions as she forcefully pushed against Shun Xingzhou's chest. At that moment, Shun Xingzhou had buried his face in the crook of Yi Qing's neck, entirely oblivious to her expression. As she struggled, he tightened his grip around her, in the cozy and simply decorated room. A tall and handsome young man held tightly onto the petite and charming girl in his arms. The scene was picturesque, yet the girl's clenched fists and the impatience etched across her brow threatened to break free from their confines. Afraid that a more vigorous struggle might hurt this fragile boy, Yi Qing felt an urgent need to escape. "Enough? I can't hold it any longer," she exclaimed, taking a deep breath. "Let me go. I need to use the restroom." Shun Xingzhou was taken aback by her sudden outburst, left in a daze for a moment before finally releasing her. Standing there, perplexed, Yi Qing hurriedly dashed toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, 2202, the machine dog, was laughing so hard in the space that it rolled over on the ground. Sitting numbly on the toilet, Yi Qing contemplated whether she should eliminate Shun Xingzhou to maintain her dignity. "Host, ha ha ha. Is he your boyfriend or your mission target?" 2202's electronic voice buzzed incessantly in Yi Qing's mind. Yi Qing replied, "Just destroy him." Emerging with a stern expression, she found Shun Xingzhou sitting obediently on a chair, instinctively closing his legs, straightening his back, and resting his hands on his knees, his posture reminiscent of a well-behaved schoolboy. It seemed he had accurately gauged that Yi Qing favored his obedient and endearing demeanor, as he blinked his large, dark, puppy-like eyes at her, offering a charming smile that revealed a hint of his small canine teeth. Handsome yet adorable. Yi Qing sighed, conceding that he was, after all, the partner she had chosen, and even if it led to her social demise, she would indulge him. Seeing Yi Qing's tense face soften, Xingzhou secretly exhaled in relief and leaned closer, putting great effort into their meal, almost disassembling the bones of the braised chicken feet for her. However, Yiqing had already filled herself on the way there. Food was precious now, especially with the braised chicken feet and pork belly, likely gathered by Xingzhou beforehand. As they were both eating sparingly, the items in her space could not be shared with Xingzhou, so all she could do was ensure he had a little more of what was available. Xingzhou assumed Yiqing was trying to save food for herself, and while eating, he resolved to gather more supplies for their next mission, ensuring that his little girl would be well fed even in the apocalypse. It must be said that this was yet another beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 64. Conspiring encounter. After finally sending Xingzhou away from her side, Yiqing followed him until he entered the villa before turning towards the research institute in the East District. Still in that unmonitored corner, she entered her space. While on her way to rescue Xingzhou and Xinli, she had conveniently collected a lab coat and an unfilled identification card from the research institute. Disguising herself as a member of the institute, she instructed 2202 to disrupt the facial recognition at the entrance, allowing her to enter through the main door without issue. Upon reaching the second floor, she was, as usual, intercepted by the guard at the door. Experiment number 1 is dead. I am here to see Zhu Cheng. Yiqing lowered her voice to sound deep and hoarse, reminiscent of someone who had spent long hours in a laboratory without much social interaction. The guard, upon hearing this, immediately stepped aside respectfully to let her through. Zhu Cheng, on the other hand, was consumed with worry and fear, her mind far from any attractive gentleman. She sat in her office, contemplating how to inform her superiors of experiment number 1's demise while absolving herself of any blame. As Yiqing reached the office door, she overheard a familiar voice. She paused her hand above the lock and quickly slipped into her space to eavesdrop on their scheming. With 2202's advanced technology shielding her from the Research Institute's cameras, she felt no fear of being detected. Experiment number 1 is dead. We can just create another one, said one voice. Xiao Wanqing is still colluding with Zhu Cheng. However, according to the original plot, Xiao Wanqing had already achieved great success and was treated with courtesy by Zhu Cheng. Now, she merely relied on her status as the daughter of Dean Xia to appear in Zhu Cheng's office. Xiao Wanqing was unwilling to accept that Yiqing could thrive while she felt akin to a rat in a gutter, merely watching from the sidelines within the institute. She believed she deserved a better fate. As the narrative intent waned, an obsession took root in Xiao Wanqing's mind: to destroy Yiqing. This conviction led her to firmly believe that as long as she eliminated Yiqing, everything would return to normal. She had eavesdropped on a conversation between her father and a mysterious individual, learning that Zhu Cheng had a powerful backing. As long as there were no fundamental errors, the base leader would turn a blind eye. Such a person would be perfect for dealing with Yiqing. You have a fondness for the Shun brothers, don't you? I am their sister. I can arrange for them to meet. Xiao Wanqing, despite having shown no growth from merely being a bystander, at least understood how to dangle bait and negotiate. Zhu Cheng, unimpressed, retorted, if you were capable, would you have been kicked out by both the Shun and Feng families? If she were truly foolish, she would not have maintained her position for so long. Xiao Wanqing felt frustrated. But can you really bring Xingzhou and Xinli out? Zhu Cheng, having encountered many handsome men before and yet finding none comparable to the Shin brothers, noted how one was bright and sunny while the other was strikingly handsome, their cultivated demeanor far surpassing the ordinary. They were indeed exceptional. Zhu Cheng, fixated on the thought, asked, all right, the Shuns are emotional, even if they expel me. If I return crying, they will surely come out. Xiao Wanqing spoke with unwavering certainty. Zhu Cheng, intrigued by Xiao Wanqing's confidence, crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, lazily inquiring, what do you want me to do? Get Yiqing into the laboratory. Zhu Cheng raised an eyebrow at Xiao Wanqing's suggestion. Xiao Wanqing coaxed, Yiqing has secrets. Her ability to kill experiment number 1 indicates she is stronger than it. Don't you want a more formidable test subject? Plus, she is Xingzhou's childhood sweetheart. With her around, won't Xingzhou obediently follow your lead? Chapter 65. Zhu Cheng goes offline inside her space. Yiqing absorbed every word exchanged between the two. Were it not for being the target of their schemes, she would have applauded Xiao Wanqing for finally using her brain before her demise. Indeed, Xiao Wanqing was destined for an untimely end. Right now, according to Yiqing's plan, Xiao Wanqing could have lived for another couple of days. However, Her self-destructive tendencies led her to focus her intentions on Shun Xingzhou. Touch my man and see what happens. Zhu Cheng, seduced by Xiao Wanqing's words, nodded in agreement. The two concocted a plan to deal with Yi Qing, piecing together a method to ensnare her. Zhu Qing couldn't help but daydream about having the Shun brothers by her side in the future. Inside the villa, Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li couldn't help but sneeze several times in succession. Liang Dong, Han Luo, and Han Luo exchanged glances, with Han Luo remarking, "Thinking too much leads to cursing and worrying," resulting in a cold, "Who's been thinking about you too?" Shun Xingzhou draped his coat over Shun Li's shoulders, casually adjusting his glasses under the puzzled gazes of Shun Li and the others, replying, "I have Yi Qing thinking about me. You, a single dog, are probably coming down with a cold that it's best to dress warmly for tomorrow's mission." Shun Li, Liang Dong, Han Luo, and Han Luo. Shun Xingzhou. "You are utterly insane." This is a line filled with resentment. Yi Qing was unaware of the extent of Shun Xingzhou's madness in the villa, but she was well aware of Zhu Cheng's shattered dreams. After hearing the two's plans, she unlocked the door and entered. Under Zhu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing's bewildered gazes, Yi Qing closed the door, saying nothing as she swiftly approached Xiao Wanqing from behind and knocked her unconscious. She unleashed her mental powers to attack Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng, having some experience, felt a violent pain in her head and recognized Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing? She cried out, clutching her head in agony. Why Yi Qing intensified her mental assault, preparing to shatter Zhu Cheng's consciousness. Zhu Qing, in tears, pleaded, "Yi Qing, spare me. It was all Xiao Wanqing's idea, not mine. If you let me go, I can introduce you to the boss. He can help you enhance your abilities more quickly." At this, Yi Qing slightly eased her mental pressure. "Isn't this your headquarters?" Zhu Cheng, sensing a decrease in her pain, assumed her proposal had piqued Yi Qing's interest. A glimmer of malice flashed in her eyes as her proud and beautiful face displayed a hint of disdain. "Of course, this is just a small branch of ours. Where is your headquarters?" Yi Qing pressed, eager to gather intelligence about the research institute. "That I can't say." Zhu Cheng groaned in pain. Why Yi Qing did not increase her mental pressure. Suspecting that someone had implanted a mental suggestion in Zhu Cheng's mind. Changing her approach, Yi Qing asked, "Does your headquarters have methods to enhance abilities?" Zhu Qing nodded with a distorted expression on her face. Upon witnessing Zhu Cheng's agonizing demeanor, Yi Qing realized that she would be unable to extract any significant information from her. "The base had circulated rumors of your formidable background, yet it turns out you are merely a pawn." Yi Qing scoffed, utterly shattering Zhu Cheng's willpower, dismantling her spirit, and ultimately extinguishing her life. In her final moments, Zhu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps astonished that Yi Qing would choose to end her life under such enticing conditions. After dispatching Zhu Cheng, Yi Qing collected the unconscious Xiao Wanqing along with Zhu Cheng's lifeless body into her spatial realm, meticulously clearing out all belongings from Zhu Cheng's office as well. Once she completed her task, she exited Zhu Cheng's office, disposing of Zhu Cheng's corpse in the third-floor room where Xiao Wanqing resided, erasing any trace of her presence before leaving the research institute. Next, it was Xiao Wanqing's turn. Chapter 66. Xiao Wanqing's downfall. Little Yi Qing met her demise at the hands of a zombie. Naturally, Xiao Wanqing was destined to share a similar fate, under the cover of night. Yi Qing evaded the patrolling guards within the base and made her escape. She retrieved a vehicle from her spatial realm, racing towards the city center with the still unconscious Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing awoke to the unsettling sounds of the zombie's moans. As she opened her eyes, she found herself bound, discarded amidst a horde of zombies. Though the creatures had lost their consciousness and moved sluggishly, the scent of fresh flesh drove them into a frenzy as they surged towards her, eager to tear her apart. However, Yi Qing had erected a barrier of psychic energy around Xiao Wanqing, effectively isolating her from the zombies. Xiao Wanqing could smell the foul stench of the undead, hear their wails, and even feel their claws mere inches from her. "Help! Help me!" Xiao Wanqing screamed with all her might, her voice echoing in the desolate space. Yi Qing stood above, gazing down with a sense of superiority, relishing the terror reflected in Xiao Wanqing's eyes. Drip, drip, drip. That a sound of water began to fill the air, mingling with an unpleasant odor that heightened the zombie's agitation. Yi Qing clicked her tongue, leaping down to approach Xiao Wanqing step by step. Wherever she walked, the zombies instinctively parted, creating a path for her. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Xiao Wanqing finally understood. Why Yi Qing? Do you intend to kill me? Yi Qing smirked. You've already conspired against me. Is it not fair that I strike first? Do you know who my biological father is? Xia Wanqing attempted to leverage her connection to the esteemed director Xia. My father is the director of the research institute that if you kill me, he will ensure that even Xin Xingzhou cannot protect you. Yi Qing regarded her with a look of sheer incredulity. If your father is so powerful, I am even more compelled to eliminate you. Otherwise, letting you return would only seal my own fate. Xia Wanqing retorted, why do you not act according to reason? Wouldn't a typical person struggle or hesitate? 2202. Convey her entire storyline to her. Yi Qing, disinterested in further dialogue, stepped back as 2202 transmitted Xia Wanqing's narrative into her mind. As the zombies surged forward, Xia Wanqing's eyes widened in horror. She turned to Yi Qing, her gaze filled with venom, and cried out in agony, it's you. This is all you're doing. I knew I should not have lived like this. She envisioned a life where she was revered, adored by the Shin family, surrounded by those who sought to please her. She was meant to be the protagonist of this world, while Yi Qing was merely an inconspicuous figure. The stark contrast between the beauty of her imagined narrative and the grim reality she faced was nothing short of heart-wrenching. Yi Qing further manipulated the zombies, ensuring they savored their feast slowly, prolonging Xia Wanqing's torment until she finally closed her eyes and surrendered to the inevitable, with Xia Wanqing's body ravaged. Yi Qing retrieved gasoline and a lighter she had prepared earlier, incinerating her remains and storing the ashes in a small vial. Yi Qing then entered her spatial realm, unlocking a door that had long been secured, revealing a collection of items belonging to little Yi Qing. She placed the vial of Xia Wanqing's ashes before a token she had crafted for little Yi Qing, whispering softly, I shall not disappoint your trust. Chapter 67. Targeted by the Research Institute, Zhu Qing's corpse was discovered the following morning. Her death rippled through the base like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, initially creating a small ripple that expanded into numerous consequential waves. Not only did Director Xia take notice, but even the head of the base was shaken. The base leader, accompanied by Hu Yang and an unremarkable young man, arrived at the scene. Had Yi Qing been present, she would have sensed the psychic energy emanating from that ordinary youth, a presence she greatly feared. Cheng Yuanbai. How did she die? The base leader inquired, his brow furrowed deeply, capable of crushing a fly resting upon it. He sighed, raking a hand through his thinning hair, troubled by its continued loss. Cheng Yuanbai and Hu Yang collaborated to examine the surrounding area. Upon hearing the base leader's question, Cheng Yuanbai continued to manipulate Zhu Qing's head as he casually replied, she was directly attacked by a psychic ability user, who strangled her spirit and consciousness to death. Upon hearing that a psychic ability user was involved, the base leader's aged eyes sharpened with intensity. Since the establishment of the base, survivors had filled out forms that facilitated comprehensive data analysis. Just yesterday, the base leader had received initial analytical data and learned that psychic ability users were exceedingly rare. Among the many abilities present in the Sunshine base, only 3 were awakened psychic abilities. The highest level among them is currently Cheng Yuanbai. Is it higher than yours? The base leader quickly honed in on the crux of the matter. I cannot reach that level yet. Cheng Yuanbai, benefiting from the base's resources, currently stands at the pinnacle of level 1, just a fragment of a psychic core or a fortuitous opportunity away from breaking into level 2. I suspect that the psychic user who killed Zhu Cheng is at least level 2 or at the peak of level 2. Cheng Yuanbai's conjecture led the base leader to suspect the Research Institute. The potency of psychic abilities, coupled with the capacity to control individuals and observe their surroundings, made the requirements for advancement far more stringent than those of elemental abilities. It was only within the Research Institute that a psychic ability user could be cultivated in such a brief period. This was also why Yi Qing had opted not to employ any weapons when she eliminated Zhu Cheng, instead suffocating her with psychic energy. She understood that Zhu Qing's death would draw the base's attention. The depths of the Research Institute were unfathomable. She could not resolve this matter alone. Only by prompting the base to take notice and investigate would the Institute's personnel be constrained in their actions, granting her more time to grow stronger. Director Xia, I hear this is the room of the daughter you have only just recognized. Where is she? The base leader fixed his suspicions on Director Xia. Director Xia, who had dedicated himself to research, appeared composed despite being in his 40s. His refined appearance and white lab coat, coupled with black-rimmed glasses, exuded an air reminiscent of a reserved university professor from a novel. Faced with the base leader's direct inquiry, he remained unperturbed, a hint of helplessness crossing his handsome features. Wanqing harbors some resentment towards me and is reluctant to draw closer. I fear that any actions I take might incite further aversion. I've generally left her alone, and I am also searching for her. In a single statement, he deflected all suspicion. While others might be deceived by Director Xia's demeanor, the base leader was not. His position afforded him a network of connections that he possessed a degree of understanding regarding the research institute. The factions supporting Zhu Cheng and Director Xia were not aligned. It was highly plausible that Director Xia had exploited the opportunity of recently recognizing his daughter to eliminate Zhu Cheng, thus causing a stir regarding Xia Wanqing. This line of reasoning was straightforward, so simple that it prompted the base leader to question whether he had misjudged. What if Director Xia had anticipated this and believed it impossible to act? Just as Yi Qing had envisioned after laying her trap, it was not only the base leader who harbored such doubts. Upon Zhu Qing's death reaching the Research Institute's headquarters, individuals there too began to speculate whether Director Xia was the orchestrator behind it. Concurrently, Yi Qing's name was brought to the attention of the Research Institute's headquarters. Dispatched 2 individuals, one covert and one overt, to investigate this. Yi Qing determined if she truly possesses the strength to eliminate the first entity. If so, we must capture her at all costs and bring her back to the Research Institute's headquarters. Chapter 68. Establishment of the Psychic Team unbeknownst to the blissfully slumbering Yi Qing. The headquarters of the Research Institute had set its sights on her. At that moment, Shen Xingzhou, Shen Li, Liang Dong, and 2 others had gathered in her modest suite. I wished to form a team of ability users. Hu Yang had taken the opportunity to visit the Shen family and relay the base's desire to collaborate with ability users, prompting Shen Li to contemplate this initiative. In a world on the brink of collapse, relying solely on individual strength is undoubtedly not a sustainable strategy. Rather, the formation of a formidable team of supernatural beings is the correct approach. Coincidentally, each of these individuals possesses unique abilities. After contemplating this notion, for reasons unknown, Shen Li's mind instinctively turned to Yi Qing. An innate intuition led him to believe that consulting his sister-in-law would prove more reliable than seeking the counsel of his elder brother. Shen Xingzhou. Yi Qing held no objections to the establishment of a supernatural team. On the contrary, even if Shen Li had not initiated the formation, she would have devised a plan to encourage him to do so. After all, who would safeguard Shen Xingzhou, this vulnerable child, when she was away on matters of her own? With Yi Qing's nod, the weight of uncertainty lifted from the hearts of those present. Once names were chosen, Shen Li proposed that Yi Qing assume the role of team leader, stating, "Yi Qing, I believe you are the most suitable for the position." Yi Qing swiftly declined, asserting, "I will not." Shen Li persisted in his attempts. But Yi Qing retorted, "The one who proposes should take the lead." It was absurd to think she would manage the complexities of a supernatural team. Such responsibilities would hinder her own progress and enhancement of her powers. With both Shen Xingzhou and Han Luo possessing spatial abilities, the position of vice captain would be filled by one of them. Although she articulated it this way, her true intention was to gently nudge Shen Xingzhou towards the role. Firstly, the supernatural team Shen Li established would not consist solely of their few members. The Shen family was not foolish, and discerning the worth of individuals was one matter, but misjudgments were an inherent part of human nature. No one could guarantee they wouldn't overlook certain traits. If Shen Xingzhou were to assume the vice captaincy, he would be responsible for the resources, compelling the team members to prioritize his safety. Secondly, as the number of supernatural beings increased, so too would the complexity of their tasks. Once Shen Xingzhou became occupied, he would no longer cling to her. Men truly could affect her readiness to act. Particularly someone like Shen Xingzhou, who was both charming and endearingly spoiled. Shen Xingzhou perceived that it was the trust bestowed upon him by his beloved young lady that led to his appointment as vice captain. He grasped Yi Qing's hand, solemnly assuring her, "I will fulfill my duties as vice captain to the best of my abilities and will not disappoint you." Yi Qing bestowed upon Shen Xingzhou her utmost affirmation and encouragement. At times, having a partner who was somewhat infatuated and prone to daydreaming proved remarkably convenient. The establishment of the New Moon supernatural team unfolded with remarkable simplicity and efficiency, thanks to Yi Qing's few words. To formalize their team, they would need to register at the base, which had already devised preliminary guidelines for such groups. Newly formed supernatural teams were uniformly designated as one-star teams, tasked with obtaining missions from the task hall. Upon successful completion, they would earn points. To upgrade from 1-star to 2-star status required 100 points, which typically equated to 5 or 6 missions. The higher the team's rank, the lower their share of resources discovered during missions. Yet, greater access to information and resources from the base would be afforded in the future. After registering their supernatural team and receiving their 1-star insignia, Xun Li and the others exited the registration office, only to encounter Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai. Yi Qing sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Cheng Yuanbai and discreetly cast a glance in his direction. That you've registered your supernatural team. Coincidentally, there's a mission available. Would you like to participate? Chapter 69. A mission arises. What mission? Liang Dong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Having just established their supernatural team, the others, aside from Yi Qing, were somewhat restless with anticipation. Upon hearing of a mission, their eyes sparkled with excitement. We dispatched a rescue team to assist survivors, and one of the squads has gone missing near a small town in City A. The base leader has instructed Cheng Yuanbai and me to investigate. Would you like to join us? The resources gathered in the town will be shared with the base, and you will earn 30 points. Hu Yang glanced at Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou adjusted his glasses, contemplating the situation before looking towards Xun Li. Without rules, there can be no order. With the supernatural team newly formed, it was imperative that they adhere strictly to the established guidelines. As Xun Li was the captain, everyone ought to respect his decisions. The members of the New Moon team awaited Xun Li's verdict. Hu Yang found it curious that Shen Xingzhou remained silent, while Liang Dong, noticing his puzzled expression, offered a considerate explanation. Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai, hailing from a disciplined rescue team, held an increased appreciation for the adherence to rules demonstrated by this supernatural group. The trust bestowed by his teammates instilled in Xun Li both a sense of security and a profound sense of responsibility. Nevertheless, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yi Qing, who stood beside Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou blocked Xun Li's line of sight, a look of annoyance crossing his face as if to say, "Why are you staring at my girl?" Xun Li unceremoniously rolled his eyes at Shen Xingzhou. "When shall we gather?" Xun Li regarded Hu Yang as a reliable ally. As for danger, in this apocalyptic world, where was there not peril, the presence of danger could foster growth. He found this mission quite promising, as it would serve as an opportunity for them to hone their skills. An hour later, after Hu Yang had relayed the gathering location, he departed with Cheng Yuanbai. Xun Li and his companions returned home to inform their elders, while Shen Xingzhou remained by Yi Qing's side. "Why does Xun Li keep looking at you?" When the two were alone, Shen Xingzhou transformed from the dependable eldest grandson of the Shen family into a playful puppy. He had previously contemplated whether behaving this way in front of Yi Qing would be inappropriate, but ultimately decided to embrace it. "Whatever, as long as my girl treats me well." Shen Xingzhou now displayed an endearing charm, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Yi Qing blinked, considering that perhaps Xun Li had sensed her formidable nature. After all, the male lead was, by nature, somewhat more capable than the average person. Acknowledging her strength was not a flaw. "I am not." Shen Xingzhou shifted closer to Yi Qing, about to speak, when Yi Qing cupped his handsome face in her hands and planted a kiss on his lips. "Be good. Close your eyes and breathe." Yi Qing seized a moment of respite to guide Shen Xingzhou. He obediently shut his eyes, his dark lashes fluttering, the tips of his ears reddening like ripe tomatoes as he clenched his fists nervously at his sides. Truly adorable, like the Sun. Yi Qing mused, watching Shen Xingzhou in this state, her only complaint being his mouth. After soothing the inexplicably jealous Shen Xingzhou, it was nearly time for Xun Li, Liang Dong, Han Luo, and Han Luo to arrive. The group gathered at the entrance of the base to meet with Hu Yang and the others. Yi Qing was taken aback to find that Cheng Yuanbai would also be accompanying them. In the original narrative, he had remained at the base. Was this mission particularly challenging, or was there another reason? Yi Qing suspected that Cheng Yuanbai's presence was intended as a test for her. Chapter 70. A test at the base. It wasn't a matter of Yi Qing being self-absorbed. The fact that Xu Cheng had dispatched a #1 experimental subject to eliminate her was hardly a secret. A little inquiry would reveal the truth. Yi Qing surmised that not only she, but all individuals with spiritual abilities at the base were likely under scrutiny. The research facility was even more so. Realizing this, Yi Qing mentally rang the alarm for herself. She needed to exercise utmost caution and vigilance on the journey to the mission site. She could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of her true self. The more Yi Qing resolved to be careful, the more innocent she appeared. She obediently stood beside Shen Xingzhou, her small hand instinctively clasping his strong, defined one. Shen Xingzhou, feeling the unexpected warmth enveloping his hand, turned to glance at Yi Qing. She raised her adorable little face and smiled sweetly. In an instant, Shen Xingzhou understood. He gently squeezed her hand and soothingly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." He subtly angled his body to shield her from Cheng Yuanbai's lingering gaze. Yi Qing nodded, her face radiating trust. The first time Han Lu and Han Luo encountered Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou, the surrounding zombies had mostly been cleared away by Yi Qing. Having never witnessed her combat prowess firsthand, the two instinctively perceived Shen Xingzhou as quite the man. Han Luo gazed dreamily at the interaction between Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou, playfully elbowing her sister beside her, a knowing smile on her face. "Sister, I didn't expect that Shen Xingzhou, this lovesick fool, could be so manly." The truth was not lost on Shenli and Liang Dong. It was rather difficult to articulate. Han Lu offered no response. Han Luo nudged her sister harder. Still receiving no reply, she was startled when a smooth male voice chimed in. "Whether Shen Xingzhou is lovesick, I cannot say, but you certainly have quite the strength." Han Luo jumped at the sudden voice, stumbling back and inadvertently tripping over her own feet, colliding into Cheng Yuanbai. With a reflexive motion, Cheng Yuanbai caught her, and due to the momentum, Han Luo found herself embraced in his arms, inhaling a faint, pleasant fragrance. When she steadied herself and looked up, she met Cheng Yuanbai's calm, piercing gaze. Han Luo blinked, her cheeks flushed, and in an instant, she found Shunli far less appealing. Feeling a bit flustered, she scratched her head and blurted out, "You have a lovely scent." Cheng Yuanbai, ever the gentleman, took a step back and replied smoothly, "I use a certain brand of laundry detergent if you happen to find some in the town. You may collect a few bags for yourself." "All right." With Han Luo's interruption, Cheng Yuanbai's scrutiny of Yi Qing dissipated. Once preparations were complete, everyone boarded the vehicle. On the ride, Hu Yang inquired of Cheng Yuanbai, "Did you glean anything?" Hu Yang had witnessed Yi Qing expending all her extraordinary abilities to save her, which led him to harbor doubts about her. Cheng Yuanbai, having been influenced by Hu Yang's preconceived notions, observed that Shen Xingzhou appeared protective of Yi Qing, both earlier and upon their arrival in the vehicle. This prompted him to ponder that if Yi Qing were truly that formidable, Shen Xingzhou would not exhibit such behavior. His skepticism had nearly dissipated. He speculated that the first experimental subject might not have perished, but instead gained consciousness and, upon returning, sought vengeance against Chu Qing. Hu Yang, with his own analysis, noted that after Yi Qing's previous outing, she returned to the hall to report her mission without any sign of distress, a fact corroborated by numerous individuals within the base who had seen her. Hu Yang conveyed the findings of his earlier investigation to Cheng Yuanbai. Chapter 71. Arrival at the town. Unbeknownst to Yi Qing, her deliberate choice to take her time returning to her residence had allowed more people to witness her well-being, effectively alleviating much of Cheng Yuanbai's suspicion. However, her primary concern at present was not this matter. Even if Cheng Yuanbai doubted her, she possessed the means to dispel such doubts, a confidence she still held. Yi Qing's apprehension stemmed from the conversation she would have with the main deity after eliminating Xiao Wanqing. The two were to collaborate, and the main deity had not concealed this from her. This world had originated from a novel. The small world was just taking shape. Its storyline had yet to stabilize, leading to the emergence of plot-driven entities like Xiao Wanqing. The main deity's words had indeed clarified Yi Qing's lingering questions. She had always believed that to qualify as a protagonist of a world, one must, at the very least, possess a commendable appearance and a sound moral compass, along with certain essential traits typical of heroines. This world was set against an apocalyptic backdrop. Wasn't it expected for a protagonist to undertake the mission of saving the world? Upon discovering that Xiao Wanqing was the protagonist, Yi Qing felt as though she had been illuminated by the sun 100 times, akin to Shen Xingzhou. After listening to the main deity's exposition, Yi Qing gained understanding. Whether Xiao Wanqing was a false protagonist or the original one, she had already been eliminated. The main deity did not hold her accountable. On the contrary, by removing Xiao Wanqing, she had also eradicated the storyline's influence, allowing the small world to gradually find its footing. The main deity aimed for Yi Qing to uncover the origins of the apocalypse in this world and to lend her strength to expedite its recovery. Yi Qing's original body had long since vanished, leaving her to exist solely within this world. Even without the main deity's prompting, Yi Qing would strive to restore normalcy. However, she would not pass up any opportunity to benefit from the main deity. Contemplating Shen Xingzhou's eventual fate, Yi Qing acquiesced to the main deity's conditions and articulated her own needs. She would seek out reliable researchers, hoping that the main deity could, through 2202, relay information regarding the purification abilities of the light system to those individuals. She would assist in salvaging the world and would protect Shen Xingzhou, in Yi Qing's lexicon. The phrase impossible to achieve both simply did not exist. She was, indeed, a devoted girlfriend. Yi Qing opened her eyes and playfully ruffled Shen Xingzhou's hair, earnestly proclaiming, "Your fortune lies in having me. You have no idea how much effort I have expended to safeguard your life." Shen Xingzhou's handsome face bore an expression of bewilderment. He reached out to touch Yi Qing's forehead, then his own, finding their temperatures to be the same. "Xingzhou, we've arrived." Just as Shen Xingzhou was about to inquire about Yi Qing's state, Liang Dong's booming voice resonated from outside, announcing their arrival at the mission town. Along the journey, they had encountered zombies that were merely slightly faster than before. Unlike the extraordinary zombies Yi Qing had previously encountered, the escort team swiftly dealt with them, causing no delay in their arrival. With communications down, their phones had become useless bricks, and they were now relying on wristwatches to tell the time. Yi Qing glanced at her watch. They had departed at 9 and reached their destination by 11:30, remarkably swift. "What is the situation in the town?" Shen Xingzhou inquired. The group stood at the entrance of the town, which had once been a tourism hotspot featuring retro architecture. Peering inward, they could see only a hazy mist, with the eaves of buildings barely visible, contributing to an eerie silence. Hu Yang shook his head, stating, "I don't know. Not a single member of the dispatched escort team has emerged from within." Chapter 72. The town is filled with the strange given the large population base in City A. It would be reasonable to assume that the most perilous missions would involve rescue efforts at the city center. Curiously, the escort teams that ventured to the city center had mostly returned safely, whereas this particular team, sent to the town, had not seen a single returnee. The base commander, concerned about the potential presence of formidable zombies or other threats within, had entrusted Hu Yang to lead the investigation. Cheng Yuanbai's presence served dual purposes: to scrutinize Yi Qing and to investigate the town. The fog within the town is dense, severely limiting visibility if zombies or other entities are lurking within. We may find ourselves unprepared, and I will first utilize my psychic abilities to scan the surroundings before we proceed, Cheng Yuanbai stated, casting a glance at Yi Qing. Yi Qing exhibited a perfect display of bewilderment. Noting her confusion, Cheng Yuanbai withdrew his gaze and activated his psychic powers. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qing sensed Cheng Yuanbai's psychic energy, peak level 1 that the young man had promised. She realized her earlier thoughts had been accurate. Individuals with similar abilities, regardless of their level, could indeed sense one another. She hypothesized that the higher the level, the greater the distance one could sense. Cheng Yuanbai thoroughly scanned the area accessible to his psychic abilities. After retracting his powers, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. I can confirm that there are no zombies within my range of perception. Not a single zombie, Han Luo exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could a town possibly lack even one zombie? Is it conceivable that no one here has turned? The very notion seemed unrealistic. Han Luo, already possessing large eyes, now looked even more astonished. Cheng Yuanbai observed her, noting the resemblance of her eyes to grapes, and added, "Not only are there no zombies, but I haven't seen a single person within." The establishment of bases was swift. By the third day of the apocalypse, the Sunshine Base in City A was constructed, complete with an escort team and walls continuously erected to fend off approaching zombies. Coupled with Hu Yang's timely feedback regarding the upgraded zombies, the base's escort teams were routinely deployed in batches to the city center and surrounding areas for rescue missions. Essentially, City A had only this one large base, Sunshine Base. If any survivors from the town sought refuge, they likely arrived at this base. The base maintained a substantial database on the incoming survivors, having gathered various data prior to the apocalypse. Though some was still being restored, the base commander had not mentioned any survivors from this town. Cheng Yuanbai's observations cast an even darker shadow of danger over the town. Given that they needed clarity, they might as well venture inside. The group fell silent for a moment before Shun broke the stillness. Hu Yang shared this sentiment, recognizing the potential for zombies to be concealed within the dense fog. For safety's sake, the group formed a protective circle. The outermost layer consisted of those who had awakened offensive abilities, as their bodies had been modified by the viral energy. making them less susceptible to becoming zombies even if scratched. The middle layer comprised individuals without awakened powers, while the innermost layer was reserved for space and healing ability users like Han Luo and Shin Xingzhou. Once the formation was established, the group resolutely set foot into the town. Chapter 73. The woman's cry for help. The group cautiously advanced into the town for about half an hour. Gradually, the surrounding fog began to dissipate. Upon reaching the town center, only a slight mist remained. Han Luo cast a skeptical glance at Cheng Yuanbai. If translated, her expression would read, "Is this it?" Cheng Yuanbai replied, "He is merely a level 1 ability user." Those nearby observed the silent exchange between the two. Liang Dong, positioned beside Han Luo, inquired, "Aren't you concerned about your sister getting involved with that Cheng Yuanbai? After all, your sister tends to get swept away in matters of the heart over the past few days." Yang Dong had come to understand the alarming nature of Han Luo's romantic fixation. She could relate anything to love. It was entirely possible that two zombies gnawing at each other could, in Han Luo's perspective, be interpreted as a declaration of mutual affection. Observing the interaction between the two, Han Luo nonchalantly remarked, "Aside from being infatuated, I'm also quite discerning about looks. Cheng Yuanbai is quite ordinary in that regard. You two could lower your voices a bit? I'm still here," Cheng Yuanbai interjected. Han Luo, hearing her sister's comment, leaned in to offer quiet comfort. "Actually, I think you look quite decent." Cheng Yuanbai cast a sidelong glance at the earnest young girl. "Thank you." Han Luo's eyes crinkled into a wide smile. No need for thanks. As visibility improved, the group felt less compelled to remain huddled together. Hu Yang, acting as the mission's overall commander, divided everyone into 3 small teams to explore and search for supplies. The number of spatial ability users is scant, and considering that the primary objective of this mission is to uncover the peculiarities of this town while attempting to rescue the previous team, it is astonishing that within the entire escort squad, there is only 1 spatial ability user. In Shin Li's New Moon team, there are 2 spatial ability users, Han Luo and Shin Xingzhou. Hu Yang is well acquainted with them. He directly approached Shin Li, suggesting that since each team comprises 1 spatial ability user, they could borrow one from their team, and in return, they would receive 20% of the supplies discovered as a form of rent. Shin Xingzhou was reluctant to part ways with Yi Qing. After much deliberation, Han Luo was assigned to the team led by Cheng Yuanbai. The 3 teams set off in 3 different directions to explore, with the plan to regroup here before dark. Prior to their departure, Hu Yang pointed to a courtyard resembling an ancient structure, marked by 2 stone lions at the entrance, as their meeting point. The town was eerily quiet and remarkably clean, devoid of the destroyed buildings they had encountered earlier, ravaged by zombies. They commenced their search from the first house. Shin Li indicated a row of 3-story self-built staircases, advising against acting alone, as he sensed something strange about this town. He and Shin Xingzhou, along with Liang Dong, were genuine locals from City A. They had visited this town before, known for its tourist attractions and the affluence of its inhabitants. Yi Qing exchanged glances with Shin Xingzhou, uncertain whether Cheng Yuanbai could sense the range of her mental powers, making it difficult for her to use her abilities to probe. As they stood at the entrance of the first floor, Shin Li was about to force the door open when they heard a girl's voice calling for help. "Help! Someone save me! There's a monster over there." The cries grew louder as a girl, dusty and dirty, appeared, seemingly around 23 or 24, stumbling towards them. Upon spotting Yi Qing and the others not far away, her eyes lit up. Chapter 74. Everyone has a brain. She crawled over in a flurry, finally collapsing at Yi Qing's feet. Yi Qing instinctively stepped back, positioning herself behind Shin Xingzhou, feigning fear of the approaching stranger, while secretly peering out from behind him to observe her. The woman's clothing bore signs of having been scratched by branches, and as Yi Qing's gaze drifted downward, she noted the excessive dirt on her body. Yet her shoes were inexplicably clean. The girl leaned against Shin Xingzhou's shoulder. He turned to her, and they exchanged a glance that conveyed an unspoken understanding known only to them. "Shin Li, Liang Dong, help her up first." "That woman came towards us," Shin Xingzhou instructed. Yi Qing and Shin Xingzhou decided to keep the girl close, intending to discern her true intentions first. "Why aren't you helping her up?" Aside from Shin Xingzhou and Yi Qing, who had perceived the woman's ulterior motives, Shin Li, Liang Dong, and Han Luo were all well-cultivated individuals prior to the apocalypse, capable of recognizing the woman's suspicious demeanor. Shin Li and Liang Dong wore expressions of reluctance, while Han Luo, more brazen, glanced around, deliberately avoiding looking in their direction but on the ground. Shin Danny had been lying there for at least a minute, thinking, do these people have no compassion? Am I not sufficiently fragile and pitiful? Shin Danny was quite confident in her appearance. Although she lacked the striking beauty of Zhu Cheng, she possessed delicate, fair features and an aura of innocence, embodying the quintessential girl-next-door vibe. Even in the pre-apocalyptic world, she had thrived in the research institute due to her looks. After the cataclysm, while Zhu Cheng was assigned to the Sunshine Base, she had managed to remain at headquarters. My ankle seems to be sprained. Could you please help me up? Shin Danny bit her lip, gazing pitifully at the group, especially at Shin Xingzhou and Shun Li, batting her eyelashes with a tearful expression. Shin Xingzhou, with his hands reaching back, pulled Yi Qing from behind him and placed her in front of himself. I have a girlfriend now. I can't touch other girls, he stated slowly amidst the puzzled gazes of the others. Shun Li and Liang Dong quickly turned to look at Han Luo. Han Luo, startled, took a step back and retorted fiercely, you two can just pair up. Upon hearing this, Shun Li and Liang Dong exchanged glances, each contemplating that perhaps it wasn't an entirely unfeasible idea. Liang Dong patted his pudgy belly, closing his eyes and biting his teeth. He hesitantly raised his voice. Li Gu. Shun Li's reaction was immediate. His fist clenched tightly that he kicked Liang Dong in the rear, sending him stumbling towards Shun Danny, gritting his teeth as he coldly commanded, go help her up, Liang Dong. He knew he would end up being the one to suffer in the end. Shin Danny observed as the group bickered amongst themselves, disdainfully pushing one another away. She felt a pang of hatred, thinking, how can they be so heartless? Don't they see that I am a delicate girl in distress? Two handsome men were present. One had a girlfriend, and the other was behaving as if he would rather stick with the rotund one than lend her a hand. Shin Danny was infuriated. She failed to realize that in such a bizarre town, a young girl running in distress would naturally raise suspicions among anyone with a modicum of common sense. Chapter 75. The most wretched villain appears under the pressure of the group's scrutinizing gazes. Liang Dong reluctantly extended his hand towards Shun Danny. In a fit of exasperation, she scrambled to her feet. Why didn't you get up sooner? Who do you think you're looking down on? Liang Dong remarked as Shin Danny dusted herself off, feebly asking, can I join you? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Yi Qing swiftly extended her hand, cheerfully saying, sure. However, she added, so, spare us the cliché tragic backstory. I'm not interested. Shin Danny. What? Can't we proceed according to reason? My emotional build-up was just beginning. Interrupted by Yi Qing, she found her words stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken or swallowed. Perhaps it was the frustration building up that caused her to start hiccuping, with each hiccup louder than the last. Fortunately, the eerie absence of zombies in the vicinity meant that her loud hiccups wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. Liang Dong shot a disdainful glance at Shin Danny and took a couple of steps back. Shin Danny, what is wrong with these people? She was so furious that she felt like jumping up and down, wanting to scream at the top of her lungs. As Yi Qing and the others turned to search the house for supplies, Shin Danny, in a fit of rage, jumped a couple of times in place, silently screaming for a while before taking a deep breath and reminding herself that all of this was for the mission. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. If you get worked up, no one will care. While Shun Danny was bouncing in place, Han Luo happened to glance back and saw her jumping quite high, genuinely complimenting. Even with an injured foot, you can still jump so high. You must have been good at sports before. Shin Danny. Is she mocking me? Ma Dandan. This is not a typo. She was livid. Yet, she had to maintain her smile. Perhaps it is inherent in the people of Huagua to hoard supplies. Yi Qing and her group indeed discovered quite a bounty in the house. 2 bags of 50-pound rice, a bag of 30-pound high-gluten flour, several packs of instant noodles, and a few bags of fine noodles. Moreover, the kitchen cabinets were filled with sweet potato flour, dried tofu, pickled vegetables, dried mushrooms, and more. They collected usable cooking oil, salt, MSG, and a certain brand of hot sauce, all of which Shun Xingzhou stored in his space. After prolonged power outages, the contents of the refrigerator had all spoiled, emanating a foul odor that repelled everyone. After clearing out the kitchen, they proceeded to the bedrooms, taking all the unused blankets, clothes, and other items. Even if they had no use for them, they could exchange them for contribution points at the base. Standing aside, Shin Danny watched as the group ravaged the house like locusts, stripping it of all usable items. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, If you take all these things, what will the owners do when they return? This is so pitiful. Lady, we are in the apocalypse. Has your brain been eaten by a zombie? Hearing Shun Danny's thoughtless remarks, Han Luo shot back. If you have so much compassion, why not offer your body to the zombies? They're pitiable too. They're always hungry and can't sleep well. Think about it. If you feed them, maybe while they're gnawing on you, they'll spare someone else. In that way, you'd be saving a life. As she finished, Han Luo imitated Shun Danny's timid, delicate voice, nearly startling Shun Li into delivering a kick to Liang Dong. Chapter 76. The group longing for Peach's Shun Danny was rendered speechless by Han Luo's retort. Perhaps she finally recognized the reality that the three men in the team were immune to her charms. Throughout the journey, she kept her mouth shut, obediently following along. As they emerged from the last house in the row, the sky was nearly dark. Shen Xingzhou glanced around as fog began to roll in and adjusted his glasses, stating, "Let us regroup with Hu Yang." The others had no objections. Shun Danny wished to voice her dissent, but no one paid her any mind. Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai had returned relatively early. By the time Yi Qing and Shun Xingzhou arrived, the escort team had already prepared the house where they would be staying for the night. Hu Yang cast a questioning glance at Shen Danny, who was trailing behind Shen Xingzhou and the others. During our search of the town, she had approached us on her own. Liang Dong felt it was his duty to act as the social liaison within the Crescent team, and he resignedly explained to Hu Yang. Hu Yang raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the townsfolk. Liang Dong shook his head, expressing doubt. He then turned a questioning gaze towards Shun Li, who glanced at Shen Xingzhou. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingzhou looked towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly as she nodded. After Yi Qing nodded, Shen Xingzhou turned to Shun Li and nodded as well, prompting Shun Li to nod at Liang Dong, who instinctively nodded back at Hu Yang. Hu Yang remarked, "I have become observant." After receiving a signal to speak, Liang Dong leaned in closer to Hu Yang and whispered, "This girl seems suspicious. We brought her along with the intention of keeping her under close watch. Perhaps we can uncover some clues related to the town through her. I see. You all do not strike me as individuals who would easily dispense sympathy." Hu Yang replied, suddenly enlightened. In a post-apocalyptic world, those who indiscriminately show compassion often meet a swift demise. Hu Yang believed that Shen Xingzhou and Shen Li were clearly rational individuals. How could the captain of a guard team say such things? Liang Dong retorted that it is our duty to escort survivors safely to the base. Whether they live or die afterwards is up to them. Hu Yang could not help but defend himself and the guard team. Liang Dong sympathetically patted Hu Yang's shoulder with his chubby hand. Unbeknownst to Liang Dong and Hu Yang, Shen Danny had not overheard their conversation, but she had witnessed the earlier interactions between the group and Yi Qing. She noticed that there were others conversing with Han Lu and Han Luo, leaving her feeling isolated. With her included, there were now 4 girls present. She refused to be overshadowed by the other 3. Shun Danny believed that she must be the center of attention wherever she went. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a large earthen stove outside the courtyard, formulating a plan in her mind. Shun Danny sauntered over to Yi Qing, her voice soft. Can you cook? I think everyone has worked hard searching for supplies. How about we girls prepare a meal together?" Observing Yi Qing's tidy appearance, she doubted her culinary skills, believing she could leverage this to garner admiration from the others. Upon hearing Shun Danny's suggestion, the group genuinely turned their attention towards her. The members of Hu Yang's team were all selected as teens. Their days were filled with training and missions, leaving them with little cooking experience. Shen Xingzhou, Shen Li, and Liang Dong came from well-off families with maids, and therefore lacked cooking skills as well. Shen Xingzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never had a meal prepared by a young girl before. Tomato braised beef, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sour radish and old duck soup, and chicken with prickly ash. Yi Qing listed the dishes with an expressionless face. "You may choose." Upon hearing the menu, everyone's spirits soared. Just as they were about to enthusiastically shout out their choices, Yi Qing leisurely added, "The instant noodles we collected only come in those flavors." Yi Qing's words fell upon the group like a bucket of icy water, bringing them back to reality. Her gaze was sharp and frigid. Her hands were meant for dispatching foes, not for cooking. Did they truly expect her to prepare their meals? Realizing that the young girl could not cook, Shun Danny felt a pang of guilt. Her eyes filled with regret as she smiled apologetically at Yi Qing. "It's all right. I can cook. I'll handle it. Is it good?" Yi Qing inquired. Unlike others who might have been irritated by Shun Danny's indecisiveness, Yi Qing was unbothered. All she wanted was for someone to prepare the meal. As those with higher levels of abilities required more energy, Yi Qing had been hungry for a while and was merely waiting for others to cook. Shun Danny paused for a moment before nodding. Yi Qing retrieved the ingredients from Shun Xingzhou and placed them before Shun Danny. "Thank you for your hard work." The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude to Shun Danny. To her dismay, Shun Danny did not receive the praise she had envisioned. Nor did the others look down on the other three girls as she had anticipated. Staring at the pile of ingredients before her, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Ultimately, Shun Danny, with a face smeared with dirt and sweat, managed to prepare a meal consisting of pork belly with dried tofu, stir-fried potato shreds, and free-range eggs. The potatoes and eggs had been scavenged by Chung Yuanbai and Hu Yang from the town. They also discovered a free-range chicken in the cellar of the house they were staying in, which had been on the verge of starvation. Seeing that it was still edible, they decided to kill it for dinner. Shun Danny's culinary skills were commendable, and given that the group had seldom enjoyed a warm meal since the apocalypse, their attitude towards her improved significantly after the meal. Yi Qing praised Shun Danny. "Your cooking is truly delicious." Afterward, she feigned a look of defeat, saying, "Unlike me, who cannot even cook properly." Seeing Yi Qing in this state filled Shun Danny with a sense of pride. Shun Xingzhou noted Yi Qing's demeanor. Once everyone had settled into their respective roles for the night, some keeping watch while others rested, he discreetly pulled Yi Qing aside to a secluded corner of the house, gently grasping her wrist and soothingly saying, "When we return, I will learn to cook. From now on, I will prepare our meals." Yi Qing looked up at him. Under the moonlight, her cat-like eyes shone brightly. Her cherubic face still bore a hint of baby fat, making her all the more endearing. Shun Xingzhou's large hand gently ruffled her hair. "The kitchen is not a place for a girl like you." "Then I shall leave it to you," Yi Qing replied, refraining from explaining that her earlier display was meant to compel Shun Danny to take on the cooking responsibilities. After all she needed to do was show a hint of melancholy during dinner, and Shun Danny would be obliged to exert herself. It was a win-win situation for her. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently solved the issue of meal preparation. The vast array of ingredients collected in her space finally had a chance to be used. Yi Qing pondered how she could reasonably justify bringing out these ingredients, particularly when she was alone with Shun Xingzhou. She gazed at him with admiration, thrilled at the prospect of him wanting to learn cooking right away. Watching Shun Xingzhou's enthusiastic demeanor, Yi Qing mused to herself, "This lad is quite easy to influence." In the dead of night, the entire town resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous abyss, waiting for prey to wander into its grasp. The surrounding silence was unnerving. Not even the wind rustling through the branches made a sound. Suddenly, Yi Qing, lying in bed, opened her eyes wide. Something was approaching. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing shut her eyes once more. As a level 0 wood-type ability user, she could not possibly detect the incoming threat before Chung Yuanbai. 3 minutes after Yi Qing closed her eyes, the house erupted into chaos. There came an urgent knocking at the door, and Shun Xingzhou's voice called out. Yi Qing observed Han Luo, and Shun Danny rubbing their eyes as they awoke, the mist of sleep still lingering in their gazes. Mimicking their actions, Yi Qing opened the door and asked drowsily, "What is going on?" While stretching and yawning, Chung Yuanbai and Hu Yang emerged, and seeing Yi Qing in such a sleepy state, Chung Yuanbai's final doubts dissipated. He had learned that Subject 1 was also a mental-type ability user. If Yi Qing could kill Subject 1, then she too was a mental-type user, likely at a higher level than him. Logically, she should have detected the anomaly before him. It could not be that Yi Qing appeared this way. As Yi Qing conversed with Shun Xingzhou, she observed the shifts in Chung Yuanbai and Hu Yang's expressions. She noticed a hint of relaxation in Hu Yang's eyes, while Chung Yuanbai's gaze towards her had lost its scrutinizing edge. She realized that she had temporarily cleared her name. Outside the house, something was approaching. Shun Xingzhou understood that Yi Qing wished to conceal her abilities, so he acted as her shield in the presence of others, striving to relay all pertinent information to her, allowing her to prepare accordingly. Chung Yuanbai speculated that it must be a mutated animal. Mutated animal? Yi Qing's pupils widened in astonishment. Han Luo, and Shun Danny, now fully awake, bore expressions identical to Yi Qing's. Shun Danny scoffed lightly, her freshly washed face betraying her disdain for Yi Qing and the others. looking at them as if they were simpletons. The expressions of those present did not escape Shundani's notice. As Yi Qing descended the stairs, she analyzed Shundani's background. Everyone was aware that plants and animals could mutate in the apocalypse. Yet no one had encountered such phenomena, thus it was entirely reasonable for Yi Qing to be shocked. Shundani's demeanor, however, indicated she had long been acquainted with mutated creatures, the only individuals likely to have prior exposure to mutated flora and fauna. Aside from the upper echelons of the base's research institute, were those in command. The three major leaders of the base were all principled individuals, while the majority of their subordinates were akin to Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai. Shundani's lack of intellect bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Cheng. She hails from the research institute, presumably the headquarters mentioned by Zhu Cheng. Thus, it seems that Shundani's objective is also herself. Once Yi Qing determined Shundani's identity, everything fell into place. Indeed, individuals emerging from such institutes often lack common sense. The others from the institute headquarters exclaimed in unison, "No, those two are merely taking shortcuts." Their intellect remains intact. As the group descended the stairs, they were met with a pungent stench. Yi Qing squinted her eyes and observed the outside of the residence, where a myriad of mutated zombie poultry surrounded the area. Among them was a half-boned pig with blood-red eyes and protruding fangs, grunting ominously, alongside a bull as robust as a small mountain, and chickens and ducks aplenty. At the forefront stood a tall, proud goose with fiery eyes. Upon noticing the crowd, a flicker of human-like derision gleamed in its pea-sized eyes. Liang Dong rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, "I must still be dreaming. How could I possibly perceive such mockery in that goose's gaze?" No sooner had he spoken than the goose honked sharply, summoning a small bolt of lightning that struck Liang Dong's head, instantly enveloping him in black smoke. Chapter 79. Shun Xingzhou's battle with the zombie pig. Most individuals here were witnessing mutated animals with supernatural abilities for the first time, particularly a goose capable of unleashing lightning. "Hey, why are you still looking at me as if I were a dish?" Liang Dong touched his face, and as he opened his mouth, a puff of black smoke escaped. "Brother, is my handsome face still intact?" he pouted, glancing at Shun Xingzhou. Liang Dong possessed a cherubic, fair face, which everyone usually tolerated. However, now, with a singed, charred visage, he looked at Shun Xingzhou with a pitiful expression, making Shun Xingzhou's eyes sting. He averted his gaze and replied curtly, "Still there." Liang Dong, convinced that Shun Xingzhou would not deceive him, turned back with satisfaction. His antics had successfully eased the group's tension, alleviating the previously volatile atmosphere. The goose, feeling overlooked by the humans, flapped its large wings and began honking loudly. This time, the lightning was not directed solely at Liang Dong. Yi Qing promptly dove into Shun Xingzhou's embrace, gripping his wrist to shield him with her own body. To onlookers, it appeared as though Shun Xingzhou was protecting Yi Qing. The goose's electric assault lasted 3 minutes before ceasing. The group had managed to evade harm. "Ah!" A woman's piercing scream drew everyone's attention. Shundani's hair was frizzed up like instant noodles, and smoke wafted from her nose and mouth that I didn't evade even once. "This cursed goose has struck me 3 times, with tears welling in her eyes." She raised her hand to indicate 3 strikes. This time, she truly cried. "How infuriating, my once proud beauty." She resolved to capture the goose and bring it back to the Research Institute for proper treatment. Animals possess sharper instincts in the face of danger than humans. Sensing Shundani's malice, the goose unreservedly unleashed another lightning strike, this one more powerful than before, rendering Shundani speechless. Eyes closed and legs stiffened. She fainted. This bolt of lightning seemed to act as a command, causing the mutated animals surrounding the residence to become agitated. Yi Qing glanced at Shun Xingzhou. She was contemplating how to guide Xin Li in revealing the crystal core matter to Hu Yang. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Just as she was about to speak, Shun Xingzhou interjected, "Xin Li, this goose is your responsibility. It possesses lightning abilities, just like you. So perhaps you can discover a way to upgrade." Shun Li was already contemplating this. Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai had no objections, working together to divert the other mutated animals, clearing space for Shun Li and the goose that on the left. A zombie pig had chosen Shun Xingzhou as its target. Shun Xingzhou positioned Yi Qing behind him, tightly gripping the baseball bat he had stored in his space, using his tall frame to shield her. His actions conveyed to Yi Qing his intent to protect her. Be careful. Yi Qing understood that in this apocalyptic world, Shen Xingzhou too must grow. She did not deter him, offering a concerned reminder from behind. Shen Xingzhou turned back, flashing a smile that revealed his little tiger teeth, exuding both charm and mischief. However, before he could maintain his playful demeanor, the zombie pig charged at him. Shen Xingzhou rolled to the left just in time to narrowly escape. Zombie pig. Humph. The creature scoffed at the notion of romantic displays in its presence. Shen Xingzhou. TT Chapter 80. Shen Xingzhou sustained serious injuries. Shen Xingzhou dared not be careless any longer and focused intently on the zombie pig. Yi Qing kept her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, her wood-based powers flowing gently in her hands. Should Shen Xingzhou falter against the zombie pig, she would summon vines to ensnare its limbs. She also split her attention slightly to monitor Shen Li and the goose. The goose had mutated, now at least 3 times larger than before. Previously, it had been the tyrant of the village. Now, its combat prowess was even greater. Shen Li endured several pecks from the goose, a mark having formed on his handsome face, tinged with blood. Frowning, he couldn't help but hiss in pain, illustrating the goose's formidable strength. "Big sister, lend me a hand. This goose's pecks are excruciating," Shen Li called out, noticing Yi Qing's attention was on him. The goose was envious of his looks and persistently pecked at his face. He hadn't even found a wife yet. He couldn't afford to be disfigured. Hearing him plead for assistance, Yi Qing could not refuse. She summoned the surrounding grass vines, which deftly wound around the goose's wings, restricting its movements and diminishing its offensive capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li summoned a ball of lightning from his palm and hurled it down at the goose with great force. The goose squawked in pain, flapping its wings wildly. Yi Qing gripped the vines tightly, observing Shen Li as he prepared to throw another lightning ball. "Hurry up, my vines can barely hold it," she urged. Shen Li switched to a knife and aimed a decisive slash at the goose's neck. The goose tilted its head back and let out a final cry before collapsing, blood gushing from the wound. At that moment, the animals all raised their heads and roared in unison, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become charged with agitation, intensifying their aggression towards the humans. Several members of the guard had already sustained injuries. Yi Qing had never anticipated that just a few minutes of distraction from Shen Xingzhou would lead to such dire consequences. Shen Xingzhou found himself unwittingly rammed in the abdomen by the zombie pig, sending him flying against a pillar of the residence. His glasses shattered under the weight of a pig's hoof. Clutching his abdomen in pain, blood dripped from his slender fingers as he struggled to rise. Yet, barely a minute after standing, he collapsed heavily back to the ground. The zombie pig lowered its body, its 4 hooves scraping the ground, its blood-stained fangs quivering as it prepared to deliver a final blow to its prey. Shen Xingzhou squinted, watching as the zombie pig approached ever closer, the stench overwhelming him. "Brother Xingzhou, Shen Xingzhou," the crowd gasped in horror at the scene. Liang Dong and Shen Li's eyes welling with tears, while Han Luo, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes. The zombie pig drew nearer. Despair washed over Shen Xingzhou as he realized his body had reached its limits and could no longer move. Squinting, he used his final moments to glance at his beloved girl. "What will become of her if I'm gone?" As he closed his eyes, he whispered, "I'm here." Just as the zombie pig's fangs were a mere step away from him, Yi Qing's delicate hand gripped the zombie pig's fangs, while her other hand shielded Shen Xingzhou's eyes. She surveyed Shen Xingzhou, drenched in blood and looking utterly disheveled, her cat-like eyes void of any emotion. "Go tend to his wounds," she commanded Shen Li, her voice icy, sending shivers down his spine as if she had transformed into a different person. Chapter 81. The desire to confine Shen Xingzhou. Shen Li dared not delay. He immediately rushed over, his face flushed with effort as he lifted Shen Xingzhou, pulling him away from the wound on his abdomen. Shen Xingzhou gasped in pain. "Be careful." A voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation emanated from Yi Qing. Shen Li, in a state of bewilderment, discerned an undertone of reproach within her monotonous tone. He wished to clarify that Shen Xingzhou was indeed quite hefty, and to explain that although his elder brother appeared slender, he possessed the requisite mass, with even a few muscular contours adorning his abdomen. Yet, under Yi Qing's frigid gaze, Shen Li hesitated. After Shen Li had carried Shen Xingzhou away, Yi Qing finally withdrew her hand to confront the zombie pig. She refrained from employing any supernatural abilities, opting instead to brutally slay the undead creature with her bare hands. That moment, Shun Danny awoke to witness this scene. She beheld Yi Qing, a petite figure, effortlessly hoisting a zombie pig that had lost its fangs and swinging it around. Each swing produced a crater in the ground, leaving the zombie pig no time to emit even a whimper. The surrounding mutated animals had been nearly cleared out by the guards, with only a few possessing a semblance of sentience left. Sensing the malevolence emanating from Yi Qing and scurrying away in panic, once Yi Qing had sufficiently vented her wrath, she grasped the very knife Shunli had used to butcher a large goose and decisively severed the zombie pig's head. Its putrid blood splattered across her, yet Yi Qing seemed utterly unfazed. The severed head rolled to Shun Danny's feet, causing her to instinctively step back in horror, just as she was about to scream. Yi Qing turned her gaze toward her. Blood still splattered across her face from the decapitation. With a knife in hand, her cat-like eyes stared blankly at Shun Danny. Understanding her precarious situation, Shun Danny hastily covered her mouth, swallowing her scream. Was Yi Qing mad? Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai were equally taken aback by this unexpected display from Yi Qing. That moment, she paid little heed to their thoughts. "Host, are you all right?" 2202 timidly inquired, somewhat intimidated by Yi Qing's demeanor. "I'm fine," came her cool, detached response. She approached the place where Shun Xingzhou lay. The onlookers instinctively parted to make way for her, while Yi Qing picked up Shun Xingzhou and carried the supplies meant for his bandaging to an upstairs room. Observing her demeanor, Cheng Yuanbai turned to Shun Li for insight. A flicker of wariness crossed Shun Li's eyes. He had privately inquired about Yi Qing from Shun Xingzhou. The latter had already devised a cover story for Yi Qing, claiming that she likely developed a dual personality due to childhood trauma, one of which was quite fierce, and had asked Shun Li to help conceal it as long as Yi Qing treated Shun Xingzhou well. Shun Li would accept her as a sister-in-law. Just as he prepared to deliver a formal statement, Liang Dong casually remarked, "This isn't the first time that Yi Qing and brother Xingzhou have been childhood friends. Whenever brother Xingzhou is in trouble, Yi Qing tends to react this way. During our first outing to gather supplies, brother Xingzhou nearly got injured by a zombie, and Yi Qing single-handedly smashed a zombie's head with a baseball bat, as if it were a watermelon. But why does she act like this?" Cheng Yuanbai pressed, focusing his inquiry on Liang Dong. Such a version of Yi Qing posed too great a danger. He had to consider the safety of the base. Hu Yang remained silent beside him. Shun Li, sensing the atmosphere, scoffed coldly that a dual personality. Yi Qing was abused by her stepmother, which led to her having a dual personality. My brother is the most important person to her. Once he is harmed, that other personality emerges. Apologies, but we are also considering the base's safety. The base had provided Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai with Yi Qing's background information long ago, confirming that the young Yi Qing had indeed been manipulated by her stepmother on several occasions. Yi Qing had not anticipated that Shun Xingzhou had already resolved her potential vulnerabilities in private. In the room, Yi Qing placed the unconscious Shun Xingzhou on the bed. She deftly retrieved high-quality medicine from her spatial storage and applied a few drops of spring water to his wounds. Given that Shun Xingzhou possessed healing abilities, his body's recovery capacity surpassed that of other ability users. Her actions would not raise any suspicion. After dressing his wounds, Yi Qing scrutinized the unconscious Shun Xingzhou, gently brushing her fingers against his long, thick eyelashes, pondering how to arrange the room upon their return and confine Shun Xingzhou within. Chapter 82. Guiding Shun Li to understand the crystal core in his stupor. Shun Xingzhou seemed to sense danger, clutching the small blanket tightly. Observing this childlike side of him, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes betraying an imperceptible tenderness. Once Shun Xingzhou's condition stabilized, Yi Qing rose to seek food. Descending the stairs, she encountered Shun Danny preparing a late-night snack. Upon meeting Yi Qing's gaze, Shun Danny sprang up like a startled monkey, hiding behind Liang Dong, and politely inquired, "Why, Yi Qing? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." The tone and demeanor were a stark contrast to earlier. "Instant noodles will suffice." Yi Qing, accustomed to the courtesy, reciprocated politely. "All right." Shun Danny obediently set to work. Without a word of complaint, Yi Qing took a seat, while Han Lu and Han Luo settled nearby. Han Lu tentatively called out, "Yi Qing." Yi Qing lifted her gaze toward her. Her emotions had calmed swiftly, her malice receding, her cat-like eyes regaining their gentle luster, appearing sweet and soft as she looked up at them. a stark contrast to the ferocity she had displayed moments earlier when she single-handedly crushed a zombie pig's fangs and swung it around. "Which version of Yi Qing are you now?" Han Luo blurted out, only to be pinched by Han Lu at her waist. The sudden pain contorted Han Luo's small face that Yi Qing's eyes flickered with confusion. Host, I know, Shen Xingzhou secretly told the male protagonist, Shen Li, that you have a dual personality. When he gets injured, your second personality emerges, which is why everyone thought it was your second personality earlier. 2202, seeing that Yi Qing had calmed down, timidly emerged to relay the events that had transpired outside the room. Yi Qing was taken aback that this timid creature had even deceived its own brother to protect her. Since the timid being was so intent on aiding her, she felt compelled to cooperate. Rubbing her forehead in confusion, Yi Qing asked, "What happened to me just now?" Upon seeing Shen Xingzhou injured, I felt as if I suddenly lost consciousness. And when I awakened, he was lying on the bed. Did something transpire in between? Yi Qing instructed 2202 to investigate what a dual personality entailed. Many first and second personalities were unaware of each other's existence. With this rationale at her disposal, she could act with greater freedom. As Shen Li, Cheng Yuanbai, Hu Yang, and Liang Dong entered, witnessing Yi Qing in this state, their suspicions dissipated. Han Lu shook her head, stating, "Perhaps you were startled and fainted. By the way, how is Shen Xingzhou doing? His wounds have been dressed, and fortunately, as an ability user, he is not in serious danger." Upon seeing Shen Li enter, Yi Qing recalled another matter and called out to him. "Shen Li, is that large goose still around? Shen Xingzhou's injuries are severe. I want to stew it and feed it to him for nourishment." The novel mentioned that the meat of mutated animals was quite palatable and contained energy, making it beneficial for ability users, though ordinary individuals could not consume it without risking their bodies from the energy contained within, which could even lead to zombification. Can this be eaten? Shen Li maintained a skeptical stance. Having worked in a research institute, Shen Danny interjected, "It's possible that this large goose has not zombified. It has become an ability user like us. Logically, it remains a goose, but it would be best to have it tested at the research institute." Realizing she had inadvertently revealed her knowledge, she blinked and muttered, "I heard it from someone else that I'll go prepare the noodles. You all are welcome to help yourselves." With food supplies dwindling, if ability users could consume mutated animals, it would significantly bolster their resources. Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai quickly went to retrieve the large goose, with Cheng Yuanbai instructing Han Luo to store it in her spatial storage. Han Luo, horrified by the bloodied goose, resisted vehemently, and amidst their tussle, Yi Qing seized the opportunity while everyone was distracted, using her wood-based abilities to detach a nearby weed and roll the goose's head to her feet. Once the head landed beside her, she feigned fear and picked up a stool to smash it, kicking the section containing the lightning core towards Shen Li. "What is this?" Shen Li, noticing the glimmering object within, bent down to pick up the bloodstained, thumb-sized lightning core, presenting it before everyone. Chapter 83. The Curious Little Panda. Ugh. Han Luo and Shen Danny recoiled at the sight of the bloody core. Retreating a couple of steps to dry heave in a corner. Yi Qing and Han Lu remained relatively unfazed, though their complexions paled slightly. Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai gathered around, summoning a water-based ability user to wash the core clean. The lightning core was purple. This large goose possessed a first-level lightning ability, with a lighter shade of purple that was still far more appealing than purple water spirit. A purple diamond. Yi Qing continued to guide the conversation. Users of the same elemental abilities would be drawn to one another, and as Shen Li held the purple core, he could vaguely sense the energy contained within. "I can feel energy within it," he remarked, astonished. Could it be the crystal cores described in novels? Liang Dong exclaimed in surprise. That moment, Yi Qing felt a surge of admiration for Liang Dong. He had completed the final step of her guidance. Excellent. The task of revealing the crystal core to the male protagonist has been accomplished. She ensured that they discovered the crystal core ahead of time, thus gaining precious moments. Consequently, when the first wave of zombies descends upon the base, it is anticipated that the losses will be minimal. Indeed, Yi Qing's urgency in informing Shen Li and the others about the potential for the crystal core to enhance their abilities stemmed from the impending arrival of the first zombie wave at Sunshine Base in a month's time. The apocalypse struck at dawn, transforming many into zombies while they slept, and a considerable number remained confined within their homes. By the time a month has passed, the zombies will have significantly evolved. and the doors of their houses will be no match for them. At that juncture, survivors will have gathered at the base. The greater the number of survivors present, the more sustenance it provides for the zombies. In the narrative, the late discovery of the crystal core resulted in the mutated zombies possessing abilities that surpassed those of the human power users by 1 or 2 levels. In the struggle to reclaim the base, one of the 3 leaders fell victim to the zombie tide, disrupting the delicate balance among the aristocratic families and leaving many survivors in dire straits. Having accepted the terms set forth by the main deity, she is naturally compelled to perform to the best of her abilities. Yi Qing quietly savored her instant noodles, observing Shun Li as he absorbed the crystal core, while the thunder-based ability, known for its devastating power, showcased its ruthless nature. As Shun Li tamed it, his handsome visage fluctuated between pallor and flush. Much like Yi Qing, blood oozed from his features. Suddenly, Yi Qing sensed a subtle wave of energy. She concocted an excuse to step outside. Feeling the energy emanate from a location not far from the residence, the fluffy, adorably clumsy panda waddled its short legs, mewling as it approached the house. However, after just a few steps, a pair of strikingly attractive hands effortlessly scooped it up. Why run? What if there's danger? The boy's voice was clear yet slightly hoarse, indicating he was still undergoing voice changes. Under the moonlight, he gently tapped the panda's damp nose, his peach blossom eyes filled with affection. We're not heading to Sunshine Base. We're going to the southwestern base. The panda mewed in response to a particular direction. Following the panda's gaze, the boy squeezed its little paw, his enchanting eyes flashing with murderous intent. Yet his voice remained tender as he reassured the panda. The guard team at Sunshine Base is present, but I'm injured and cannot eliminate the threat. They will rescue those people. Upon hearing this, the panda clung to the boy's neck, mewling softly again. The boy's silhouette, cradling the panda, gradually faded into the distance. Yi Qing watched him depart before turning her attention to the direction the panda had indicated. Muttering enigmatically, 2202, this little panda is quite amusing. Chapter 84. Suddenly perceiving Yi Qing's joy, 2202 trembled in the space, too frightened to speak. Unsure of why the host could sense that power. Yi Qing took a couple of steps closer to where the panda had pointed, closing her eyes to keenly perceive. Just as 2202 anticipated a display of prowess, she turned and headed back inside. Host, are you really going back? 2202 exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting its earlier self-imposed isolation. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, of course, I haven't had my fill yet. I'm going back for another bowl of instant noodles. You can't deny that Shun Danny's cooking is indeed delightful. 2202 remarked, its accent slipping through. You just leave this here? Yi Qing nodded in affirmation. In essence, both she and 2202 were foreign souls. The main deity's condition required her to assist in saving the world, which meant she could not directly intervene. Shun Li and the other survivors were the true saviors of this post-apocalyptic world. They needed more trials to endure. The third-level mutated plant, which was the root cause of the town's plight, was theirs to contend with. Naturally, she would lend a hand. Otherwise, she could not partake in the spoils of that third-level green crystal core. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. Upon returning from her stroll, Yi Qing found Shun Li had just finished absorbing the crystal core and completing his upgrade. Hu Yang, Cheng Yuanbai, Liang Dong, Han Lu, and even the overly excited Shun Danny were all gathered around him. Shun Danny, with a shovel in her left hand and a pot lid in her right, bore a charred face from the lightning strike of a goose. Flushed with excitement, she rushed to Shun Li, firing off 3 rapid questions. Can the crystal core truly enhance abilities? Are there no side effects? What is your current ability level? Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai were equally exhilarated, albeit slightly more composed. Though Hu Yang's grip on Cheng Yuanbai's hand trembled with intensity, it can indeed be upgraded. Mutated animals possess crystal cores. Thus, zombies with abilities should have them in their brains as well. We should be able to upgrade through crystals of similar energy. Shun Li confidently conveyed what he knew to Hu Yang. Hu Yang, brimming with excitement, retrieved a satellite phone to report to the base leader, nearly splitting his face with a smile. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Many members of the guard team echoed his sentiments, murmuring to one another like Cheng Yuanbai. How could they not be thrilled? Each increment in strength enhances their ability to protect the base, allowing a glimmer of hope for humanity. Yi Qing stood on the periphery, observing the jubilant crowd, and smiled softly to herself. Host, Shindani is quite the foolish one. Her antics could reveal her origins to anyone. 2202 scoffed, clutching a bottle of oil while critiquing Yi Qing had initially intended to subtly inform Qing Yuanbai of Shindani's identity. But since she had inadvertently exposed herself, it saved her some trouble. Awakening from slumber, Shun Xingzhou struggled to rise from his bed, only to encounter the scene before him that a throng of people surrounded each other, laughter and excitement evident, while his little girl stood apart. Detached from the jubilant crowd, Shun Xingzhou's gaze darkened. He despised this tableau in a flurry. He attempted to descend, but the movement tugged at his abdominal wound, causing him to gasp in pain. The exuberant crowd finally turned their attention to him. In the dim light, Shun Xingzhou wore a loose t-shirt recently donned by Yi Qing, revealing his delicate collarbone with each movement. His glasses had been crushed by a zombie pig, and with his bangs hanging low, his pale visage exuded an aura of frail beauty. Han Luo, and Shun Dani beheld Shun Xingzhou, suddenly sensing Yi Qing's joy. Chapter 85. Enveloped by plants, Yi Qing cleared her throat lightly. Both Shun Dani and Han Lu simultaneously averted their gazes, recalling Yi Qing's formidable ability to lift a zombie pig with one hand that you're about to drool. Chung Yuanbai quipped, standing near Han Luo, offering a friendly reminder. Han Luo wiped the corner of her mouth. Goodness, there truly is some. Yi Qing reassured. Rest assured, I'm merely observing that I'm merely struck by the overwhelming survival instinct radiating from Han Luo. She gestured toward Chung Yuanbai, the nearest individual, clarifying, I have my sights set on him, and absolutely not on Shun Xingzhou. After speaking, she made sure to wipe her mouth clean. Wow. Shun Xingzhou is even more handsome than Shun Li. Chung Yuanbai felt a hint of offense. Shun Xingzhou's gaze drifted past the crowd, landing on Yi Qing that he inclined his head, offering her a smile, his eyes, clouded with a soft mist, exuding innocence. T22. Shun Xingzhou was caught between boyhood and manhood, with a hint of youthful innocence lingering despite his formal attire. Host, the task objective is begging for mercy. 2202 chimed in Yi Qing's mind in the novels it had read recently. The female protagonist always resorted to such tactics when she faltered before the male lead. The protagonist's objective was Shun Xingzhou, while the male lead was none other than the formidable Yi Qing. Indeed, 2202 nodded seriously. He ought to learn a lesson. Yi Qing replied with a hint of indifference, striding forward to grasp Shun Xingzhou's wrist and pull him back. Tell me, why does Shun Xingzhou always wear glasses? Yet his eyes remain unblemished and his nose intact. Han Luo posed a profound question after Shun Xingzhou's departure. She had once been nearsighted and feared that wearing glasses would deform her eyes or flatten her nose, prompting her to undergo laser treatment as soon as she could. She lamented. Shun Dani and Han Lu recoiled a couple of steps from Han Luo, not wanting to be associated with her. Shun Li and Liang Dong were engaged in a wager regarding how Yi Qing would discipline Shun Xingzhou, that I believe Qing Jie will give Shun Xingzhou a thorough thrashing, a member of the guard team declared with conviction. The crowd scoffed. The guard team quickly countered. Qing Jie is so fond of Shun Xingzhou. She surely wouldn't want to. Their laughter was tinged with a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Shun Xingzhou, oblivious to the attention, lay in bed with his eyes closed, adopting an expression that seemed to plead, do not pity me merely because I am a patient. Yi Qing cast a fleeting glance at Shun Xingzhou in his current state, her lips twitching slightly as she hastened to unwrap the meticulously bandaged gauze, examining the degree of healing on Shun Xingzhou's wound. Her supply of spiritual spring water was limited, and the diluted version she had given him was heavily watered down. Yet astonishingly, the wound on his abdomen was nearing scabbing, with all minor injuries fully healed. Given this remarkable rate of recovery, it was no wonder the research institute had set its sights on him. Were it not for Shun Xingzhou being her boyfriend, she might have contemplated collaborating with the institute to study him. Your wound is healing far too quickly. Remember to conceal it when you go out. Yi Qing cautioned as she re-wrapped the gauze with utmost care. After a prolonged wait, Shun Xingzhou exclaimed, Is that all? Look outside. There are so many vines on the ground. At that moment, daylight broke, and several members of the guard team ventured out to clear the remains of mutated creatures, only to discover that the area surrounding the residence was enveloped by plants resembling ivy, adorned with clusters of purple blossoms. Chapter 86. It seems to want to devour me. Someone gently touched one of the blossoms, which responded in a surprisingly human-like manner, swaying slightly before releasing a faint mist from its center. The individual who touched it inhaled the mist, swayed unsteadily, and then collapsed, unconscious, onto the vines. The vine, sensing its prey, swiftly coiled around the person, pulling them away. This plant was alive. Witnessing their companion being ensnared, others immediately shouted in alarm. Shun Li and the others emerged from the house just in time to see the vine vanish around a corner. Mutated plants, Shun Danny exclaimed. Abandoning her stirring of porridge, she rushed to the mutated plants, reaching out to touch the vines. Boss, I've made progress. I've finally encountered a living mutated plant. The vine, sensing her excitement, responded with a slight movement. And soon after, it surrounded her with numerous purple flowers, rendering her unconscious and pulling her away. The rest were caught off guard. She hadn't even finished preparing breakfast. Chu Yang and Shun Li quickly regained their senses and pursued. But several other vines lashed out, forcing them to retreat. Chu Yang drew his weapon and struck several times, yet he left no mark. Fortunately, Shun Li had leveled up, significantly enhancing his lightning abilities that a small lightning ball struck the vine, causing it to recoil in pain. The mist from those purple flowers can incapacitate people, Yi Qing warned as she descended the stairs. Upon hearing this, the group quickly covered their mouths and noses. Fire and lightning abilities were particularly effective against plants. The guard team had 2 members with fire abilities, and with Shun Li's lightning powers, they managed to drive the vines outside the residence. However, over half of the town was already shrouded in the plant's grasp. This plant the future bloodthirsty Vine King. It had been mentioned in novels that 2 guard teams mysteriously disappeared in a town 2 years after the apocalypse. Shun Li's team had taken on the task of investigating this town, only to become ensnared by a level 6 mutated plant. Liang Dong had lost an arm due to this encounter, transforming from a jolly chubby boy into a reticent individual. In the narrative, Hu Yang died, and Cheng Yuanbai never left the base. Hence he had no connection to this town. It seemed that every choice she made led to different repercussions. This was a positive sign. Yi Qing speculated that most of the guard team and townsfolk were still alive, likely trapped by the yet-to-mature bloodthirsty Vine King, serving as its sustenance. The possibility she considered was also contemplated by Cheng Yunbai and Shen Xingzhou. We must locate this mutated plant and eliminate it to rescue the surviving victims, Hu Yang stated solemnly. Cheng Yuanbai shifted his gaze to Yi Qing, prompting Shen Xingzhou to instinctively shield her with his body. This is excessively protective, Cheng Yuanbai remarked, not having done anything untoward to Yi Qing. I merely wished to ask Yi Qing if her wood abilities could sense anything. Yi Qing gently pinched the soft flesh at Shen Xingzhou's waist, her voice emanating from behind him. I can faintly sense it, but its ability level surpasses mine. Last night, while I was using my wood abilities to stimulate the plants in the yard, I felt something watching me. It likely seeks to devour me. Chapter 87. Shen Xingzhou's sacrifice and Yi Qing's boundless attack power. Human ability users can level up through crystal cores. Why can't mutated zombies and plants enhance themselves by devouring ability users? Yi Qing posed these thoughts to alert Hu Yang and the others. Ability users would become the primary force against zombies and mutated plants in the future. Every individual's survival was invaluable. As her words settled in, the group fell into contemplation. Only Shen Xingzhou turned around, his canine-like eyes brimming with concern. If he had a tail, it would undoubtedly be standing upright at this moment. He regretted that his awakened ability was not as aggressive as Shun Li's and lamented not having trained adequately before the apocalypse, feeling utterly incapable of protecting his beloved girl. The emotions in Shen Xingzhou's eyes were unmistakable. Seizing the moment while the others pondered, Yi Qing pulled him aside and extended her hand. Shen Xingzhou complied by bending down, her expression earnest. Every awakened ability holds value. Yours is precious. The reason I don't let you use it is that my strength is insufficient to protect you. Shen Xingzhou's purification ability would indeed prove invaluable in the end. Once she and Shun Li had the authority to communicate, there would be no need for Shen Xingzhou's abilities to remain concealed. For now, survival was paramount. Shen Xingzhou felt a warmth in his eyes, the corners reddening. But don't slack off. You must level up diligently. Shen Xingzhou responded with a resigned expression. The last remark was unnecessary. The initial surge of emotion had dissipated. Host, you seem quite fond of the mission. Target Point 2202 observed, recognizing that its host was generally indifferent to most matters. Aside from her tasks, she maintained a certain distance from everyone. except for Shen Xingzhou, to whom she exhibited a double standard. Indeed, Yi Qing never denied her feelings for Shen Xingzhou. Why? Host 2202 inquired curiously, yearning for the same affection so it could enjoy more delightful oil. Yi Qing chose not to respond to 2202.y, because in the orphanage, many called her a little monster. In the organization, many wished for her demise. Only Shen Xingzhou offered her the purest affection, loving not just her, but her soul. She lived entirely in darkness. Who could refuse the embrace of warm light? Thus, if he misbehaved, she would confine him. Suddenly, Shen Xingzhou felt a chill enveloping him. Was he truly that weak? Cheng Yuanbai and the others had emerged from their reverie. After Hu Yang relayed this discovery to the base via satellite phone, a decision was made to seek out the mutated plant. If they did not eliminate it now, it would only grow stronger, and the cost of dealing with it later would be even greater. Shen Li's team merely collaborated with them, and Hu Yang did not compel Shen Li and the others to accompany him. We need to discuss this. Shen Li refrained from making an immediate decision. He gathered Yi Qing and the others to confer, primarily to seek Yi Qing's opinion. Unbeknownst to them, they had already begun to view Yi Qing as their cornerstone. Even if I don't go, I cannot escape this town, Yi Qing stated calmly, her wood abilities nearing a breakthrough to level 1, if the bloodthirsty Vine King would not overlook her, and she continued, I desire the crystal core of that mutated plant. This time, I will owe it to you, and once we leave the town, I will trade it for other zombie crystal cores I encounter. They were not obligated to procure the crystal core for her. Yi Qing did not wish to owe anyone anything. After exchanging opinions, Shen Li adopted a commanding tone. All right, I will negotiate with Hu Yang that if they have other ability crystal cores for trade, I will inform you. Following their discussions, Hu Yang agreed to exchange 20 ability crystal cores for Yi Qing's. Presently, most available cores were either fresh or level 1, making the exchange of one level 3 wood ability core for 20 quite advantageous for Yi Qing. If there's a bargain to be had, one would be a fool not to seize it. Of course, she would also be at the forefront in dealing with the bloodthirsty Vine King. How about sending Shen Xingzhou along? As long as he gets injured, he can summon the formidable Yi Qing, suggested Han Luo in a low voice before their departure. Chapter 88. Slaying the bloodthirsty Vine's brother. Why not accompany us? Big sister-in-law will protect you. Shen Li found merit in Han Luo's suggestion that he had discovered a correct method to utilize his elder brother. In the face of danger, he could simply push him forward. As long as he drew blood, big sister-in-law would become formidable. Shen Xingzhou was self-aware and understood that accompanying them would only complicate matters for Yi Qing. After contemplating, he pulled Shen Li aside and whispered a few instructions. Shen Li, uncertain, asked, So, this means the second big sister-in-law can truly emerge? Absolutely, Shen Xingzhou affirmed confidently. The young girl did not genuinely possess a dual personality. She could transition at will. The mission target was indeed clever. Knowing how to provide an escape for the host. 2202 is capable of monitoring. It conveyed the words exchanged between Shen Xingzhou and Shen Li to Yi Qing, merely prompting him to shout that his elder brother was injured. Hu Yang retained the non-ability-bearing members of the escort team. The group advanced towards the area where the fog was densest, continuing to form a circle back-to-back. They ventured deeper into the thick fog. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The sound of their footsteps crunching on dry branches echoed beneath them. Suddenly, Cheng Yuanbai's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a faint rustling sound by the time he attempted to halt the others. It was too late. Vines cascaded from above, ensnaring everyone. Yi Qing swiftly twisted her body, nimbly evading the onslaught. Apart from Yi Qing, only Shen Li, with his lightning abilities, was spared from being ensnared by the vines. The others were all swept away, a development Yi Qing had not anticipated. She had envisioned herself as the final bastion, but she had not foreseen their inability to hold out for long. Elder sister, elder brother is hurt. Shen Li immediately shouted the secret Yi Qing had learned from Shen Xingzhou. Yi Qing was taken aback. Were their intellects devoured by zombies? One dared to speak, and the other believed. She had to play along. Yi Qing's gentle cat-like eyes suddenly sharpened. She seized the knife from Shen Li's hand, skillfully maneuvering through the tangled vines until she reached the root system of the bloodthirsty Vine King. Before its mutation, the bloodthirsty Vine King was a creeping bellflower, its original vines densely adorned with blossoms, beneath which lay a throng of unconscious individuals. Fortunately, Cheng Yuanbai and Hu Yang remained conscious, while Han Lu and Liang Dong had managed to free themselves. Shun Li leaped forward, conjuring a sphere of lightning, and rescued Cheng Yuanbai and Hu Yang from their predicament. Cheng Yuanbai, using his mental abilities, shielded against the drug's effects, having already exhausted much of his power. Han Lu was left to tend to Cheng Yuanbai, while the others stationed themselves at various angles to distract the vines, allowing Yi Qing to combat them more effectively. Liang Dong's earthen spikes troubled the roots of the vines considerably, eliciting their wrath as the surrounding vines scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, many unconscious individuals being flung out, prompting Hu Yang and Shun Li to scramble to catch them. Merely relying on wood-type abilities and their agility was insufficient against the bloodthirsty Vine King. Yi Qing suddenly stumbled a few steps, collapsing not far from Cheng Yuanbai. As the vines rushed toward her, she twisted away just in time, but the vines successfully struck Cheng Yuanbai, rendering him unconscious. Yi Qing quickly inquired of 2202, has Cheng Yuanbai passed out? Host, he has lost consciousness. Once Yi Qing confirmed Cheng Yuanbai's state, she unleashed her mental abilities. Although both were third-tier powers, the third-tier mental ability far surpassed the third-tier wood ability. Soon, Yi Qing managed to suppress the bloodthirsty Vine King with her third-tier powers, and she also created illusions for Hu Yang and Shun Li, making them believe she was engaged in a fierce battle with the bloodthirsty Vine King. Success! Yi Qing bit her lip and delivered a final blow, shattering its cord. In its dying moments, the bloodthirsty Vine King retaliated. This time, Yi Qing did not evade. She allowed the vines to pierce through her shoulder. Chapter 89. Shun Xingzhou. Promise me. With the bloodthirsty Vine King slain by Yi Qing, the mist emitted from its blossoms lost potency. The mist quickly dissipated. After rescuing the unconscious, Hu Yang and Shun Li noticed Yi Qing hanging limply from the vines, blood dripping down and staining the purple flowers. Upon seeing Yi Qing's injured state, Shun Li instinctively exclaimed, "Damn!" Inside, he roared in despair, knowing that his elder brother would undoubtedly be furious upon witnessing such a grievous injury to Yi Qing. Others did not understand Shun Xingzhou, but Shun Li, having grown up alongside him, comprehended all too well. Shun Xingzhou was ruthless in retaliation, a cunning individual who struck when least expected. Would he become that very person? Shun Li thought to himself, his hands still working gently to free Yi Qing from the vines. That Yi Qing's delicate face bore several scratches, her clothing torn in numerous places by the vines, exposing her pale skin, which seeped blood, creating a harrowing sight. Host, bear with it. I will provide you with Lingquan water once we return. It was the first time 2202 had witnessed Yi Qing sustain such severe injuries, and it felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet, Yi Qing did not lose consciousness. She could still smile and converse with 2202 in her mind, thinking that in a few days, she would claim these injuries were intentional. Hu Yang and the others, just learning of the crystal's existence, might not comprehend the distinction between first-tier and third-tier crystals, readily agreeing to trade 20 ability crystals. However, how would they feel once they grasped the true value of the crystals? Perhaps, recognizing their worth, they would acquiesce due to their cooperation. Regardless, Yi Qing intended to silence them. The bloodthirsty Vine King was slain by her own hand. With such visible wounds, no one could claim her acquisition of the crystals was unjustified. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty Vine King was perceived as a formidable entity. Should she dispatch it with ease, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Base and Research Institute. Shun Xingzhou had family. She could not simply whisk him away from all bases. Being the one to stand out was ill-advised. This level of injury was just right. It was merely a few wounds. Though they appeared severe, Yi Qing had calculated it all, and she was, in fact, unscathed. The bloodthirsty Vine King was dealt with by Hu Yang and the escort team, while Shun Li carried Yi Qing back. Inside the residence, Shun Xingzhou and Han Luo paced restlessly. Shun Xingzhou occasionally felt the urge to step outside for a glimpse. "Brother, hurry! Yi Qing is injured," Shun Li called from a distance. Han Luo felt a gust of wind whisk past her. In the blink of an eye, Shun Xingzhou stood before Shun Li, his gaze falling upon the myriad of wounds on Yi Qing, instantly darkening with frost. Shun Li swallowed hard. "Brother, let's bandage Yi Qing first." Shun Xingzhou seemed to overlook Shun Li entirely, trembling as he took Yi Qing into his arms, handling her as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. He rushed upstairs to a room, Pressing down on the largest wound on her shoulder, Yi Qing's blood-stained hand grasped his, halting his movements. Shen Xingzhou bit his lip, his eyes fixed on her, his temples throbbing from the effort of suppressing his emotions. Applying no force to her injury, terrified of causing her pain. No, if I don't treat the wound now, my efforts will be in vain. Shen Xingzhou, promise me. Chapter 90. How can there be only 2 chances for a social death scene? Shen Xingzhou gritted his teeth. Remaining silent, Yi Qing smiled faintly, her lips pale from blood loss. She raised her other hand, and upon seeing her gesture, Shen Xingzhou subconsciously lowered his head. Yi Qing wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down to her, kissing his tightly pressed lips. You treat me the best. Yi Qing's voice was soft and endearing as she cooed. Your wound isn't bleeding. Faced with such a Yi Qing, Shen Xingzhou could only retreat defensively, weakly responding. Otherwise, I would feel utterly useless. All right. Yi Qing squinted and smiled. Shen Xingzhou's handsome face remained taut. The light-type ability, being the pinnacle of healing abilities, quickly stopped Yi Qing's bleeding, even though Shen Xingzhou was still at 0 level. Believing Yi Qing was unaware, he secretly treated her for a while before retrieving the bandages and ointments he had previously used to dress her wounds. From the beginning to the end of the bandaging process, Shen Xingzhou did not utter a word. That he was angry at his own powerlessness. The young girl's plight left him feeling ineffectual. Shen Xingzhou understood that revealing his healing abilities would bring immense trouble to Yi Qing. This realization only added to his inner turmoil. What else can I do? He held Yi Qing carefully in his arms, avoiding her injuries, burying his face in her neck, asking in confusion, "Don't you think I smell terrible right now?" Yi Qing glanced at herself, covered in dirt, blood, and the mingling scents of disinfectant and healing ointment. And she could smell it herself. Yi Qing candidly reminded Shen Xingzhou, I think you should fetch some hot water for me to wash up. What about you? You smell delightful. Shen Xingzhou assumed Yi Qing was concerned about him feeling disgusted. Hastily clarifying, Yi Qing seized Shen Xingzhou's hair, lifting his head, and rolled her eyes dramatically in front of him. I'm all sticky. Hurry up. Run, Shen Xingzhou. Before Shen Xingzhou could respond to Yi Qing's command, the door to the room was kicked open, revealing Shen Ma. Earlier that morning, Huyang had contacted the base commander using a satellite phone, coincidentally while the commander was chatting with Old Master Shen. Old Master Shen, a man who seemed to possess the script even without holding it, instructed Shen Ma, who possessed fire abilities, to accompany the escort team, with an increase in zombies along the way. They arrived later than expected. Upon hearing of Yi Qing's severe injuries, Shen Ma rushed over to check on her. The line of heads followed closely behind her. The sight of the two embracing one another was witnessed by everyone. Ah, the young couple seems quite affectionate. As the crowd raised their heads, the team leader took a moment to explain. Yi Qing remarked, when will the bug between her and Shen Xingzhou finally disappear? Release her at once. Shen Ma was indifferent to the situation. Her precious daughter-in-law had sustained such severe injuries. Yet Shen Xingzhou remained so clingy, one could only wonder if he had any sense at the time of her birth. Shen Xingzhou muttered, the last time he was this speechless was indeed last time. Shen Ma's arrival was quite timely. Yi Qing was just about to tend to her wounds, and having Shen Ma around made things considerably easier. As Shen Xingzhou sought out a water-based ability user, he happened to overhear a somewhat familiar voice around the corner. He could ascertain that Yi Qing did not possess a mental ability. But she was indeed quite special. He would find a way to keep her in their team to observe her further. Chapter 91. The unexpected individual. The speaker was exceedingly cautious. When Shen Xingzhou carefully peeked to see, he only caught sight of a man's back, while the other person was Shen Danny, whom he chose to disregard. It wasn't that Shen Xingzhou underestimated the situation. Rather, Shen Danny was simply incapable of stirring any waves under the gaze of her own little girl. With the arrival of a newly formed escort team, Huyang and Cheng Yuanbai felt considerably relieved. By noon, they returned with those ensnared by the bloodthirsty Vine King. Cheng Yuanbai, along with the leader of another escort team, compiled a list of names of those who had perished during the earlier rescue mission, as well as data on the number of survivors from the small town. Huyang sought out Shen Xingzhou. Is Yi Qing's condition stable? Huyang handed Shen Xingzhou the promised crystal core from the bloodthirsty Vine King. Shen Xingzhou glanced at the core, noting its rich energy. The third-grade wood-type crystal core was as vibrant as imperial green. Who would have imagined that such an ugly, fierce creature could harbor such a beautiful core? He understood that Yi Qing had been injured for a reason, His tone turned somewhat cold as he added, "She has been bandaged up, but her injuries are quite severe, and she has just fallen asleep." It was Yi Qing who eradicated this mutated plant. After consulting with Cheng Yuanbai, we agreed that this crystal core rightfully belongs to Yi Qing, and the previously negotiated terms of the transaction are hereby nullified. Once we arrive at the base, I will report everything to the base leader, and we shall discuss her rewards then. Hu Yang struggled to find any soft words. He could only firmly ensure that Yi Qing received all possible benefits. Shen Xingzhou pushed aside the spare glasses he had collected in his storage for future use, deciding to let Yi Qing make her own decisions regarding the terms of the transaction once she awoke. That I will take this crystal core for now. His demeanor towards Hu Yang had cooled a few degrees. He perfectly embodied the image of a boyfriend who, witnessing his girlfriend's injuries, was unsure how to express his anger and could only suppress it within, inevitably directing his frustrations towards others. After concluding his conversation with Hu Yang, Shen Xingzhou took the crystal core to find Yi Qing in an inconspicuous corner where the two conversed. A man observed everything intently. 2202 diligently reported to Yi Qing about Shen Xingzhou, Hu Yang, and the onlooker. "Host, why don't you two consider joining me on other tasks once the apocalypse is over?" 2202 earnestly extended the invitation. The task objectives and the duo's acting skills were remarkable. With the entertainment industry as a backdrop, those tasks would be a breeze. Would its points diminish? Yi Qing, eyes closed, leisurely replied, "Stop daydreaming. Has that man's identity been unlocked? Only clues remain. He should be from the Research Institute headquarters along with Shen Danny." 2202, perhaps unaware, had begun to adopt Yi Qing's increasingly efficient work style. It transmitted the man's image through waves to Yi Qing. Upon seeing the man's gentle and handsome face, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Song Shuwen, Yi Qing's high school mathematics teacher, a graduate of S University's mathematics department. He had stepped in as a substitute teacher when Yi Qing's class teacher was on maternity leave during her senior year. Through the memories of her past self, Yi Qing sensed that Song Shuwen embodied the very essence captured in the photo, handsome features with a warm smile that exuded kindness and courtesy, making interactions exceedingly pleasant. Many girls in Yi Qing's class had confessed their feelings after the college entrance examination. He was truly an unexpected individual. Chapter 92. Even the apocalypse cannot deter humanity's curiosity. Yi Qing never anticipated that this unexpected individual would soon stand before her. The following morning, as everyone prepared to depart for the base, Yi Qing was assisted down by Shen Xingzhou. Song Shuwen gasped in surprise, approaching Yi Qing with an incredulous expression. "Why, Yi Qing? I never expected to see you here. When the apocalypse broke out, I was planning to come to your place." Upon witnessing the intimate interaction between Shen Xingzhou and Yi Qing, his eyes darkened slightly. I had anticipated that I would later fall into a coma. "It seems I have arrived too late." His voice was filled with a blend of helplessness and affection. The previously bustling group, now suddenly alert, slowed their movements. Han Luo and Shun Ma were the most conspicuous. One leaned over to Cheng Yuanbai, straining to listen, while the other leaned against the door, casting furtive glances as if she wished to attach her gaze there permanently. Their eagerness to witness the unfolding drama was so palpable that not even the apocalypse could deter them. In truth, the others were no better off. Even a rugged man like Hu Yang was not immune to gossip. "Who is that? Your brother's rival?" Hu Yang nudged the onlooker, Shun Li, with his elbow, his hardened features brimming with curiosity. Shun Li scrutinized Song Shuwen's handsome face for a while before exclaiming, "I knew he looked familiar. Isn't he the high school math teacher of your sister-in-law?" "What's their connection?" Shun Ma and Han Luo joined in, with Shun Ma's initial curiosity now tinged with caution. After all, Yi Qing was her daughter-in-law, and she couldn't let anyone encroach on her territory. She inquired of Shun Li, "Your sister-in-law struggled with math, and since your brother was busy at the time, this math teacher helped her with tutoring. Your sister-in-law held this teacher in high regard." Before the apocalypse, during Yi Qing's senior year, Shen Xingzhou had been preoccupied, and Shun Li had even helped pick her up on Fridays when Xiao Wanqing was still at that school. Shun Li was somewhat more informed. This math teacher clearly has a liking for Yi Qing. Isn't this a rival for Shen Xingzhou? He loves her. She loves him. She does not love him. How beautifully tragic this love triangle is. Han Luo clasped her heart, sighing dramatically. The voices of the group were unrestrained. Upon hearing their comments, a hint of smugness flickered in Song Shuwen's gentle gaze. Shen Xingzhou's brows furrowed with displeasure. the brilliance of Song Shu-win lay in his tact. He made his intentions clear without overstepping boundaries, offering a greeting that conveyed his feelings, yet leaving things unspoken, before turning to depart, casting Yi Qing a gaze he deemed profoundly affectionate at that moment. If Yi Qing were to utter any words of rejection, others might perceive her as self-absorbed. Yet, remaining silent felt excessively greasy. She felt utterly stifled. What on earth was going on with this research institute? Were they looking down on her, or what? She was infuriated. After settling Yi Qing in the vehicle, Shun Xingzhou's expression remained icy. Just then, Shun Li ambled over, humming a tune. Shun Xingzhou seized Shun Li's arm, pulling him aside. Big brother. Shun Xingzhou exuded a frightening aura, causing Shun Li to assume his brother was seeking trouble. Thinking quickly, he suggested, Big brother, you should stay close to sister-in-law. Watch out for that high school math teacher taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 93. One who dares to teach. Another who dares to listen to Shun Xingzhou's dismay. His expression darkened further, his gaze towards Shun Li sharp enough to cut. Shun Li trembled. Big brother, you're not worried that sister-in-law might leave you, are you? He ventured cautiously. Shun Xingzhou let out a cold laugh. Big brother, that math teacher is not as handsome as you. Sister-in-law has a slight preference for looks. Shun Li quickly reassured his older brother. If Shun Xingzhou were truly to unleash his wrath, it would be far more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. Shun Li vividly recalled the one occasion Shun Xingzhou had truly lost his temper. Calculating against 3 companies and nearly driving them to madness, IT had taken their grandfather's intervention to put a stop to it. Otherwise, Shun Xingzhou would have relentlessly pursued them to the ends of the earth. Clearly, Yi Qing was now Shun Xingzhou's Achilles heel. Shun Xingzhou's expression softened considerably. He unconsciously touched his face and asked again, Is what you said true? Shun Li nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Big brother, think about it. Sister-in-law is capable and beautiful. It's only natural for her to have admirers that as for girls. If you shower her with sweet words, she will surely hold you dear. Shun Li imparted his wisdom to Shun Xingzhou. Sweet words? Shun Xingzhou's eyes betrayed his confusion, as if questioning why a single man was instructing him on such matters. Feeling belittled, Shun Li straightened up, suppressing his emotions, and declared seriously, Most girls enjoy hearing sweet nothings. If you don't believe me, I can find a girl to ask. He glanced up just as Han Luo bounced over. Shun Li beckoned Han Luo over, saying, Han Luo, come here, I have something to ask you. Upon seeing Shun Li, Han Luo dashed over with an adorable bounce. Shun Li, what is it? Shun Li, exuding confidence, inquired, Don't all you girls enjoy hearing sweet nothings? Of course, what girl doesn't love a bit of romance? Han Luo fervently nodded, her twin ponytails flying. Shun Xingzhou still appeared somewhat skeptical. Shun Li patted Shun Xingzhou on the shoulder and affirmed, Brother, think about it, and no matter how formidable your sister-in-law is, she is still a girl. And after all, she has been hurt. You are the one closest to her. Now is the time for you to offer your tender care and express your affection. After hearing this, Han Luo blinked her sparkling eyes and praised. Shun Li, you're amazing. You understand girls so well. Even without a partner, Shun Xingzhou remained unconvinced. Shun Li leaned closer to Shun Xingzhou and whispered, Brother, Han Luo is a romantic at heart, completely devoted to love. Not even the apocalypse can deter her if others doubt her. You must believe her. This last statement dispelled Shun Xingzhou's lingering doubts, as he found merit in Shun Li's words. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Qing and 2202 were preoccupied with Song Shuwen. Otherwise, upon overhearing Shun Xingzhou and Shun Li's conversation, Yi Qing would likely have mocked Shun Xingzhou, questioning how he could heed the romantic advice of someone who had never even experienced first love. Truly, they were brothers in every sense, one daring to dispense advice, the other bold enough to accept it. Just then, Huyang's group was ready to set off. The town still had around 200 to 300 survivors, bolstered by 3 escort teams, creating a formidable presence. With the apocalypse having commenced for over 10 days, people were gradually adapting, as were the zombies on their return journey. The number of zombies was exponentially greater than when they first arrived. The escort teams had already cleared the areas several times. Captain, this road is impassable. We must take a detour. The route they had chosen would lead them over a bridge, which had now been destroyed. Leaving a clean cut. Hu Yang, Cheng Yuanbai, and another team leader conferred briefly, deciding to take a longer route instead. However, this alternative would lead them through the city center, where the zombie population was likely to be overwhelming. The team leader, armed with a map, pointed out that a city's population was substantial, and with so many survivors, passing through the city center would be akin to enticing zombies with a feast of provisions. Chapter 94. Can she endure? There were only 2 roads back to the base. Hu Yang's brows furrowed deeply. The 3 men fell silent for a moment before ultimately instructing the lead vehicle to turn back toward the city center. Some survivors recognized this route and began to protest loudly. Weren't you supposed to safely escort us to the base? Why are you taking us toward the city center? Are you trying to feed us to the zombies? Yes, if we hadn't come with you, we could have been fine in the town. This dissatisfaction stemmed from the escort team's collection of most of the town's supplies. As 1 or 2 individuals voiced their complaints. A 3rd and 4th soon followed. With the zombies closing in, the survivors, having just endured the bloodthirsty Vine King, were gripped by fear and confusion, pushing the atmosphere to a breaking point. Stop the vehicle. We don't want to go to the base. The survivors' emotions ignited, leading to a riot. The escort team found themselves contending with both the zombies and the uprising survivors, stretching their resources thin. Several notably mutated zombies slipped through the team's defenses, dragging 2 survivors sitting at the edge of the truck down, their screams silenced as they were devoured. Let us go back. This scene shattered the composure of many, with children crying, women screaming piercingly, and voices of pushing and scolding rising. The chaos intensified, attracting more zombies. They were on the verge of being surrounded. Turn left. Their cover 300 meters away. Cheng Yuanbai used his psychic abilities to scout the path and promptly directed the convoy. The first vehicle barreled through the zombies, producing a cacophony of sounds as the wheels crushed bone and decaying flesh. The cover was an unfinished building, fortunately still standing. The surrounding zombies grew in number. Hu Yang and his companions had no choice but to abandon their vehicles and brace themselves against this wave of undead. The survivors were sheltered in a secure area of the derelict building, while the escort team positioned themselves at the forefront with weapons drawn. Yi Qing, still nursing her wounds, stayed close to the survivors. Shen Xingzhou, aware of Yi Qing's capabilities, felt reassured as they fought off the zombies together. Suddenly, an elderly woman, clad in greasy, oversized clothing and appearing to be in her 50s with unkempt, tangled hair and pronounced cheekbones, screeched, "Let me out. Who knows if she has been bitten by a zombie? What if she turns?" The woman's voice grated like a rusty bell, grating on the nerves of those present. Yi Qing recognized her as one of the instigators from the truck. Noticing the woman's shifty eyes, she retorted, "What are you looking at? Just because you're injured doesn't mean you can't stay with us." The old woman assumed Yi Qing was part of the escort team, confident they wouldn't harm her. Her expression brimming with audacity. It was as if she were daring Yi Qing to confront her. Her bitter visage etched with disdain. Could Yi Qing endure such provocation? No, she would not tolerate it. When someone sought trouble, she was more than willing to oblige, before the woman could utter a 3rd word. Yi Qing swiftly struck her with her uninjured hand, knocking her to the ground and dislodging 3 of her teeth. The woman struggled to rise, but Yi Qing tilted her head and, before all the survivors, summoned a nearby vine, which ensnared the woman's ankles. With a flick of her wrist, the woman was lifted off the ground and hurled towards the approaching horde of zombies. Yi Qing smirked, declaring, "I'm not one of the escort team. I have a short temper. If you continue to make noise, this will be your fate." With that, she released her hold, and the woman plummeted into the throng of zombies, letting out a chilling scream as she was devoured. Instantly, a profound silence fell over the survivors. Chapter 95. Quite aggrieved, Yi Qing found a clean spot to sit, feeling quite satisfied with her actions. "Host, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation?" 2202 noted that Yi Qing usually presented herself as the docile and harmless character from the stories, only revealing her true self occasionally, especially around Shen Xingzhou. This time, however, she had directly sacrificed a troublesome survivor to the zombies. While there were no strict prohibitions against such behavior, 2202 worried that it might lead to complications. Not at all. Hu Yang and the others will appreciate my actions. Yi Qing's confidence stemmed from careful analysis. Hu Yang and his companions were bound by their roles and the responsibility they had cultivated over time, which would compel them to uphold their duty even amidst chaos. When Yi Qing disembarked, she distinctly remembered the helplessness reflected in Hu Yang and Cheng Yuanbai's eyes. Compared to the survivors, the escort team were their true comrades. There was a chasm of familiarity. They certainly did not wish to see the survivors endanger their brothers. The elderly woman I just fed to the zombies was clearly part of a scheme to incite chaos that Yi Qing's intuition pointed towards Song Shuwen. Though she lacked concrete evidence, Song Shuwen had been lurking in the shadows, making it impractical for her to act openly. By publicly feeding the old woman to the zombies, the remaining survivors would likely fall into line. The rest could be dealt with once they reached the base. As for her sudden change in temperament, that would be even easier to explain. Shen Xingzhou had mentioned her dual personalities. Now, having sustained injuries and feeling unwell, the incessant clamor of the old woman would surely evoke memories of her past mistreatment. Wouldn't it provoke an emotional shift? 2202. Shall we make a wager? Yi Qing said with a light laugh. What? On the count of 3. Shen Xingzhou will certainly come over. Yi Qing was also aware that Cheng Yuanbai and Song Shuwen would follow. She mentally counted 1.2. Her cat-like eyes began to well with tears. 3. Shen Xingzhou's tall figure appeared before her. Yi Qing raised her head, ensuring everyone could see her tear-filled eyes, and threw herself into Shen Xingzhou's embrace, choking out, Shen Xingzhou, I just remembered how my stepmother used to bully me. She was just like that woman, scheming and inciting everyone against me, and a bunch of fools believed her, misjudging and blaming me that I couldn't hold back. Tears streamed down her face, and she knew her appearance exuded innocence. Even her profile was carefully angled to convey her plight. The cunning Song Shuwen watched in disbelief. What can he say now? This is not your fault. She will naturally face consequences for her disruptive behavior. Shen Xingzhou patted the sobbing girl, his cold gaze sweeping over the survivors. His softness in front of Yi Qing does not imply he exhibits the same demeanor in front of others. Do you think those who joined in the ruckus are fools? It's obvious that the old woman from earlier had ulterior motives. Yi Qing sniffed, resembling a wronged little girl who had found a pillar of support. Desperately seeking to vent her grievances, the survivors, called fools, felt utterly shocked. They were the ones frightened. Once again, they were threatened by this seemingly handsome man, only to be labeled fools by the very person who scared them. And they dared not defend themselves. No questions asked. It suffices to say they were deeply aggrieved. Chapter 96. A loss of security? With Yi Qing's intimidation in place, the other survivors settled down. After Hu Yang dealt with the zombie horde, he instructed them to board the vehicles, and everyone complied obediently. Yi Qing's approach was indeed effective. Just as Yi Qing had anticipated, Hu Yang, Cheng Yuanbai, and another team leader looked at her with admiration for her audacity. If not for their differing statuses, they would have eagerly given her a thumbs up and praised her profusely. In the future, if any challenges arise, perhaps provoking Yi Qing might lead to a solution. Li Jie, the other team leader, stroked his newly grown beard, contemplating whether to recruit Yi Qing as an unofficial member of his team. When Yi Qing emerged, Li Jie approached her with a beaming smile, his gaze akin to that of a man beholding a rare treasure. Before Li Jie could utter a word, Shen Xingzhou directly lifted Yi Qing and carried her into the vehicle. Li Jie thought to himself, do young people these days not understand the virtue of respecting their elders? He had yet to speak. Having worked with Li Jie for many years, Hu Yang was well aware of the old fox's intentions. He scoffed, reminding him that the New Moon Squad was collaborating with them, so he should abandon such thoughts. That he knew precisely how to summon Yi Qing's other persona. Indeed, when the young master Shin sacrifices himself, Yi Qing's powers are boundless. Once settled in the vehicle, Shen Xingzhou felt a sudden chill in his body. Could it be that he was genuinely unwell? He was only 22. The first thing that crossed his mind was his appearance. He had not forgotten that the little girl from his family was a beauty enthusiast. He reached up to touch his face, looking directly at Yi Qing with utmost seriousness, and asked, Yi Qing, has my face changed recently? Yi Qing examined him carefully, then pinched his skin. It was not as flawless as before. With injuries and the burden of tasks, it was no surprise that his skin had suffered. She discreetly wiped the oil from her fingers onto Shen Xingzhou's clothing. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingzhou immediately grew anxious. 2202. Did the novel's plot mention any abilities that could control someone's thoughts or change them? Yi Qing observed Shen Xingzhou's peculiar behavior and inquired within her mind, confident that she had memorized the plot thoroughly without missing any details. Yet, one could never be too certain. Why was Shen Xingzhou suddenly so concerned about his appearance? A robust dog had transformed into a somewhat feminine figure. If someone were truly to target him, Yi Qing vowed she would not hold back. Shen Xingzhou, Do you remember when you first developed feelings for me? Yi Qing tentatively asked. At your 18th birthday party. Shen Xingzhou replied. Puzzled as to why Yi Qing had suddenly brought this up, he obediently added, in my eyes, Yi Qing is simply Yi Qing. This statement felt like a secret code between them. Yi Qing could roughly ascertain that Shen Xingzhou remained the same as ever. This realization left her even more bewildered. 2202 sensed an opportunity to showcase its analytical prowess, using its front paws to push the non-existent glasses on its canine face, and wisely stated. Host, the target's current state is due to Song Shuwen's appearance. He has lost his sense of security. According to this system's research, many individuals who lack security become particularly concerned about their appearance. After delivering this insight, 2202 affirmatively nodded its head that you're becoming increasingly human-like. Yi Qing complimented 2202. This was her first encounter with such a situation, so she inquired, what should I do to ensure he feels secure? Generally, addressing such issues involves gift-giving. 2202 recommended that the host present the target with skincare products to make him feel valued. 2202 seriously flipped through a recently read romance novel. The CEO lavishes love on his delicate wife, and provided Yi Qing with this advice. Yi Qing, the formidable figure, nodded thoughtfully, placing the acquisition of skincare products at the top of her priority list. Chapter 97. Survived as the convoy resumed its journey. Shen Xingzhou snapped back from his reverie and earnestly assured Yi Qing, I will definitely take care of my face. So, don't fall for anyone else. All right, Yi Qing, the formidable boss and assassin, replied, though it was a bit absurd. She would pamper her loyal dog. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was warm and cozy. Outside, however, the situation was dire. As they drew closer to the city, the number of zombies increased. The weapons brought by Hu Yang's team had been depleted. They now relied solely on the abilities of individuals like Shunli. The evolution of enhanced zombies is quite similar to that of human ability users, except they possess an additional trait. They are indiscriminate eaters, consuming any human, even their own kind. Humans can awaken their abilities either right from the onset of the apocalypse, like Shun Li and Shen Xingzhou, or through surviving a zombie attack, or even in life-threatening situations. Ordinary survivors who awaken before the apocalypse might very well be latent ability users. When zombies devour them, the energy accumulates within the zombies. Over time, the rate at which zombies accumulate strength is somewhat faster than that of humans. The faster and more they consume, the quicker they evolve. Currently, a second-level zombie from the city center appeared before their convoy. It donned a suit. Half of its face decayed, while the other half was almost indistinguishable from that of a normal person, save for a paler complexion devoid of blood. The most noticeable difference was that unlike other zombies whose eyes were shrouded in a milky film and were completely immobile, this one's eyes glowed red, displaying much more humanity than the zombie Yi Qing had encountered previously. The second-level zombie emitted a low growl, summoning the surrounding zombies to swarm towards it. Full alert. This time, the zombies were not like the previous horde. These were ordinary zombies that could be dispatched with weapons, but there were also several zero and first-level enhanced zombies among them. There were speed-type zombies. 2 zombies moved with extraordinary speed, injuring several members of the guard team, and 2 had already become prey. The struggle continued, with members of the guard team falling one after another. If I don't make it today, please take care of my newborn daughter if she manages to grow up safely. Remember to tell her that her father once fought hard. A dark-skinned, seemingly simple man instructed those around him before charging into the swarm of zombies. Howei, take a break. I'll cover for you. I can still fight. They seemed oblivious to their pain, using their bloodied bodies to shield the survivors. Damn it. I refuse to believe we cannot hold our ground this time. Li Jie's eyes reddened as he shouted and attempted to charge forward. But Hu Yang was quick to restrain him. Cheng Yuanbai and Shun Li, the ability users, were also struggling, their powers nearly depleted. The zombies surged forth like an unstoppable flood. This is the apocalypse. We cannot hide behind the guard team forever. If we want to survive, we must take up arms and resist. Shen Xingzhou understood that his abilities were ineffective against zombies, so he exerted all his efforts to rally the survivors in the vehicle to fight back. After leaving a few words, Shen Xingzhou took up a knife and fought alongside the beams of the structure. One by one, humans fell, and zombies were exterminated. Humanity was ignited in this moment. There were the elderly, parents sacrificing themselves solely to protect their children, while on the other side, zombies attacked, with individuals pushing their loved ones away. There were wails and resistance, each sound amalgamated into a singular thought within those standing: survive. They had to endure. Yi Qing observed everything from inside the vehicle. Before disembarking, Shun Xingzhou locked the door. Standing in front of her, shielding her with his own body, as he caught Yi Qing's gaze. Shun Xingzhou offered a faint smile, even as multiple gashes marred his arm. I'm here, Shun Xingzhou mouthed to Yi Qing, reassuring her. Chapter 98. How could she possibly lack confidence, despite being seemingly weak? She still wanted to put on a brave front. Yi Qing chuckled softly. 2202. Keep watch for me. She retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space and drank it down in one go. Even if she couldn't reveal her mental abilities, she still had ways to lead them out. Forcibly unlocking the car, she held tightly onto the crystal core of the bloodthirsty Vine King. Yi Qing was determined to return. As Mama Shun observed Yi Qing emerging, she kicked away the approaching zombie and furrowed her brow, saying, "You're injured. Do not run around recklessly. Everyone is making an effort. And I alone sitting in the car feels unbearable." Yi Qing maintained her obedient demeanor, yet those around her sensed a shift in her gaze. Familiar with Yi Qing, Hu Yang, Cheng Yuanbai, Xinli, Liang Dong, Han Luo, and even Shun Danny turned their heads towards Shun Xingzhou almost in unison. For the first time, they secretly hoped that Shun Xingzhou's injuries would be more severe. They vowed that once this calamity passed, they would take good care of him. Shun Xingzhou, are you all serious? The second-level zombie seemed to sense danger. It let out a furious roar, inciting the surrounding zombies into a frenzy, enveloping it completely. Assist me. I will take down the second-level zombie. Yi Qing glanced at the few individuals around her, who quickly surrounded her. She tightened her grip on the crystal nucleus and activated the bloodthirsty Vine King's tendrils with her wood-based powers. The difference of a small tier in ability levels could lead to significant disparities. Although Yi Qing remained at the peak of level 0, her innate talent as a level 3 mental energy user allowed her to harness the gentle energy of the wood nucleus. Especially since she had previously anticipated the situation and consumed 2 bottles of spiritual spring water at this moment. Her wood-based powers were nearly at the pinnacle of level 2. The bloodthirsty Vine King in Yi Qing's hands seemed alive, its tendrils instinctively searching for the second-level mutant zombie. After pinpointing its location, Yi Qing deftly evaded the attacking zombies and rapidly utilized every available force around her. Cheng Yuanbai, help me. Asa killer. She had little empathy. Her actions were driven by the same instinct as before. In a world where humanity is a social creature, every additional survivor represented a glimmer of hope. She understood that this battle was not hers alone. Everyone had to be a hero. Therefore, she aimed to ensure that everyone would give their utmost cooperation. However, Yi Qing did not aspire to be a so-called hero. She had meticulously planned everything since exiting the vehicle. She knew that after this, the base's inhabitants would no longer doubt her. Moreover, she had successfully taken her first step. After all, everyone believed that when faced with life and death, no power could remain concealed. From an outsider's perspective, she was gambling with her own life. Yi Qing, my powers can only hold out for 2 more minutes. Cheng Yuanbai spoke with a strained tone, just as Yi Qing had anticipated. Everyone believed she was preparing to sacrifice herself for their survival. That's enough. Sensing Cheng Yuanbai's mental barrier waning, her petite form quickly vanished amidst the horde of zombies, with the second-level zombie no longer instilling fear. The other zombies began to act irrationally, lacking the previous organization, with many first-level zombies retreating. The fight became increasingly manageable for everyone. Yi Qing, Shun Xingzhou cried out, his heart-wrenching scream echoing. Upon seeing the crystal nucleus clutched in Yi Qing's hand, he lost his rationality and attempted to rush towards her. Mama Shun and Shunli intercepted him, with Mama Shun delivering a sharp slap to his face. Yi Qing is striving to keep us alive. What do you think your reckless actions will accomplish? We must have faith in her. Among the Shin family, it was Mama Shun who resembled the astute Shin patriarch the most, rather than Shin Xingzhou or Shunli. She trusted that Yi Qing was not an impulsive individual. Meanwhile, Mama Shin couldn't help but wonder how the astute Shin patriarch ended up with such love-struck male descendants. Chapter 99. There is no need for such pomp. Indeed, second-level zombies were somewhat more intelligent than their first-level counterparts, albeit just slightly. Once Yi Qing's tendrils ensnared it, the zombie began to thrash violently, employing its wind abilities in a desperate attempt to sever the bloodthirsty Vine King's grasp. Previously, the bloodthirsty Vine King had been a level 3 mutated plant. The second-level wind blades merely left shallow scratches on its remains. Observing this, Yi Qing's mind began to churn with ideas. She felt she had discovered a method to transform her wood abilities into offensive powers, thus eliminating the need to sacrifice Shen Xingzhou each time danger arose. That why Yi Qing genuinely feared that one day, Shen Xingzhou might be stabbed multiple times in a desperate attempt to summon her second persona. Dealing with the second-level zombie proved relatively easy for Yi Qing. However, to enhance the dramatic tension, she deliberately delayed her actions, ultimately dispatching the second-level zombie after approximately 2 minutes. Cheng Yuanbai collapsed, having exhausted the last vestige of his mental energy. Yi Qing retrieved her baseball bat and, using her uninjured hand, began to strike the surrounding zombies as if smashing watermelons, signaling to the survivors that she was still alive. Primarily, she aimed to reassure Shen Xingzhou, fearing that her overly imaginative big dog might think she had perished and was ready to sacrifice himself. As it turned out, Yi Qing truly understood Shen Xingzhou. After being slapped by Mama Shun, he had calmed down, yet his eyes reflected a haunting emptiness, as if he were ready to sacrifice himself for Yi Qing at any moment. Why Yi Qing? Yi Qing is over there. Han Luo, with keen eyesight, spotted the baseball bat Yi Qing was wielding and shouted excitedly. With the death of the second-level zombie, the surrounding zombies lost their cohesion. With Yi Qing, the killing god, among them, they dispersed of their own accord. The remaining survivors, drained of energy, leaned on one another, their faces adorned with the faint smiles of those who had survived catastrophe. Thank goodness, I'm alive. I can still see my daughter. The previously fearless dark-skinned man grinned widely, his excitement causing his accent to slip. That Hu Yang and Li Jia exchanged glances, smiles breaking out on their faces. Nearby, there was a factory. They cleared out the zombies within and decided to rest and regroup there, tending to the casualties and allowing the ability users to recover their powers, ensuring a safer journey back to the base. Many had sustained injuries from the zombies. As a devoted fan of novels, Liang Dong did not require Yi Qing's guidance this time and effectively played the role expected of the male protagonist team. He thought it prudent to observe for a while, wondering if the zombie virus might activate latent abilities in people. Most of those injured were members of the guard team. Hu Yang and Li Jian naturally hoped that all of them would awaken their powers, so they arranged for a room to treat the injured, binding them with ropes while awaiting the results the following day. After experiencing this life-and-death battle, the survivors no longer caused chaos as they once had. Aside from a few individuals, many voluntarily approached the guard team, asking what they could do to help. Upon hearing that Yi Qing was still alive, Shen Xingzhou's previously vacant eyes sparkled back to life, filled with a singular thought. He had to see her. Having previously battled against the zombie boar, Shen Xingzhou's wounds were yet to heal completely, and after exerting himself for a while, he was utterly drained. As he took 2 steps forward, his legs buckled, and he stumbled. Kneeling directly before the returning Yi Qing, "There's no need for such a grand welcome," Yi Qing remarked as their gazes met. She blinked, her mind momentarily blank, and playfully quipped, "My dear, please rise." Chapter 100. Dear ones. Look here, the author has something to say. Puffed. Shen Xingzhou, you should quickly express your gratitude. Liang Dong chuckled, clutching his stomach and collapsing onto Shunli. Shunli, laughing, playfully shoved Liang Dong away as they both erupted into laughter. Nearly rolling into a heap, Shen Xingzhou shot a warning glance at the pair, prompting Liang Dong and Shunli to hastily cover their mouths, though their rapidly shaking shoulders betrayed them, especially Liang Dong, whose flesh quivered with mirth. Yi Qing snapped back to reality, her eyes now imbued with genuine warmth. Shen Xingzhou let out a cold huff, but upon noticing the smile in Yi Qing's eyes, he immediately appeared dejected. Yi Qing extended her small hand toward him. Shen Xingzhou grasped her hand, awkwardly rising to his feet. Shen Xingzhou, he began, but before he could finish, Yi Qing staggered and fainted, collapsing into his embrace. The expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. Water-based powers have healing capabilities. May I assist Sister Yi Qing? A timid girl in a middle school uniform with a ponytail stepped forward hesitantly. As she approached Shen Xingzhou, she recoiled slightly, sensing his apprehension, but perhaps feeling her reaction was too exaggerated. She spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Sister Yi Qing was injured while protecting us. My healing abilities might be useful. Worried that Shun Xingzhou might doubt her, she pointed to several individuals she had previously treated, saying, I healed their wounds. Thank you. That would be most helpful, Shun Xingzhou replied. Speculating that Yi Qing had fainted due to the strain of forcibly upgrading and activating her wood powers during their downtime, Huyang shared some information he had gathered, revealing that healing abilities of the wood and water types had emerged within the base. However, these healing powers could only treat external wounds and were of little assistance for energy depletion. Through Huyang's ongoing discussions, Shun Xingzhou gained a general understanding of the abilities possessed by those in the apocalyptic world. He has come to appreciate the young girl's earnest intentions towards him. Indeed, his light-based abilities are rather unique. Thus far, from all the information he could gather within the entire base, only his own feedback has been reported. Shun Xingzhou cannot allow Yi Qing's efforts on his behalf to go to waste. The girl, clearly inexperienced, appears to have awakened her powers just in the past few days, having just treated others. Her abilities are limited at the moment that as she attempts to heal a small wound on Yi Qing's hand, her delicate face pales significantly. She forces a smile, suggesting she will rest a bit before treating Yi Qing again. Shun Xingzhou's agreement to let her treat Yi Qing is merely to dispel the suspicions of onlookers. Point one must ponder. If one's precious young girl is injured and a healer appears, would anyone in their right mind refuse assistance? Certainly not, unless they were forewarned that Yi Qing would be unharmed. This is why the girl approached so deliberately, and he consented to her treatment of Yi Qing. The mutual interests at stake, along with Yi Qing's well-being, are paramount. It's all right. I will carry her for a checkup. If there are no further issues, we shall return to the base. The performance has reached its climax. The subsequent matters are for him to handle. Shun Xingzhou fears neither intrigue nor conspiracy. However, with Yi Qing still in a coma, he must ensure she remains unharmed in this apocalyptic world, aside from the threat of zombies. One must be wary of the human heart. He has never underestimated anyone. Even if this young girl appears innocent and harmless, please, do not disdain me. I am merely struggling a bit, she implores, panic etched across her face as she kneels and tugs at Shun Xingzhou's pant leg when he attempts to leave with Yi Qing in his arms. Chapter 101. It turns out she is a fan of Yi Qing after being with Yi Qing. Women in the world can be categorized into three types. One is his mother. Another is Yi Qing, and the last group encompasses all other women, whom he would not pay much attention to, regardless of their age. He has never been one to exhibit refined manners. Let go. Shun Xingzhou replies impatiently, his voice as frigid as ice. Big brother, I beg you, let me treat Yi Qing. I will try my best, the girl pleads, trembling with fear, yet her grip on his pant leg remains firm. Shun Li and Liang Dong, witnessing this scene, rush over, working together to gently pry the girl from Shun Xingzhou's leg to avoid harming her. That I leave her in your care, Shun Xingzhou states, not sparing a glance as he strides away with Yi Qing. The girl, seemingly in despair, collapses onto the ground, sobbing inconsolably. Shun Li and Liang Dong feel a twinge of unease at her cries, sensing that while the girl is purposeful, she harbors no malice. Thus, they refrain from harming her. Liang Dong scratches his head, attempting to maintain a friendly demeanor as he asks, why are you so intent on treating Yi Qing? Surely, it cannot be that Yi Qing's excellence has captivated her. The girl continues to weep. Shun Li, recognizing he is ill-suited for comforting children, seizes the opportunity when Huyang approaches him with matters to discuss, leaving Liang Dong without a chance to intervene. Liang Dong settles cross-legged before the girl, waiting for her tears to subside, all the while contemplating how wasteful her sobbing is, especially since water supplies are severely compromised in the current climate. Relying heavily on bottled water and water manipulators. I am Lin Bingbing, she finally manages to say, her tears subsiding as she notices Liang Dong's cherubic face lacks intimidation compared to Shun Xingzhou. She hastily wipes her tears and continues, my sister is Lin Shuangshuang. She was saved by Yi Qing before. She mentioned it to me. After she returned to our small town, we were captured by that flower. Now, my sister is gone. Upon hearing Yi Qing's name, I want to heal her and ask for her help in finding my sister. You have never met Yi Qing, yet you have not considered that this Yi Qing might not be the one your sister spoke of? Liang Dong muses, finding the little girl endearingly naive that no, my sister told me that Yi Qing is like a heroine. I would not mistake her. Because of Lin Shuangshuang's words, Lin Bingbing holds Yi Qing in high regard. Adding, I just did not expect such a wonderful person like Yiqing to have such a fierce boyfriend. Liang Dong, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Bingbing, observing Liang Dong's reaction, wonders if he might be a bit peculiar. Liang Dong, understanding her intentions, decides against making any unilateral decisions while Yiqing remains unconscious. He leads the girl to Han Lu and Han Luo, then goes to find Xin Li and Xin Xingzhou to relay the gist of the situation that I will accompany Liang Dong to gather information from others and verify the truth of this girl's claims. Xin Li expresses concern that Lin Bingbing could be an accomplice of Shun Danny, considering that it is unlikely the research facility would send someone akin to her if she truly is. This girl's acting skills surpass those of Shun Danny by a considerable margin. Shun Danny, must I make an appearance now? Is my cooking really that unpalatable? Chapter 102. An invitation to join the base last night. Hu Yang submitted a rescue request to the base leader. The following morning, 2 teams from the base's guard arrived. Finally, everyone safely reached the base at the entrance. Shun's father eagerly awaited, rushing towards Shun's mother as she alighted from the vehicle. Shun Xingzhou, Xin Li, and Liang Dong, who had just disembarked, observed Shun's father's anxious demeanor and feared something had gone awry. Just as Xin Xingzhou was about to inquire, his father zipped past him like a gust of wind, not even sparing him a glance, and went straight to Shun's mother. You are unharmed. Thank goodness. I was nearly beside myself with worry upon hearing about the zombie horde. He exclaimed, I am fine. Shun's mother reassured him. Ruffling his disheveled hair and brushing away the strands she had inadvertently pulled out, Shun's father, feeling the familiar tug of his wife's affection, finally relaxed. When Yiqing awakened, it was in the dead of night. Xin Xingzhou casually mentioned Lin Bingbing to her. Xin Li and Liang Dong had gathered information from the survivors that corroborated Lin Bingbing's story, so they temporarily brought her back with them. As Yiqing stepped out of the vehicle, she noticed the little girl gazing at her with sparkling eyes. She wanted to explain that she truly could not remember who Lin Shuangshuang was. There was no one by that name in her recollections. Yiqing, the base leader wishes to discuss some matters with you, Hu Yang said as he approached after organizing some affairs, scrutinizing Xin Xingzhou under the pressure of his gaze. Yiqing likely understood the purpose of the base leader's summons. Nodding in acquiescence, I will accompany you, Xin Xingzhou insisted, concerned for Yiqing's health. No need. You have just returned, and Xin grandfather and grandmother are worried about you and Xin Li. You should return, and I will come back later, Yiqing replied. Xin's mother had mentioned several times during the ride that Yiqing needed proper care for her injuries, and they would not feel at ease if she lived alone. When Yiqing was at the orphanage, she had envied those with mothers. Later, as she underwent training within the organization, those childhood aspirations were buried deep within her heart until they were ultimately erased. Compared to Xin Xingzhou's concern, she found it harder to resist Shun's mother's kindness. She pondered whether, if she had a mother, her mother would be as warm, generous, and bright as Shun's mother. Yiqing acquiesced to Shun's mother's request, prompting Xin Xingzhou to reluctantly take his leave. Yiqing followed Hu Yang to the base leader's office. This time, the 3 major figures of the base were present. Upon seeing Yiqing enter behind Hu Yang, the base leader's face lit up with joy. Yiqing, the contributions you have made to the base have been conveyed to us by Hu Yang during the journey that we intend to reward you with 3,000 contribution points. Additionally, if I may be so bold, what level is your wood-based ability? The base leader's congeniality made Hu Yang and the other 2 wish to punch him playfully. The base thrives, and so do we, Yiqing remarked, her cat-like eyes curving into a smile, evoking an innate sense of affection towards her as a charming and gentle girl. My wood-based ability is at the peak of level 2. But Hu Yang and the others have also put in considerable effort. This achievement is not solely mine. Yiqing did not forget to acknowledge Hu Yang and the others at this moment, as they would need to collaborate in the future. Excellent. Excellent, the base leader replied, exchanging glances with the other 2. As Yiqing prepared to embark on her next mission, the base leader had already dispatched individuals to investigate her background prior to the apocalypse and her actions upon arriving at the base. Coupled with the fact that the person renting the previous residence was the wife of one of Lao Jing's subordinates, along with feedback from Cheng Yuanbai, they collectively confirmed that Yiqing bore no suspicion and was a person of integrity. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, and the base leader solemnly stated, on behalf of Sunshine Base, we formally extend an invitation for you to join us internally. to assist Lao Zheng in managing the planting area. I accept without hesitation. Yi Qing readily agreed, completing her second step. Chapter 103, The Give and Take of Negotiation. The old Zheng mentioned by the base leader is one of the three major figures in the base. The base leader oversees the entire operation, while old Zheng is responsible for internal affairs, and the third figure manages security. With time to spare, old Zheng led Yi Qing to the base's planting area. At any moment, food is fundamental. The planting area was originally established before the apocalypse to cultivate precious flowers and sunshine houses. Thus the land here remains untainted by the virus that plagues the outside world. The three giants of the base are seasoned partners, each possessing profound experience, broad vision, and high efficiency. The base has already initiated recruitment for ability users. The planting area consists of 3 levels, and old Zheng guided Yi Qing through various inspections until they reached the first level. Yi Qing obediently stood beside him. Approaching a nearby safe, Yi Qing consciously turned aside, avoiding watching old Zheng enter the password. While inputting the code, old Zheng discreetly observed Yi Qing. Upon witnessing her evasive gesture, his satisfaction deepened. You needn't shy away. What lies within is merely seeds. From now on, you shall assist me in their management. Old Zheng inquired, holding a bag of seeds. Can you initiate germination now? Yes, it shouldn't be a problem. But I am uncertain to what extent, responded Yi Qing. Having engaged in a brief interaction with the 3 major figures, Yi Qing formed a somewhat favorable impression of them. The base leader appeared amiable, often wearing a smile, which facilitated his dealings and the base's operations. Old Zheng was considerably more affable than the captain of the guard, yet he was the most cautious and suspicious of the trio. Throughout their journey, he had scarcely spoken to Yi Qing, yet she sensed his ongoing attempts to test her. Opening the safe was one such trial that Yi Qing did not overestimate herself. The rapid functioning of the base under the 3 giants was a level of thought and ability far beyond her own. In their presence, she presented herself as a sincere young girl to convey authenticity. She mentally prepared herself with affirmations moments before entering the base leader's office alongside Hu Yang. Yi Qing recalled the training she had received. The best disguise is one that deceives even oneself. Now, she presented herself as an 18-year-old girl, proud yet apprehensive about her capabilities, having garnered attention for her abilities. Sensing the girl's unease, old Zhang smiled gently, advising, do not force yourself. Holding a collection of rice seeds, he scattered a small portion, prompting Yi Qing to activate her wood-type abilities at the pinnacle of level 2. Within 10 minutes, the scattered seeds transformed into heavy stalks of rice that I believe the area could be larger. I could hasten the growth of half this land if I had a wood-type crystal core to supplement my abilities. I could likely initiate germination 3 to 4 times a day. Yi Qing expressed her estimation, casting furtive glances at old Zheng, her eyes subtly betraying her pride. Yi Qing's motivation for joining the base was twofold: to obtain better information and to find justification for her rapid enhancement of power. By demonstrating her value to old Zheng, she ensured that the base would allocate resources to her, thereby nurturing her potential. This strategy had been brewing in her mind since the moment she laid eyes on Cheng Yunbai. Old Zheng, witnessing Yi Qing's demeanor, felt both exhilarated and amused. Indeed, she was a young girl whose emotions were clearly displayed. His trust in her grew slightly. The land on this level spanned approximately half an acre. And if she could hasten the growth of half, what might she accomplish at a higher level? The more he contemplated, the more excited old Zheng became. He resolved to discuss with the other 2 old fellows how to further test Yi Qing, with the intention of prioritizing her training if she passed the evaluations. Chapter 104. Does Love Disappear? Old Zheng, eager to confer, briefed Yi Qing before allowing her to return on her way back to the Shun family villa. Yi Qing instructed 2202 to replay the recording of her interaction with the 3 major figures, reviewing her every action to ensure no mistakes were revealed and to identify areas where she could appear more natural. At the Shin family villa, everyone sat around the table awaiting Yi Qing's return for lunch. Shin Xingzhou, having turned to the door numerous times, was met with Shun Li's soft murmur, 35. Everyone turned to Shun Li in confusion. Big brother has looked at the door 35 times, Shun Li explained. Shun Li's mother playfully tapped his head. Your brother is indeed waiting for his wife. Curiously, she inquired, how do you know this so precisely? Shun Li wiped his handsome face with a hand, speaking somberly. Every time he turns, water from his hair splashes on me. How could I forget? He had been drenched 35 times. Why did he choose to sit in that position? Shun Li resignedly lit a cigarette. The others chuckled at his plight. Xingzhou's hair had indeed grown long. Shin's mother assessed Xingzhou, noting that, in an effort to conserve electricity due to the heat outside, he had hastily dried his hair with a towel before rushing down to wait for Yiqing. Now, his hair hung damp and disheveled. His bangs, weighed down, obscured his expressive eyes. "I'll give you a haircut after lunch," Shun's mother suggested. Xingzhou was about to decline when he caught sight of Yiqing. Clearing his throat, he said to Shun Li, "I recall there are some cola chicken wings you like in the kitchen. Why don't you check?" "Really?" Shun Li responded skeptically. Xingzhou nodded modestly. "When we first gathered supplies, I spotted frozen chicken wings in the freezer, knowing you loved them, so I collected them." Given the difference in time flow inside the space compared to reality, it was indeed plausible to enjoy the wings. His elder brother was truly kind to him. Shun Li, having completely dismissed the incident of being splashed 35 times, gratefully headed to the kitchen. When did the kitchen start making chicken wings? Shun Li's mother, puzzled, inquired. The meal had been prepared by Shun Li's mother and grandmother to welcome the children home. Just as Yiqing entered, Shun Li waved at her, assuming the empty chair beside Shun Li was reserved for her. Yiqing naturally took a seat. Shun's mother, observing Xingzhou's behavior, angrily tapped Xingzhou's shoulder. "It's all learned from you." She had intentionally arranged for Yiqing to sit beside her to help her with food. Xingzhou, however, slyly diverted Shun Li's attention. The others exchanged knowing glances at Xingzhou's antics. Yiqing, somewhat perplexed, turned to Xingzhou for clarification. His gentle demeanor as he explained contrasted starkly with the earlier moments with Shun Li, as he feared the water in his hair might splatter on her. Shun Li, at his age, still insists on saying he wants to eat chicken wings. Tell me, in this apocalypse, where could one possibly find chicken wings for him? Upon returning from the kitchen without finding any chicken wings, Shun Li overheard Xingzhou's remarks and noticed Yiqing occupying his spot. He quickly grasped Xingzhou's intentions. Shun Li. So, does love disappear? Chapter 105. The Shun family's legacy. Under the watchful gaze of Xingzhou, Shun Li slumped beside his mother, receiving a slightly disdainful glance from her. The table was filled with preserved meats and dried vegetables, alongside steamed salted fish. The only fresh vegetables were hearty potatoes and carrots, capable of lasting longer than others. Compared to life before the apocalypse, it was a stark contrast. Yet, none at the table expressed disdain. In the apocalypse, merely surviving and being well-fed was a happiness to be cherished. The Shun family did not adhere to a rule of silence during meals. Old Mr. Shun, aware of Yiqing's recent meeting with the three major figures, posed a few questions to her. Yiqing answered all she could, and also sought guidance on interpersonal skills from old Mr. Shun. He was a wise elder whose words were simple yet profound. And by the end of the meal, Yiqing had learned a great deal. You did very well. Sincerity is paramount when dealing with individuals like them. Old Mr. Shun affirmed. Yiqing looked at him with admiration. Grandpa Shun, you are truly remarkable. Please teach me whenever I am uncertain in the future. Apart from a few eccentric elderly individuals, most seniors of advanced age earnestly desire to feel needed, particularly for someone like old Master Shun, who has dedicated his life to arduous endeavors and experienced moments of great glory. There exists an even deeper longing for validation through necessity. This sentiment imbues them with a sense of worth. Each sparkling gaze of admiration from Yiqing profoundly satisfies old Master Shun's need for affirmation. Once the meal concludes, old Master Shun, still yearning for more, takes Yiqing to his study to impart the life lessons he has accumulated over the years. Yiqing, recognizing her value, unhesitatingly abandons the notion of nurturing her relationship with Xingzhou, aware that a man would only hinder her pursuit of her ambitions. Xingzhou sulkily occupies a sofa, his cheeks slightly puffed in indignation as he observes Shun Li with amusement. As Shun Mama and Shun Li's mother emerge from the kitchen, they notice that both brothers are in desperate need of a haircut. A luxury hard to come by in these post-apocalyptic times. Reflecting on their previous experience grooming their pet dog, they consider that they might well assist the brothers in a similar manner. Since you both have the day off, I shall take it upon myself to trim your hair, Shun Mama declares, already retreating to her room to retrieve her hair-cutting scissors. Xingzhou and Shun Li exchange glances, contemplating escape, only to be firmly restrained by their fathers. Father, we are biological sons. Both Shen Xingzhou and Shun Li exclaim in unison. The two fathers coldly assert that no matter the circumstances, the wife holds the utmost authority. Father, summon your masculine authority. Do not fear mother. Shun Li makes a final attempt at resistance. Behind them, Shin Mama lets out a chilling laugh as she clutches the scissors, sending shivers down the spines of the men present. The commotion from downstairs reaches Old Master Shun and Yi Qing, prompting Old Master Shun to emerge with a furrowed brow, only to encounter a grumpy Shin grandmother, who, shedding her previously gentle demeanor, bellows, "Dare you disturb me once more?" The group promptly falls silent. Old Master Shin clears his throat, eager to speak, but a fierce glance from Shun grandmother causes him to instinctively retreat a step, feigning ignorance. Only after Shun grandmother has finished reprimanding the ruckus makers does Old Master Shun, with an air of profundity, address Yi Qing, saying, "Little Yi Qing, in the matter of marital relations, mutual tolerance is essential." Yi Qing responds, "Old Master Shun, I witnessed your retreat just now." Nevertheless, she graciously acknowledges him, perhaps due to the intimidating aura she exudes, causing Old Master Shin's face to flush with rare embarrassment. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he concocts an excuse about old age necessitating rest and releases Yi Qing from his company. Shun Li and Shun Xingzhou successfully evade the impending haircut ordeal, just as Shun Xingzhou believes he can finally enjoy some private time with his beloved. Han Lu and Han Luo arrive, accompanied by Lin Bingbing, seeking out Yi Qing. Shun Xingzhou feels a sense of competition for her attention, as if the entire world is vying for her company. Chapter 106. Lin Bingbing. Daughter of Subject 1 Lin Bingbing visibly tenses upon seeing Yi Qing. Yi Qing Jia. She stammers, her cheeks flushed as she greets her. After receiving a response, she retrieves a photograph from her pocket and hands it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing Jia. This is my sister Lin Shuangshuang. She mentioned that you rescued her at a mall. Yi Qing raises an eyebrow, accepting the photograph. The young girl seems quite prepared. The image depicts a mother and her two daughters. And Yi Qing's memory quickly recalls Lin Shuangshuang's identity upon seeing her face. For those who may have forgotten, a revisit to chapters 27 and 28 is suggested. Yi Qing's gaze fixates on the middle-aged woman in the photograph. Her skin is still dark, her features unremarkable, yet her eyes, though small, radiate a tranquil warmth, a stark contrast to the venomous demeanor Yi Qing encountered. "Is this your mother?" Yi Qing inquires, pointing at the face of Subject 1. To be candid, Lin Bingbing and Lin Shuangshuang share a striking resemblance, both possessing round, almond-shaped eyes and delicate oval faces, their skin fair and pristine, with the only distinction being Lin Bingbing's youthful innocence. Their appearances, however, starkly diverge from that of Subject 1. Yet, the posture depicted in the photograph, both sisters nestled in Subject 1's embrace, exudes an aura of complete trust. Yes, Lin Bingbing nods, perhaps accustomed to inquiries regarding her differing resemblance to her mother. She shyly fiddles with a tuft of hair atop her head. My mother says my sister and I resemble our father. She often jokes that it's fortunate we look like him and not her. Likely reminded of her mother, Lin Bingbing's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her nose beginning to twitch. Where has she gone? Here, apart from Yi Qing, no one has encountered Subject 1, leading them to assume that Lin Bingbing stumbled upon her fate alone. "I don't know. My mother has been missing for quite some time. My sister returned 3 days after the apocalypse, saying she had contacted our father, who knows a lead on our mother. She intends to follow up on it." It is unclear what Lin Shuangshuang communicated to Lin Bingbing before her departure. Lin Bingbing exhibits no wariness towards Yi Qing, recalling her sister's instruction to deliver the items to Yi Qing. Lin Bingbing cleverly sews the items deep within her pants pocket to ensure their safety. Embarrassed, she requests to use the restroom and retrieves the items, presenting them to Yi Qing. It is a USB drive, still warm from the young girl's touch. Upon opening the cap, a tiny note flutters out, landing at Han Luo's feet. As he picks it up, he notices 2 lines of numbers inscribed upon it: 1116-4906-317-5975. The last digit, a 5, bears smudged ink, indicating it was hastily written, with the writer evidently unaware that the ink had not yet dried. "What does this signify?" Han Luo queries, puzzled as he hands it to Yi Qing. A quick glance reveals the numbers to be ordinary coordinates. However, Lin Shuangshuang, likely wishing to conceal their meaning, omitted the symbols. With a bit of inference, One could deduce that the USB drive likely contains clues regarding the Eastern District Research Institute. Lin Shuangshuang entrusted these items to Lin Bingbing, hoping that Yi Qing would take her in based on their potential significance. Why Yi Qing finds herself perplexed, pondering why Lin Shuangshuang would assume she would take Lin Bingbing in solely based on a possible lead regarding the Research Institute. Given that their interactions were limited to a single encounter at the mall, Chapter 107. The team's discussion on Lin Bingbing's fate. Regrettably, these questions can only be answered by Lin Shuangshuang herself. Will they have another opportunity to meet? Yi Qing Jia, I've conveyed all I could on behalf of my sister Lin Bingbing, the young girl states anxiously, her hands tightly clasped on her lap. Lin Shuangshuang had instructed Lin Bingbing to do whatever it takes to remain with Yi Qing, for her survival in this apocalyptic world depended on it. Do you wish to accompany me? Lin Bingbing, still young, wears her emotions plainly on her face. Embarrassed at having her thoughts laid bare, she nods. Immediately, she adds, Yi Qing Jia, I understand you are not obliged to keep me. Her almond eyes reflect sincerity as she speaks. In this apocalyptic era, life is a struggle for everyone. I witnessed a neighbor sacrifice himself to protect his wife from zombies. They were known for their deep affection in our small town. She earnestly attempts to convey her feelings. This little crybaby is quite perceptive, Liang Dong whispers. Undeniably, Lin Bingbing's earnestness earns her some goodwill. Yi Qing, clutching the USB drive, intends to review its contents before deciding on Lin Bingbing's fate. However, she must first gather the opinions of Shun Li and the others. As a team, it is impractical for her to make a unilateral decision. Lin Bingbing currently resides with the Han family. Yi Qing instructs Han Luo to accompany Lin Bingbing to rest, and once they are alone, she turns to the others and asks, what are your thoughts? Do you find Lin Bingbing's sister's information useful for you? Dasa? Shun Li inquires, having comfortably adopted the term of endearment for Yi Qing. Shen Xingzhou casts a satisfied glance at Shun Li. I am unsure at this moment. Yi Qing seizes the opportunity to inform the members of the New Moon team about the Eastern District Research Institute. I encountered Lin Bingbing's mother once. Zhu Qing sent her to eliminate me, but I am unaware of what transpired afterward. I suspect Lin Shuangshuang's information pertains to the Research Institute. However, without reviewing the contents of the USB drive, I cannot make a definitive decision. As for the numbers on that note, I plan to consult the base commander tomorrow to see if they can decipher anything. Everything that could be said has been articulated. Some secrets, however, must remain buried forever. How about this? Liang Dong scratches his head. Let's observe her for now. If she proves to be trustworthy, we can keep her. Yi Qing and her companions had not anticipated that Liang Dong would be the first to agree to Lin Bingbing's request to stay. As Liang Dong observed the gazes of the others directed towards him, he patted his little belly, explaining that this little crybaby was a healing-type ability user, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Factories would undoubtedly take time to recover, leading to a scarcity of medicines. By keeping her around, they would have someone to tend to their injuries in the future. Liang Dong's reasoning was sound. Shun Xingzhou pondered how Yi Qing had endured her injuries to avoid revealing her unique healing abilities, stubbornly refusing his treatment, with Lin Bingbing in the team as an excuse if Yi Qing were to get hurt again. He could find a justification to treat the young girl. Considering the rarity of healing abilities, Shun Li and Han Lu had no objections. After taking into account everyone's opinions, Captain Shun Li decisively concluded that they would first observe Lin Bingbing. If the girl proved to be good-natured, she would be allowed to stay, as the team indeed required a healing-type ability user. After deciding Lin Bingbing's fate, Shun Li broached the subject of gathering supplies from the outside world. Chapter 108. The arrival of the apocalypse is both inevitable and man-made. Yi Qing was troubled by her lack of opportunity to retrieve some supplies from her space, but the next day would present an opportunity for resource collection. In the apocalypse, surviving another day was akin to gaining an extra day. Naturally, this was under favorable conditions, allowing her to live a bit more comfortably. Let's bring Shindani along, Yi Qing proposed. Shinli hesitated momentarily. We don't cook, but she's a great cook. Yi Qing dispelled Shun Li's doubts with a single remark. That night, as was her custom, Yi Qing entered her space through the bathroom. She retrieved the computer she had kept there and accessed the contents of a USB drive. As she watched the passwords flashing across the screen, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Lin Shuangshuang was meticulous in her work. The photograph Lin Bingbing had prepared was likely given to her by Lin Shuangshuang. Host, do you need my assistance? Just bring me back some different flavors of cooking oil tomorrow. 2202 scampered over on its four little dog legs. Sensing an opportunity with the passwords displayed on the screen, IT had already tasted all the flavors of cooking oil in the space. Isn't cooking oil all the same flavor? Yi Qing was intrigued that 2202 could discern various flavors of cooking oil. Perhaps it was due to its embodiment in a mechanical dog. 2202. If you were to embody a human, wouldn't you be able to eat human food? Host. Our system faces severe penalties for embodying humans. 2202's mechanical voice turned serious. In the past, a colleague had embodied a human and committed wrongful acts, leading the main god to obliterate that system upon discovering it. Despite being merely a string of data, systems could evolve after completing numerous tasks. The more they upgraded, the more consciousness and intellect they developed, gradually resembling humans, complete with desires and discontent. One such colleague had tempted a villain into believing he was the protagonist of the world, leading to significant chaos. Seizing the moment when the villain was in a frenzy, it embodied the villain, obliterating his consciousness and nearly causing the destruction of that small world. The main god, enraged, fearing other systems might follow suit, issued a strict command. Any system daring to embody a human without justification would have its data wiped clean. 2202 felt fortunate to have cooking oil to drink and blinked its bright mechanical eyes at Yi Qing, expressing its hopes. Yi Qing smiled at it as 2202 joyfully approached. Her delicate hands danced swiftly over the keyboard, and within moments, she had cracked the USB password. Host. You're so mischievous, 2202 whined, recognizing that Yi Qing was toying with it. Curling up at her feet, it whimpered with a hint of grievance. Yi Qing, her head aching from the noise, rubbed her temples and promised to gather other flavors of cooking oil for it the next day. Only then did 2202 cease its antics, happily wagging its tail as it went off to read a novel. Yi Qing then quietly began reviewing the documents contained within the USB drive. The information provided by Lin Shuangshuang overlapped somewhat with the data she had gathered at Zhu Cheng's office. Currently, Yi Qing could ascertain that Lin Shuangshuang was at the Research Institute, and the headquarters mentioned by Zhu Cheng was not the true headquarters of the institute, but rather a larger branch. The coordinates she had were for that branch's location. Upon reading the final sentence, her pupils suddenly dilated. The arrival of the apocalypse is both inevitable and man-made. Chapter 109. I haven't brushed my teeth. Inevitable? Man-made? Yi Qing clicked her tongue in contemplation, simultaneously editing some of the information while seldom venting her frustrations to 2202. You think, with all this mystique, that there might be instant noodles without seasoning packets? The probability of eating instant noodles without a seasoning packet is exceedingly low, unless the factory neglected to include one during packaging. Out of 1,000 people, perhaps only one or two. To reassure her, 2202 illuminated its eyes, conjuring a screen in front of Yi Qing that displayed the statistics of the chances of encountering instant noodles without seasoning packets. Yi Qing mused, why am I even discussing this with a system dog? Having just experienced an amusing encounter, she opted to remain silent and seamlessly integrated the information obtained from Zhu Jie into Lin Shuangshuang's USB drive, thoughtfully enhancing the password's complexity. While Lin Shuangshuang's original password appeared intricate to an untrained eye, it was trivial to those familiar with such matters. After all, even a bank account's 3-digit balance requires a 6-digit password for protection. Once she completed these tasks, Yi Qing noted that it was still early. She took a leisurely stroll around her space, where the vegetables she had planted had all sprouted, vibrant green and filled with promise. The fruit trees were also diligently growing. She cast a glance at the hairy crabs and shrimp. Noting their impressive size, Yi Qing instructed 2202 to fetch a net, similar to the one collected during their trip to the dock, and together they netted a haul of shrimp and crabs. She placed some ginger in the steamer for a fresh steaming. During the steaming of the crabs and shrimp, Yi Qing gathered chicken and duck eggs, this time leaving 20 eggs and about 10 duck eggs outside the preservation warehouse. She also secured 2 pieces of cured meat, all of which she intended to take as collected items. The warehouse maintained an endless freshness. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval, now that the apocalypse had persisted for quite some time. Presenting such fresh eggs would raise suspicions, by leaving them outside for a couple of days. She could claim to have found them in a house. She also collected 10 or so potatoes, 2 pounds of carrots, and 2 heads of cabbage, items that were easy to preserve to enhance realism. Yiqing subtly siphoned a bit of vitality from the vegetables using her wood-type abilities, making the carrots appear slightly wilted and the outer leaves of the cabbages appear withered. Satisfied with her preparations, Yiqing clapped her hands and savored a fist-sized rice ball while checking on the steamed crabs and shrimp. The freshly steamed crabs and shrimp were delightful when dipped in a sauce made from vinegar and ginger. After finishing a pot full of them and munching on 2 rice balls, Yiqing patted her belly contentedly. She followed her usual routine of washing up in her space, and before leaving, she sniffed her hands to ensure there was no fishy odor lingering beneath her nails before turning to exit the space and retire for the night. The next morning, Shun Xingzhou arrived early at Yiqing's door. Just as he was about to knock, Yiqing opened the door ahead of him. Years of being a killer had conditioned her to awaken at the slightest sound, clad in the adorable floral pajamas prepared by Shin's mother. With her hair disheveled and faint traces of sleep on her face, she greeted him. "Are we about to leave?" Noticing Shin Xingzhou, she instinctively relaxed her body, her voice still carrying a hint of drowsiness. "Big brother, has Yiqing woken up? We're almost ready here." Shin Li's voice echoed from a distance. Although he had yet to arrive, Shin Xingzhou did not wish for anyone else to witness his little girl's adorable demeanor. So he pulled Yiqing into the room and purposefully locked the door behind them. Yiqing chuckled at Shin Xingzhou's meticulous lock-checking, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. She tiptoed, reaching up to wrap her arms around Shin Xingzhou's neck. He bent down in compliance as she traced the contours of his face with her small hands, deliberately placing a kiss on his lips before trailing downward to his rolling Adam's apple. Just as Shin Xingzhou obediently closed his eyes, awaiting her kiss, Yiqing blew softly into his ear and in a sultry voice, pronounced each word distinctly. "I haven't brushed my teeth." Chapter 110. Accepting tasks and gathering information. In that instant, Shin Xingzhou felt as though he could hear the sound of pink bubbles bursting within the room. Did his girlfriend truly possess a romantic inclination destined for destruction? Shin Xingzhou felt quite wrong that he buried his head in Yiqing's neck and mumbled, "I don't mind you that I mind you." Yiqing gently tousled Shin Xingzhou's hair. Shin Xingzhou's hair was fine and soft. She had once heard the dean's mother mention that those with fine and soft hair tended to have tender hearts. However, such individuals do not tend to survive long in the apocalypse. Fortunately, Shin Xingzhou still had his wits about him. Otherwise, she would have truly cast him into a horde of zombies, turning him into one of the undead, confined within her space. Suddenly, she recalled her last intention to imprison Shin Xingzhou. As Yiqing stroked Shin Xingzhou's hair, her mind drifted into dark thoughts. At that moment, Shin Xingzhou, relishing Yiqing's closeness, lifted his head and would likely catch a glimpse of her squinting eyes. Assessing him from head to toe as if contemplating where to strike, Shin Xingzhou mused, feeling a chill in his legs. The two shared a warm moment in the room until, under Shun Li's repeated urging, Yiqing hastily completed her grooming, donning a crisp outfit paired with stylish Martin boots. When Yiqing and Shin Xingzhou descended, the group had already gathered around the dining table. Shin's parents had formed a small team with their friends, preparing to scavenge for supplies as well. Shin Li's parents would take turns attending to the household, along with Shin's grandparents. After exchanging a few words at the table, everyone finished their meal and departed for their respective tasks. Yiqing and her companion's purpose for venturing outside the base was not solely to gather supplies, it was also to enhance their strength. Liang Dong and Han Lu had both reached the pinnacle of level 0 and needed to find corresponding crystal cores to upgrade. After a moment's thought, Shin Li suggested they also visit the task hall to accept a few suitable missions to elevate their team's rank. The group unanimously agreed, with packs slung over their shoulders. They strode energetically towards the task hall. The number of survivors moving about the base was steadily increasing. Many who spotted Yiqing and her companions, walking together with clean clothes and rosy complexions, either hurriedly averted their gaze in panic or approached with obsequious expressions. However, those who dared to approach were quickly deterred by the frost-laden glances from Shin Xingzhou and Shin Li. Upon reaching the task hall, they opted for simpler tasks, such as collecting seeds and eliminating zombies, rather than more challenging ones. When Yiqing was led to the planting area by Old Zhang, the staff member, having seen them register their tasks, kindly whispered a warning not to venture towards the eastern New City, as something formidable had reportedly emerged there. He then proceeded with the usual formalities, stating that upon returning from any missions or resource searches, they must undergo a 24-hour external examination and all materials, including vehicles, must be disinfected. Yiqing smiled gratefully at the staff member, observing him occasionally lick his chapped lips. Discreetly, she retrieved a 200 milliliters bottle of mineral water from her bag and slipped it into the staff member's hand. Inquiring about the situation in the east that seemed so dire, wasn't Chung Yuanbai's ability quite formidable? How could even he not handle it? Chapter 111. Encountering trouble in the wake of the apocalypse. The weather began to change. Currently, the climate continued to heat up. The water resources stored within the base consisted of previously collected mineral water and recently summoned water manipulators. Even so, water remained scarce. Each person was allocated just enough water daily to stave off thirst. The harsh realities of the apocalypse were gradually revealing themselves. The staff member glanced around before accepting the mineral water from Yi Qing with a smile. Carefully stowing it in his pocket, he whispered, "I heard from the auntie who cleans that there was a zoo in the eastern New City. After the apocalypse hit, the animals there have run wild without anyone to care for them. 2 particularly fierce ones made their way to the eastern New City. Just yesterday, a team of 10 went there to gather supplies, and only 1 returned." The staff member shook his head in regret. No further words were exchanged to end the apocalypse. Life and death had become the norm. The person you greeted yesterday could very well have turned into a zombie the next day. "Sister, are we heading to the eastern New City?" Shunli asked Yi Qing after they left the task hall. They had initially planned to visit the western district of City A, which housed a large agricultural market they wished to explore. Noticing Yi Qing's curiosity about the eastern New City, Shunli sought to gauge her thoughts. In his mind, following his sister was never a mistake. They would wait for the base to announce updates regarding the eastern New City before making any moves. Yi Qing looked at Shunli, her expression almost questioning. "Do I appear foolish? Knowing full well the dangers, why would I willingly head in that direction? Am I to deliver vegetables or something?" Shunli obediently acknowledged her sentiment. The western district was located on the opposite side of the base, requiring the group to drive around to reach it. The western district, once a small town surrounding City A, had been incorporated into the city. And before the apocalypse, it had been the most vibrant area of City A. A lively atmosphere indicated a larger population in the context of the apocalypse. This translated to a higher concentration of zombies. Since Shunli and the others needed to enhance their abilities, the western district was indeed a promising option. Liang Dong stopped the car. After arriving at the western district, the group, aware that a battle awaited them, had been resting with their eyes closed in the vehicle. Han Lu suddenly pointed and shouted. Liang Dong quickly slammed on the brakes. With 2 space manipulators in their team, they did not require multiple vehicles to transport supplies. To facilitate their journey, they had taken 1 or 2 vans, and the sudden stop prevented any collisions. All their bodies lurched forward due to inertia. Shen Xingzhou, quick-witted, caught Yi Qing, while Han Lu, with her considerable strength, gripped both Shun Danny and herself. Shun Danny had only just managed to recover her complexion after a day of painstaking care, having done her best to restore her previously pallid face with a delicate makeup and a carefully chosen outfit with a modest neckline. She nearly fainted from Han Lu's tight hold. Slumping back into her seat, she gasped for breath while venting her frustrations, cursing whoever had dared to obstruct their path. Before Shin Danny could finish her tirade, someone knocked on Shun Li's car window. He cracked it open slightly, revealing a towering figure outside, adorned with tattoos, exuding an intimidating presence. The man, with a menacing tone, pointed towards a slowly rising woman nearby and declared, "You knocked my wife down. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Chapter 112. Watching their path, Shin Li could be naive at home, but outside, he was not one to be trifled with. "What do you want us to say?" he retorted, his tone far more assertive than the brutish man outside. "Host, it seems the male lead's character has taken an unexpected turn. 2202 observed Shun Li repeatedly. Noting that the novel's protagonist, Shin Li, was typically cold and composed, akin to a domineering CEO. Why was he deviating from that persona now? Their host had not even acted against him. 2202 recognized that this was no longer merely a story. They were in a world of their own, and everyone did not adhere strictly to their character archetypes. Yi Qing glanced at Shin Li, who was negotiating with the figure outside. It was a simple matter. Before she arrived, the weight of the team's burdens had rested solely upon his shoulders. With Xia Wanqing's troublemaking tendencies, Shin Li would undoubtedly have to clean up after her. He was human, and it was only natural for him to feel frustrated. Over time, such feelings could accumulate, leading to a cold demeanor. With her presence guiding him, he faced fewer challenges. Could one expect a 20-year-old to remain composed at all times? 2202 pondered, bemused. The woman outside had now approached. Yi Qing was unfazed. but the other women in the vehicle couldn't help but gasp at the sight of her. She wore a tattered white shirt, her exposed skin marred with bruises and bloodstains, her complexion alarmingly pale. Standing beside the burly man, she kept her head bowed, her body occasionally trembling. The group inside the car immediately recognized the horrors she had endured. "Hand over the supplies from your vehicle and leave those few lovely young ladies with me," the burly man demanded, having noticed the rosy faces and clean clothes of the occupants, knowing they must possess resources. He spoke without courtesy, drawing a weapon from his waist and aiming it at Shenli's head, his gaze shamelessly appraising the women inside. When his eyes landed on Yiqing, he gulped. The young ladies appeared youthful and charming. They had grown weary of their current company, particularly the delicate-looking girl beside the bespectacled young man. She was precisely the type their leader favored before the apocalypse, given the current state of the world. He wondered how much bounty he would receive for delivering Yiqing to his leader. "You? Yes, you," the burly man said, his fantasies clouding his judgment. "Are you talking about me?" Yiqing pointed to herself in disbelief. The man nodded. "Get down here." Liang Dong and Shenli exchanged looks of admiration at the brute's choice, marveling at his apparent lack of intelligence in targeting the most formidable member of their group. "Why don't you call down the one with glasses as well?" Shenli sincerely offered his advice. "Only when the elder brother is injured can the second sister-in-law be summoned." Shenxingzhou pushed up his glasses, casting a warning glance at Shenli. Shenli raised his hand and mimicked zipping his lips, indicating for himself to be silent. "Enough chatter, all of you. Get down," commanded the burly man, who felt slighted by Shenli and Liang Dong's light-hearted banter. He struck the air above him in frustration. Unfortunately, it bore no effect, as the only ones frightened were the women standing beside him. "Shenli, handle him. The zombies are coming." Outside the base, with Cheng Yuan by. Another mental ability user, absent, Yiqing could unleash her level 3 powers freely. She had begun scanning the surroundings as soon as Liang Dong hit the brakes that IT was certain that those daring enough to act were not alone. This was also why she could tolerate the incessant prattling of this man, that if there were many people, Yiqing planned to lure them to a secluded spot to resolve the situation, avoiding the bloody scent attracting zombies. With only 2 or 3 individuals present, she felt unafraid and directed Shenli to deal with the matter. Shenli let out a sound of acknowledgement, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he raised his hand, summoning a thunderball that crackled ominously. Before the burly man could draw his weapon, Shenli hurled the thunderball, sending the man crashing to the ground. Liang Dong intended to drive away immediately, but the woman standing next to the burly man rushed forward, gripping the half-closed car window tightly. "Please, save us. You're so powerful. You can definitely save us. The weapon of that burly man is over there. If you wish to resist, pick it up and fight back yourself," Yiqing urged, activating the bloodthirsty Vine King's tendrils wrapped around her wrist to strike at the woman's hand. The woman winced in pain and released her grip, allowing Shenli to shut the car door decisively. Liang Dong started the vehicle, which slipped past the woman like a fish evading a net. In this apocalyptic world, the only ones who could ensure their survival were themselves. If they saved those women today, many would hold them accountable. Why Yiqing sensed Han Lu's curiosity and subtly nodded towards the rearview mirror, where the woman's resentful gaze lingered as they departed. When she instructed Shenli to use lightning on the burly man, she had already resolved the ambush by the others lurking behind using her mental powers. That woman, if she wished, could easily pick up those weapons, conceal them, and return to resist, just like the others. At the tender age of 16, Yiqing had faced a far harsher and more brutal reality during her first mission. She understood that if a person truly desired to survive and thrive, they would struggle and strive with all their might. The path had already been laid out for them. How to proceed was their own choice. Those unwilling to resist would only invite more trouble by saving others. Chapter 113. Acquaintances at the farmer's market. The recent encounter had cast a somber atmosphere within the vehicle. Han Lu attempted to speak several times, but it was Han Luo who saw clearly. She glanced at Yiqing, who was resting her eyes against Shun Xingzhou's shoulder, and softly reasoned with her sister. "Sister, Yiqing is right that I in normal times. Wanting to help them is commendable, but now, in this apocalypse, the circumstances have changed. Zombies will not spare you simply because you have suffered." Han Lu pressed her lips together. "Sister, think about it again. How will we arrange them after saving them? Can you guarantee they won't cling to us? A person in the water will grasp onto anything for survival." Han Luo knew that Han Lu despised such situations that in the past, whether it was her or others being bullied. She would step forward to seek justice. This was not inherently wrong. It was simply that the environment had transformed in an apocalypse. One must learn to adapt, much like Yi Qing. Sister, I believe Yi Qing wouldn't do nothing. She has been sensitive to her surroundings since childhood. Han Luo felt that while Yi Qing might appear cold, she possessed an unseen warmth that others could not perceive. Finally, unable to hold back her thoughts any longer, Han Luo expressed, moreover, sister, with our limited perspectives, it's better not to overthink things. Han Lu was infatuated. While her sister was straightforward, they often pondered what misdeeds their parents had committed in their past lives to leave them less than clever. Those who lack intelligence often idolize the clever. Han Luo greatly admired Yi Qing. Han Lu merely needed a moment to regain her composure. When she did, she recognized her impulsiveness. She scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she apologized to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, I'm sorry. I momentarily couldn't wrap my mind around it. Han Lu vigorously patted her chest, assuring, Han Luo is right. Our minds aren't as sharp as yours. From now on, we will listen to whatever you say. Her voice echoed throughout the vehicle. Shen Xingzhou felt a sudden surge of anxiety, tightening his embrace around Yi Qing. What was amiss? Not only did Lin Bibing arrive, but also Han Lu and Han Luo seemed off around his little girl. Yi Qing remarked, "She's nearly choking me." After the minor misunderstanding passed, the atmosphere in the vehicle lightened considerably. Throughout their journey, they encountered no more opportunists, though zombies were abundant. What drew their attention was that nearly all the zombies now possessed cores, and they even managed to extract a few attribute-less cores. Attribute-less cores could be utilized by any type of ability, albeit with a lesser energy yield. For instance, to elevate Shen Xingzhou's zero-level space to level 1, he would need only one level 1 space core to break through. However, for an attribute-less core, he would require 5 or more. The group had amassed quite an impressive haul during their travels. If anyone were to be deemed the luckiest, it would be Liang Dong, as they encountered both a zero-level Earth-type zombie and a level 1 Earth-type zombie, granting him enough cores to reach the pinnacle of level 1. After acquiring these 2 cores, Liang Dong's smile remained unbroken throughout the journey. Someone arrived before us, Liang Dong announced as he parked the vehicle in a relatively safe area, and the group disembarked in an orderly fashion. A line of people stood at the entrance of the farmer's market, surrounded by scattered zombies. Yi Qing, had I known you would be here, I would have sent Wen Yin along with you, said the leader of the group, a familiar figure to Yi Qing. It was Song Xuan and Feng Wenyin. A gentle reminder, if you've forgotten about Feng Wenyin, you can revisit Chapter 33 for context. Chapter 114, Shen Xingzhou's rival. Upon seeing Song Xuan approach with a warm smile, Shen Xingzhou's handsome face darkened. He tightly grasped Yi Qing's small hand. Yi Qing turned to look at him. I understand Teacher Song's excitement at encountering a familiar face in the apocalypse, but he is overly enthusiastic, which gives me the impression that he has feelings for you. As he spoke, he draped an arm around Yi Qing and forced a smile towards Song Xuan. Teacher Song, I know your concern for Yi Qing is that of a teacher for his student. So rest assured, I will not misinterpret your intentions. His words dripped with sarcasm. Song Xuan awkwardly stood there, unsure of how to greet Yi Qing, his warm smile faltering as his expression darkened. Observers like Xin Li and Feng Wenyin looked on with sympathy for Song Xuan. Why pursue Yi Qing when you have no business with Shen Xingzhou? Feng Wenyin casually draped an arm over Xin Li's shoulder, attempting a camaraderie that Xin Li was not keen on. Xin Li shrugged off Feng Wenyin's arm, frowning, "Keep your distance, we're not that close." After a pause, he noticed Song Xuan had already organized a group to enter, glancing at him as if inquiring, "Are these people with you?" "No, they have some connection to the research institute, but I'm not certain of the details. My father merely owes them a favor. Are you all here for that thing?" Feng Wenyin scrutinized the new Moon Team members. "Shin De Xiao, Shin Er Xiao, let's make it clear. Whoever can secure that item first will claim it. Relationships hold no weight here. Since when have the Shin and Feng families ever had a relationship?" Xin Li offered no assistance to Feng Wenyin. "Feng Wenyin, Xin Li, you've changed. You've actually learned to undermine me." After some banter, Xin Li successfully gleaned the intentions behind Song Xuan and Feng Wenyin's visit to the West District Farmers Market. They were after a level 2 mutated plant within the market, with Feng Wenyin assisting Song Xuan in acquiring it while also gathering supplies. Song Xuan was taken aback to see Yi Qing and her group. They had assumed that the Shin family had received some information and come to check on the mutated plant. One could only wonder how they would react if they realized that Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou were merely there to gather supplies. "Yi Qing, this level 2 mutated plant is likely the Titan Arum. Do exercise caution. Its pollen can induce hallucinations upon inhalation," Song Xuan warned Yi Qing, concern etched on his face as he stood a distance away. "Titan Arum, are you referring to the Titan Arum flower?" Yi Qing inquired. Shen Xingzhou resolutely prevented Song Shuwen from having any opportunity to approach Yiqing. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired with great curiosity. To my knowledge, the Titan Devil's Tongue flower should only exist in tropical rainforests. How could it possibly be found here? Song Shuwen was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. Should he admit that this was the information he had received? In this apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Xiao? His disdain for Shen Xingzhou was palpable. Teacher Song, this is where you are mistaken. Have we abandoned the principles of science simply because we find ourselves in the end times? Shen Xingzhou shook his head, sighing in disappointment at Song Shuwen's conduct as an educator. Taking a deep breath, Song Shuwen exclaimed, "Don't restrain him. He intends to confront Shen Xingzhou alone. Let us make a small note. The Titan Devil's Tongue flower is based on information from Baidu. The actual flower does not possess such effects." Chapter 115. Absurd questions. Yiqing gently squeezed Shen Xingzhou's hand, signaling him not to provoke the situation further. She was still uncertain about the extent of the energy behind Song Shuwen. If this weakling Shen Xingzhou inadvertently angered someone, who knew what might happen? Shen Xingzhou turned his head, his dog-like eyes fixated on Yiqing, silently questioning her reasons for obstructing him from confronting his rival. Business was paramount. Yiqing was intrigued by the mutated Devil's Tongue flower, her fingers brushing against the tendrils of the bloodthirsty Vine King entwined around her wrist. Previously, her wood-based powers had been insufficient to handle the bloodthirsty Vine King. But now she had achieved second-level wood abilities. Yiqing was eager to discover if she could tame a second-level mutated plant with her newfound powers. According to Song Shuwen, that Devil's Tongue flower could induce hallucinations. If she could tame it, combined with her psychic abilities, she could accomplish many tasks with remarkable efficiency. Yiqing blinked at Shen Xingzhou, conveying her interest in the mutated Devil's Tongue flower. Shen Xingzhou let out a soft hum, turning his head to don a courteous demeanor. "Teacher Song, young Master Feng, please proceed." Yiqing mused. This weakling must have mastered the art of disguise. As Song Shuwen attempted to converse further with Yiqing, he was pulled away by Feng Wenyin. When Song Shuwen glanced back, he was met with Shen Xingzhou's malevolent smile. "Let us enter through another door." Shen Xingzhou produced a map, circling several areas with a black marker. "Our primary objective is to gather supplies. The areas I have marked are for wholesale dry goods, seeds, and storage for grains and oils within the agricultural market." Shen Xingzhou had gradually grasped Yiqing's modus operandi, playing the fool to deceive the wise. Her desire for the Devil's Tongue flower likely stemmed from its ability to create illusions, which would greatly facilitate her future endeavors. Thus, he understood that she would prefer to keep her acquisition of the flower a secret from others. From the outset, he needed to align himself with Yiqing. Clearly, Yiqing was confident in Shen Xingzhou's cooperation. 2202. Locate Feng Wenyin and inform me when they discover the Devil's Tongue flower. Yiqing commanded without hesitation. This system had certainly become astute. She would not underestimate the significance of the oil on 2202's pause. "I noticed an auto repair shop near the agricultural market. They are bound to have oil there," she casually remarked. "Understood, host. I will keep a watchful eye," 2202 eagerly replied. The group entered through a side entrance of the agricultural market. Upon entering, they were met with the overwhelming stench of rotting fruits and vegetables. Prompting everyone to cover their noses, Shen Xingzhou promptly retrieved a mask he had prepared in advance, personally placing it on Yiqing. After a brief wait, Shenli and Liang Dong observed Shen Xingzhou following Yiqing forward. Shenli couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, what about our masks? Must I prepare masks for you as well?" Shen Xingzhou shot a glance at Shenli. Shenli blinked in disbelief. "Brother, am I not your favorite sibling?" He had endured long enough and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Shen Xingzhou appeared more incredulous than Shenli. "Why would you pose such an absurd question?" Chapter 116. Shen Danny. You are ruthless. Shenli watched with a forlorn expression as Shen Xingzhou trailed after Yiqing. Liang Dong, filled with sympathy, patted Shen Li's shoulder before donning a mask and following suit. Meanwhile, Han Lu and Han Luo, the two sisters, were struggling to reach the higher shelves, with Han Luo straining on tiptoe. "Thank you all," Shen Li expressed gratefully. Shen Danny observed Shen Li's retreating figure, glancing at her own hands. Feeling a tinge of grievance for having not yet taken her turn, passing through the vegetable section, they entered the dry goods area. The apocalypse had begun in the early hours, and the agricultural market was yet to open. Inside, the number of zombies was sparse, and the dry goods were well preserved and plentiful, including a variety of mushrooms, shiitake, wood ear, cordyceps, king bolete, and tea tree mushrooms, among others. Seafood items included shrimp skins, seaweed, kelp, dried scallops, and more. Various seasonings like goji berries and cinnamon were also available. The consensus among the group was singular: collect. Everything was swiftly gathered into Xinxingzhou and Han Luo's storage spaces, seizing the opportunity. Yiqing gathered some spices and dry goods she had previously overlooked, especially mushrooms and cordyceps. If asked about her favorite dish, she would undoubtedly mention chicken soup, especially when enriched with mushrooms and cordyceps. Though she lacked cooking skills, her experience with food was ample. The supplies they collected were more than sufficient for exchanges at the base, and they did not hesitate to gather whatever they could carry along the way. As they made their way to the grain section, only a few zombies appeared here and there. Xinxingzhou and Han Luo's storage spaces were filled to capacity, with a considerable amount of rice and flour still inside. I will contact Hu Yang and the others to send someone over to collect and exchange for our contribution points. It would be ashamed to leave these grains here, and since we cannot carry them all back, the best course of action is to have Hu Yang and his team transport them to the base. Xinli clutched the satellite phone, addressing Yiqing. This satellite phone had been given to them by Hu Yang, who was aware of their mission to gather supplies. Yiqing's storage already contained enough grains to last her several lifetimes, so she was unconcerned. Are there fewer zombies here than expected? Xinli queried as he contacted Hu Yang. Xinxingzhou surveyed the seemingly undamaged surroundings and felt a sense of unease. The previous town had exhibited a similar pattern. Mutated plants were still plants and required soil to thrive when it came to her area of expertise. Shundani could not hold her tongue. She believed Xinxingzhou was being overly cautious. What if? Han Luo countered Shundani's argument. Host, Feng Wenin and Song Shuwen are approaching. 2202 alerted as it detected the group moving toward Yiqing's location. Feeling challenged, Shundani declared with unwavering resolve, if there are mutated plants here, I will consume them whole. Her gaze was fierce, her tone resolute, as if she were on the verge of swearing an oath. Before Shundani's words could fully settle, a thunderous noise reverberated throughout the area, the ground shaking violently as dust and debris cascaded from above. A colossal devil's tongue flower erupted from the ground behind Shundani. Towering approximately 3 to 4 meters high, its purple petals unfurling with a flourish, releasing a shower of pollen that blanketed the space. Shundani shrieked in alarm and stumbled backward. The others stood frozen in place. And Han Luo, still shaken, swallowed hard as she remarked, Sister, at this size, how long do you plan to eat? Moreover, once the devil's tongue flower fully opened, numerous zombies began crawling out, the flowers scent eerily reminiscent of decaying flesh. The group could not help but exclaim, Shundani, you are indeed ruthless. The Titan devil's tongue flower appeared as such. Chapter 117. The fortuitous circumstances for Song Shuwen's departure. Shundani had been the closest to the devil's tongue flower. Its pollen possessed hallucinogenic properties, which were now amplified due to the mutation. She inhaled a considerable amount of pollen, and soon, hallucinations began to cloud her vision. She found herself within a research laboratory. Envisioning herself as a formidable mentor, the others watched as Shundani strode confidently toward Song Shuwen, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Come to my laboratory. Why won't you heed my words? Having endured her frustrations during her time at the research institute, a mere slap was insufficient, and she raised her hand to deliver another. Song Shuwen's handsome visage seemed to possess an uncanny ability to absorb slaps. As Shundani's hand rose, he perfectly caught her palm, leaving symmetrical red marks on his face. Have you lost your mind, Shundani? In the research institute, Song Shuwen's rank exceeded that of Shundani. He had always looked down on those who gained entry through nepotism, but he had afforded her some respect due to her connections. Now, in front of Yiqing, after having received 2 slaps, he was left utterly speechless. Good heavens, you dare to resist my discipline. Before Shundani stood a diminutive Song Shuwen, who was provocatively making a scene right before her eyes, evoking a sensation that with a mere finger, one could easily crush him. Shundani indeed acted upon this impulse. The onlookers witnessed her bellowing fiercely as she pressed down on a particularly vulnerable spot of Song Shuwen, in an instant. Chaos ensued. Song Shuwen collapsed onto the ground, curling up in agony, occasionally twitching in pain. Xinxingzhou, Xinli, Feng Wenyang, and Liang Dong, all men, couldn't help but emit sympathetic gasps. The pain, it was excruciating. Per Song Shuwen, his cries of anguish attracted the nearby zombies encircling the konjac flower. They had been ensnared by the flower's petals, now covered in pollen, which would induce hallucinations in anyone who came too close. Most of the individuals brought by Feng Wenyang, much like Shundani, began to experience these illusions. Some collapsed to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, while others clung to pillars, weeping pitifully. Feng Wenyang was particularly absurd. clutching a bag of rice and incessantly calling out for his sister. The scene was both painfully absurd and cacophonous. The zombies halted, likely perceiving that this group was not quite right in the head, fearing that should they bite them, they too might end up like them. Yi Qing, having witnessed the efficacy of the konjac flower pollen firsthand, was filled with an unwavering desire to possess it. She slightly turned her body, catching a glimpse of the prostrate Song Shuwen. It seemed he had turned misfortune into fortune, for the excruciating pain rendered the pollen ineffective on him, allowing him to maintain his clarity. While Yi Qing had initially intended to keep Song Shuwen around for a few days, hoping to extract secrets regarding the research institute from him. However, that was no longer feasible. The environment was simply too opportune for his demise. The timing, location, and circumstances were all in her favor. Once he was gone, she could easily pin the blame on Shindani. It was a flawless plan. A scheme rapidly formed in Yi Qing's mind. Meanwhile, after enduring the pain, Song Shuwen recalled his objective and feigned discomfort to observe Yi Qing. According to the information provided to him, if Yi Qing could eliminate experimental subject number 1, her psychic power must be at least level 3. The konjac flower was merely level 2, and its pollen would not affect her. The moment Song Shuwen's gaze fell upon Yi Qing, her cat-like eyes, filled with murderous intent, suddenly lost their luster. Chapter 118. Taming the konjac flower. Yi Qing's steps appeared somewhat ethereal as she grasped Shin Xingzhou's hand, leisurely approaching Song Shuwen as if they were on a casual outing. Shin Xingzhou, look quickly. There lies a vile beast. She feigned terror, clinging to Shin Xingzhou's side. Shin Xingzhou, with one arm around Yi Qing and the other adjusting his glasses, gazed at Song Shuwen and concurred, indeed, it is a most detestable creature. Do not be afraid. Qingqing. As he spoke, he casually kicked Song Shuwen twice, evidently seeking retribution for Song Shuwen's earlier transgressions. Qingqing, see, I have kicked him, Shin Xingzhou declared, his demeanor clear-headed, yet his words mirrored the bewildered expressions of those entrapped in their illusions. Yi Qing quipped, are you entrapped in the same illusion as I? Song Shuwen retorted, do not presume I am unaware that you are not under the spell. The sudden appearance of the konjac flower had ensnared nearly everyone here in hallucinations. Even Xunli, the male protagonist, was not spared. Yet Shin Xingzhou managed to retain his lucidity. This anomaly did not escape Song Shuwen's notice. His gaze towards Shin Xingzhou shifted, infused with a mix of curiosity and predatory interest, akin to a beast eyeing its coveted prey. Yi Qing, discreetly nestled in Shin Xingzhou's embrace, observed everything keenly. This provided Song Shuwen with yet another justification for his ulterior motives. Shunli had communicated with Hu Yang via satellite phone, and Hu Yang was likely en route. The konjac flower seemed to function similarly to the bloodthirsty Vine King, dragging individuals to its roots to siphon their flesh and blood for energy to evolve. The surrounding zombies appeared to be its minions, nurtured under its care. Without the konjac flower's command, the zombies would not attack. Now was the perfect moment for her to tame the konjac flower. Yi Qing, harnessing both her psychic power and her wood-based abilities, probed directly into the core of the flower's supernatural essence. The konjac flower sensed the assault on its energy core. Its petals began to quiver. The previously dormant zombies, as if activated by a switch, began to shuffle toward Yi Qing. Naturally, she led Shin Xingzhou to position the zombies before Song Shuwen. As the zombies lunged forward, Song Shuwen ceased to feign incapacity, nimbly rising and kicking the nearest zombie away. Well done, Shin Xingzhou. The amiable facade faded from Song Shuwen's face, replaced by a sinister glare directed at Shin Xingzhou. Dare to plot against me. Once I deal with the zombies, I will attend to you. At this moment, Song Shuwen no longer doubted Yi Qing's intentions. Instead, he suspected that Shin Xingzhou might be the true psychic who had slain experimental subject number 1. This was his chance for significant acclaim. He would return with the mutated level 2 konjac flower and uncover the secret of Shin Xingzhou. Song Shuwen felt exhilarated. Yi Qing sensed the energy surrounding Song Shuwen twisting unnaturally. 2202. What is Song Shuwen's ability? She found herself unnervingly affected by the energy fluctuations emanating from him. His powers seem unusual. Host, I cannot retrieve data. The energy fluctuations are too intense. 2202. Observing the abnormal energy readings on the screen, became increasingly agitated. Any zombie that approached him was swiftly reduced to dust. Half of the zombies vanished in no time. Enraged by the loss of its minions, the konjac flower ceased its resistance against Yi Qing and turned its wrath upon Song Shuwen, inadvertently aiding Yi Qing. Seizing this opportunity, she forcefully channeled her wood abilities into the konjac flower's core. Success. The konjac flower responded to her. Simultaneously, Song Shu-win, having torn apart the flower's petals, discarded them carelessly and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the pollen from his hands. The konjac flower, bereft of its petals, resembled a human stripped of its arms, rendered incapable of combat. Yi Qing heard the flower's anguished wails in her mind. She gently soothed the konjac flower with her wit abilities. Song Shu-win turned to face Shen Xingzhou, bowing in a gentlemanly manner, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Chapter 119. The downfall of Song Shu-win. The sound of his polished shoes echoed ominously against the floor. Shen Xingzhou, come with me willingly, or you will find that you cannot even protect Yi Qing in your arms. Song Shu-win whispered like a demon, attempting to manipulate Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou, pulling Yi Qing from his embrace, repositioned her behind him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Are you getting close to Yi Qing for my sake?" "Impossible. My proximity to Yi Qing is solely for her," stripping away the facade of gentility. Song Shu-win's temperament revealed itself as volatile and wrathful. Within the space, 2202 had emerged from the mechanical dog, swiftly gathering data on Song Shu-win's energy fluctuations. Host, in 2 minutes, I will complete the collection of Song Shu-win's energy data for further analysis. Yi Qing acknowledged with a hum, her mind beginning to rationally analyze the situation. Shen Xingzhou's physical prowess and offensive capabilities must not be delayed for those 2 minutes. The potency of the konjac flower's pollen was gradually waning. In 5 minutes, everyone would awaken. She inscribed the number 2 upon Shen Xingzhou's back. He shivered slightly. Fearing he might not comprehend, she inscribed it again, applying more pressure. Shen Xingzhou trembled again, his ears turning crimson. The previously close Song Shu-win observed Shen Xingzhou's demeanor. Utterly perplexed. You have feelings for me?" The confusion was evident in Song Shu-win's eyes. Shen Xingzhou felt a sense of humiliation like never before. "What nonsense are you thinking?" With heightened sensitivity, he questioned any normal man who would remain unaffected when a beloved girl was tracing patterns on his back. His voice, laden with a deep, alluring tone, only deepened Song Shu-win's existential crisis. "Host, only 30 seconds remain. Extend the task target's delay." Though the unfolding events were peculiar, buying time was sufficient that Yi Qing seized this moment to stimulate the konjac flower. The petals, which Song Shu-win had torn, began to mend. Awakening individuals fell once more into a new round of illusions. Host, energy collection completed. 2202 finally finished. Returning to the mechanical dog. Yi Qing recognized it was time. She commenced weaving an illusion for Shen Xingzhou and Song Shu-win, using her psychic energy combined with the konjac flower pollen. 2 individuals, one possessing a peculiar ability and the other a purifying power, found themselves ensnared in an illusion crafted with considerable effort by Yi Qing. That it was only after Shen Xingzhou's gaze grew vacant that Yi Qing retrieved a silenced weapon from her spatial realm. She swiftly emerged from behind Shen Xingzhou, delivering a decisive blow to Song Shu-win's chest. Song Shu-win clutched his chest in agony and collapsed. Yi Qing tilted her head and smiled faintly at him. Her eyes clear and bright, devoid of any previous dullness or emptiness. Pointing a finger at Yi Qing, Song Shu-win was met with a series of quick strikes from her. Once she confirmed that he had drawn his last breath, she harnessed her mental energy and the surveillance of 2202 to activate the roots of the devil's tongue flower, which took root upon Song Shu-win's lifeless body. In a short while, it consumed his flesh and blood entirely, leaving behind a mere desiccated corpse. The devil's tongue flower, having absorbed the essence of the ability's user, conveyed its delight to Yi Qing. After carefully storing the main root of the flower in her spatial realm and ensuring 2202 would oversee it, preventing it from causing chaos in her domain, she meticulously arranged the scene to depict a mutual destruction between Song Shu-win and the devil's tongue flower. Once everything was set, she returned to Shen Xingzhou's side, preparing to continue her ruse, only to find blood seeping from his features. Chapter 120. Unintentional steps. The mission target was forcibly upgrading his abilities. The energy analysis screen of 2202 remained active, swiftly capturing Shen Xingzhou's fluctuating energy. 2202 erupted in alarm from within the spatial realm. Yi Qing noticed Shen Xingzhou's lips moving faintly. Leaning closer, she caught his indistinct utterance. "Yi Qing, I will never allow him to harm you." Truly, a feeble creature seeking to assert itself. Yet, Yi Qing's icy heart softened slightly. A tenderness flickered in her gaze, a sensation she had not previously experienced. There came a time when she realized that one could harbor affection for many, but favoritism could be bestowed solely upon one. Perhaps Shen Xingzhou was that favored one for her. "Shen Xingzhou, can you hear my words?" Although moved, She knew that addressing the predicament of his frail state was paramount. Without a light-based ability crystal core, attempting to upgrade solely on his own could easily lead to chaotic powers, rendering him a fool. Yi Qing called out to Xingzhou several times, but he did not respond, though his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Observing this, Yi Qing felt a flicker of hope. There was still some awareness. She retrieved a previously prepared bottle of spiritual spring water from her spatial realm, took a generous gulp, and then leaned down to offer him some. "Drink," she commanded coolly. Xingzhou obediently swallowed, seeing that he could drink on his own. She brought the bottle closer, but he pursed his lips tightly. Goodness, even now, this feeble creature seeks to secure benefits for himself. Nevertheless, Yi Qing's heart remained tender towards Xingzhou. Using her earlier method, she transferred a significant portion of the spiritual spring water to him, while also placing 3 attribute-less crystal cores by his side, guiding him to absorb their energy. The 3 cores quickly disintegrated into powder. Host. Stabilization achieved. 2202 sighed in relief as it observed the energy fluctuations on the screen diminish and stabilize. They had nearly lost the mission target, which would have resulted in a failure for both it and its host. Wailing softly, it clutched its oil and began to cry. The noise irritated Yi Qing, prompting her to coldly admonish it. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Yi Qing chose a relatively clean spot to lay Xingzhou down, then closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. When Hu Yang and the others arrived, they were met with a chaotic scene. Some were dizzy, others wore silly grins, with 2 still chewing on the petals of the devil's tongue flower. As Hu Yang approached, a foul odor wafted up. He quickly raised his head, gazing in awe at the 2 individuals with flower petals in their mouths. What brave souls! On the other side, Cheng Yuanbai had already surveyed the entire area. It appeared that the researchers had met their end alongside the devil's tongue flower. Recognizing the figure lying near the destroyed roots of the flower, he identified him as Song Xuan, someone closely associated with the Feng family, who had come from that direction. The base personnel were already searching for the location of that place. However, whether it was Dean Xia or Shindani, once they left that area, the address would vanish from their minds. Even using his mental power, he could not extract the address. He had hoped to glean something from Song Xuan, but was taken aback to find that Song Xuan had perished alongside the mutated plant. After careful examination, it was clear that Song Xuan had succumbed to the absorption of his flesh and blood by the devil's tongue flower. He sought a way to awaken them. Hu Yang looked disdainfully at the stinking devil's tongue flower. The guard team partnered up, and one sharp-eyed member noticed that Xingzhou's features were covered in blood. Just as he prepared to report, his foot landed on a broken brick, causing a resounding crash. Yi Qing and Xingzhou, lying atop the tiled floor, fell through. Feigning unconsciousness, Yi Qing wondered, was her misfortune greater? Or was it Xingzhou, that frail creature? Chapter 121. Who will cook? In that moment of descent, Yi Qing hastily summoned the bloodthirsty vines on her wrist, commanding them to secure a stable object. Gripping the vines with one hand while wrapping her other arm around Xingzhou's waist, she descended slowly. Once her feet touched the ground, she instinctively retracted the vines, intending to ascend once more. But they fell limply to the ground. The bloodthirsty vines, no longer living, could not be utilized indefinitely. Yi Qing, are you and Xingzhou unharmed? Hu Yang and the others called out loudly from the edge of the hole. We're fine for now, Yi Qing replied, instructing Hu Yang to devise a method to rescue them. Immediately, she scrutinized her surroundings while cradling Xingzhou. Who would have thought that beneath a farmer's market lay such a hidden chamber? It was a 2-room, 1-hall setup. The spot where she landed resembled a living area, with the sofa and table above coated in a fine layer of dust. A cursory glance revealed only one door was closed. She lowered her gaze to the floor, tapping it with her foot. The dull thud indicated solidity and quality. Footprints and drag marks marred the surface. Yi Qing stepped closer to examine the drag marks, which bore evidence of chain scraping against the wooden boards. The soil within the footprints remained compact, indicating recent activity. She approached the closed door, pressing her ear against it and holding her breath to listen intently. Silence enveloped the space. With great patience, Yi Qing listened for a considerable time, finally confirming the presence of living beings inside. The existence of life meant she would not enter. She preferred to avoid conflict while carrying Xingzhou. Returning to the exterior, she found a relatively clean area to lay him down. Focusing on tending to her bloodied hands, which had been caught by the vines, she swiftly sprinkled antiseptic and healing powder onto her wounds without flinching. She tore a clean piece of cloth from Xingzhou's garments to bandage herself. Host, there is gauze in the spatial realm. 2202 had diligently categorized the supplies Yi Qing had collected, including iodine, gauze, and various antiseptics. She had indeed gathered quite a bit. It's not proper to take out gauze now that Hu Yang and the others have arrived, and Shen Xingzhou is still unconscious, sitting cross-legged. Yi Qing retrieved steamed buns and rice balls from her spatial realm, devouring them heartily. She was utterly famished after expending her abilities. Once her hunger was somewhat abated, she blinked in confusion and asked 2202. Have I forgotten something? Before 2202 could respond, Shen Xingzhou's stomach grumbled loudly, asserting its presence. Host. It seems you have forgotten that the mission target also requires sustenance. 2202 chuckled from within the spatial realm. Yi Qing gazed at Shen Xingzhou, whose eyes remained closed. At this moment, he would likely be unable to consume solid food. Host, the mission target needs nourishment. Perhaps you could feed him some chicken soup? 2202 searched for answers regarding what was needed after significant blood loss, presenting the optimal suggestion of consuming chicken soup. Chicken soup? Huh. Yi Qing swallowed, her desire for it peaking. Even if she exposed her spatial realm to provide Shen Xingzhou with ingredients. Her stock of soups and broths had been nearly depleted. Many were spicy and unsuitable for this frail creature. Sighing in frustration, she lifted Shen Xingzhou and ventured into the open kitchen, hoping to find something worthwhile. To her surprise, she discovered a treasure trove of food. The designer of this hidden chamber had stockpiled a generator, and the electricity had likely just gone out. Inside the freezer, she found chicken and meat. Ingredients were secured, but now the question arose. Who would cook? Yi Qing pondered for a moment, directing her attention towards the door that remained firmly shut. Chapter 122. A zombie that cannot cook is not a good zombie. There was no other choice. She had to investigate what lay beyond. She had truly sacrificed much for this fragile little creature, after placing Shen Xingzhou in a position within her sight, ensuring she could swiftly return if danger arose. Yi Qing approached the door and cautiously tested the doorknob. The door was locked from the inside. With no footprints leading away and the door secured from within, Yi Qing could almost ascertain that there were likely no living souls behind it. There was an 80% chance that it housed a zombie. However, even a zombie could be persuaded to attempt cooking. Yi Qing believed that one must try everything. She retrieved a piece of iron wire from her storage space and skillfully began to pick the lock. With a click, the lock gave way. Yi Qing kicked the door open, pressing herself against the wall beside it. The heavy security door emitted a sharp creak as the sounds of chains clattering to the ground echoed through the stillness of the space. Yi Qing remained pressed against the door for a while. The only sounds emanating from within were the clinking of chains and the thud of a dull object falling, with no other noises to be heard. She understood the situation clearly. Taking a gas mask from her storage, she instructed 2202 to activate its surveillance function before stealthily making her way into the room. Inside, darkness enveloped her. She stood silently in a corner near the door, holding her breath until her eyes adjusted to the dimness, and then she began to survey the room. There was not a single piece of furniture within. In the far corner, a zombie was locked away, flanked by two corpses. As she approached cautiously, the details became clearer. The zombie appeared to be quite young, and the bodies beside it were likely its parents, just as she had surmised from the footprints. This family's child had transformed into a zombie, not wanting to see their child harmed by others, and wishing to prevent their child from causing harm. They had locked the child away, feeding it their own flesh. Ultimately, it seemed they could not endure any longer and chose to end their lives. The family's identity was easily discernible. They must have been the owners of the nearby agricultural market, as evidenced by the clothing of the two corpses. The zombie, having been confined for so long, was now excitedly huffing and puffing at the presence of a living being. Can you cook? Yi Qing attempted to coax the zombie into preparing a meal. The zombie responded with a series of huffs. If you can, just nod. The zombie huffed again. Yi Qing sighed. Well, this won't do. This particular zombie had been locked away since its transformation, lacking the flesh and blood evolution that other zombies experienced, rendering it merely an ordinary zombie. With her hopes dashed, Yi Qing pursed her lips in disappointment that a zombie that cannot cook is truly not a good zombie. The zombie questioned, is this person a devil? Even in this state, must I suffer more harm? Yi Qing cleared the area and covered the three bodies with a large cloth before leaving the room. This time, she welded the door shut. It was settled. Shen Xingzhou would not starve from missing one meal. She would simply await Hu Yang and the others to rescue them. After some contemplation, Yi Qing deemed this course of action acceptable. Shen Xingzhou seemed to sense the absence of food, as his stomach occasionally emitted a low growl. If his eyes were open at that moment, they would surely brim with indignation. Host, the task target seems rather pitiful. Why not cook him some chicken soup? 2202 interjected. Unable to bear the sight, the task target was not killed by others, nor did he perish at the hands of a zombie. Rather, he was left to starve by his own host. This was simply unacceptable. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Cooking is like a sore spot for Yi Qing. Although she had attempted to learn, her hands always seemed to have their own ideas when it came to preparing food. What could she do? Did she not care for her pride? Yi Qing felt increasingly agitated, and just as 2202 thought she might take a knife to end the task target's suffering. She recalled a certain item she had seen in the kitchen cabinet earlier and immediately rushed back. Chapter 123. Did you make this just for me? Fortunately, there was still gas in the pipeline. Yi Qing grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water and boiled them, adding the soup packet for the chicken noodle soup. Soon, the delightful aroma of chicken soup wafted through the kitchen. Shen Xingzhou, having completed his upgrade and begun to regain his consciousness, could not help but sniff the air as the enticing scent of chicken soup reached him. Yi Qing, fearing that Shen Xingzhou might not have enough to eat, added a generous amount of noodles, claiming that she had found them in the kitchen, given that it stored a considerable amount of supplies. When Yi Qing finished preparing the chicken noodle soup, Shen Xingzhou awoke just in time. Entering the kitchen to find Yi Qing tasting the broth with a spoon, the sight of the girl he cherished so dearly cooking for him was heartwarming. Shen Xingzhou's heart softened. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around Yi Qing's slender waist from behind and tenderly asking, "Did you make this chicken soup just for me?" Yi Qing glanced at the packaging of the instant noodles she had placed at a distance, and without a hint of guilt, nodded affirmatively. "Step outside for a moment. I'll serve you the noodles." Shen Xingzhou, filled with gratitude, obediently stepped out. Yi Qing was truly considerate, knowing he was injured and not wanting him to attend to such a trivial task. Quickly, Yi Qing stored the packaging in her space, breathing a sigh of relief that this fragile creature had not seen it. "The chicken soup you made is truly delicious," Shen Xingzhou praised, aware that Yi Qing was not skilled in cooking. He savored each bite, generously showering her with compliments. Yi Qing's heart swelled with satisfaction. Her expression remained stern as she playfully tugged at Shen Xingzhou's hair. "Eat well. I suspect Hu Yang and the others will arrive soon to rescue us." Shen Xingzhou finished every last bit of the chicken noodle soup, even drinking the broth. "Host, is it really fair to deceive the task target like this?" 2202 remarked, unable to watch any longer. "Wasn't it I who poured the water?" "Yes. Wasn't it I who added the seasoning packet?" "Yes. Then it stands to reason that this meal was indeed prepared by me," Yi Qing retorted with conviction. 2202 attempted to argue but failed to find a counterpoint. Sulking as it downed another bottle of motor oil, Shen Xingzhou, having eaten his fill and wiped the blood from his face, appeared pale but otherwise unscathed. He inquired about the events that transpired after he fell into a trance. Yi Qing summarized some details and disclosed the rest. "How much do you know about this research facility?" Shen Xingzhou cut straight to the point, having sensed the terrifying nature of the facility from Song Shuwen. Not enough to be comprehensive. As she gathered the supplies from the kitchen into her storage space, Shen Xingzhou asked, "Have you involved the base? This research facility is beyond what we can handle alone. Such a malignant presence must certainly be eradicated by the base." Yi Qing understood her limitations. She was but one person, not an army. How could she possibly confront an entire research facility? Her role was to relay what she had uncovered to the base. "I will handle what comes next." Shen Xingzhou feared Yi Qing might expose herself. "I can have Shen Li push all of this information forward." Shen Xingzhou was beginning to grasp Yi Qing's intentions. It was akin to making a film. Yi Qing was the screenwriter crafting the script, while Shen Li was the chosen protagonist through whom she would express her ideas. Yi Qing heard footsteps approaching and gestured for Shen Xingzhou to be silent. Moments later, Shen Li, Hu Yang, and a few others arrived. Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou followed them outside. They discovered that there was indeed another door. Upon returning upstairs, just in time for lunch, Shen Xingzhou intended to share how Yi Qing had specially prepared chicken soup for him. But the familiar scent of chicken soup wafting through the air caught his attention. Chapter 124. The truth comes too quickly. Is it possible that Yi Qing made this chicken soup? Xingzhou, come quickly. Yi Qing, it's time to eat. Today we were fortunate enough to find a significant amount of this brand of chicken noodle soup. The flavor is remarkably reminiscent of real chicken broth, Liang Dong called out as he spotted Yi Qing and Shen Xingzhou. He pointed to a nearby box of instant noodles for Shen Xingzhou to see. Shen Xingzhou's triumphant expression instantly fell. Yi Qing. Oh no, she had never anticipated to be exposed so easily. What to do? Would this fragile little creature jump to conclusions? The usually composed Yi Qing felt a flicker of panic, more so a slight embarrassment. Host, your secret has been revealed. 2202 chimed in gleefully. Your retribution has arrived. It added with a sense of satisfaction. Yi Qing turned to look at Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou. Yi Qing. I poured the water, added the seasoning packet, and personally cooked the noodles. I truly made this for you. She maintained a serious expression, as if reporting a significant achievement. Task target, you need to be more discerning. She is merely toying with you. 2202 shouted from within the storage space. Yi Qing noticed that Shen Xingzhou seemed to be unresponsive. She blinked her eyes, and suddenly a surge of inspiration struck her. She extended her small, bandaged hand before Shen Xingzhou, stating, I was just scratched by some vines. And I made this for you under such circumstances. Shen Xingzhou, devoid of any emotions at that moment, gently grasped Yi Qing's small hand, which she had wrapped with his own clothing, his brow furrowing in concern as he remarked, Your hand is in this state, yet you still insist on serving me noodles. I can wait a while if I'm hungry. Yi Qing was merely stating facts. I noticed your stomach growling. It's been making such noise that it's quite bothersome. To Shen Xingzhou. It seemed as if the little girl was reluctant to let him go hungry, and he felt touched once more. Meanwhile, Liang Dong and the others, who were bringing bowls of noodle soup, seemed to find their own bowls of chicken noodle soup somewhat less appetizing. The subsequent tasks were quickly handled by Hu Yang and the others. Yi Qing discreetly collected a few useful items that she lacked in her space. The entity 2202 was rather displeased that Yi Qing had so easily brushed off Shen Xingzhou that it rolled around in her space, demanding that she fetch it some engine oil, and only quieted down after she sternly faced it. But Yi Qing felt that 2202 had become a bit too carefree. After receiving a reprimand from Yi Qing, 2202 became obedient. Once Yi Qing gathered the engine oil for it, 2202 was instantly moved. It reflected on its behavior, realizing how unreasonable it had been towards such a wonderful host that a little discipline followed by a sweet reward seemed to clarify things for Yi Qing. Hu Yang inquired if they would like to return to the base with them, but Shunli declined, explaining that their outing was primarily to gather supplies and to fight zombies for experience. Hu Yang did not press the matter further, and the group parted ways. After 3 days of training outside, Shun Li and his companions returned satisfied after successfully collecting numerous zombie crystal cores. On the way back to the base, Yi Qing spotted a quaint little baby store nestled between two larger shops and suddenly recalled that she had not prepared such items in her space. Before the apocalypse, she had never anticipated forming a deep connection with Shen Xingzhou, nor had she considered the possibility of marriage or children. However, now that she had developed feelings for him, these matters needed to be contemplated. Shen Xingzhou observed Yi Qing as she fixed her gaze on a shop. Following her line of sight, he saw a store named Night Colors, filled with trinkets for couples. His handsome face immediately flushed, and he glanced around before pulling Yi Qing into a corner, whispering, You're still young. This should wait until you grow a bit older, or it could be harmful to your health. Chapter 125. Another day of acting. Yi Qing. Is your head filled with mangoes? What mangoes? Shen Xingzhou replied, confusion etched on his handsome face. Shunli chimed in, chuckling, Brother, think about the color of a mango. In an instant, Shen Xingzhou grasped the implication. Shunli, feeling it was still insufficient, pointed towards the baby store Yi Qing had just been eyeing, teasing, perhaps she is contemplating stocking up on baby supplies. Liang Dong and the others burst into laughter. Shen Xingzhou, ignoring the others, stepped closer to Yi Qing and quietly remarked, You're still a bit young for having children. You're just a little girl. Yi Qing retorted, If you weren't the target of my mission, I might just take action. Eventually, Shen Xingzhou, under the amused gazes of everyone, collected a few items from both stores. He then earnestly explained to Yi Qing that his current space couldn't accommodate any more items. However, they were primarily gathering supplies that could be consumed or utilized. No one was considering items like these at the moment. He had memorized the location and would return for them later. Yi Qing was left speechless. Once everyone returned to the base, the moment Yi Qing arrived, the base leader promptly sent someone to find her. She thought, aside from the USB drive Lin Bingbing had entrusted to her, there was nothing else that could possibly cause the leader to seek her out immediately. She kept the USB drive close, feigning innocence with a naive expression. Yi Qing, I heard your team has an ability user named Lin Bingbing. The base leader queried eagerly as soon as she entered his office. Did she give you something? It appeared that the base was well informed about matters concerning the research institute, from the leader's demeanor. Yi Qing discerned the base's perspective on the institute, quite favorable. Yes, she gave me a USB drive, she replied, mimicking Lin Bingbing, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment that I thought it was important, so I sewed it into my pants. The base leader understood and pointed towards the restroom. Yi Qing entered, deliberately lingering inside for a while. She had kept the USB drive in her space, and to ensure it was warm enough. She held it in her palm for some time before sheepishly coming out, visibly struggling to present the USB drive for all to see. This was why she had not immediately handed the USB drive to the base leader after receiving it. She waited for him to approach her for it. Think about it, she mused. At my age, it wouldn't be reasonable to consider such a significant item right away. Often, it was prudent to conceal things carefully to ensure others remained oblivious. This was the mindset of a sensible individual. Lin Bingbing had mentioned that she saved her sister at the mall, which led her sister to send her to find Yi Qing. The base leader and others observed Yi Qing's struggle, expressing understanding. After all, she was still a young girl, and such matters were indeed beyond her realm. Yi Qing took in their expressions before tentatively explaining her connection with Lin Bibing and Lin Shuangshuang. The base leader exchanged a glance with Lao Zhang, confirming that their findings aligned. Perhaps it's because you saved her. She trusts you. The base leader clearly did not want Yi Qing to become too involved and provided her with a reason, though it was somewhat unconvincing. Yet, Yi Qing complied willingly. She cheerfully handed over the USB drive, and Lao Zhang expressed hope that she could begin working in the planting area the following day. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With a wave of the base leader's hand, she left as if she were a student called by a teacher, hearing the leader remark to Lao Zhang that she was still just a child. Today marked yet another day of acting. Chapter 126. Feng Wenyuan seeks help after exiting the base leader's office. Yi Qing spotted the New Moon team, standing about 300 meters away, where Shun Xingzhou was conversing with Hu Yang, seemingly discussing something serious, his brow furrowed. Shun Li and Liang Dong were nearby, occasionally chiming in, their expressions suggesting that the situation was somewhat troublesome. Coincidentally, Feng Wenyuan was also present. He did not partake in the discussions, instead standing aside, fidgeting with his collar and glancing furtively behind him. Upon turning back, his expression was not quite right, as if he had been startled by something. Yi Qing's first thought upon witnessing this scene was that something had gone awry again. Shun Xingzhou was the first to notice her emergence, quickly addressing Hu Yang before hurrying over. He looked at Yi Qing with concern. Yi Qing smiled at him. Shun Xingzhou let out a gentle sigh of relief, unclenching his fist that had been tucked in his pocket. Yi Qing, I've heard you have some knowledge in that area? Feng Wenyuan approached, making a mysterious gesture reminiscent of a Taoist priest. Yi Qing was taken aback, wondering if others were perceiving her as having a split personality, or if some peculiar new skill was being attributed to her. Her initial reaction was that this weakling was adding abilities to her without her knowledge. Shun Xingzhou hastily shook his head. You two should stop showing off your affection. I'm being serious. Feng Wenyuan, emboldened by his thick skin, squeezed between Yi Qing and Shun Xingzhou, panic evident on his face. Recently, I found it hard to breathe, almost as if someone is gripping my throat. Yi Qing. Do you think I've offended someone? He glanced at Hu Yang, almost whispering. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you can help me resolve this trouble. I, Feng Wenyuan, owe you a favor. However, as soon as Feng Wenyuan made his promise, Shun Li and the others gathered around. Seeing Feng Wenyuan's demeanor, they sensed he was not lying. After a moment of silence, Yi Qing inquired, has this started since you wore that red-striped garment? Feng Wenyuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, yes, it began when I put on this outfit, he recalled, and suddenly looked enlightened. Could it be the cause of this? I collected this garment later on. And now that I think about it, each time I wear it, I feel this way. Shun Li and Liang Dong exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines, stepping back a few paces. Hu Yang also took a step back. Liang Dong looked incredulously at Hu Yang. I can understand why we're backing away, but as the captain of the guard, why are you scared? Hu Yang retorted defiantly. Why can't I have weaknesses? In a bid to assert himself, he took several steps backward, nearly pressing against the wall. The crowd murmured, such competitiveness is truly unnecessary. All right, you lot, cease interrupting my conversation with Yi Qing. Feng Wenyuan regarded Yi Qing with utmost reverence, almost as if he were offering tribute. Master Yi, what should I do? He was already contemplating where to find the necessary tools to gather for Yi Qing. Under Feng Wenyuan's expectant gaze, Yi Qing spoke. No, What I intended to convey is that your clothing is on inside out, which is why it's constricting your neck and making it difficult for you to breathe. Chapter 127. What disrupted the balance? Feng Wenyuan. Feng Wenyuan. He felt like a marionette, his hands awkwardly reaching for his collar. Shun Li and Liang Dong, however, were far less courteous. They laughed heartily as they approached, playfully tugging at Feng Wenyuan's collar, revealing a hidden button at the back. Shun Li unfastened the button for Feng Wenyuan, who immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. The onlookers erupted in laughter at Feng Wenyuan's exaggerated gasp for air. Ha ha! Feng Wenyuan, you finally encountered a day like this. Shun Li, who had always been at odds with Feng Wenyuan even before the apocalypse, reveled in his humiliation, convinced he could relish this moment for a year. Captain Hu, let us return to our previous discussion regarding the Eastern New City. Feng Wenyuan quickly shifted the topic. Though his flushed face betrayed his embarrassment, he touched his burning cheeks, resolutely refusing to acknowledge his foolishness. Upon mentioning the Eastern New City, Hu Yang's expression darkened, losing its earlier levity. Shen Xingzhou, Shun Li, and others also sobered. What precisely lay in the Eastern New City? Observing Hu Yang's reaction, Yi Qing surmised that something had been uncovered. Was it a mutant beast? Or perhaps mutated flora? It was indeed a mutant beast, but more crucially, there was something else present there. Hu Yang sought out Shun Li and Feng Wenyuan, hoping to collaborate with them. Currently, numerous ability teams remained on the sidelines, hesitant to engage with other squads due to the gravity of the situation. Hu Yang's team was cautious about collaborating with other ability squads, while Shun Li's Crescent team possessed formidable strength. And with Yi Qing, who could be considered a formidable weapon, their chances of success were bolstered. Shen Xingzhou had crafted Yi Qing's persona so effectively that whenever she occasionally revealed her true nature, they harbored no suspicions that a formidable weapon, indeed, was something rather unique. Feng Wenyuan was one of many ability users from the Feng family, which maintained a neutral stance among the numerous prestigious families in City A. Previously, due to matters involving Song Shuwen, the Feng family had developed a rift with the Research Institute, leading the base leaders to view this as an opportune moment to court the Feng family. Coincidentally, Elder Feng harbored similar intentions, even personally approaching Elder Shen to request an introduction to the base leader before Shen Li and the others returned. This was how Yi Qing found herself witnessing the current scene. As for why this discussion was held here, it was merely a byproduct of Yi Qing being in the base leader's office. Later, we visited 2 teams of guards, and the reports from the returning personnel varied greatly. Among them, 2 individuals had nearly obliterated their consciousness. Hu Yang's expression grew grave, noting that the level of zombies in that area was considerably higher than in others. 2202. Was this mentioned in the original storyline? After Xia Wanxing logged off, the narrative consciousness dissipated, and the world gradually began to tread its own path. Witnessing Shun Li transform from the aloof captain in the novel to a somewhat foolish figure was enough to demonstrate that they were no longer mere paper-thin characters, dictated solely by the plot. They now possessed thoughts, their own personalities and preferences. Yi Qing had also ceased to focus on the narrative. Hu Yang's remarks sparked her curiosity. During her idle moments, she would ponder the relationship between zombies, mutated flora and fauna, and humanity, recognizing a certain correlation. The levels of zombies seemed to parallel the upgrade speed of human ability users, as if the world were maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Suddenly, this balance was disrupted, suggesting that some influencing factor must be at play. Chapter 128. Shen Xingzhou. If I die, I will bring you with me. What if this factor impacts my mission? Yi Qing deemed it necessary to investigate for herself. Her gaze lingered on the back of Shen Xingzhou's head for a moment. Such circumstances were often fraught with peril. Alone, she possessed space, weaponry, and abilities, granting her a 90% chance of extricating herself from danger. However, bringing along this fragile companion posed a risk, whether it was the bloodthirsty Vine King or the Western District agricultural market. She felt confident in her capability to handle those situations, yet this time was different. The feedback from 2202 provided no hints whatsoever. This emerged after the narrative consciousness had faded, leaving her to rely solely on herself. Nevertheless, aside from Shen Xingzhou, she would not hinder others from joining her. Her stance remained unchanged. The path one chooses must be borne by oneself, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world where one's life is solely one's own responsibility. As for Hu Yang and Feng Wenyuan, one had his own mission, while the other was of no concern to her. Shun Li and Feng Wenyuan remained composed. After hearing Hu Yang's account of the situation, neither rushed to express their opinions. Hu Yang understood that this mission's danger exceeded any prior threats. He had additional plans to deploy. After exchanging a few words, the group dispersed. Shun Li turned to Yi Qing and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you think we should go? What do you think?" Yi Qing was curious about the male lead's perspective. In this apocalypse, none of us can escape. Shun Li, shedding his usual foolish demeanor, adopted a more serious tone reminiscent of the stoic captain described in the novel. If we allow the Eastern New City to develop unchecked, it will ultimately threaten us. However, our current abilities are limited. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. I wish to hear my sister-in-law's opinion. Shun Li had a hunch that Yi Qing would choose to go. You are right. Venturing without strength would only lead to demise. Therefore, you must first ascertain whether you will go or not. And once decided, you need to understand how to proceed. Yi Qing rarely spoke at such length, for in the apocalypse, the foremost priority is self-preservation. As for the male lead's halo, she held little faith in it. After all, Xiao Wanqing, as the female lead, had been eliminated by her own hand. However, I believe you ought to consult your elders, especially Elder Shun. Yi Qing recognized herself as a cold-hearted and selfish individual by nature. With the only warmth reserved for Shun Xingzhou, she saved Hu Yang, assisted Shun Li, and aided the base. Yet these actions were ultimately driven by her mission. Failing her mission would cost her dearly. Perhaps even her life. She admired individuals like Hu Yang who sacrificed everything, precisely because she was unable to do so herself. In this regard, she held no authority to guide Shun Li on what to say. Even if Shun Li chose not to go, she would not compel him to save the world merely because he was the male lead. With the narrative consciousness long dissipated, anyone could be a protagonist, requiring only a representative hero to emerge, and Shun Li happened to be that chosen one. As the others departed, Shun Xingzhou lingered, locking eyes with Yi Qing as he spoke. I will wait for you at the base. You must return safely. Otherwise, once I have arranged everything, I will come find you. All right. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled as she smiled genuinely, from the depths of her heart. Shun Xingzhou, should I perish, I will undoubtedly take you with me. Chapter 129. Where there are people, there will be gossip. Early the next morning, Yi Qing reported to the planting area. The base had already recruited 3 wood-type ability users, akin to Yi Qing. One of them, named Zhong Li, was a woman nearing her 40s, a former professor at an agricultural university prior to the apocalypse, exuding a gentle demeanor. The other 2 included a girl of a similar age to Yi Qing, a member of the Feng family, named Feng Qiki. Before arriving here, Feng Qiki must have been briefed by Elder Feng and Feng Wenyuan. Upon Yi Qing's entrance, she greeted her with warmth. The last was a robust man in his 30s named Su Qinggong. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a square face and dark complexion, exuding an air of earnestness. When introducing himself to others, he averted his gaze, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. Yi Qing paid little attention to Feng Qiqi's exuberance. Qiki could only pout and criticize the man, stating that Su Qinggong was exceedingly rude for failing to make eye contact during conversations. Su Qinggong, taken aback by Feng Qiqi's remarks, scratched his head in confusion, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I used to work on construction sites, so I'm not accustomed to all this. Feng Qiki was about to retort further when Yi Qing shot her a cool glance, silencing her. Old Zhong, one of the 3 managers of the base responsible for internal affairs, including the planting area, was absent due to other matters, leaving Yi Qing in charge. Yi Qing inquired about their current ability levels. Aside from Feng Qiki, who boasted the backing of the Feng family and had already reached the peak of level 0, the other 2 were at mid-level 0. Yi Qing retrieved common vegetable seeds from the seed vault and distributed them to each of them. Sister Yi, are we starting just like this? Feng Qiki clutched the small packet of radish seeds she had received, her delicate face adorned with a look of bewilderment, clearly not anticipating that Yi Qing would merely mention a name and leave it at that. When she accompanied her parents to the company, her father would typically engage in a lengthy discourse before commencing work. Zhong Li and Su Qinggong also regarded Yi Qing with curiosity. In this post-apocalyptic world, efficiency was paramount. What purpose did flowery rhetoric serve? The terms of their employment had already been discussed when they arrived, and there was little else to convey. Was there a need to paint grandiose visions of the future, suggesting that should they cultivate well, they might one day occupy her position? Yi Qing prioritized efficiency. Old Zheng had previously informed her that she was responsible for the cultivation of crops. As the number of survivors in the base increased, including many elderly and children, it was inconceivable to allow them to starve. Consequently, food supplies were being depleted rapidly, with the reserves barely sufficient for half a month, and that was with each survivor subsisting on only half rations. To address this, the base had developed a type of coarse grain bun, a mixture of flour and various grains, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Though hard and lacking in flavor, it was quite filling. A grown adult working on the construction of the outer walls could easily satiate their hunger with 2 of these buns. These coarse grain buns were available for purchase in the cafeteria. 3 for a single contribution point, making them quite economical. Yi Qing was tasked with sourcing the wheat and assorted grains required for these buns. After completing a round of cultivation, she noticed the others had exhausted their abilities and were resting nearby. As soon as they took a break, Zhongli began to share some gossip she had overheard. She cast a glance at Yi Qing. "Have you heard? A new researcher has joined the Eastern District's Research Institute. I heard from my husband that this newcomer is not yet 30, but is already nearly at the level of Director Xia." Zhongli's husband had been a mechanical professor before the apocalypse and was currently a researcher at the institute in the Western District. Privy to some insider information, upon hearing about the Eastern District's Research Institute, Yi Qing's ears perked up and she blinked with curiosity, asking, "Professor Zhong, are you referring to Director Xia, who is the father of the former adopted daughter of the Xin family?" "You mean Xia Wanqing?" Xia Wanqing had once been associated with Feng Wenyun, and Feng Qiki was somewhat aware of her. Upon mentioning Xia Wanqing, she grimaced in distaste. "That's right." Yi Qing shed her earlier icy demeanor. Now resembling an ordinary bystander eagerly listening in, she deliberately steered the conversation towards Zhongli, striving to extract more information about the Eastern District's Research Institute. Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory in battle. Receiving information for free was all the more advantageous. Yi Qing feigned ignorance, asking, "Professor Zhong, do you know if Xia Wanqing has returned?" Zhongli shook her head, clearly unwilling to elaborate further, sensing her reluctance. Yi Qing refrained from pressing the matter and turned to converse with Feng Qiki about something else, creating the impression that she was merely intrigued by a familiar name. "That I have seen that research institute you mentioned." Su Qinggong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Yi Qing's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Qinggong would possess any information. Upon first meeting the trio, she had discreetly observed them. Feng Qiki was clearly Feng Wenyun's legitimate cousin. Her spoiled temperament aside, her emotions were easily readable. Professor Zhong appeared gentle and poised, but it was evident that she spoke in a manner that left much unsaid. Apart from her, who else had an interest in the Research Institute? Yi Qing suspected that Zhongli was seeking to gain some advantage for herself. Otherwise, why would she occasionally glance her way while nervously fiddling with her clothes? Su Qinggong's arms were robust, bearing the calluses of hard labor accumulated over time, and his demeanor matched the role he had previously embodied. Yi Qing reflected on her own biases. Had she begun to judge others by appearances? Assuming everything would unfold according to her plans, this was not how it should be. She, Feng Qiki, and Zhongli eagerly turned their attention to Su Qinggong. A flush crept across Su Qinggong's dark complexion. He scratched his head, stammering for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "I think that researcher is quite beautiful." Yi Qing, Feng Qiki, and Zhongli. After all that build-up, you only wanted to tell us that the newcomer is pretty. Yi Qing felt her fists tighten slightly, as disappointment washed over the group. Su Qinggong seemed to have just turned a corner, recalling how a large box covered in black cloth had been lowered from the vehicle when they arrived. "At that time, I happened to be passing by and heard something moving inside the box. Let me tell you, whatever is in that box is quite eerie. I felt a chill run down my spine just being near it." As he spoke, Su Qinggong's voice dropped. Feng Qiki, still shaken by Su Qinggong's eerie description, scoffed, "If you have something to say, just say it. This is supposed to be a casual chat, not some ghost story." Su Qinggong took her teasing in stride, chuckling. Yi Qing retracted her fists. Something intriguing was afoot. It seemed she would need to investigate the Research Institute that night, after resting for over an hour. Yi Qing undertook another round of cultivation. Old Zheng had thoughtfully assigned her 2 staff members to assist with the wheat collection. After completing 2 rounds of cultivation, she felt it was sufficient and decided to tidy up before leaving. Zhongli lingered beside her, seemingly unsure of what to do. Yi Qing contemplated briefly, retrieving a cabbage seed from her bag and cultivating it to a normal size. She handed the cabbage to Zhongli, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Professor Zhong, for the information about the research institute." Yi Qing was testing to see what Zhongli sought from her. On the surface, she appeared to be merely a secondary-level wood-type ability user. In this post-apocalyptic world, apart from the vegetables she could cultivate and the crystal cores, she could not fathom what else might be of interest to her. Upon seeing the large cabbage Yi Qing offered, Zhongli pushed it back towards her, saying, "I am also a wood-type ability user. How could I accept your generosity?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood. She responded amiably, "Professor Zhong, I want to hide it from you. My mother passed away early, and seeing someone like you feels very familiar. Times are tough for everyone. We humans must support one another, right?" She placed the cabbage in Zhongli's hands. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Zhongli was visibly moved. Yi Qing, "It's my fault. If my abilities were more capable, I wouldn't resort to seeking you out like this." Zhongli and her husband had married later in life, and their child was still young. They could manage on the coarse grain buns, but the child required proper nutrition. As a couple lacking practical skills, their expertise lay solely in research. Before the apocalypse, they had lived comfortably, but now they felt utterly useless. Her husband's resources at the research institute barely sufficed for him alone, and with both sets of parents to consider, they had 6 mouths to feed. She had come here at the cost of significant favors from her husband. She desperately needed this job, yet could not afford to reserve her abilities while working. However, once she returned home, there would be no vegetables for her child. Zhongli realized that Yi Qing's ability to cultivate wheat made her life much easier, which prompted her to propose this idea. Individuals like them often had their own connections. She knew Yi Qing had some ties to the research institute, but those connections were of no concern to her. "Is there any further news, Professor Zhong? You must know something that I have some connections there, which is why I'm particularly interested." Her honesty was refreshing. Zhongli sighed in relief. She glanced around before leaning closer to Yi Qing and whispering, "My husband told me that the new researcher is a bit of a madwoman. She was obsessed with various studies even before the apocalypse. The black box Su Qinggong mentioned likely contains mutated animals. They've probably noticed your connections with the Shun family as well." Zhongli left her thoughts unfinished. Yi Qing understood the implications. That night, Yi Qing disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. She padded her shoes with height-enhancing insoles, wrapped cloth around her waist, and stuffed her shoulders with padding, creating the appearance of a portly cleaning staff member. Using cosmetics, she crafted calluses and wrinkles on her hands and neck, darkening her fair complexion with foundation. She had purchased these cosmetics before the apocalypse. Once again, she skillfully entered through the window adorned with green vines. Following the map provided by 2202, she ambled towards the research room on the 5th floor, carrying a bucket and mop. Just as she reached the doorway, she was halted by a guard stationed at the stairwell. "Which research room are you here to clean?" The 5th floor was evidently the most crucial area of the research institute, with a noticeably greater number of guards at the entrance than on the other floors. "I was sent here by the agricultural department." Yi Qing imitated Su Qinggong's thick accent, responding tremulously. Chapter 132. Infiltrating Success. It was fortuitous that Xia Wanqing frequently visited this place to elevate her own status. The novel depicted numerous aspects of the research institute. In the evening, the cleaning staff would come to work, which was a matter of curiosity for Xia Wanqing when she inquired with Zhu Cheng. At that time, Zhu Cheng maintained a good relationship with Xia Wanqing and answered all her questions, explaining that the research conducted on the 5th floor varied, particularly in agronomy, focusing on how plants could thrive in the desolate lands of the apocalypse. Yi Qing's audacity to masquerade as a cleaner was indeed influenced by the words of these two individuals. For this information, she resolved to occasionally berate them in the future. "Hold on, let me verify." After Zhu Cheng's incident, the atmosphere here became markedly cautious. One of the bodyguards entered to confirm that Yi Qing learned that the Agronomy Institute summoned a cleaner every night at a fixed time. So she deliberately chose to arrive just before the scheduled cleaning. As expected, when the bodyguard inquired, the personnel from the agronomy department merely hesitated for a moment before allowing Yi Qing entry. They called for a cleaner at this hour every day. It was perfectly normal for a cleaner to arrive early. Thus, Yi Qing smoothly infiltrated the facility. Upon entering the 5th floor, she was greeted by a series of laboratories. Some had glass walls, characteristic of the Agronomy Institute, while others were completely sealed off, with walls and doors made of exceptionally sturdy materials rarely found on the market, that Yi Qing meticulously observed a few of the airtight laboratories. And in the one directly opposite the agronomy department, she noticed fresh traces of cement that a new researcher must have just arrived. The last person remaining in the agronomy department was a middle-aged man who smiled politely at Yi Qing before changing out of his lab coat and departing. All 4 research institutes within the base engaged in agronomy research, and the data therein was securely stored, indeed offering little of interest that Yi Qing pretended to clean. Yet her peripheral vision was fixed on the tightly secured door of the agronomy laboratory across from her. She instructed 2202 to scan the area. The door was equipped with a password and fingerprint lock, and 3 cameras were positioned directly facing it. Not to mention the entire corridor was under surveillance. Infiltrating without detection would prove challenging. 2202. Can you assist me in temporarily disabling the cameras? Host. The main deity has already warned me against using my technological prowess to aid you. Yi Qing replied. 3 bottles of machine oil. Immediately, 2202 changed its tone. Understood. Host. How many seconds do you require? 5 seconds. She positioned herself in front of the camera, feigning to sweep up debris, while secretly retrieving a modified computer from her spatial pocket. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, the screen flickering rapidly. 2202. Now, once the data analysis was complete, Yi Qing hastily instructed 2202 to prepare. She nimbly approached the door, aligning the screen's data with the password lock. And the still screen began to pulse once more. 4 seconds later.